Oh, you know who also I posted it in Gem Panda server too before. You know, he has a lot of goons over there.
Yeah. We got Barrington in here. What's up, Barrington?
Throw
This
my
is
mic.
it, man. Episode number 7. Globe. Huh. What is it good for? That's what I put it as.
That's a good one.
Ah, what is it good for?
That's good stuff.
With the homies. Homie Indio.
Yeah, I had a speaker. He's good. Good to go. What's up, Indio?
Dude, how are you not having like a straight up migraine right now, Indio? Like, I don't get it, dude. Like, my brain would be throbbing, dude, dealing with that much cognitive dissonance all at once. I think you took on way too much cognitive dissonance all at once, bro. What the fuck?
Is he there?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna shoot him co-host.
doesn't that block people? Hopefully he doesn't. India gotta unblock people. Gotta unblock all those people.
We're trying to get those clowns on politics over here, man. The Glober clowns, like Goose and all them. We had some straight up clowns here too, so I think it's gonna be good.
Oh yeah, X provides its own clowns.
Send in the clowns. Let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and make a post. Repost. Let me
Send
like
in the
that shit.
clowns. It's hilarious.
Let's see. Is it a GIF? I think so. Yeah, I found it.
Is it the clown car one?
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a hell of a GIF.
What happened to India? He dropped?
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to get it working, but it didn't. Barrington, what's up, man?
I threw a mic to Barrington too. It didn't work. Invite to speak. There you go.
Yeah, man. For some reason, it used to work on in the browser for me, like being on Twitter Spaces. Like I got it to work when most people didn't get it to work, and now it doesn't work for me anymore. It's gonna be on my phone. That's okay.
Really?
No big deal.
I'm on the browser,
Yeah.
and that's weird.
Well, yeah. It used to work for me. It's probably just something messed up with my mic. I actually have a Blue Yeti, man. So I never
Yeah,
use that
same.
shit.
No, I was gonna ask you, man. How do you not have a migraine right now?
I
Like,
fucking do. What
like
you
I'm
talking
serious, dude. Like,
That's
I, I mean, I know you. I know there's a saying that you can't have too much of a good thing, but OMG, bro, like you just. It's like you went crazy at the buffet table, man. You just can't do that. You gotta pace yourself, dude. Like you gotta. It
Dude,
is.
I just focus on the next thing, man. That's all I do. I just focus on the next thing. I don't think about what did they say? What does it mean? What am I saying? What they said before. Well, I do remember the things they said like 20 minutes before, things like that. And they always, dude, they try to take every position possible, right? So they can't be
Yeah.
proven wrong. Oh, if I take every position, you can't prove me wrong. Like, listen, I've had a girlfriend. Like, I know how this works. Like, you could try to take every position.
Fucking
right.
idiot, dude. He was like a bull in the china cabinet, like in the china shop. And he just like tearing
Yeah.
shit up.
It's obvious, bro. It's so obvious how they're just being snaky and squirmy and wormy, right? It's obvious to me, and like it gets irritating. Like, dude, you ain't fooling anybody. We know you're not in here to be honest. You're in here to freaking, you know, do whatever, like get brownie points for the Globe Club or something.
It seemed like he thought he was smart and he thought he was gonna probably easily win an argument in the Discord server, and then he got wrecked. So it was kind of cool to watch or to listen, should I say? That was a good analogy you used when you said, "Okay, I get a microscope on eBay and all the lenses are scratched off. I don't know the numbers." And he's all, "It doesn't matter." I'm like, dude, he just fucking cooked yourself, you know? Like that destroyed your whole fucking argument, you dumbass. That was a good analogy though.
Yeah, dude. Like, my thing is, like, I try to get them to like concede, and they just never do. No matter, like, listen, like, the thing is, when I'm talking to these guys, I'm thinking I'm not making a good enough argument, man, because they're not conceding. No matter, but it's not because my argument's not good. It's because these guys are fucking assholes. But like my pig headedness, I try to give them like the benefit of the doubt. Like, yeah, it's just not a good enough argument. Maybe these guys are being a little dishonest. But like, you're right. That was a good analogy. Like, because he ended up saying, "Well, you're doing the measurement, but you can't do the measurement, right?" So like, what are you
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah. So, but also too, I feel like maybe like genuinely, like they won't concede because they're not getting what you're saying. Sometimes, maybe some, they just they generally are so bricked that they can't grasp the analogy maybe, and they don't realize that it ruins their position. So maybe they're just that hard-headed, like they don't get it. Like, dude, you're done, dude. Like that, you just fucked yourself over. Maybe they don't get it, or maybe they're just dishonest and they'll act like they'll just look past what you just said because they know they got wrecked. I don't know.
Yeah, you might be right. I think you. I think it's probably a little bit of everything, right? They're hard
Yeah.
headed. They're not really paying attention. Because we asked these guys, "Hey, steelman my argument," and they can't do it. Dude, like, listen, I was in the Flat Earth Fridays, well, Stationary Saturdays this morning. Witsit described like the Canagoo silhouette sunset, and the dude's like, "Well, I don't know if I should take that as true." It's the same dude, Ralph that was in here last night, and he goes, "I have to research it more." And then someone goes, "Okay, Steelman Witsit's argument," and he's like, "Oh, I can't Steelman his argument." I do that like maybe that popped me in my freaking leg, dude. I'm like, "Well, what the fuck are you gonna research for if you don't even know what are you gonna research if you don't know what his argument was? How the hell are you gonna research that?" Like,
Yeah, if you don't
an
even know it.
argument was, I'm gonna research what I didn't even pay attention to very deeply. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck are you talking about?
yeah. He exposed himself. That's what he did. How's it going, guys? How's Angles and Into the Break? Welcome, welcome.
Looks like Into the Break had enough over there too, man.
I don't know, man. Like I was listening to you, I was like, "Geez, dude, I'd be if you had any hairs on your head, it'd be gone by now."
You got hair on my head, man. What are you talking about? I ain't bald.
They'd fall out from the stress of having to deal with these numbskulls.
Fucking gray at least. So Donald C, man, that dude's got a mental issues, man.
It's
Yo,
Did
it's
for
he?
weird
real.
because you could tell it through his laugh, the way he like has this like strange laugh whenever he thinks that he's like destroyed a point or something. He's like got this like a Joker laugh. I don't know what. It's weird.
It's almost like it's a tick or something where he
Like
has
this
to do that.
sounds a bit psychotic, man. I don't know.
Dude,
Just
I gotta
saying.
clip that shit, the Dunning-Kruger part. Did you hear that, Miggy? Did you hear me calling him a Dunning-Kruger?
Yeah, and then he just 10 seconds afterwards just like
And then he says, "Prove it," and I said, "Okay, I'll let you talk." And then he says, "Well, I'm never wrong." Well, right there, you just proved you're Dunning-Kruger. He
he's never
literally did
wrong.
it in the very next sentence.
Wow.
Like, I couldn't have scripted that. Like,
Yeah, you can't make this shit up, dude. It's just they're naturally giving you everything that. Yeah, he's affirming the same statement that you made. So,
That's hilarious. You can't write this shit. It writes itself.
dude, I swear, man, if messing with globers like this was a drug, India would have a central line, dude.
Dude, I
If
can't
he snorted,
upload. Yeah, dude, I can't upload a lot of the like debates we have to the podcast because I think I listen to the Goldbergs and I'm like, if I upload this, they're gonna think these Goldbergs are just pose, right? That we just like put these people up to sound stupid, right? And I can't I'm like I can't put this like that because I'll clip the screen, I'll go through all the whole thing, turn it into an MP3, then I'll listen to it again, and I'm like, ah man, I can't upload this, and they're not even gonna believe this guy's an actual Glober. They're just gonna think that he's just some retard. But no, this is everybody. Like really, this is like a representative sample of the world.
Yeah.
yeah, we had a bunch of people coming in and out, like talking to us about silly things for the Earth being a globe, and I hope tonight's like maybe a repeat or more. Hopefully, is there any other flat Earth content out on X right now, or is it just us?
I did see a couple up on
Just
top.
Oh, there's a
right
few.
now.
All right.
Maybe I'll broadcast it. Maybe I'll like fire up OBS and like broadcast this shit out.
Shit, that would be great, dude. Would it be broadcast on a specific stream that we can
Yeah, it'll be on
kind of hand
X.
out to everyone?
Yeah, it'll have a link.
No, I'm gonna like broadcast it on X. So like up top, if you hit your home thing, right? You'll see pink ones and blue ones. The blue ones are spaces. The pink ones are broadcasts. So, but if you're not
Cool.
following anyone that's doing the broadcast, then you won't see it. So, if you're doing like a broadcast to like your camera or like they stream like Flatter Fridays and shit. So, Alan, Space Oddity streams, and Shane St. Pierre also streams it at the same time. But they stream like through OBS, so it's a broadcast. So it's different than Space. It's not interactive. It's just video, right? Just like a YouTube stream, right? It's just a stream. That's it. It's
Yeah,
basically live streaming.
and then you can share them. You can share the screen and then to get more people. So right now there's Alpha Warriors. He has 210 people over there. And then there's Conspiracy has 11 people, and then we have a few.
Oh, by the way, Indio, I applied for my blue check mark. I don't know if I told you. Might have told you.
Oh yeah, cool. They I changed my name from No One Special to Indio 007, and they take your blue check mark away until they approve your name again. So
Really?
yeah, it's kind of stupid. So just telling, if you change your name, it takes like a couple days. I mean, you still have all the features, just no one sees the little dumbass check.
That's
The
weird.
only reason I even got that shit is because, as you can imagine, I hit the character limit pretty quickly. So I just stopped.
Yeah, it's we gotta have more leg room, and it's good to have that space to post stuff.
For sure.
Yeah. Plus, you can post articles. I did an article. I was supposed to do two more. I freaking haven't got around to it, man. I'm trying to do too many things at the same time.
Dude, the fucking LIGO argument has been brought up already twice and expounded on by two different numpties. So they're I don't know, APOC. I think you weren't here, but the other guy was doing it earlier today. Baltimore. It was
Oh,
Baltimore.
yeah, I was asleep. Was it in Discord?
Yeah,
Yeah,
politics.
I was asleep earlier.
So
Maybe McKeegan or McToon must have done a video on it or something, and now they're coming out in the droves to.
yeah, that may be, but it's the new hotness for as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
All you keep hearing is that same thing over and over and over again. Are
Well,
we got
yeah.
IS2C wanting to come up right now. Welcome, IS2C.
Let me see. There's people. All right.
You go ahead. You have the mic, IS2C. You want to say what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I appreciate this conversation. I'm just cashing
Chilling,
in,
chilling.
seeing what's up.
Yeah, man. So we casually just talking to people about what they think the Earth is and shape of it, lack thereof. So would be your position right now? Do you think the Earth's a globe, sir?
There's zero chance that we live on a spinning ball in infinite space. And I hate that they even call it flat Earth theory because a theory is something that hasn't been proven. And the Earth as stationary and a level topographical plane has been proven so many times in my perspective that it's sickening that it's even like still disputed,
My
honestly.
man. Hey, so how did you find us, by the way? Was it the hashtag flat Earth, or just you perusing different flat Earth groups on X, or how'd you?
No, I just kind of look at what spaces are going on at the top, and I think I might follow no one special. So
Oh, okay.
when he's in a space, it shows up as a space that I can kind of jump in.
Yeah, he's a.
Word, man. Thanks.
Yeah, it's really awesome, dude, that you actually followed him, and you're here now, and so we're kind of just uh, we're basically like a Discord group. We're expounding onto different social media platforms, and this was one of them. X being the way it has been with Elon Musk handling it the way he has. Giving more people the ability to have like freedom. Within the small arena of how people debate and such. So it's kind of cool that we can be on here and not just be blackballed right away. So
Yeah, for
yeah,
sure. For sure. Yeah. I was in an argument with somebody in the comments the other day and I tried to invite them to a space that I got in and they didn't even show up. I feel like they have like the advantage of bullshit when it's in comments, but when we go on here and have actual conversations, all their shit
yeah.
falls apart.
It's
Yep.
almost like they spend a lot of energy, in the comment section, but when it's about voice, when it's crunch time, they lose that energy. They like don't have that same, you know,
Dude,
stamina
that's
that they
literally
had.
what Proud Fork says, dude. That's literally what so Sacred and Proud Fork, they run Flat Earth
Mhm.
Fridays. They say the exact same thing. You had
Yeah.
all this energy in the comments. Come in here with the same energy. You guys never do. And just like you just said, man,
Yeah.
you ain't the only one that's noticed, man. It's like they,
Yeah,
they
I
talk a
really
lot of shit in their little chat skank in the threads, but when it comes to voice, man, they're all a bunch of little. They're either gonna
snowflake.
troll or they're gonna like just hide.
Yeah, and we're all about like having that communication with them. If they can verbally communicate something or articulate a point verbally and be able to stand on a point without having to renege on something that they said, I think that would help their side. But as it is, um, they're not able to hold a position. Not that I'm aware of. Like, I mean, most of what they have to offer is just gimmicks. They come in here with an idea that they're gonna not answer any questions and try to keep the conversation going and argue about things that have no relevance to the topic.
Yeah, my
And
perspective, I feel you,
go-
bro. My perspective is that they try to obfuscate and just dance around shit and they try to appeal to the majority and they hope
Mhm.
that like the people listening in will just side with the majority as if that's automatically correct because that's what's
Yep,
taught to everybody, you know. I
100%,
think they
dude.
really
And so
they bank on people not doing their own research in my opinion. Trying the people are floating by to like block them from any real influence.
based. That's what I've been talking about that. It's like once you get somebody in a conversation, you're able to kind of more or less gauge their demeanor, like how they go about articulating their points, whether or not it's something that they could substantiate a claim, or they're full of shit. Like you're gonna know it right away, because they'll know what they know, and they'll be able to articulate their points from a stance of like having researched something, or they're just gonna come out and say like, I'm not a scientist. You're like, yeah, dude, but you were like a gas bag in the comment section, acting like you knew what you were talking about. Now we're talking, and you don't know how to articulate a point to say like the meaning of terms. Like what does this word mean? Do you know what it means? And you're using it like India was doing this earlier. It was calling some people out with these buzzwords that they use. I'm telling you, man, they don't know what they're talking about. All you got to do is just pin them down to like one specific word. What does that mean? What's the word mean? Do you know what it means? Like they don't know. Well, I don't know, man. Will you make it sound like I'm some kind of scientist? Like they always say that. It's so annoying. It's like, well, then why would you stand behind a claim that you have no knowledge on, and you're in this like in this argument, this debate, kind of like you make it sound like you have some sort of stance when it turns out that you're saying what everybody else is saying. It's like sheep's going bad, like that's all you're doing. You're not giving any. There's no substance, man. India always says there's no meat on the bone.
Yeah, they just get to appeal to the majority, and they get to ride that wave. They get their little dopamine hit off of just the fact that this is what we're all indoctrinated with, so it's automatically true. And if you think different, haha, you're a stupid flurfer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something, man. We talked to some guy the other night. I don't know, APOC, if you were with us in this particular moment, but this guy was actually trying to substantiate curvature with I think it was 600 BC. Remember the guy was talking about that? I think Jedi and you were here.
I'm trying to
He
keep going.
he
I'll
was
try to remember.
using the Egyptians. I think it's Pharaoh or something. I don't know. He said something. I'm not really sure exactly. Because he's like, this is off the top of my head. It was in the 6th century BC, 600 or something like that. He's like, and it was about some people that were going around Africa and sailing, and they were
Oh
using
yeah, the guy sailing around Africa.
what
Yeah,
was it? What was his? He said something about some pharaoh. I think he said at the very beginning, and
yeah,
then
and yeah.
so he
Go
was
ahead.
trying to say that the sailors, they came back, the mariners, after being
And they
done
got
that.
data. They measured something, and someone was saying, "Well, what was that data? What did they give him?" And he couldn't say.
He couldn't answer. And he's like, I'm just going off the top of my head. I was like, yeah, clearly. But you haven't stated any of the supporting information that would substantiate the information that you're speaking of so that we can know if there's any data that's been given to give us a notion that the earth is curving in any way. Like, how do we know the drop over distance from where they started to where they ended up to say that they've circumnavigated or any way substantiated that they were traveling over the surface of a globe, of an oblate spheroid? And they didn't support that in any way. So we're dealing with like massive amounts of people just believing stories and they don't even know the story. So how can we proceed as humanity when everybody's in this like this I don't know, cognitive dissonance, sleep state, fucking I don't know what you want to call it, but it's definitely not something that has any evidence behind it. It can't justify it. They don't know the stories, and we're dealing with this high level of storytelling. That's basically what. And then you don't because they don't know the story, they start to make up what the story, the narrative is, and then we have to sit here and listen. And we're like, dude, that's not. You can't even go there. You're not letting me speak. Like, dude, you're gonna just tell me a story, and you're making up like the majority of it. You don't even know
Yeah,
what the story's about, and you're making it up. So why do I have to sit here listening to that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, yeah. It was ridiculous. He was like, they measured the curve, and they brought back this their measurements and gave it to like some pharaoh or something, some king. I forgot who.
yeah,
And the question was like, well, what did they, what was in that data? Like, how did they prove it? He's like, I don't know.
you didn't know. So it's like, why did you bring that up? So yeah, so we got somebody up on the speaking panel. We got
We
retarded.
got, yeah, retarded's back.
It's Dr. Retarded
Oh
AI.
yeah, oh that's right,
Doctor
that's right.
retarded. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Doctor
you got a
retard,
PhD.
the doctorate in retardation. Remember?
It's got a squid for an
Yeah,
avatar.
yeah, I had to remind you guys about that. So,
All
yeah,
right,
please
all
refer to
right.
me by the proper honorific.
Yes, yes, yes. All right. So, evidence for the Earth being a globe. Got any?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty. Which one do
Oh,
you guys want?
excellent. Well, I mean, I'll put it this way. And it's just like the title that I put up there. Globe, huh? What is it good for? So, what is the Earth being a globe good for?
Well, mostly in science,
Okay.
engineering, right? Models, scientific ones, mathematical ones, are useful insofar as you can utilize them to accomplish some task. For example, if you want to model the path of the planets, then because you want to send rockets or exploratory missions to figure out what the hell is going on in space, then it's beneficial if you have a model that's predictive, which is to say that if you're aiming your rocket at the moon, you have to understand its path, number one, so that you know how fast your rocket has to go, how quickly it has to slow down, and at what angle and direction it has to be aimed at so that it actually does end up on the moon, because all the celestial objects are in motion.
Okay, we have eyes to see. You want to go ahead and respond to that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Retard has ever tracked the
It's
planets for
doctor.
himself, like
Please refer to me by the proper honorific.
Dr. Retard. Have you followed the planets for yourself?
That sounded funny.
Do I follow the planets? Do you kill your own cows? Do you grow your own food? Do you build your own car? Like, why are you asking me such a retarded question?
Because I feel like if you're going to speak on the movement of the planets, then you probably should have tracked them for yourself
Okay, like I
instead
said,
of
did
relying
you
on.
slaughter your own cow? Did you build your own refrigerator? Did you build your own house? Did you add the electrical wires yourself? Like, you are asking a very retarded question.
I don't think it's retarded to want to know for yourself if something's true.
Do you know how the electricity gets to your house?
I mean, I can wire shit and fix my own shit if that
Okay,
matters.
that's great, but you still, at the end of the day, trust the people working at the power plant that they know what they're doing.
Classic move.
Yeah, but
Classic move.
that doesn't mean that I should follow what told me without being able to substantiate for myself to know that it's true.
Oh, I completely agree. If you want to substantiate the veracity of the theories, then yeah, you should definitely go work at NASA, figure out what the hell they're doing, and then put your theories to the test. I agree.
Do you agree I could look at the sky?
You can do whatever you want. I mean, you are you gonna keep asking me these questions, or like?
I mean, I could look at. I'm just saying, you brought up NASA as if I have to work for NASA. Like, I don't work for NASA, but I have a sky above me and I can look at it and I can see what these quote unquote planets are doing.
But my
So
question is, why
why,
don't you
like,
carry that skepticism all the way to your entire life? The thing I have a problem with most flat earthies. I don't know what you guys call yourself. I'm happy to call you whatever name you prefer. But you sort of weirdly stop at the sky, but then you don't carry that same skepticism over to everything else that you interact with in your day-to-day life. Like, you trust that your money is worth something, you trust
All right.
your bank is doing the right accounting,
Yeah,
you trust your food is going to get to you on time.
Doctor Retarded, the color commentary that you're providing right now has no relevance to the topic. So let's get back on point. So the point is, how can you substantiate the Earth being a globe?
I mean, if you guys are going to keep asking me questions like, what evidence do you have that
Sure.
the people who do geographical surveys, and when they put out the maps and the surveys and, so that people can travel in planes and
Sir, that kind of
go on
sounds like
cruise
a
ships.
5-year-old responding to me asking the question. Well, they have planes and they have maps, and they have planes. And dude, I'm asking for you to give me
So what do
a
you
very
have, Alpha
specific.
Veritas, other than a show on Twitter?
Okay.
Like, what
Okay.
do you have?
So perhaps other people that have conversations with you don't understand that what you're doing is a very classic move. The classic move is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You've just committed that. So you want me to answer your question minus you answering mine.
No. I mean, I'm happy to go ahead, but what you guys
Okay.
do is this classic, what's called infinite regression trick. And when you're having a logical discussion, you can't just keep asking why.
No, you
Why?
haven't given
How do
you
you
haven't
know?
given the
How do you
reason.
know? How do you know? How
Yeah,
do you like the repetition
Dr.
is
Retarded.
childish.
Dr.
You have
Retarded,
to
you have
assume
not
certain
given.
axioms.
Yeah, you haven't
Hold
given.
on, hold on. Let me
We're
finish.
not holding
Let me
on.
finish.
No, we're
Let
not
me
holding
finish
on.
what I was saying. I was explaining something to you.
Absolutely not. We're not holding on. So I just answered the question and we can proceed forward. That's all I'm asking. We will proceed forward, but you have to answer the question: is there any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Inquiring minds want to know. Retarded. Oh, excuse me, Doctor Retarded.
Thank you. So here's the ground setup for having a proper logical discussion.
We don't do that here.
You assume a certain set of axioms.
No, we're not going to do that. So you don't dictate what this forum is about and how it runs. You are a guest here. You either going to be able to answer the questions or we can proceed to move along forward. But once again, people that come into this forum, when we ask questions, because as it is, it's not a debate, excuse me, it's an interrogation. We're asking questions and it seems like nobody wants to answer them. So you're the first one, the first guest to come up here. So we want you to realize this isn't a debate, it's an interrogation, and you can answer the question or just sit silently and let some other person who thinks the Earth's a globe come up here and they can answer the question that you don't want to. So it's pretty simple, right? Just answer the question and we can keep going, moving the conversation along. So once again, can you give any evidence that the Earth is a globe? It's to you, sir.
Yeah, you can just take a survey yourself. Take a piece of string, assume the planet is flat, and then run a few hundred miles. See what your theory predicts will be the length of the string if the ground is flat versus if it has a curvature.
Sir, is this the way that they've measured the surface of the Earth to be curving?
That's one way, yes.
Okay. Where has somebody ever done what you've just outlined anywhere in history?
Oh, the U.S. has this Department of Geographical Surveying. They have the data.
I muted you for a second. So you're saying that they used a piece of string to measure the Earth, as you just said. Do you think they've done that? Please clarify.
Oh, yes, they have done that.
Really, a piece of string? Where can we look up this information, Dr. Retarded?
You have Google, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. A U.S. geographical survey maps are readily available to anybody.
Yeah,
Right?
I know they are, but you're stating the obvious. What I'm asking you is the method
Well, yeah, okay.
the method which you outline of how to measure the curvature of the Earth. You said use a piece of string. I want to know who has done that. Yeah.
Like personally, do I know someone?
Yes.
That's the question?
Yes.
Not personally, not do you know them personally.
Yeah,
Who's
not
the
know them personally,
person
but
or people or
Have I heard of them? That's
Dr.
the
Retarded,
question.
answer the question. Who's ever done this, man?
Oh, no, there's I can write a website right now where I can invent somebody that has done this.
You can invent?
Yeah.
Audience, I ask you, is this evidence of Earth curvature? I mean, Dr. Retarded.
That's a big thumbs down.
I mean,
a piece of string.
Yeah. We got Slips, man, kind of laughing it up. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, folks. You can't make it up. What we do is we invite the people who think the Earth's a globe. We give them a microphone. They're going to tell you how to do it. Obviously, Dr. Retarded says you can do this with a piece of string. Hey, he was serious, right?
The username checks out,
man. Yeah, I am serious. You can use a very long piece of string.
He lives up to the name.
Yeah. And so what is the distance by this piece of string that it's going to measure the drop over the distance? What's the distance we're working with here? Give us kind of like a rough estimate. Ballpark it, if you will.
If you want to measure the curvature, then 100 miles is more than sufficient.
How much string? I can't believe I'm doing this. No, I mean, maybe I should, because it's like audience doesn't know, right? They're all kind of like, yeah, a piece of string. That seems.
They might be believing him, so let's cook them so that way they can see.
They think he's onto something, right? Dr. Retarded has got it going on right now. So all right, so with a piece of string, I'll indulge you, man. Maybe just for a little bit. A piece of string, and you said what? 100 miles? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's more than sufficient.
Okay, what piece of string has anybody ever used in history that can cover that distance?
Oh, well, I mean, your electrical wiring that comes from the power plant is on the order of hundreds of miles.
Okay. So that piece is it a piece of string or is it electrical wiring?
What's the difference? Like, it's the same thing if it's
No,
measuring
it's
distance.
a piece of string.
Yikes.
Dude, I'd hate to see your shoelaces.
he's he's got electrical.
He's
He's
running
using.
around with coax for shoelaces, bro.
He's just
you know,
fucking down and out.
you know his fan. He just cut that cord from his fan, and he's got him as shoelaces.
Yeah,
Duh.
yeah.
That's
Hey,
what
hold
he's
on.
using for shoelaces.
We got salesman with a hand up.
Yeah,
Maybe
sorry.
want to chime in real quick, salesman?
His bell's an
I
extension
was just,
cord.
yeah, thanks for the space. I was just going to say,
Yeah.
he's putting up a compelling argument about this globe.
I can't deny. Cannot deny.
Hey, Indio, ain't gonna lie. I've had to do that before. I've had to use out on a job
So have
site.
I, man. So have
I know you didn't even. Are you justifying Dr. Retarded's?
Hey,
Fucking-
I've had to use electrical cord for a belt before, bro. So I'm just saying it
oh
does work.
shit, dude.
He's on to something.
He's on to something. He's got it going on like he thought he did.
Yeah,
Alright,
my
so
belt broke. My belt broke while on the job site, and then I had some electrical cord right there, a piece of it. You know, like when you get a bad cord, so you just like you red tape it because you can't use it. So I just like cut a piece of it, bro. Like just like wrapped it around me. It worked, bro. Just for till the end of the day.
all right. So 100 miles, you got an electrical cord. How can we know from point A to point B, from the beginning to the end, how much how much hump of the Earth's curvature will there be between those 2 points? 100 miles, right?
Yeah, 100 miles is enough.
Okay, how do we know how much hump of the Earth's curve between those 2 points? Using an electrical cord.
I mean, how much do you know about differential geometry?
Differential geometry.
Yeah.
I'm asking you something logistically.
Okay.
So if you're saying that you're going to actually substantiate the claim that electrical cord can be actually stretched over that amount of distance, and then you know how much curvature there will be between point A and point B over 100 miles, I want to know what you came up with as how much of the Earth's curvature would be there in between those 2 points.
Yeah, so based on the radius of the Earth, if I was going to travel 100 miles on a flat surface, then
versus 100 miles on a curved surface.
yeah,
Yeah, and then what?
Keep going. Did he run out of gas? Like what's going on?
He just realized everything.
no, you don't run out of gas. It's the difference is that when you make the triangle, right?
Oh God, he thought that was literal.
The angles will add up to
he's
something else.
wow. He did think you meant it.
Yeah, so that's like that's how you measure the curvature. Is you make the triangle with the 100-mile string, and you measure the angles on a flat surface.
How do you
Everything
measure
adds
the
up to
angles,
180.
buddy? Hold on. I'm gonna pick your brain real quick. How do
Yeah,
you measure an angle from 100 miles away? Let's start there.
because you stretch the wire, right? Like everybody agrees, you stretch 100 miles.
And
Don't you
okay,
need 300? Don't you need 300 miles of string?
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter. The distance doesn't matter. I'm just giving you a number. The distance itself is irrelevant.
Oh
So
man, how do you get the
you,
angle of it, bro? You're not answering me. How
what
are
do
you
you mean?
gonna
How
get
do you get the angle?
How do you get? You said you said you're gonna get the angle of it. How? How do you get
Yeah, so
the
you
angle?
measure the angle at the intersection where you have the
With
three
what?
pieces meeting up.
How do
You
you?
make
With
the
Okay,
loop,
what?
you're
you
not
make the
getting it.
triangle.
Oh, dude, you're hold on. You're not okay. Let's answer a question one at a time here.
Yeah.
How do you measure the angle? Okay, so you have your string, right? You go 100 miles. Okay,
hmm
that's one side. Okay,
hmm
now you're going to take the other string and take it into another direction to give
hmm
you an angle, right?
Right. Yeah.
So how are you measuring that angle? Tell me exactly. I want to know the
No,
process.
no, no. You don't measure it at that point. You're making a triangle. So like you can make the angle whatever you want. Like the whole point is to have
Okay.
a distance. That's
Okay.
it.
So how do you measure the angles that you've created after you ran your 300 miles or 350 miles of extension cords? then how do you measure the angle? I'm starting it somewhere very simple.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, how do you measure the angle on a piece of paper? Same way.
Okay. Why
Use
are
a
you avoiding the
protractor.
question?
But I mean, I'm not avoiding the question, right? Like
How
you
do
can
you
use
measure
laser
the angle? Okay,
interferometry.
you're out on the ground, right?
Yeah.
Tell me exactly what you do to to measure that angle. What
So
made it an angle?
you're at the point of the intersection of the two lines, right?
Okay.
Okay. Then you
So
take another piece of string,
mm-hmm.
okay?
Okay.
And then you draw the circle that goes from uh like one side of the triangle to the other, okay? With me so far?
So what I'm trying to get at is I realized this while you were saying it. You don't know how they do it, even
No, no,
in
I'm explaining
geodetic
to you how it's
surveying.
done.
No. I know you, but you're not though, because that's not how they do it. And I realized that earlier. That's why
But
I'm
I'm
asking
explaining
you.
to you how I would do it.
Okay, so you think you're gonna get the angle while it's on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter where it is. The whole point is to measure the circumference of the circle from one side to the other. That's it.
Okay, so with that angle that you
Yep.
have,
Yep.
and you're gonna add up the three angles, right?
Yep. That's right.
Okay, so then when they don't go greater, when they're not greater, wait, how am I gonna say this? When they aren't greater than 180,
No, they have to be. They are greater than
what?
180.
No. Hold on though. The
What
way
makes you
you,
think that?
yeah, what makes you think? That's why I'm saying. How do you know that?
Oh, because I studied differential geometry. That's how I know.
Okay, so when
No,
you,
we're talking about in the real world, not
Yeah, I know.
yes,
That's fine.
you
Whatever.
know that if you draw a triangle on a sphere, the angles will sum to greater than 180 degrees, but you need to demonstrate that that happened in real life.
Yeah, no,
right.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm running the experiment.
But okay, so when did you do this experiment?
Oh, no, I just came up with the plan.
Okay,
Yeah, when did
it's
anybody do it?
yeah. Did
I
anybody
have a
do that?
concept of a plan.
Did anybody run 100 miles of cables and created a spherical triangle? And did they measure those angles with the 300 miles of extension cord? Did
Oh, no,
anybody
no,
do
I'm
that?
here to, like, I'm running that experiment now, but I need funds.
So
So,
it's a thought experiment for right now.
no, no, it's not a thought experiment. This is literally the plan, and I'm here to
So you
collect
need
some
funds?
money.
Do you
Huh?
take food stamps?
No, I take PayPal, but food stamps is also fine.
Yeah, because you got to
How,
eat while you're gonna be hungry. You
how
know,
much
you're
is
gonna be hungry
Yeah,
and
how
walking
much is
100
bloody
miles
string cost? Come
dragging your
on.
extension cord.
it costs a lot of money if it's 300 miles.
You
So,
need lots of drinks too, like lots of Monster, maybe some Bang.
He's gonna need traffic controllers so no one breaks the string. Lots to go on.
yeah, there's a lot that needs to happen. It's not an easy task, but yeah, I mean, I need the
Okay.
money. I need to
So are you
bribe the
saying
politicians.
you haven't done it yet, so
You
it
need to,
hasn't been proven, right?
No, no, no. Differential geometry tells us this is true, so
Well,
it's been proven.
no. Okay, it's been proven where, who, what, when.
Mathematically, it's been proven.
Oh, okay. So once again, you've never done it on Earth. You've
No,
done
no,
it on a
no. I
piece of
have done it
paper.
on Earth. I have thought about it.
Okay, you've
I
never
thought about
done.
it.
Oh man,
Yeah,
hold on.
boy.
I think that just
Like,
made
that's
the
the
list.
planet I'm on.
How is the globe? How is the Earth a globe? I've thought about it. Hold on. I'm gonna add you to the list of dumb shit Globers say.
Thanks,
Congratulations,
man.
you made it. Go ahead.
All I heard was
I'm
he
gonna get this.
thinks. He thinks. He's not sure. I heard he thinks.
No, no, it's been proven. You said it's not been proven, and I said it has been proven because that's factually correct.
Factually correct. I don't think you know what a
you
fact
didn't,
is.
you didn't talk about any facts. And
I mean, is this the best you guys are gonna do? I'm retarded, so I'm not on my, like. Obviously, your IQ is way higher than mine. But if we're
Obviously.
going,
See, because you're trying to get funds from us so you can buy another pair of assless chaps.
so you're not gonna let me, you're not gonna pay me to do this experiment, which you guys are saying is impossible, and
Pay you to do something that you think is an experiment, which of course you're misappropriating the word experiment. You're using it wrong. It's not an experiment. Gosh, man, everything you're saying is just
Yeah,
wrong,
it's
bro.
all wrong.
it's
You're
all
like
wrong. But
you're
yeah.
like you know, like when you hear about a woman's like, I should have listened to all the red flags, you know, to all the signs. All that's
Yeah.
you.
You can't stop being wrong. You just wrong,
You guys
wrong,
just
wrong,
sound poor.
wrong.
If you don't want to give me money, that's fine. I mean,
No, it's
I
not
was
about
just pitching the experiment, and it needs finances.
something pitching. So you're thinking, you're trying to construct a way to make the globe sound legit when it's not already. Weird. You should
No,
already.
no, it's already
Here's the
legit.
problem.
You
No,
guys
this
are
is the
not
problem.
convinced.
With you coming in here, you should already, because it's 2024. We're not back in the old days anymore. You're not using donkeys and paces of the feet. You're actually having technology, satellites and stuff. You could tell us how to know something right now is curving based on all the technology that we have. Now you haven't done that. You're talking about throwing an electrical cord over 100 miles stretch on the Earth, dude. How can you not appeal to anything that's been done already that academia is talking about? Why have you gone to such lengths? Pun intended with the string going 100 miles. But how can you how can you have gone to such lengths to talk about something that you right now don't even know how it could be accomplished, let alone financed? Weird, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the financing is the hard part because you guys are poor and I came to the wrong space.
It's not about us in any way. You're presenting a way to show us how the Earth is legitimately a curved surface, and you can't do that because what's barring you is us not giving you funds. And on top of that, you are just thought about this on the fly. You don't really know if it can work or not. What in the world are you doing? Are you
No,
presenting curvature of the Earth's?
I'm collecting finances. I told you.
All right, all right. Collecting finances. You haven't presented any evidence that the Earth is a curved surface. You can't do it, right? Just say you can't do it,
Yeah,
Doctor Retarded.
you don't have the evidence. You said you
Just say
have
you can't do
evidence,
it.
Doctor
Yeah,
Retarded.
I mean, mathematically, differential geometry gives you all the
Yeah,
evidence.
okay.
Mathematically, we're not talking about math right now. Logistically, you cannot do this to test to see if the Earth is a curved surface, right, Doctor Retarded?
No, I can definitely do it. Why? I mean, I just need the money.
No, you
So
can't definitely
How
do.
much? How much do you need? How much does this
Uh,
experiment cost?
I think 10K would be sufficient.
Oh God.
And you can't save up 10K? Fuck, we did.
No, I don't have a job. I'm on welfare, so I'm retarded.
Your brain is working on welfare. Dude, like you need a lot of help, right? So I don't think you can get it within 1,000 sessions of therapy. It's not going to happen. So right now, you're not understanding the situation here at hand. Is that people thinking that the Earth is a globe cannot substantiate it being a globe. So you yourself, you need all kinds of things to make it sound like you even know what you're talking about. Even when you're proposing this idea, you don't even know how it could be done logistically, monetarily. There's no way you can present anything about the Earth being a curved surface. Isn't that true?
No, that's obviously false.
Okay, then prove me wrong.
What do you mean prove you wrong? You open
Yeah,
the differential geometry book.
show me differential geometry. All right, take your differential geometry out into the field and show me how it stands to reason that with that differential geometry, you're going to tell me how the Earth's curved surface. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's called Gaussian curvature. It's a formula, and it's defined as an integral over a patch of, I don't know, like I was saying, a triangle. So what you do is you integrate, I forget what the differential form is. I think it's the area. Yeah, so you integrate the area along the boundary, and then you use Stokes' theorem to reduce it to a simple calculation dealing with the angles, which is why I was telling you that you can use how you would measure the angle by just having another piece of string from one side to the other, measuring the circumference, and then you use two circumference is 2 pi r.
Wait a
Basically, you
minute.
get the angle.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Circumference 2 pi r. There's
Mhm.
a lot of things that you're using that sounds like it's already baked in
No, it's all math.
begging.
Yeah.
It's begging the question right now.
What question?
Yeah, well, circumference. You're already assuming something, right?
No, this is axiomatic.
No, it's
Yeah.
not axiomatic.
He
You're
doesn't get
telling
it.
us. You're telling us right now that you're gonna measure the circumference. How do you know there's
Mm-hmm.
a circumference, sir?
How do I know that there's a circumference of a circle?
Yeah.
He doesn't get that he's using the thing he's trying to find out if it is. He's using it to prove itself. He doesn't realize that you
Yeah, that's
can't do
circular.
that.
And you can't do that.
I mean, the circumference is defined for a circle. I agree.
There
It is
is.
circular.
Where's the circumference?
No
that
one
you find-
said circle. We said Earth. Good try. Stop it. Stop strawmanning shit, dude. Stop
No.
doing it.
This is the
No,
circle
stop
for the angles.
strawmanning. No, we don't care about the circumference of the circle. We're talking about the circumference of the Earth. What makes you think the Earth has a circumference?
No, I don't care about the circumference of the Earth. That's not what I said.
Well, then that's the whole point.
That's what we care about. Then shut up then.
That's the whole point.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that's what you guys were trying to do. You should have
Oh
said
my
that.
God.
The title doesn't say 24/7 math class. It says 24/7 flat Earth.
Yeah,
Differential
but you were
equation.
saying, how do you know there's a curvature?
On the Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with the circumference.
Well, then why did you bring it up, numbnuts?
No. I brought up the circumference of a flat circle.
A flat circle. We're not talking about a flat circle.
This was for measuring the angles. You guys remember? We had this
On the
conversation
surface of a
5 minutes ago.
globe. You know what a globe, a spheroid, oblate spheroid, you know what that is?
Yeah, I know all about that.
Yeah. So you got lost somewhere in between you trying to provide evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid to now telling us about flat circles. Yeah?
No, we were measuring curvature, right?
No,
Because
we weren't.
You can't write this
Okay.
shit. You
No,
can't
we
write
weren't.
this shit.
We were
dog.
not measuring anything. You're telling us equations. How is
Yeah,
that a
I was
measurement?
telling you about the equation of
How is that a
how you
measurement?
can use the triangle to determine the curvature of a spherical object.
Okay. Do you think you're on one?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. How is it measured?
I just told you. It's the Gaussian
What?
curvature.
The Gaussian curvature. So you're just talking about equations and you're not getting into the fact that you're actually going to go verify if your math forms to be.
No, I need $10,000 for that. The other guy.
He
already
went.
asked.
He went right back. He went right back to using a formula that has the radius of the curvature he's trying to prove baked into it, and he doesn't get it. He's
No.
pricked.
This I'm explaining to you. I was explaining how if you
All right,
know
let me
the area.
explain to you. Let me explain to you.
Yeah.
If you are trying to see, okay, this is your little test, right? Your little experiment you got going on, even though it's not an experiment. But this is your little thing you're gonna do. You want to set. Let me see if there's curvature. The Earth is a spheroid. Okay, so then you're gonna set out this string, and you get these angles, and then you're like, all right, cool, I got my angles. Then you write it down on a piece of paper, and then you include in the formula something that is now baked into it. It has a radius, but you were trying to prove the radius that it has one. So if you're using a formula into this, into your math, then you have already assumed that there is a so do you not realize how you are using something as proof, trying to find out something is true? Do you understand that?
No, I totally get what you're saying, but how much projective geometry do you know?
Okay, so holy fuck, dude. You know what?
Yeah,
I'm gonna. I don't want a migraine. Maybe India wants it.
No, I think
I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so in projective geometry, a flat surface is basically a circle with infinite radius.
Yeah, that's cap. You just made that
That's
shit up.
axiomatic too.
No, that's cap. You just made that shit up. You don't know what projective geometry is, obviously.
No, this isn't made up.
Are you talking about intrinsic Gaussian curvature or extrinsic Gaussian curvature? Which one are you talking about?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the same.
No, yeah, it does matter.
It doesn't matter. It's the same. The sphere
Yeah,
can be
no, it's
embedded
not the same
in
thing.
any
It's
space.
not the same thing, and it does matter. One's angle preserving, the other isn't.
Sorry, what was that?
One's angle preserving, the other one isn't. Is intrinsic versus extrinsic Gaussian curvature. Which one are you talking about? Yeah, dude, you tried to bluff, dude. Your bluff was being called. Yeah, shut up, then.
Intrinsic. I'm
Am I
talking
talking
about
about this? We're
intrinsic
talking
Gaussian curvature.
intrinsic Gaussian curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means the curvature is the same regardless of the embedding state.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
you
the
said
whole point of a
differential
manifold, is
geometry.
that the manifold has intrinsic properties, and curvature is one of them.
Okay. Does the Earth have any curvature?
Yeah, that's what we're discussing, right?
No, you keep trying to conflate mathematical abstractions with reality, right? So we have mathematical abstractions that have properties, but we want to know if those properties exist in reality, the Earth. The thing you said you don't care about, that's what we care about, right? So we want to know when somebody, anytime in past, history, present, future, well, not the future, because that's what you're covering. So we want to know when someone went out into the real world and matched the Earth to this geometry
Oh
that
yeah,
you
Gauss did this already.
realize.
Historically, he did this.
Oh yeah, how do you do that?
How do I know what?
How did he do that?
That Gauss did this? He wrote a book about it.
Yeah, that's awesome. How? That's not a technique. Writing a book wasn't his technique. And I
No,
don't care
no, he
about the
did the
theorem of
experiment,
Reggio.
he wrote a book, he did all that.
Yeah, what was his technique?
Oh, I don't remember what his technique was. Maybe lasers?
So how do you know he did it then? Lasers in the 1600s?
Yeah, Gauss was very smart. People don't know this, but he was
Yeah,
like
Cook.
a
he used
genius.
lasers in the 1600s.
Yeah, he had all sorts of, he knew all sorts of things that nobody knew about.
So he had a laser 400 years or 350 years before it was invented.
Oh yeah, people are still finding out stuff he knew. Like, the guy was a genius.
Okay, he's rewarded to trolling.
Yeah, he's trolled enough, I think, for the night. The second you say that they had a
So just
laser,
remember what your experience here was that you came in with nothing and you're leaving with nothing.
you got the big nothing bag.
We
You
asked
just
you for evidence that the Earth was a globe, and you didn't provide anything. You talked about mathematics.
Which is what a lot of them do, right? Like a lot of them have to go that route
oh yeah.
because they can't provide the evidence, so they have to turn to a piece of paper and says, "No, trust me, bro. It makes sense on paper, and the formula it comes like it adds up."
Yeah,
And then
yeah, it adds up, man. It's all in the math. Dude, check it out right here.
right,
Got it
Now,
all.
no, start the sentence, but now imagine, right? And that's really what it is. It's just imagine
right. When they
the whole
start
thing.
that way, then okay, we got it.
It's not even about getting it or getting them, dude. It's just like, hey, dude, you're lost in your own head, right? We're talking about out here in the real world, where I am right now. I'm sitting outside on my porch looking at the real world, real grass, real trees, real land, right? This is where the earth, the shape of the earth is. It isn't on a piece of paper or on a freaking screen in your house.
Welcome, Flatsy.
Hello, guys. Do I sound good on here?
Sound
Oh
good?
hell yeah!
I'm on my headset, so on my PC. So
It sounds good.
Yeah, we're
Oh
still
yeah, this sounds
asking.
way better than Discord, man. Your sound quality is great right now.
Yeah, it is kind of. It's a bit buttery.
good, nice.
A little too buttery. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
You could
Sounds like
probably
a
hear me smile. You could hear me smile, like the spit and stuff
sounds like
Yeah,
a
we need.
phone
from
sex
my
call.
like my mouth spreading over my teeth.
Yes. Speaking of the people that are trying to attempt, if there's anybody in here that thinks that the Earth is a globe, we're gonna throw you a mic so you can come up here to the stage and present your evidence. We're doing a series, right? 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 7, Globe. Huh? What is it good for? And that's what we're asking you guys, right? Hashtag Flat Earth. Go ahead and repost the stream, retweet the stream, however you want to call it, because X took over. So let everybody know that we are open for business. 24/7 Flat Earth is a group on Discord, and we're over here now on X. We're making our presence known here, so you guys can take part in just hanging out with us. So appreciate you guys who are joining us right now. And if you think that the Earth is a globe, please come up to the stage. We'll give you the mic, and then you can tell us how the Earth is a globe and provide your evidence of it. Other than that, I'm your host, Alpha Veritas. We have Apocryphon as my co-host. Indio was here, but he just left. He might come back. We got people on the panel right now: Flat Decline, Relay Criterion, Slebsman. What's up, guys? The dudes in here: President, Doctor Retarded, who you heard just talking, trying to produce evidence with mathematics. But yeah, he can't provide evidence that the Earth is curving in any way because he did not test for that. He needed 100-mile electrical cord laid on the Earth, all across the Earth, and then he's going to be able to do it. Also, he requested $10,000 from us, but to start this test, because he said that's a valid way to do it, which he's, I don't know why he doesn't have anything in academia already providing that evidence for him. It's weird, right?
I'm willing to bet that he would get the money and then run off and use it on himself.
Right.
Willing to bet
But
that.
Sounds familiar. Don't you know? Sounds pretty
Yeah.
familiar. That's what people want to do in this arena. They think that it's some sort of untapped potential that they can make some money off of. And in a sense, it's kind of true. Don't get me wrong, but not to the degree of making thousands and thousands of dollars off of unsuspecting people, off of something that you're clearly just scamming. You're
Right.
calling it something that it isn't, and then saying the weirdest things like, okay, you have to agree with us that if there's a 24-hour sun, it debunks the A.E. Gleason's map, like slash Gleason's. Dude, are you understanding what you're saying? So you're trying to disprove a globe projection?
Yep.
You're just trying
Essentially.
to disprove your own worldview. Good job. Wonderful.
Yeah, go ahead and raise your hand, guys, if you want to speak, or maybe APOC just chuck mics at you and
I did.
see who was live.
Everyone's got one. Check down by your feet. Hey, that's what I was gonna ask. When I send a mic, does it like expire, or does it like, do you, if you don't receive it right away, are you still able to grab it?
I
Maybe
think they
someone
can
could.
get it still. It's just they're not picking it up. Is what it is.
Okay, they're not picking up what I'm putting down.
Nope.
They're not smelling what you're stepping in, buddy.
Oh man. Well, I mean, if anyone wants one, just raise your hand. I guess just request. I'll keep my eyes open for that. No worries.
We got Slebsman here. What's up, Slebsman? And Riley Carcharian. What's up, guys?
Same flat day, same flat time.
Yep.
Yeah, I just got back from a festival. So we had a good time at the festival. Got to eat
Nice.
good. Got to have a good time with friends and people. It's such a small town. I know just about everybody.
Oh, that's cool. So it's like a reunion, huh?
Kind of. Yeah, I would say that it's more like other people come into town because it's like a free concert for anybody that likes any of the bands that are playing. But they're not. Um, the headliner is usually a pretty big deal, but all of the bands that they hire are like headliners.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Sounds like fun.
It's not the best though. We're talking about like B tier musicians usually.
Like the guys he went to high school with that never made it famous.
Fuel played tonight, and something Ezra.
I don't
Either
know.
way, they were kind of big in the '90s, but Now we have them as headliners on Foothills Festival. Anyways,
Yeah, anybody out there, if you're listening, please, if you could like the space and maybe even share it, um, retweet it, repost it, even on other platforms, that'd be cool. We're just trying to get people in here, um, people that can
Yep.
bring evidence.
We're on here for a good bit, so we'll be here for a couple hours. If not, what did we do yesterday? We went all the way to like 8 in the morning my time.
10 hours.
Yes, it was about 10,
Yeah, you
10
guys
or
are
11,
insane.
somewhere like that. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we did
Me,
it
me
10,
and
10
APOC.
hours. It's good times.
And we had numerous
did you
people that
have
pop in and out.
QE?
So yeah.
Didn't you
Yeah,
have QE in here?
yeah, we did. You can
Yeah.
listen to the stream how it went. Like he was trying to get his bearings with like how to
I
work this
listened
thing.
to it. It was a disaster.
Yeah, yeah.
he couldn't figure it out.
Well, it's weird because we gave him co-host, but the problem was he couldn't use the co-host like features. So he got frustrated, and like one of the features is you can mute the space. Where he was on PC, and if you're on PC as a co-host, you cannot mute the
I'm
space
on
for some
PC
reason.
right now,
Yeah,
actually.
so
So
if we
I wanted to figure out how to use it on PC because I got all of it's so much easier to use it on your phone. The app on the phone is so much
yeah,
easier. I don't see the nest. I don't see anything, and it is a lot harder on PC.
that's because nobody's posted on the Nest just yet. But if somebody does it, it'll appear right above us. But once somebody like either APOC or me or any of the speakers that are here, if you're a speaker of a space, you can actually post in the Nest. You can if you wanted to. But we got some people listening in right now, and welcome to the chat, guys. 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 7. I've kind of clickbait titled it "Globe, huh? What is it good for?" So if you guys are thinking that the Earth is as a globe is good for something, yeah, I'd like to hear what you guys have in mind. But this is a continuing series. We're gonna keep going. Gonna rock it till the wheels fall off. We've already been uh, pretty prominent on Discord. We got a 35,000 man server. So yeah, I've been doing this for like over 9.5 years. So we have a lot of people here very knowledgeable, and all you guys got to do is come up here and present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Pretty simple.
All right. Brought Rob up or bringing him up. Rob, when you get up here,
Cool.
the floor is yours.
Go ahead, sir.
Maybe it's a delay. But Rob, you got the floor when you're ready.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. It must have been in between the change when he said something I didn't hear him. But
No worries.
yeah. But I'm not convinced that the Earth is flat. Because
What's got you ailed by
I mean,
flat Earth? Let's hear that.
well, I mean, when I wore a younger man's clothes, I learned that when I threw up a baseball up in the air, what came back down.
Okay. So things that go up come down. That doesn't mean globe Earth.
I think we can thank Captain Obvious for that one.
Okay.
All right.
Rob, you got anything else?
Well,
That was easy. That was
well, I
easy.
mean, I was right straight to the point. I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
how.
but I'm telling you straight to the point that really does not prove your worldview of a globe.
Well, it did to me.
Why?
Rob,
That's all that matters.
No, he's serious, guys.
I know.
He's
I'm
serious.
saying why,
I
man.
just want to thank you, Rob. That did make the list, by the way. We have a list. It is. I threw the baseball up and it came back down. Proofs for globe. So thank you.
That's so silly.
And
All right,
we're
guys.
gonna dive into it. We'll dive into it.
Yeah, I can actually dive into it a little bit in depth if you want me to, Rob. But it's so unnecessary because we know this instinctively. We don't even need to go really far deep in depth with it. If you want me to, I will, but it doesn't seem necessary. Do you think that I need to?
No, I don't think so, because I think that I'm convinced
Convinced
that the
of a
world.
globe?
Well, I mean, take a look at this. The
What?
astronauts went to the moon, and they came
Oh,
back.
did they? Are you sure?
Wow, this is
Well, I
great.
mean,
All right, I'm going to
so
add
they,
another one to the list. Thanks again, Rob. Thank you for that.
Like
Astronauts
you're
went to
making
moon.
all of these crazy claims and you can't back them up yourself. You just have to tell us because you believe it. Like
okay, well
you
then,
believe it
about
and then we have to believe it too. Like
okay,
you don't have any way to back it up, right? You know,
well, how
right?
about
Rob?
this? If
Okay.
you throw up a baseball up in the air,
That would
guarantee
never
it's going
prove
to
a
come back
globe.
down.
That would never prove a globe. Why would that prove a globe?
Well, you gotta just you gotta be smarter than than a fifth grader.
What? Okay.
Oh, the irony. All right.
Okay,
Got
yeah,
you.
I know. Here's the irony, Rob. So the things that will go up and come back down, you apply energy to those things because those things are not just falling down from the sky, right? They're given some sort of energy to go up and then come back down like a parabolic arc, right? So the reason why things go down is because down is something that just is. If you if you supply some sort of energy to something, throw it, it's going to come back down if you throw it. You know, it is a fact of reality. So I can give you a citation on something if you want to read through it. There's definitely something that they're applying a globe. They're not actually using a globe in any instance when they're figuring out a parabola or a parabolic arc of something that you throw, something comes down.
Okay,
Rob's, Rob's more lost.
yeah,
I think
well,
you just
okay, well, I would only say that you're entitled to your perceptions.
okay. That's there's some pretty deep wisdom coming from Rob. But does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe and can provide evidence for it in 2024? I ask you, gentlemen and ladies, can you provide the evidence? We're asking if you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe. It sounds a bit silly when I'm saying this, but because you go like, duh, we got pictures from space, the NASA rockets. Come on, guys, are you denying satellites? Um, if you think that's evidence, come on up. I want to talk.
Rob, if while we wait for someone to step up, I do want to ask you a question. Um, because something got thrown up and it came back down, how exactly does that give you um, some conclusive evidence that you know the shape of the ground of which that object is falling back down on upon?
Well, when I throw the ball up in the air, it's round, and when it comes back down and I catch it, it's round.
Are you talking about the ball's round or the earth is round?
Well, either or.
Okay, so how is how is the how is the shape of the ball going to determine the shape of the earth?
Because if I jump up in the air and come back down, it's the same thing.
Does that mean you're round, Bob? Rob?
No, I never
Okay.
that at
So
all.
okay, well, you're I'm asking though, no matter what's coming down, all right? You can throw up blocks and they come down. How does that prove the shape of the earth? how does something coming back down give you a shape of the Earth? You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think so, and I gotta kind of put a little bit more thought into that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think if you maybe just try to grasp what I'm asking in the sense of when you throw something up, you can be on a box, and that's the surface that you're on when you threw the things up. So they came down regardless of whatever shape you're standing on. But we are trying to prove your claim. I just want to know how we would do that. Because just throwing something up and it coming back down, it doesn't explain the surface of the ground. Hey, that's a rhyme. That's a song right there. I'm gonna write it down. Go
There you
ahead, Rob.
go. Well, like I said, I just, with all, it's a language that I don't understand. Let's put it this way. But I'm not convinced that the planet is flat.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you called it a planet, so you would need to be able to establish that it is what you're calling it, and that means like a spherical object in the vacuum of space. So we're asking, how do you prove that it has a spherical um, an aspect to its surface
How do you
without
prove that?
measuring the curvature first? So that would be what
How do
you
you
would need to
prove that
measure,
it
right?
isn't?
Curvature.
How,
Okay, so curvature would be drop over distance from any given um, point observation on the Earth, because it would be curving away from the observer, right? Okay, then we would need to establish that there's axial rotation so that the Earth is spinning. We would need to be able to verify that, measure that. And then we also need to have some sort of evidence that you can have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a barrier. So the vacuum of space needs to be addressed with the second law of thermodynamics. All of those are our arguments against like the globe paradigm. That's the base arguments that we need to go through,
okay, so
because those would be your base axioms, so to say.
okay, so let's assume for one moment that you are right and that
Yeah, that's the problem. It always takes
is
assuming it first and
well,
then something
what
else
what
after the
benefit
fact.
do you have from
Yeah, we don't need to assume anything. Let's not assume that the Earth is a
well, I
globe.
mean, I'm just agreeing with you.
Okay.
Okay? Uh let's assume that it is flat. Uh, now I lost my train of thought.
Oh, that's unfortunate,
That's
buddy. But let
that.
me
Oh,
tell you, we
I had
need
a good
to focus on three main points for the claim of the globe. That's curvature, that's axial rotation, and the vacuum of space adjacent to pressurized gas.
when's the last time you were out of the solar system?
What?
When was the last time you were out of the solar system?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have learned about a solar system, but I don't experience that, nor do I have anyone who's ever proven that to me.
Well, Neil Armstrong did.
No, he didn't. No,
He's
he did
never been
not
to
prove
space.
that.
Neil Armstrong has never been outside of the solar system. No one has.
I've heard of that before, and you know,
There's no,
there's a
that's
picture.
not good.
A
That's just
picture.
anecdotal. Okay, we need actual proof.
Well, then I would say that get on a rocket and find out.
Yeah, that's really stupid too. So why can't we just figure it out from the surface what the surface is?
Because you have to be able to see it far away too.
Oh, so you need to be able to have a God's eye view of the
why,
Earth to know
why
what the Earth is.
I'm forced to have to believe what you tell me.
Oh, so you're forced to believe. I'm not. I don't have to be forced
I
to
don't
believe anything.
that you should be taught what to believe. I think you got to find out for
You
yourself.
are taught what you believe. You don't have any evidence. If you did, you would tell us curvature, measure drop over distance right now. You would give us some sort of measurement of the axial rotation, and then you would give us an example that there is gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. Right now, go ahead.
Well, I don't need to.
Yeah, you do. This is your claim of a globe Earth
Yeah.
in the vacuum of space spinning
Mm-hmm.
and moving.
Well, how do you explain all these other planets then?
What are you talking about? They're just
Well, I mean, when
stars.
you look up in the sky and
Yeah, they're stars.
you see all those stars.
Yeah,
Those
they're
are
stars.
planets.
They're stars.
Planets.
Okay, stars still.
Well, but they're still planets. The
They're
moon's
still
a planet.
stars.
The moon's a planet. Jupiter's
No, the moon is a moon.
It's
What?
still a planet.
No, it's not a
It's a planet.
planet. It's a moon.
Hold on. So
Earth is a
It's
planet.
the moon, actually. If you want to get technical, it's the moon. There's
The
only
Earth
one moon.
is a planet.
W-
The
There's
sun
one
is a
sun, and
planet.
then there's stars. So you got a moon, you got a sun, you got stars.
Mhm.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about?
Well, they're all round.
They're round?
They're all
He's been there.
They're
He's been there.
round.
He's been there.
They're circular, ain't they?
They're
They're circular.
circular or they're round?
They're circular, ain't they?
Are they round circular or are they round spherical?
Whoa, what do you think?
I think that they may just be lights.
So you think they may be like?
Yeah, because I don't know. I just think that they may be lights.
Oh, so you don't?
They appear as lights.
You don't know then?
I would never say that I know something that I don't know. Do you want to tell me something that you don't know?
I don't know. What do you want me to tell you that I don't know?
Yeah, that they're spherical? You don't know that, but you want to tell me that.
Well, you don't know that they're not, but you want to tell me
You
that.
don't know that. You
I
don't
love
know that they're spherical. You don't know that they're what you're told that they are. You really don't know that, and you want to tell me that they are that.
because I could
You don't
find
know
out
that.
myself.
You don't know that, and no one else knows that. They've never seen those things in the sky being spherical objects. Ever.
You can't prove otherwise.
You can't prove the fact of the matter.
Well,
You
neither can
prove
you.
otherwise, prove.
Neither can you.
Like, which way do you want to go? Do you just
I mean,
say,
you tell
hey,
me.
it could be,
Is the
bada
glass
bing, bada boom, it could be? Like, I don't
the
know.
glass half full or is it half empty?
Dude, is it a sphere or is it not?
I believe it is, yes.
Oh, you believe it. That's
Exactly.
that's a religion.
And
You want to be a religious zealot and tell me to believe the same thing?
Religion into this and
Yeah,
what's
but
next?
you did because you
Politics?
said you believe. You brought it in here.
You're gonna equate politics into this too?
You said you believe.
I do.
That means that it's a religion.
Well, I mean, according to you, it is.
No, acceptance without evidence is belief.
Well,
Whatever.
like
It is.
Rob.
I know to your perceptions, even
So
though
Rob,
No, you are the one digging yourself into a hole, buddy.
I'm not.
You are.
I know who I am.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Rob,
I
what was your
know
evidence
who
again,
I
Rob?
am.
Rob, what was your evidence again that the Earth was a globe? What was the evidence?
It's round.
Dog shit.
It's round.
No, I think he said he threw a ball up and it came back
Rob's a
down.
Rob. Hey, Joey's
Okay.
been Rob. He's a legend. Rob's a legend, all right? Joey's on him, all right?
He's okay. But having somebody say that they threw a ball up and it came back down, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's just like what Flatty was saying. Bada bing, bada boom. Right? The Earth's a globe.
Okay, so you got something to think about.
No, I don't. Actually, you gave me nothing to
I
think
wasn't
about. You gave
to
me
you.
a
I wasn't
brain aneurysm
to you.
almost.
The host.
All right, look, listen. We'll give other people the chance to come up here. I've named a little clickbait title for the room. Globe, huh? What is it good for? You know, kind of like the song. So if you think the globe is good for something, come on up here and let us know what you think the Earth as a globe. What is it good for? Because we know 24/7 flat Earth. We have a continuing series, right? We're on episode 7. We just came out on X, so our group is now being established here. So for you guys to know, we're going to be here on X. We're here to stay, and there's a lot of us that are part of the team. But there's like 3 of us in here right now. But you're gonna see more of us. Well, there's more than 3. There's some in the listening audience. But if you want to follow us, just go ahead and see if you can follow on my profile page and just follow me. Whenever I go live, I'm usually starting up a space and I'm getting everybody in here to kind of like come in here for 24/7 flat Earth. So if you see me, then most of the team is gonna be following in here with me. So we're gonna asking the people that think that the Earth is a globe certain questions, right? We don't see that this is a debate. It's not a debate. This is more akin to an interrogation. Basically, we're asking the question: we want to know if you think the Earth's a globe. How does the surface of the Earth have any curvature, and has it been substantiated that the surface of the Earth has been measured to have curvature, as in drop over distance? The second question we would be asking is the axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. Has it been measured that the Earth is spinning on its axis? Third question would be the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe. Is it possible that we live in an open system, like the Earth being a globe, that we can have matter and energy transfer back and forth from the surface on outward without anything containing the gas pressure that you and I are breathing? So essentially gas pressure without a container. So if it's possible, those are the 3 questions we'd be asking. If you want to come up here and substantiate any one of those claims that I said, then we would entertain you kind of telling us that. So, but if you have any other ways that you can provide evidence for the Earth being a globe, please come on up here. We'll listen to you and see if you can, I guess, withstand the scrutiny and possibly the rigor of your claim, evidence. So, go ahead, guys.
I would say that I would like to tack one on only and only if somebody wanted to discuss it. But the fact that information is another thing that you can add to that or tack on to it. So we can discuss what information is.
Yeah, sure. Does anybody in here believe or think, postulate that the Earth is a globe? And it sounds kind of silly me asking this question in 2024 because we have pictures from space and all kinds of good stuff, right? So if you think any of that will hold up scrutiny, I invite you to come up here and we'll talk about it. We'll see if it does hold up its weight and its merit. If it can stand by itself, who knows? But we won't know unless you come up here and kind of engages. So that's what we hope for, anyway. But yeah, the ball's in your court, pun intended. By the way,
Hey,
appreciate you guys coming in. Go ahead,
hey,
make
has
it
Rob
on.
seen? Sorry, bro. Sorry. Has Rob? Have you seen the International Space Station footage, brother? You know where they're. Yeah. Has anybody showed him like where there's some strings being pulled and the CGI? You know.
I don't know. We had
Have
to
you
ask
seen that, Rob?
Rob. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere. I haven't been thrown out yet, so I guess I'm still here.
Oh, you're not. There's no need for that.
You
We're
gotta
not
you gotta talk to this guy a certain way. He's like bada bing, bada boom,
gonna.
like black or white.
Well,
Well,
just as
that's the thing is, you call it like the fuck you say it.
all right. So just as a
Either
gentleman.
this or that. It can't be whatever someone made up.
Okay. Just as the gentleman said, have you heard of the ISS, the International Space Station? Do you know what that is, Rob?
Yeah, I see it fly over occasionally over my house.
Okay, so do you know what it is?
Well, I mean, I'm not a scientist or anything, but I'm going to assume it has to do with signals and communication and stuff, and that it goes around the Earth.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. So it's a vehicle that's in the is it the upper part of the troposphere, lower part? I'm not really sure exactly in that range, but it's up there in altitude in the sky at 255 miles above the Earth's surface. It's circling around the globe every 90 minutes, and it has a crew full of people that's inside of it that are experiencing weightlessness because, according to the narrative, the ISS is in a decaying orbit around the surface of the Earth, above the surface, 255 miles above, and it's been falling around the Earth for over 20 years, a bit above 20 years. So it's shooting around the Earth at an astonishing rate of 17,500 miles per hour. Now, to kind of put that into perspective, a bullet fires out of a barrel of a gun at 1,000 miles per hour. So them guys up there, I mean, they're cooking, brother. They're really moving up there. So according to the way they're proposing it to us is that it's really not even an inconvenience for those guys. I mean, going that speed in space, no, because there's no resistance. I mean, obviously they can travel whatever speed. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it, right? 90 minutes around the globe, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right? So none of that seems to matter when it comes to like the physics involved. So therefore, there's a lot of story that's involved to like what this craft is and how it exists in that specific area. Because according to the temperatures that range in the troposphere, thermosphere, I said it wrong, not troposphere, it's a thermosphere. Sorry. So in the thermosphere, it's about what 4,000 degrees up there. It's extremely hot. But according to what they're saying, with all the rhetoric, is that because there's not enough molecules up there, there's no way for the surface of things to heat up. Problem is, we have something that has a lot of molecules, the ISS. So it does
Yep.
have a surface that
But
the
Alpha,
sunlight.
Alpha, somebody
Go
told me,
ahead.
somebody told me they've got a unlimited amount of, uh, what is it, hair gel up there as well, man. They can, like the hairstyles. Have you seen the hairstyles footage?
Yeah, they got funny. The women got like their hair all like with hairspray everywhere, and it's just there's kind of like, I mean, if you look at it, the production value is pretty low standard. It is not anything near any Hollywood would have to offer. So what we notice is we see some anomalies, right? And we can just like make it on. Is that your name, Macedon? We could say Megadon has just pointed out one of the anomalies, which would be the hairspray on the women's hair that are in the ISS. It looks like it's really stiff, and it's
It's
just like
stiff. It's
holding.
stiff as a dick.
It's holding in one place. But if I want you to compare something really quickly, 'cause we're on this subject, right? So if you've ever seen one of those planes that do parabolic arcs, like they call them the vomit comet, but it's the one where people can actually go on the plane ride and they take a nosedive, and the people inside that plane are weightless for a certain amount of time as the plane's taking a nosedive. Well, in that moment of free fall, people inside that plane experience weightlessness. So the problem with that is that in there we can see like how people's hair actually reacts to weightlessness for a moment in time, and it seems a bit more fluid in that specific parabolic descent. So when the plane is actually taking that nosedive in that short amount of time, we see that the women's hair, when it's inside the plane, it's flowing. It actually looks like it's supposed to if in a free fall. But when you go to the ISS and compare the two, it seems like the hair doesn't move the same. There's
Yeah, they're
something
creating a
different.
zero gravity environment. They're creating a gravity
Right.
environment, and you can see that the hair, it doesn't fucking stick like it's got hairspray.
Mhm.
It's free flowing. It's free flowing.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of anomalies such as that. It looks to be sometimes that, and we're just pointing out some of the inconsistencies, right? And they're explained away because I've been doing this for quite some time, so I've heard it all. I know all of the ways that they try to kind of rescue these ideas from it being like something that people say. Well, what about this? They'll say, don't worry about it. Like in this particular instance, something happened, and this is what happened. So, um, when it concerns to that, like really they don't have much explanation with the hair, but there's like some where it looks like people are holding onto wires when they look like they're floating, and there's like you can tell like their clothing in the back of them looks like it's being tugged upwards, so you can almost see like there's a string there that it's like invisible, And kind of like the ones where it shows like with people that are on stage when it looks like they're flying, but you can't see the string because it's so thin. And so that's the kind of wiring that they use. And sometimes even with like video editing, you can edit stuff out. So they use a
Hey,
lot of CGI imagery and
it,
it's
it's embarrassing.
augmented
It's
reality.
embarrassing.
Yeah,
It's
it's
augment.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, the level at which the production value that's been done, it's really not high standard, high quality. It's just to me it seems like middle of the road type of production value. Doesn't it, you can like the ISS itself, like if we were to send the best and the brightest up there, like the idea behind it, right? You were to send the best and the brightest up there to go and take part in this like great achievement of mankind, like they're doing good stuff for humanity up in that region of space, then you would think they'd be doing some pretty technical stuff. They'd be all buttoned up. They'd have all their stuff looking really nice. But when you take a look at the ISS from just at a glance, the whole guy got wires everywhere and like not even professionals down here that work with like any type of computing industries or like wiring, they would have everything nice and organized. But when you look at the ISS, it looks like a hot mess. Everything's everywhere. It looks like they're disorganized. It just doesn't have the feel of something that would be with people that are professional. It just seems like you're going to your friend's basement, like to hang out and have a party. It just doesn't have the same kind of I don't know, like scientific field. It's I don't
It
know.
looks like aesthetically, it looks like a mess, and you
Yeah, it looks
can't.
like a mess.
Look, you fucking grab your leg grabs a wire. They're gonna rip something out, man.
Yeah. There's
You
a lot
can't
of
afford that shit.
there's a lot there that we could point out to say like this doesn't look right. I mean, if we were to send the best and brightest up there, well, at least they would have some order to what they do with the electronics that they're using. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Like, but we've seen movies where stuff
I
looks
would say
really
that
packed away and nice and neat. Go ahead.
I say that it makes more sense that the vector down is according to every point and on a horizontal plane. That's why you have the parabola. That's why you have anything else. I would say that it's because that you're on a plane. Also, we measure the celestial objects in the sky uh, with elevation angles. So the celestial objects that we use in the sky, which would be Polaris and the sun, and then things in a relative position to Polaris for south of the equator. But the equator would be your um, your point where you would see Polaris on the horizon. So that's an elevation angle of 0. So you have an elevation angle that you're using up to that point. You're measuring the flatness of the water because if you're using a sextant and celestial navigation, you're measuring the Earth flat, all to the point of the ground position of Polaris, all the way to the equator. That's a circle of equal elevation around Polaris. You have a problem there. You're measuring the Earth flat at least up to the equator. At least, I'll give you that. And then beyond that, there's a bit of discrepancy here and there because the celestial objects in the sky don't act like they do in the north of the equator. I'll give you that. Okay? I can give you that because that's not the Earth. The Earth is actually the orientation that we stand on is flat. We are measuring it flat too with celestial navigation and circles of equal elevation, like the equator around Polaris, a
He explained
circle of equal elevation.
the ocean.
What? Sorry, Rob, I didn't hear you.
I said, how do you explain the depths of the ocean and lakes and stuff?
I didn't make that claim, Rob. I just told you the
Why you
surface
no
of the
ocean
oceans.
there
The
and there's no lake?
surface of the waters that we use to do celestial navigation with the sextant out at sea, we need it to be using the horizon, which is zero elevation, and it also factors in the way that we see because the horizon is at near eye level, because the ground is below us. So you need to take that into consideration. So the horizon is where below us appears to meet the sky. That's the way that we see. It's just the way our eyeballs work. So we can factor that in at least. And you're seeing what? How far away? You don't factor in how far away the horizon is. You just see the horizon where you see it. And it's always 0 degrees at sea.
Well, if I look into the lake or an ocean, I see the ground.
You see the lake or the ocean shows you the ground? What?
Yeah, look through the water because it's deep.
Well, it will give you an idea of the ground orientation, but you don't see the ground when you're looking out at the horizon on the sea.
I'm talking about when it falls from the sky.
The ground falls from the sky. What?
Talking about,
Rob.
we'll go back to the baseball. If you
Okay.
throw it up in the air, okay, if you throw it like towards the ocean or towards a lake, it's gonna fall into the water. It's inevitable. It's not gonna bounce. It's not gonna stop right there in midair.
Literally nobody said that. Nobody made
Hey,
that claim,
and
Rob,
then
and
y'all
then you're
been
just
saying
saying that
that
we
the
did.
planet is
We
round, it's
must be
circular.
saying that, right?
Well, I'm using that as an example.
Yeah,
The
but you're
planet
wrong. We
is round.
didn't say that, and we would
If
never
it was
say that.
flat, there would be no water on this planet.
This is a
Good
funny
grief.
conversation. I'm gonna tell you right now, Rob. I've never heard anybody say anything like you said tonight. I appreciate you talking tonight. You got me laughing over here. I like it. You said that when you look at when you look at the ocean or the lake, you see the ground. Uh, I
Absolutely. When you
I wasn't sure how to take that at first, but I think I
come
understand what you
on,
mean.
I'm
I
all,
think I understand what you mean.
I would say that the orientation of the ground is, the good way to look at the orientation of the ground is the orientation of the seas.
okay. So what's underneath the sea?
No, we're talking about the sea level.
What's okay?
Rob,
Well, how deep is the
what is
sea?
sea level?
Are you saying there's no sea now?
Are you telling me that the sea isn't level?
Are you telling me that there is no depth in sea water?
I could. It would be the
Really?
same thing as
How
you saying that there's
do you
no end to the
boat?
sky.
How do you explain the fact that we have submarines
Rob, you didn't
and we
listen
have
to me.
boats and everything that are out there?
I
There's no
didn't
sea.
say that it's true. I said that I could tell you that because you tell me that there's no end to the sky. You
There
think that
isn't.
it's never ending because
There
it's
you go. You just
a
proved her
void
point.
of space. So I could tell you that the sea is never ending because we can't actually go to the depths of the sea
Sure you
fully.
can.
So I could tell you that it's never ending because we can't fully explore the depths of the sea.
I don't know about that. We have drones and
I
stuff.
know about that. That's
Oh,
what you're telling me. You're telling me that since I can't observe the depths of the sea, it must be never ending.
well, I mean, maybe because you choose not to look at it.
No, I didn't say that I actually believe that, Rob.
Have
I
you
said
been
that
out on
that
the
is
lake
pretty
before?
much what you're telling me to do.
Have you been out on the lake before?
Yes, I've been deep sea fishing
Okay,
before.
so then when you go into the water, you go underneath.
What? No. If you
Yeah,
go into the water, if you go swimming in the water, you're
yeah, it makes sense,
you're
doesn't it?
you're floating.
But you can still go under the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you know.
that's because you're an intelligent being. You know
Yeah,
how to
uh,
dive in and come
man,
back up for air. You know.
Boy, I missed that
Oh,
term.
so this is what I said. I was saying that information can be something tacked on to the three questions for the globe. But you're not even
True.
addressing anything for the globe. You're making the globe look horrible, Rob. You
No,
need to you need to do
no,
better.
because common sense will tell you that the world is round. It's not.
Oh,
Rob, Rob,
okay. So
It is.
why do
Rob.
I look at horizontal horizons?
Well, I don't know. Maybe
Tell
it's
me
just
where the
maybe
common
it's
sense
because
is
it's.
that the Earth is a toilet paper roll cylinder.
I didn't say it was a toilet paper roll
Yeah, but you might as
cylinder
well
either.
be because what are you saying? I don't look out and see a
Saying
horizon
that it's
and think,
like
"Oh,
a.
it's a globe." I look out and see the horizon is horizontal.
Mm, well, keep running. You'll
Rob,
get.
Rob. Hey, Rob. Do you understand what she means by when
I
she
I
says that?
I, I
That
understand what she's saying, but it doesn't make any
okay.
sense at all.
Okay.
That's your
Okay. So
problem, Rob.
Well,
okay.
I'm
So hold on. Let's
very
try.
because
simple.
I
I'm
don't need
Uh,
simple.
God
let's
what
try
to
to make it make
believe.
sense, Rob. Hey, Rob. Let's try to make it make sense. Okay. So, do you know what horizontal means?
Yes,
Okay. What does it mean? Go ahead,
straight
please.
across,
Okay.
and
So
vertical means
no change in
down,
elevation, left to right.
and vertical means up and down, right?
Okay.
Right.
So
Yeah, how do
yes.
you
So
have that
what?
on a globe?
So
So now we've concluded that horizon is straight across and vertical is up and down. All right, go ahead.
yes. Okay. So the horizon is straight across, right? It's not going to be curving downwards at the ends, right?
Well, I don't know anybody
Because
that can see that way. Can you?
no, this is what I'm trying to get to with you, Rob.
I
If the horizon, you've already agreed that horizontal means straight across, right? It doesn't curve downwards. If
far
it's
as
curving downwards, then it's no longer horizon, right? It's a
far as
slope.
I can see.
Okay.
But you
So if
can't
you're
see a
standing on
planet.
Welcome to
But
Flat
it
Earth.
can't.
Rob.
Like, big, you can't
Rob,
see
if
all the way. That wouldn't make any sense.
okay, hold
If the
on, Rob.
planet
So
if the planet were flat, okay,
okay, you keep
like
saying planet.
hey, I'd be able to
Rob.
see the back of my head, and that's
Rob.
Oh,
not
oh.
gonna happen.
Wait,
Rob,
hold on.
listen, do you
You can see
understand?
the back of his
Do you
head.
understand that saying it's a planet like is presupposing that it's a spherical thing in the vacuum of space, right? So
That's
that would
right.
mean that it's a planet if it's a spherical thing in a vacuum of space.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
So
we are telling you it's not that. It's
Well,
not
I
spherical.
was I was
It's not in the vacuum of space that it doesn't occupy some sort of vacuum of space. The earth is the place that we exist and everything in the celestials that happen above us.
so Rob, just real quick, back to the horizon thing. Let me ask you a question. On the surface of a sphere, are there horizontal lines?
I don't know because I can't see on across the other side.
No, no, no. Hold on. You could get a ball in your hand, Rob. You don't need a huge earth. We're talking about a sphere. Are there any horizontal lines on a sphere?
To
The
a certain
answer is no, Rob. There
to a
is
certain
no horizontal lines on a sphere. So a horizon does not actually make sense on a
but you can't
sphere.
see around the planet. It's too fucking big.
You can only see
Yeah.
as far as you can see because of your eyeballs, Rob.
Okay, so then you can't tell me that it's flat if you can't see all the way around.
Your eyeballs are the
Ah,
reason why you can't see anything further than what you do.
Okay,
But
so
thankfully,
then God
Rob,
made a
listen,
mistake. Then
Rob, hush
created
for a
me.
second. Listen, hold on. Listen. Your
Yes. What
eyes,
do?
let me tell you something. Your eyes resolve the the surface against the sky the way that the surface will rest against the sky. So, the horizon is where your eyes resolve the surface against the sky. because you can't resolve the sky fully and you can't resolve the surface fully, but you resolve the surface much quicker and like closer to you. It's quicker because it's always closer. You can only resolve the surface so much uh, shorter than you can resolve the sky against it, because there's so much more of the sky above you than there is the surface below you.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Now, Rob, the reason why I'm trying to home in on this, because I want you to understand, you keep going back to the Earth when I say it, but you can have a sphere in your room, Rob, or in your backyard, and you'd realize that there's no horizontal lines on a sphere. It's that's just not the way it works. A sphere would be made up of curved lines, right? All around it in all directions. Okay? 360 degrees everywhere. Nothing but curved lines make up a sphere. There's not one horizontal line on a sphere. So, if we have, with that logic, Rob, and that understanding, when somebody says, "Oh, when you look out to the ocean, you can see the curvature of the earth," that makes zero sense, because you're looking at a horizon which cannot exist on the surface of a sphere. And the ocean, they would call the surface of earth that they're looking over. So do you understand so far what I'm saying, Rob?
I understand
Water always
exactly what
seeks
you're
level,
saying. I don't
Rob.
believe. How do you explain all of the fish and whales and shit like that that come up
Nobody is
underwater?
making claims about that underwater, Rob.
Because that's where the fish live.
Okay, so they're underwater, but the water on the surface is level. What does it matter what the life forms are like under the water?
Oh, okay, so then
so,
you agree me that there is under the
Yeah,
water.
but the
so
surface of the water is level.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's level. It's not curving.
Okay.
Okay, you can't have
all right.
a planet in meat hooks. Let's say I'm doing meat hooks over here. So you can't have a planet that's not curving with the water curving. It's got 70% water, right?
Okay. Oh, what?
So the water is
Let me hear
level.
you correctly. What you're saying is the planet is completely flat,
We're not on a planet.
or that Earth is completely flat.
There you
Okay, there
go.
you go.
That, really? Okay.
The
Don't
water
make
is
it.
flat.
But
The
yeah,
water is flat,
yeah,
Rob.
I
Rob,
know it. The water's flat.
Yeah, the water is
But
flat. The surface of the
beings
earth
flat too.
is it has topography, Rob. So the
Is it?
surface of the earth has topography, but we're saying the orientation of the earth is horizontal. Like the water is horizontal. The earth has to take form to what's level, like the water does.
Okay, so if it's
We
flat,
need those to be in
what
synchron.
difference does it make whether it's flat or whether it's round?
Oh, so you want to know why they lied?
Well,
Okay.
what difference does it
Yeah,
make?
you don't care that
What
the
difference
actual
does it
evidence
make?
points to our side of the argument. You want to know why they would lie about it.
What difference does it make?
Yeah, but you want to act like there's no difference, but we're telling you
before
that
we
it's flat,
I
and
just
then
said,
you go back
okay,
to
so you say
why
that the
would
Earth
they
is
say
flat
that that
or
it's
that the
flat
planet
if it
is flat.
was?
Fine.
Who
Hey, Rob.
cares?
They're
Who
entitled.
Okay,
cares
Rob.
why they would say it? I don't care.
Hold on. Let's do this. Okay, Rob. We will get into why it matters, but first, do you finally understand that it's not the sphere that they've told us it to be?
No.
Okay. So then why are you jumping then to
So water's
why
not
they lie?
so water's not level. Do you
I don't know.
use
I'm not a.
water level, Rob?
I never claimed I was, and
Oh,
I
did
wasn't
you ever
here
say that
when
water's
you guys.
level?
So, you know, I mean, I don't know where you get your science at, but
Oh, so water's not level, Rob.
no,
Dude, are you kidding
water's
Rob,
me?
Rob. Oh my
water
god.
in your
I
view.
love Rob. Rob is
Water,
amazing.
in your view, is just something that's just one sheet of flat.
Oh
There's
my
no
Rob,
gosh.
and there's no
Rob, do me a favor.
food, so no fish
Rob,
can live in it. There's no wildlife. We're way,
Rob,
way further
there's
off
wildlife,
than
Rob.
Earth, right?
Rob, there's wildlife in the
No,
ocean. We
hey,
understand that.
can't be. I don't believe it.
Yeah,
If the
yeah.
planet's
Well,
flat, like
there
you
is.
said,
I've been
then
fishing.
no,
Wait. Hold on.
I've
no,
been
can't
deep
be.
sea fishing.
No,
Hold
can't
on.
be.
Wait.
Sheep
You can't
head.
because the planet's flat.
Wait.
Boat
Rob,
won't
Rob.
flat. The boat won't sail on the water because it's flat, right?
Dude, Rob, you're
No.
only proving our point. Welcome to
No
flat
boat
Earth.
can sail on top of a flat ocean or
Gosh.
pond or lake. It's flat. Can't.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No. Well, that might be what your opinion is, but I'm gonna
I'm
certainly
telling you
like
that the
no.
fact that the water is flat,
Then a
why
boat
would you
can't.
think that the majority of this curvature of the Earth would be the land, which is only less than 70%?
Okay.
30% of the Earth cannot make up all of the curvature.
Okay.
Rob.
So
So
then,
you've got flat water. Flat water.
yep.
Keep on
Flat water, no
rolling
boats to sail
down.
on, and no submarine
Listen, buddy, you're
because
not thinking.
it's
You're not
flat.
thinking about water being flat on its surface.
Well, no, it is. It's flat because
Okay,
the
then
Earth is one big
70% of the
fucking
known
flat.
territory, if it's water, then it's flat.
Okay.
All right, Rob.
The
So you
water's flat.
concede. Okay, Rob, you concede that the surface of water is flat, correct?
That's what you're saying.
No. But do you agree with
It
that?
is flat. That's the way
Let's
that we
say
see bodies of water.
So
They're flat,
if it's flat,
Rob.
then nothing can sail on it. No one can swim it.
why can't no one swim
It
in
won't
water
support
that's
it if it's flat.
okay? Can you jump in a swimming pool, Rob?
Not if the Earth is flat. You can't.
So
You can't.
What the hell, dude?
You can't
Swimming
if you.
pools are flat on their surface. The
Yeah.
water in a swimming pool is flat on its
Yep.
surface.
Yep.
Rob, so is
so
the
you can swim in
ocean.
it, right?
So
Yep.
is the ocean. So are the
Okay. So
lakes.
it's all
The
flat.
lakes, the
Yeah.
ocean, all of that's flat on its surface
Yep.
with water.
Yep. It's all flat
All right.
with water. All flat.
Okay. So now you understand, right, Rob?
Well, I
Like water.
understand what she's saying, but it ain't
We'll
comprehending. But I heard.
okay. We'll start off small, right?
Yeah,
Okay, Rob.
the
Well,
30%
Rob.
of land can't make up all of the curvature of
Well,
what they
because
show us when they tell us they're going to a vacuum of
there is
space
no.
that doesn't exist because gas pressure. Rob, they're telling us that they go somewhere that doesn't have gas pressure, that
Okay.
looks back at the gas pressure on Earth, that doesn't go into the vacuum of space because gas always fills space. Just like
Yep.
in your propane tank at home, if you have to fill up gas in a tank, it has to be contained, just like the gas on Earth has to be contained. We all
Okay.
have to have contained gas.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so there is no outer space, vacuum of space, that doesn't exist.
Rob, do you understand what she's saying?
I understand exactly what she's saying.
Yeah, that
Do you
stuff
agree
doesn't
with her?
exist.
Fuck
Do
no.
you?
Oh, so you think that you can have gas pressure without a container? Without
Believe
your
me, about 10
propane without a
years ago, I
tank?
let out some fucking gas.
You
That's
can't
for sure.
have your
The
propane
ones
without a
have been here.
tank. You can't have your gasoline without a tank. You can't have any of that without a tank.
Well, you can't have anything if the world is flat.
You, what? What are you talking about? I'm
Well, because
telling you that
everything,
this is the
according to
reason
you,
why the earth is flat, dude.
according to you, everything is all flat on this earth.
Okay, hold on
Is the
though. Hold
water
on, Rob.
flat?
According to
Is the
Rob.
water
you,
flat, Rob?
according to you, it is.
Hey,
Oh my
Rob, hold on.
gosh.
Hold on, Flatsy. Hold on, Flatsy. Hold on. Rob, let's start off small, okay? Is the water in your cup in the kitchen when there's if as long as you're not blowing on it, as long as not, you don't have a fan on it, Does it look pretty flat
It's flat.
and level? Okay. Then in a bathtub, if you ever filled up a tub of water, does it look flat and level?
It looks flat.
Okay. Can you get inside that tub?
No.
All right. Now you're just trolling, man. You can't get in the tub
No.
because it's flat water?
Because the water's flat. It won't support me.
Is the water supporting you or is the tub supporting you?
Everything like what you said was flat, I'd be able to walk on it, including water.
Okay, so do you understand
What
what we mean?
made
So do you
you think
understand
that,
what we
though?
mean by flat?
If the planet is flat, like you say, I should be able
Oh
to
my
walk
gosh.
anywhere, including on water.
What?
Yes. Makes sense to
Literally, no
man.
one said that, Rob. No
well,
one said that.
what I take away from it.
Then that's
Wow.
you using
Well,
your own imagination for your
that's
own
what I learned from
imaginative
you.
worldview.
That's what I learned from you.
Hey, Rob, you don't experience the Earth flat. You just have to imagine that it is
Oh,
a globe.
saying it's a figment of my own imagination.
Oh, you experience the Earth flat. Sorry, I messed that up. Okay, so you
Yeah,
experience the Earth flat, and then you act like it is a globe because it's flat. And then you also want to say that there is gas pressure that we're breathing, but there's no container.
Hey,
Like
what did
what?
we
Oh,
say we call the Earth rectangle?
we don't
Well,
actually
well, that's
measure or feel the spin of the Earth, but it's actually spinning. You have
Hey,
a complete worldview that is religious. You have
okay.
to
So
believe
which
it.
way?
Don wants to say something real quick. Let's let Don get in real quick. Go ahead, Don. You could unmute Don. Maybe there's a glitch.
No, it wasn't me. You're talking about Macedon? No, is there another Don?
I see you raising your hand.
No, bro. I'm just chilling out.
Oh,
Hey, it's been wonderful, man. This
that's what. Yeah,
conversation.
that's why I said. That's why I said maybe it was a glitch because sometimes it glitches out and it shows hands on people, but they're not even raising their hands.
No, this
So
is
my
this is
bad.
excellent, Rob. Keep an open mind, my brother. Okay, there's so much to discover here. It's amazing.
All I know is I came into this fucking world alone, and I'm leaving alone. And I could give a shit whether it's flat or
You don't
round.
have to leave alone. Somebody can be there with you while you are exiting the Earth.
Are you kidding me? I can't find anyone to put up with me, according to you.
Damn, Rob.
Yeah.
If you were my friend, I would put up with you enough to be there for you if you died. I
Well,
have an
why would
insufferable,
you?
really good friend.
Hold on a minute here. Why wouldn't you?
I have one of you in my life, and I promise you that I will not let him die alone, even though if it wasn't for me, he probably would.
That was pretty funny. Hey, T Dub, I see you down there. I threw you a mic if you want to jump up as well. Anybody else want to say something?
What up, T Dub?
Oh, you're back? Cool. Oh, man, you missed a really funny. I don't know if you were listening, but it was comical.
Was y'all
I'm
talking to
having a
Rob?
lot of fun with Rob
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, he said there's no fish. They don't survive in the water if it's flat.
If the Earth is flat, there's no
Crazy.
fish.
But the water is level, though. He said the water's level. So
Well, it
I
has
don't
to
know
be.
how he has to reconcile his worldview, but that's pretty funny.
I love you too.
Yeah, he gave some gems tonight.
Robbie rocks. That's all I got to say. Rob, you know me, bro. You're a fucking legend, man. I love listening to you. You're a legend.
We
I'm just another human being. That's all.
Yeah, I could tell because I am also.
Like I said, I came into this world alone through selfishness, and I'm leaving alone.
You didn't come into this world alone. You came through your mother's canal. But
Yeah,
Don't say that,
that's
Rob.
not
Don't say that,
alone.
Rob.
and then after I came out of that birth canal, I spent the first 3 to 5 years bouncing around from foster home to foster home. So I guess that makes me,
You,
a lot
What?
world.
He
you had a
what?
lot of friends then. You must have had a lot of friends then. You had more siblings than actual siblings. If you were in a foster home, you had a lot of people, a lot of kids around you all the time, probably.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that,
So you were raised in a foster home.
yeah, I shouldn't have been.
Dude, I'm sorry. I honestly want to like adopt kids because my husband doesn't want to have any more, and I want to like run one of those centers where you take in kids that are up for adoption, if that
Yeah,
makes sense. Yeah, I want to.
but
I
a lot of
want to.
the states in the United
I
States.
want to run one of those because I would never treat those kids badly. I know that they are treated badly
Well, I
in
mean,
most places. Those people that run those centers are only there for the money.
of course they are, and the taxpayers are the ones that pay for it.
Yeah, I kind of want to. I want to run my own so that those kids that are in mine would at least not experience people that are just there for the money. If that
Well,
makes sense.
I don't know. I've been
Yeah.
alone for 9 years, so I guess I'm okay.
Well, what those kids aren't
Rob,
experiencing.
we love you,
Check
even
this out.
though you're a Glober.
Yeah, what those kids aren't experiencing is the Earth rotating. So they don't experience that, nor do they experience the surface of the Earth curving in any way. So if anybody in here thinks that, well, come on up. Let's talk about it. You think the surface of the Earth is curving in some way? Can you substantiate that claim? We got some people here that are listening, and I submit to you, over the many years that I've been doing this, nobody's ever provided evidence of surface curvature, the Earth spinning on its axis, or the vacuum of space. But if you think you can, come on up.
Hey, you familiar with these AI bots? What do they have to say about the flat Earth?
Type it in, Rob. Go
I
to
don't have
ChatGPT right now
to.
and type it in.
I'm already convinced.
Nah, but being convinced and actually having evidence of something, it's very different. You could be convinced that, you know, Bigfoot is real. That doesn't mean it's real. Just you're convinced about it.
Nah, I don't. I'm not convinced that Bigfoot is real.
I know. I'm giving you an example, Rob. There's
Uh,
examples that I'm
But
giving you.
I'm convinced that's the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah. So many different things that you could be convinced of don't necessarily have to be real, right?
I don't know. I guess it depends on who wants to believe it and who don't.
Yeah. So you don't, because you think something is true doesn't mean that it's true, right?
Well, I've been wrong before.
Right. So you could be wrong in this particular instance, thinking the Earth's a globe.
Well, I don't know. I ain't found out yet.
I know. So therefore, you could be wrong, right?
No, because I'm leaving that option open.
So you can't be wrong is your other option.
I'm saying I'm leaving the option open.
So you could be wrong.
No, I could be right.
No, you could be
Yes,
wrong, Rob,
could be either or.
because you're believing that it is a globe. So not that you could be right,
I haven't
you could be
found out
wrong.
yet. The
You
jury's
may
still.
be right. I may be crazy. But it just, how's it go, that song? Rob, come on, help me out. But
The,
it just,
the
yeah.
jury is still out for me.
Yeah, the jury's still out, which means that it could be not a globe.
Or it could be a globe.
Yeah, either way. So now we understand
All
there's
right,
two
well,
things
then
that.
we compromised. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So now you understand the position that you're in. Either
Yep.
or.
That
How's it go? Now I
is
got it. But
not
it just
flat.
may be a lunatic I'm looking for. That's a beautiful
Oh, good
song, man.
pipes. Um
A
yeah,
Billy Joel song.
so for anybody else listening in, do you have evidence that's conclusively a globe? Can be either or. That's not substantiating the claim. We don't want to hear how people are convinced. We want to know if there's a method by which we've all been told that the Earth is a globe, unequivocally. So if you can say that it is a globe and have a method, come on up. I always invite people up here, but usually, time and again, people don't have the evidence that they think in their mind, because everybody's trying to work it out. They're like, "Yeah, I think it's a globe. Let me see. How do I know it's a globe? I don't know. I just
Yeah,
believe it."
we should. You know what we should do, brother? We should put a fund up. And is there anything that we can use to go to the poles? You know what I mean? Like it's.
Mm.
But we're gonna have to use some sort of technology that cloaks us. Cloaking technology.
Cloaking. No, I feel
We'll
like
get a fucking dinghy. A dinghy. You know what a dinghy is? A
yeah,
little
it's a small
little
boat.
boat. Yeah, and we'll get some cloaking technology, and then we'll go and check it out. But we're gonna
Yeah.
have to have good supplies.
Well, but check this out, Megadon. I think that aside from that, we don't need to do anything more than to ask them if there's any evidence for the claim. See, here's the factoid. If
They
there
got
was
none.
if there was evidence of the Earth being a globe, they would have already produced it by now. Do you know how long we've been doing this, brother? I mean, it's been a while. Nobody has come forward. There's nobody that's ever presented the direct measurement of Earth's curvature. They've only given us inferences. Well, we got a preponderance of evidence. There's many things. There's so much evidence. Really, name one. Name one thing that produces the evidence that the Earth has been directly measured as the surface is curving, as in drop over distance. Name one thing. Can't come up with one. Bankrupt. Empty handed.
This is your chance, Rob. Come on, man.
Well, I
Come
don't
on,
I
know.
Robbie.
challenge,
I'm telling you,
I
there's
challenge you
nothing.
to ask an AI bot.
Yeah,
You
what is
got
that gonna do?
nothing.
What's that gonna do for you? You ask an AI bot, the AI bot's gonna be telling
Yeah,
you.
you're asking a question with a question.
Yeah, so the
No,
AI,
So,
we're not.
the
We're
AI.
yeah,
asking.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
Okay,
we're
so
asking a.
The AI bot's gonna tell you the same thing that anybody in academia would. Of course, the Earth's a globe. Duh. Yeah. So what?
Well,
Yeah.
like the globe, like the icon here. I got in the picture here
What?
above my name.
What icon?
What icon?
Hmm? Anyway,
What?
The picture here that's in here.
What about your picture? What are you
Amy,
talking about, Rob?
talk about, there's the planet and its round.
Oh my gosh. So you're presupposing that it's a planet. So it's a spherical object in the vacuum of space already. And then you're saying whatever you want to say that that proves it, and it doesn't actually prove it at all.
his avatar is a person holding up what looks to be the moon in their hand.
Nobody, no
It's a
one has ever proven the globe Earth. Rob, do you think that you're the one that proves it? Please be the one. We're not trying to be flat earthers over here. We're trying to listen to your evidence for the globe. We've not gotten any. I've been out here for 2 years,
So
and
I
other
think
people have been out here
yeah.
for over 10 years. You haven't given them any measurement of a globe yet. Are you going to be the one, Rob?
The thing is, guys. The thing is,
not
like, we're not
today
we're not
because I can't
presupposing.
give you
Okay,
an
we don't know
answer.
what. Hey, look, we don't know the dimensions. That's the thing, Rob. We're not saying we're flat earthers. All right, flat earthers is a term. They use it, and it's been psyoped as well.
Yeah,
But what we're
hold on there,
saying is that we
Buckaroo.
just don't
Megadon.
know.
And yeah, we are saying we're flat earthers. There's a lot of misconception. All right, all right. Let me just clear the air. 24/7 flat
Yeah,
earth, what we stand for is that we are saying we are flat earthers. 100% unequivocally flat earth. And I'll tell you why. There's a very simple way I can go through this. I don't make any distinctions. I don't pull punches. I want you guys to realize what our stance is. We don't talk about what the other flat earth conversations are talking about. The flat earth, as it is observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat. Now, for an observation to take place, we'd say for everybody here to be honest with themselves, do you observe when you go to the beach that the earth is curving in any way? No. So observation checks out. Looks pretty flat to me. How about you? Pretty flat, huh? Locally? Okay. That checks the observation part. Good stuff. Next thing, measurement. So if we're going to use a measurement, we're going to find out, is there any drop over distance measured from point A to point B on any distance of the surface of this earth? So if we're going to say
Nope.
that if you're standing at point A, right, as an observer, and then we're going to say point B is, oh, I don't know, 20 miles away. will there be any drop over the distance? Meaning that would the surface be as a geometric shape? Would the consequent of that be curving on its surface? I submit
It's
to you,
not.
there is no Earth curvature measured. There's zero curvature
None.
measured. So from a flat horizontal perspective, which we reference this horizontal from mean sea level. Now, I'm gonna put it this way: mean sea level to any distance on land would be a horizontal plane. So if you got the mean sea level, what it is it's the median of the rise and fall of tides. So the rise and fall of tides, you get the median from that. That's the vertical point. From that point off into any distant part on land would be the connection between that point on where you got that median value to like wherever you are on land, you create a horizontal plane. So wherever you are on land, you create an elevation profile, either under or over sea level. So if you're in a valley, you might be under sea level. If you're on a hilly surface, you might be over sea level, which would be, akin to giving a numeric value of, let's say, an arbitrary number like 200 feet above sea level, for example. So if you're 200 feet above sea level, how do you know you're above sea level? Well, that's garnered from mean sea level, way over there on the ocean. And as you come back to where you're standing at on land, that's from that point to this point where you're on land, it creates a horizontal plane. And from that horizontal plane on upward, you create an elevation profile, which where you're standing at would be above or below sea level. In this case, 200 feet above sea level. So from the 200 feet above sea level down to the where it meets the mean sea level point creates a 90-degree vertical point. So 90-degree angle vertically to where you're positioned at is where it connects to mean sea level. So from that position onward to the ocean where you got mean sea level from would be a horizontal plane. Now, as it extends outward into every place on Earth, would be a horizontal plane that extends everywhere on the that touches any surface of the Earth. So mean sea level off to any position on the Earth would be garnered as the horizontal plane, and its mean sea level and what we say flat Earth is would be exactly that. It's the vertical point from mean sea level off to any distant part on land, and the two connecting points create a horizontal plane, which we would say that horizontal plane, which all of nature references, because as you may know, I'll give you a few examples. The horizontal plane that we reference is referenced by anything that we use, like bubble sextants, a cup of water that holds rigidity in space. The surface of that water, as you manipulate the container, will always lay flat and level to the horizontal plane that it's referencing. So if you have a cup of water and you see the surface of the water in your hand, as you tilt and move that container in every direction, you'll see that surface of that water always remaining flat and level to the horizontal plane that it's referencing. It's referencing flat Earth. So as you understand, that's one example. The second example, if we're talking about nature, we're going to put a mound of dirt on the top of a table, and we're going to put a bowl of water right next to it. If you shake that table violently, what's going to happen is the water is going to ripple out, and the dirt is going to even and level itself out, right? Well, guess what? When you let that water set for a while, what's going to happen is that as the water becomes still and motionless, it becomes flat on its surface, and next thing you have is the mound of dirt that you shook will be flat also. So you have two things. Nature will be tending towards that flat horizontal plane in which you're describing as all of nature tends towards. Also, there's another example, which is the vestibular system in the inner ear. So inside your inner ear, there's a small liquid that, if you disturb it by any way, like if you put water in your ear and you disturb that water, you lose balance. Why is that? Because that water in the inner ear, in your inner ear canal, holds rigidity in space. So as you tilt your head sideways, you know that you're moving, you know, differently to the horizontal plane that you reference. So you feel like you know you're sideways. How do you know that? That's because the inner ear, you have the vestibular system that works in such a way that you can tell how to hold rigidity in free space, which means that you know that if you're upside down, even if you have your eyes closed, you feel the pressure in your head because you know that the orientation in which you are is opposite to the orientation of the horizontal plane that we reference, which is flat Earth. So you know your orientation because of the vestibular system in your inner ear. So that plus the example of the dirt and the on the table and the water, everything holds itself flat to the flat Earth, which is the horizontal plane that all of nature references, including from mean sea level to any vertical point on land. Now, I said all of this so that you can understand when we say flat Earth, that's what we reference. The horizontal
Exactly.
plane that we're talking about is what all of nature is referencing, not exactly the Earth in and of itself, because we know land has topography and elevation change.
Topography.
So what we're referencing when we say flat Earth is that very horizontal plane. So every time you hear us say flat Earth, that's what we mean. We don't mean true Earth. We don't mean specifically any kind of idea, or it's been weaponized or mechanized or whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that when we say flat Earth, that's what we're referencing, the horizontal plane that exists everywhere across the plane, horizontally everywhere.
It's everywhere. You can't escape it.
Right.
You're looking at a flat surface, and also the construction is rise over run. Everything is flat.
Yeah, and
Everything.
it references. So when we try to get something that's flat, we reference the Earth itself. How do we know
Hmm.
what something is referencing? So any kind of tool that any device that uses a bubble sextant, or you're trying to find an orientation, let's say some gyroscopic compass, all of that has its rigidity that it's holding to something else. The something else that it's referencing is flat Earth. Flat Earth is exactly what it's referencing because that is the horizontal plane that extends everywhere on the surface. So all of nature tends towards that horizontal plane. That means that it doesn't matter if it's water or dirt. I gave you two examples on top of that table. Everything's going to even out and level itself out to the horizontal plane that it's referencing, which is flat Earth.
Yep, rock slides from your mountainsides. They all go towards the valleys,
Mm-hmm.
rise the valleys up, lowers the mountains. Like, we're talking about on a grand scale that everything seeks the horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not globe, because you can't see a globe for the horizontal. You use horizontal for everything. Everything.
Right. And so we've come into contact with people who declare themselves true earthers. We've come into contact with people who shy away from saying flat earth. But I want to give you this as a nugget of wisdom. If you are or anybody else makes you feel ashamed of saying flat earth, that's because they don't understand what it is. I've given it to you kind of in a package. So if somebody questions you on what is flat earth, what do you mean by flat earth? You mean the earth is paper thin? No, that's not what we think or what we say. Exactly what I just outlined for you as the description of what flat Earth is, that's the horizontal plane that we reference when we talk about anything to do with measurements, with anything that has to do with how we understand
Even a parabola.
orientation,
Yeah, even
orientations.
a parabola requires a horizontal surface.
Yeah,
You're talking about parabola, everything in the sky we reference with an elevation angle measurement, because it's an angle measurement to the GP of the star that is on a horizontal plane from you. So we're doing all of that. Everything is on a horizontal plane. So is water. We just proved that with water. It's always horizontal.
right.
We can use it as a level. Everything is always horizontal.
Okay, can we go? Can we go to the gravity thing? Is it buoyancy density?
Yeah,
What's gravity? Is it
specifically
buoyancy density?
specifically if you talk about gravity, we say specific gravity, which would mean the effect and not the cause. Specific gravity would only be in reference to the quantification of the effect. So we see an effect happening or a phenomena, and that phenomena that we can ascribe to as what we call specific gravity or relative density would be the medium and object relationship.
Yeah,
So
exactly. So we're not talking about um, some sort
the
of
cause of an effect. So let me
yeah.
just hold on,
We're
Betsy.
talking about just the
Yeah,
effect.
let me just outline it because I go through this pretty quickly. I'm a bit long in the tooth, but I have to be sometimes. So the gentleman's asking, what about gravity? So gravity, as it were, for the paradigm of the Earth being a globe, comes in a package of two things that are married to each other. The cause is married to the effect. In the case of gravity for the Earth being a globe, you have the effect when you see a pen drop down to the ground, right in the medium of air. That's the effect. The cause of that effect would be that there's a bending and warping of the space-time according to Einstein's general relativity. So when we're looking at what gravity is in the cause for an effect, in the case for the Earth being a globe, they're looking to a theory, and the effect being the quantification of what when something falls through the medium of air, whatever element that is, right? So that would be gravity in their case. What we say is that gravity can only be understood so much to say as the effect and the quantification of that effect. So the average rate of fall can be understood. Industries use it very applicably in any type of application, whatever it is, right? Whether it be how to construct something, how to use it in some computer information to construct buildings, whatever it is, right?
But even then, it's still according to the point that someone is the observer.
Yeah.
So it's observer dependent.
So what we're doing right now is knowing that what we say is basically the effect. We're pouring ourselves over as a quantification of the effect. Now, we're not saying or dismissing that what people call gravity or specific gravity is the case. Everybody observes the phenomena of things falling and tending towards a specific vector in the case of medium and object relationship. Okay, so specifically, you have to kind of separate that from the cause. Which globe actually has married? Flat Earth separates. We don't say that the cause needs to be explained. We don't have to go that far. It's a law of nature. It just happens. So we don't have to have the reason why. We can just say that it happens. So when it happens, we can quantify how it happens, and we can even manipulate that the effect. I'll give you an example. When you drop an egg in fresh water, it will sink to the bottom of the vessel. Whatever vessel it is, a cup or a bowl, or whatever you have, but if you add some of that salt to the water, what happens is the medium that the egg is in becomes more dense than the object. The object itself will then start to float upwards. It will seem to have a different effect than when you dropped it into the fresh water. When you dropped it in fresh water, it sank to the bottom. And people say, well, congratulations, that's gravity. Well, what happens when we change the medium and object relationship is that we see the opposite effect. Now I ask you and I submit to you, what would be the case for the thing actually going away from tending towards down? Now it tends towards up. Tends towards up, which means that the medium was changed in that it became more dense in the object, and now you have an opposite effect. Now it doesn't tend towards down, it tends towards up in the medium of water. So you added some salt, you changed the density of the water, and now you change the relationship between the object and the medium. So now what we see is a vector of up. So you have a different vector every single time you change the object and the medium relationship. So in this case, everything that we are existing in is the medium of air, and we breathe this air, we're in the air, all of everything that we use the
Also,
idea.
whatever the air is, because the air is uh, in it's an anisotropic medium.
Yeah, and so we exist in this medium, right? Therefore, we don't exist underwater. But if we were to, then if we would say, okay, let's drop a beach ball underwater, well, that's not going to work because the beach ball is filled with air. So that beach ball will go upward. So now we're in a different medium, and we have an object like a beach ball, and we drop it on the medium of water. Well, it's not going to go down like you might think with gravity grabbing a hold of it. It's going to go up. So in all actuality, what we are actually manipulating is the object and medium relationship. It's relative density. We're not manipulating anything to do with the theory of a gravitational causation. So this has been misunderstood and misappropriated in our conversations, as in what we're talking about denying gravity is that we're denying the fact that gravity, specific gravity or relative density being the object and medium relationship, that we're denying that very thing. We're not. We're actually abiding by the fact that that actually does occur and it could be quantified with equations. So if what we're saying we deny is the theory of the cause of the effect, because that is just a law of nature and it's not something that you and I can understand in any capacity. Now, when we give this to the people who think the earth is a globe, we ask them, what is gravity in essence as a cause? We get crickets. We get ideas. Oh, no, I know what gravity is. The bending and warping of space-time, Cavendish, and all kinds of answers. But in no way could they substantiate with any scientific evidence that the gravitational theory has been validated, because it has not been. Still a theory. These ideas that people have with the notion that a cause can be supported by the effect has not been proven. So I submit to you once again, if you've been listening to me right now, these are the ways that we understand who we are in the realm of this particular space. So if we're having these discussions, we want people who are contemplating these notions and wanting to come up and go ahead and articulate their point. I'm gonna toss it over to the audience. If you guys have anything to say about what I just said, maybe you think you can disprove what I said, but go ahead and present your evidence for your case. I'm gonna go ahead and toss it over to you guys. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Will. Brought him up. He was wanting to speak. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I want to preface this with we're sharing ideas here. None of this is personal. So it's always good to, there's a lot of vitriol out there. But so I definitely disagree, but that's just my perspective, and I'm willing to change my mind. I'll say that. What I would ask is how I have Starlink at my house. How does that work with the idea of the flat Earth model?
Yeah, so things that are above the earth don't really dictate the actual orientation of the earth. So we would need to be able to measure the curvature of the earth for you to be able to say that those things that you think are there, whatever, are doing what they do above a spherical earth. Okay, so we need to go back down to the actual earth and its orientation. So where was that measured to be curving for those things to go over some sort of curvature? Let's go to the base
Okay, so
claim
he's
and the base proof.
yeah. So
There you go. Sorry, that's it.
he's just asking about satellites and how they operate on a flat Earth. Is that right, Will?
Yeah, we can start there. That's fair.
Okay, so how do satellites operate on a flat Earth? Well, I think because you separated the idea that you already assume you live on a globe. Is this correct? You assume you live on a globe, so you're asking us a question, how does this work on a flat Earth? Meaning there's a dichotomy that's already set up in your mind. I have this Earth, which is a globe. You have your Earth, which is flat. How does it work on either or? Is this what you're asking, Will?
I want to be clear. Again,
Mhm.
my perspective is I have a concept of how I believe the universe works, and other people have their concept, and I'm here to learn and share information as I know it,
How
and
Yeah,
about
that's
we don't
yeah.
do that?
but
How
without
about we just like void all of that?
yeah, so
So
without
what you think, what we think, what you think we think, just void all of that
yeah,
It's
so let
fine,
me
but
real
we're
quick.
talking
Yeah,
to
100%. Just void it. Void it. Just
no,
start it like a
we're
clean slate.
fine. We're talking so that we can share information. I'll say that.
right. So, in order for us to understand a position that you have, what position do you hold for you saying that the Earth is anything? What is the Earth to you right now? Is it flat? Is it a globe? Is it a triangle? What is it?
Again, I have my preconceptions. I want to understand how your particular model
Right. But in order
can
to
factor in.
right, that's not the question at hand though. In order to dissect the information for you to understand, I need to know what your stance is. Because
Well,
if I don't know,
I believe that there's a flying purple walrus in space that y'all can't see, but I believe that it's there. However, I
okay, so
need.
just a moment ago, you came in and we're talking about how you wanted to come in here without any vitriol. Yet what you're doing right now is the epitome of somebody coming in with vitriol. That's what you're
I'm
doing.
not. I'm
Yeah,
not. But
you just said purple walrus, which
I
is
want to
making a
learn.
mockery. It's making a mockery of this particular space, which I don't appreciate. So I want you to appreciate what I just said. So you came in here saying, let's not be vitriolic when you and sir did the exact opposite. What do you think about that before we continue?
Yeah.
I understand that perspective. Again,
No, you don't. I don't think you do.
Okay.
You you don't get to like come in here and act like you have some sort of worldview of a globe Earth that's separate from what we've all been taught. So it's either that or what we're proposing. You don't get to decide that you have something different than everyone else if you're still claiming a globe.
And I need to
That's
hear it.
not.
I need to hear it from him, Flatsy. Do you think we
Sorry, go
live on a
ahead.
globe? I need you to say those words. If not, we're gonna be dealing with a dishonest character, which I don't like. I like honest
No,
characters.
no, I'm going to be honest. I
Okay.
believe in a spherical Earth, but
Okay.
again,
So,
again, I know I was
so that
being
being said,
facetious there, but
You don't get to
I,
bring your own
all right.
cosmology then.
All right.
You have to adhere to your claims that we
Okay.
already know. As flat earthers, we already know all the claims that you agree to that we don't.
All right. Let me get
that's
to the
fine,
heart.
but
Let me
I
get to the
don't
heart of
know
the
what
issue.
you claim, and
Right.
that's
That's fine.
why I'm
That's
here
fine.
to listen. That's
We're gonna
all.
clarify. We're gonna clarify. Let me get to the heart of the claim because I don't like to kind of meander for too long. Okay. So he believes that he lives on the Earth that's a globe. We're talking to him about flat Earth. In his mind, and I'm posing this to the audience, in his mind, there's a dichotomy. There's a globe and there's flat Earth. Now he's coming in here to ask us, how does satellites, how do they work on a flat Earth? And then what he's not saying is because I think the Earth is a globe. So you tell me how they work on a flat Earth. I'm kind of laying it out to you as the audience. This is what he's asking, essentially,
That's perfect.
without him
Yeah,
saying it.
exactly.
Okay. So what I would say to that is that it's a false dichotomy. That means
Exactly.
the illusion of what he has said is what he thinks is going on. He thinks there's a dichotomy, as in, I believe in a globe, you believe in a flat earth. That's not it. I would
Yeah,
submit,
because he thinks that what happens in the sky would be a result of the Earth being a globe,
yeah,
and we're telling him that the result of the things in the sky happened because of a flat Earth.
all right, let me just dissect the psychology behind this because what's going on is people that come in here actually take his position, right? I'm very well aware of this. The position he has is that he thinks that dichotomy is true and it's false. And I submit to him is that he hasn't investigated the claim of his Earth being a globe. Now, before we get into how do satellites work on a flat Earth, I want him to recognize something very simply. Does he know if the Earth is a globe for certain? Will, that's to you. Because we can't proceed forward if you continue to believe that the Earth is a globe and we're talking about flat Earth and there's a dichotomy. Because I'm telling you, it's false dichotomy. It doesn't exist. There's only one true thing that the Earth is, and there's not room for two.
Exactly. So the actual orientation of the Earth needs to be addressed
Right.
right now.
So, do you think the Earth is a globe? And if you do, could you substantiate any evidence to back that claim up?
Let's hear it.
Again, I believe in the spherical model, and
Dude,
no,
believing something is not knowing something.
I mean,
At least let him.
people believe that Jesus resurrected and went to heaven, and he's
Yeah,
a
Right.
there's
thing. But
more people that can give you substantiation of that claim than there is of people that can substantiate people who've been to some sort of vacuum of space and saw the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, let me just
So
let
you've
let's
got
see.
a. Sorry, go
Let's
ahead.
just hear what he's just got to say. Let him, I want him to go through what his belief is, because at least I'll hear him out one time, just once. I want to hear what he's got to say. So
I do
without interruption, tell us what you believe, Will.
I do appreciate that, Alpha.
Yeah.
Again, I'm maybe less here to completely share because I don't know everything about flat Earth. It's not something that I believe, but it's not something that like I don't want to hear about because
It's all good, man. Well, we
you
get you,
know.
bro. But what I want you to do right now is focus. Focus on how you're gonna tell me how you believe the Earth's a globe. So just stay focused, sir.
Okay,
Just tell me how you think the Earth is a globe, and I'm gonna mute up. Everybody, give him a chance to speak. Don't interrupt him. Let him finish. Go ahead.
I will be short. Like I said, I have Starlink, so that assumes with that model, unless y'all can tell me otherwise, like it's a spherical Earth. There's satellites going around, but not just Starlink, but our GPS technology basically requires that there are GPS satellites orbiting the Earth in a spherical model, and when your GPS in your phone needs to get a signal to like locate where you are on Earth. It needs 4 GPS satellites to basically do triangulation, and it takes into account Einstein's relativity because we are in a gravity well, being that we are closer to, we're on the ground and these satellites are orbiting. So there's a slight amount of time dilation that happens between us on the ground and these satellites that are orbiting, and very quickly too. And so to make GPS work, you have to take in all of these factors into account, because if you didn't, then when you pull up your phone on your Apple Maps, Google Maps, or whatever, and say, hey, where am I? It could put you a mile down the road because it didn't take all of these factors into account. Now, I'm not saying that these things can't be accounted for in a flat Earth model. I'm just not aware of how you would do so, and maybe that's my question.
Okay. Flatsy, you want to address? Let's take it back to first principles, right? What is the Earth? Because I think we gotta, instead of hitting this question straight on to what he's asking for, we have to address the underlying premise, whether or not he understands the Earth to be a globe, in the sense of saying, could he have any direct measurements? How has he understood that the Earth is an oblate spheroid from a geometric stance? Let's address that first before we get into addressing his specific point that he wants to bring up. If you can,
Okay,
Fletz.
so yes. Okay, so you want to say that some sort of position on the Earth in some sort of relative sense to a star would substantiate a globe Earth, right?
That is not what I stated, but we can talk about like sidereal time versus like
Yeah, let me
other
just
forms.
let me just outline. I'll take the
Okay, go
question.
ahead, break it down.
Yeah, so basically, you would have to have an Earth as a globe, being that it would be an oblate spheroid in your particular mindset right now, and that these satellites are orbiting around the Earth as an oblate spheroid. So do you understand,
Okay,
Will?
okay,
The
so
Earth itself would have to be. Hold on, Flatsy. The Earth
sorry.
itself would have to be an oblate spheroid. Will, you understand that, right?
I will agree with that. Yeah, sure. I mean,
Okay, now we're gonna figure out whether or not somebody in history has ever measured the curvature of the Earth in any time, as in the drop over the distance, because we have to establish whether or not the Earth is a geometric shape or not. Because once we establish that simple fact, then we're going to know that the Earth is a geometric shape without a doubt. Okay, so where in history, I want you to search the internet, I want you to search your mind, I want you to phone a friend, I want you to figure out if somebody's figured this out. What is
Who
the
has
have
ever
you,
measured
hold on,
the
Will.
drop over the distance curvature of the Earth?
are
Will.
you are you familiar with Aristophanes, which he did
Yes,
it?
we are very
He,
familiar.
well, other than that, he did a
Okay,
really
so
poetic thing with love and everything.
oh, okay, so you have to understand that we are very, very familiar with Eratosthenes. Okay, so what is he actually doing? Is he assuming anything? Is he measuring something? And what is he measuring versus what he assumes?
That's a fair question. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know that?
So
Do you
I
know
can
the
tell you all the
oh, yeah, hold
answers
on,
to
Fletchy.
it right now.
Do you know, Will, the answers to any of those questions she asked?
I want to say you didn't give me answers. I was just saying that's a fair question.
Okay, I know, but
So
do you understand what Eratosthenes did? Because she's talking
I
about
do.
it, but do you
I
understand?
do. Yeah, I do understand. Yeah.
So do you think that he unequivocally proved that the Earth is an oblate spheroid
Yeah, I mean, within like 1% of its
within 1%?
circumference,
Okay,
Okay, so
thousands of years ago.
how did
you
he
need to tell us
yeah, how did
what
he do
he
it?
assumed. What did he assume and what did he measure specifically? Everything that he did, we need to draw this all to a very like exhausting conclusion. We need to be able to know everything he assumed, everything that he measured, and everything that he proved.
That's fair.
Okay, so let's go through it. What did he assume?
Um, I I guess his assumptions were that he noticed that at a particular time of the year, when the sun was at noon, when you look down a well, there is no shadow at all.
Can I go ahead and speed this along?
Sure.
Or is somebody gonna oppose that?
Yeah, I wanted him to because
Yeah, go ahead.
I think
Will, go ahead.
it's a bit tedious, Flatsy, on our end because we've heard it like a million times.
No, if y'all heard it, I don't want to repeat.
But I think what we're doing,
yeah.
Will, what we're doing is the audience may or may not know your position. So another thing that we're doing is getting to find out the person whom we're speaking to. When we find out that the person either has a laid out understanding of what they're saying, then I can understand, you can appreciate what's been said by Eratosthenes. Now, if you can't do that, if you can't even articulate his point very succinctly, then I know that there's a lot of faulty logic that you're using, and there's a lot of gaps in your knowledge. So I need you, as not quickly, but succinct as you can, bring together how Eratosthenes provided evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving well.
Yeah, so background, he wants to know that you're on the same level. Otherwise, if he starts talking, brother, it's gonna take ages. You know what I mean? And then the premise is we're not even on the same page. We need to establish what you know about it, so then we can, give you some education about it.
Can I just say, like, if you've already heard it, let's just make the assumption that you all already know. I'm going to tell you the same thing, and we can skip over it to actually discuss things that
No, we're gonna go ahead and let you tell us how Eratosthenes proved that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
Well, people knew that it was a globe before then. He just was able to
Okay, so
articulate it.
all right, so let's stop right here. If they knew that the Earth was a globe before Eratosthenes, who proved it before he did?
It was something that was suspected. What I'm saying is that he was able to put
So
forth
wait a
something.
minute, time out. You just said somebody proved it before he did. Now you said they suspected it. This is like a lawyer trying to prove a case and then
That's not proving it. That's
hold on,
suspecting
Flatsy,
it.
hold on. What you're doing right now is basically confusing the audience. You're confusing the audience. Now you said somebody knew it before Eratosthenes did. When I asked you very specifically how he knew, you said someone else suspected it before he did. You changed the language. Now they didn't know, they only suspected. You see what you're doing, Will? This is the mental contortions that people do when they don't know what they're talking about. I just want to put that, I want to expose the audience to this. It's very important that they see what you're doing.
Exactly, Alpha.
So, now continuing forward, if you suspected that somebody else thought of the Earth as a globe, who were they? Identify the people for the audience.
Yeah, you don't have to be a globe earther or flat earther to be here. You can just be you. Just go ahead and tell us.
I'm just being me.
That's fine. This rigmarole exists because everybody who's listening thinks that people like you have the answers, and I want to show them they really don't. So right now we heard about Eratosthenes not being the first one, and obviously to you, you've changed your language and said there were people that knew before him, but now they suspected it. They didn't know. So who were the people that suspected? Please don't interrupt, guys. Who suspected it before Eratosthenes?
Can I make an analogy to that?
No, sir. I need you to give me the very direct answer for who suspected.
I don't know the answer. Is that fair?
Yeah, what's fair is that you're honest. And so you don't know the answer, which means that you lied about somebody suspecting.
It's not what no.
It's a lie, sir. You just lied about somebody suspecting it before Eratosthenes did. I'm very directly talking to you. You can tell me, listen, if you say you don't know, it's easy enough to say I lied. Nobody suspected it before Eratosthenes did. I just said that because I wanted to save face.
Even if they did suspect it before Eratosthenes, you would need the verification first.
Yeah. So what?
So all Eratosthenes did was just assume it.
Yeah.
At best,
he didn't.
We're going.
That's fine. Hold on, Flatsy. He's gonna get confused if you interject. So I'm on a very strict path of logic for him. So if he derails, he's gonna lose the train that I'm on right now. So, Will, did you lie that somebody suspected it before Eratosthenes, or are you telling the truth?
Lying would be misnomer.
No, is it a misnomer? Then provide evidence that you aren't lying and tell me who suspected it before Eratosthenes, sir.
Are we talking about ideas here?
No,
or...
sir. You said somebody suspected it before Eratosthenes. Either be forthcoming and be honest and say, I lied, I didn't mean to say that. And we can move on.
Yeah,
but if you
humans as like a society, as civilizations, as it developed, they suspected that the Earth was spherical. No one had like done
No,
calculations.
that's not true.
Stop. I want you to tell me who those people are.
I don't
Who
know.
were
and
they?
that's- Yeah,
So
I
you don't
yeah.
know means that you don't have an answer, means that you just made it up, didn't you?
I
And
didn't.
nobody thought that because it's
Didn't you?
clearly
Hold on,
not
Flatsy,
spherical.
Flatsy,
Sorry.
Flatsy. Will, you just made it up, didn't you?
I did not make it up.
Okay, then give me the
But don't
specifics.
approach him that way, bro. He didn't make it up. It's just what he's. It's called, what is it? Something biased. It's
Just
just what's
give
been
us the
told.
Confirmation
information.
bias. Yeah.
All right, I have people interjecting my path here, and
Yeah,
if
not
that
me.
continues, you're going to be removed as a speaker and moved to a listener. Simple as that.
Yeah, you need to
This
provide
is not for you.
information of
This is
your
not for you guys.
claims.
This is for the audience. Obviously, the audience is listening. They have to know if the gentleman is honest or he's deceiving, and it's easy because this is a teachable moment for him. He can understand whether or not he can continue down the path and submit and say, you know what, I apologize. It wasn't my bad. I didn't mean to say that. I misspoke. Either he can do that or he's going to continue down the path of, being the way he is and saying there is people that knew that before Eratosthenes did it, they suspected the earth was a globe. And all I want him to do is be honest. Can you at least identify the people?
Again, I am being honest. I personally cannot identify those people.
So then why did you bring it up?
Because there was a general knowledge or suspicion about it, and
By who? By who?
Can I say this one thing?
Sir, you need to answer the question. By who?
I'm gonna answer the question. So
by who?
I don't know. Like I said.
So you just made it up. Is that true?
I didn't make it up.
I think you did, because you would be forthcoming and tell me who are the people in question here.
If I knew, yeah, I'd tell you, but I don't know. I don't know.
So that
That's
means you made it up, sir. Will, let's be honest, sir. Let's just be honest, okay? Because it's easy. I'm easygoing when you're honest, dude. And if you're honest and say, you know what, I'm sorry, my bad. I'm just saying that because I think that it's somebody that came up in history. But if you are being honest right now, you would just do that instead of continuing to say there is somebody out there. Because I'm going to keep pressing until you give me the answer or say, I don't know.
All right. Everyone, please remain seated. I have one thing I'd like to say.
No, just say yes or no.
I need to know if you're going to give us the answer. No?
I think he left.
Excellent.
Just say yes or no.
He's gone.
Oh
He
my
left.
gosh.
He's gone.
I just wanna say something real quick.
Go ahead, Apoc.
See, that's a perfect example, because for the listeners and for even not only right now but later, what happens is you have people that are telling you you are wrong. We have the science. We have the knowledge from centuries ago. And then you put them against, the fire, and you say, okay, who suspected it to be ground to begin with? And they go, oh, we know they did. Who? They can't answer that. So then, as you were, dissecting him properly, by the way, excellent job, because you got him to a point to where he couldn't bring that information, which is what's causing his own mind to believe what he's believing. And I think that's important to point out for the listeners in the audience, because you should learn how to do that as well as me too. Believe me, I'm taking notes, because holding people to the fire like that, you will find, I'm pretty sure it's like a 90% plus percentage, that everybody that's a glober, quote unquote, they can't answer that question, but they just know that that's what it is.
Exactly. Not
And
like
Good
and
job.
Will, don't think that
go ahead.
it's a personal attack on you, Will. You know, we love you, bro. You know what I mean? Like we're all trying to work out what the fuck is going on.
He's gone, make it
Okay.
done.
Oh,
He's
Oh,
he's
he's
left.
talking to
gone. He's
Yeah, he's
gone.
gone.
he was talking to the
Shit.
spirit.
No, the
Fair enough.
important thing. Listen, and apologies if I get a little kind of rough with this, but here's what's my just listen to my stance. I've been doing this for a long time, and what's painful is the audience listening to this, and I know everybody's sympathizing. I hear it in your voices. You want to rescue the man, but this is the part that either he's gonna find out for himself that he's hit a brick wall, and it's time to rethink of how he's processing this information. His critical thinking, it's like a jump start. You're trying to jump start a car when it's cold dead and it doesn't have any battery. So when that happens, either two things: he's gonna leave, or he's gonna stick it out and be like, you know what, all right, I don't have the answer. And so for you guys, it should be like a moment of like, wow, he actually admitted he did. After all this time, he was staunch. Either that or he's gonna leave. So and just listen. I know it's painful as a listener to hear somebody going through that, but bear with me. There's method to my madness. Okay, it sounds like it's all over the place. It's getting a little hot and bothered, but I'm not that. What I'm trying to do is get you guys as a listener to understand this is the stance that Globe Earth has been taking for such a long time. It's not just that they think that the Earth is a globe; they believe it with their heart and their mind. So it's almost like a spiritual thing, right? So this is kind of like a self-reflection whenever we go through this process for somebody to actually think, wait a minute, hold on a second. Do I really know this or do I just believe it? So anyway,
And the cool thing, just real quick, then the cool thing is if he actually knew those answers, by the way, because there are answers, believe me, they have rebuttals, believe me, they know the stories. But what Alpha wasn't able to get to, if he was to have gone that next level and provided who before Eratosthenes was claiming the world to be a sphere, what wasn't able to be reached in this discussion since he dropped out early is that you can then quiz that person's
mhm,
methodology and how do they do it. And again, it will be the same thing you witnessed right now, where they don't know what he did or how they did.
right.
Everything, just as Flatzy said, everything was assumed. Nothing was
So
proven.
Exactly.
we get to the bedrock of the foundation of their knowledge. We find out the realization to the person and to all the audience. They actually didn't have the information to substantiate the claim.
Exactly.
That's all there is to it. And it's difficult. The process itself, it's almost like grueling. You're listening to it.
Right?
It's like, oh my God, this interrogation is intense, man. Can we give this guy a break? Like if it doesn't happen this way, however, people will continue to think the way they do, unabided. They're just gonna continue to say, no, no. Somebody thought about it. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's like my missus now. Like my missus is listening here as well, and she
Yeah,
goes like, "He's bullying him.
yeah,
He's bullying him. Stop it." You know
yeah.
what I mean?
We
But
we have
what
the
you're saying
key
is like
though,
you got to get them in that fucking corner so they can realize
Yes.
but
it's
we
like
have
Right.
it's like a
though.
bad behaved child. You know what I mean? It comes to a point where you have to discipline them, man.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're just going to keep doing it over
Yeah,
and over
okay.
again.
But you have
The,
to think that we have the key. We have the key right here, right now. We can tell them that they have no way to substantiate the actual measurement of the curvature. There's none of that. Nowhere in history. Ever. And you
Mm.
don't get to just say that they spray and pray these things into the sky. So when they go to satellites, you need to be like, oh, well, where did they substantiate it before satellites? So if they're going to say that satellites are something that proves it, then they need to be able to substantiate it before that.
Exactly.
Where is the origin of the substantiation that this is a thing? They don't just spray and pray these things into the sky.
So
Okay?
so with every interaction comes a new kind of everybody's handled very differently, right? Depending on who they are. When the person is a honest character, they're coming in and go, I don't know, then you apply a different method, right? But if somebody is kind of being a weasel, They're using terms that like, no, they figured it out. Don't worry about it. And then you're just like, well, yeah, tell me who. It's people. They just figured it out. And you're like, that's not really giving the audience much to think about until you actually make them realize, dude, you don't have the answer. And you're saying these things. It's like a cover up. It's like a facade. You want everybody to believe you have an answer that you really don't have. But nobody's ever put you in this position where now you have to answer. And that's the most grueling part when it becomes an interrogation versus it just being a nice little comfy chat across a couch. I mean,
Now,
everybody wants to have those chats, but that's not how everybody responds. Everybody is different. Some people are dishonest characters in their very core, and we don't know
And
that
all
until we
and
have
all
the
we're
conversation.
saying and all we're saying is if it's actually true, then it should be easy to prove.
Exactly.
and one thing too is when they have when they come to this position as you've got them grilled, that hopefully all we can hope and pray is that he goes back and says, damn, I never thought of it like that.
Mm-hmm.
I never really inquisited, like that never crossed my mind as to how they knew. And then
Yeah,
hopefully
but
he goes on a journey
Yeah.
of then realizing, wow, I've been lied
Exactly.
to all my life.
Exactly. So
That's the
I'm
point.
going
exactly.
to put it to you this way, guys. We're not here to convince anyone. This is not our job. We're here to
Never.
challenge. We're here to challenge the individual. Now, upon the challenge, later on, when they reflect on what happened in this interaction, they can actually think back and say, you know what? I didn't have the answer. That's kind of curious. I want to investigate, like APOC was saying. So it's all about the challenge. The convincing part has to happen upon the individual's reflection upon themselves. We don't do the convincing, we challenge them. So, this is why this is important. It's almost necessary to break the barrier of cognitive dissonance. You have to come at it at a very different way. This isn't it's okay. So, the conversation we're having is not a normal one. It's a paradigm shifting, world changing conversation. It's like saying, okay, you know all the things you think about the reality that you exist in? It's none of it's true. Yeah, how are you gonna have a conversation like that and say that it's a comfy conversation across a couch? It's not gonna happen. It's a very tense, a very provocative topic, and it gets people to actually get off kilter because they don't expect them to be thinking about such things. These are foregone conclusions. How can I speak of, like, you know what I mean? Are we going back to the caveman days where knuckle
Right.
dragging, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
so because of them believing it's a foregone conclusion, it's a huge detriment to the progress of critical thinking. So
Exactly.
critical thinking is turned off, ladies and gentlemen. It's turned off. You're on cruise
They don't
control.
want to hear any challenge to their worldview.
Right.
They want to just refute it. And it's so silly because we're giving a very good and very it's very understanding. This approach that we take can be very understanding to any layman that comes in here. We're not trying to say, oh, we just have the best knowledge that you are not privy to. No, we're not doing that. We're telling you that what we know is actually what we all know, and you just need to realize it.
Right. It's the ability to process information that's been handed to you by any narrative. It doesn't matter what the narrative is. If somebody hands you information, how do you process that information? Do you wholeheartedly accept it because it comes from a credible source, or do you kind of look at it with a skeptical eye? Are you like, wait a minute, let me take a look. Okay, I heard what you said. Let me reflect on it. Give me some time. I'll think about it. Or is it like everybody in mainstream just wholeheartedly accepts all things that are being given out to them because they're just a reputable organization? And I submit to you, this is the problem with critical thinking these days. We don't have enough of it. So,
These people in
You're
charge,
so
they
inclined to a
they
false
treat us like a pain in
dichotomy.
the ass. They
mm,
No,
treat us
but
like a
you're,
pain in the ass. These
yeah,
people that the people in charge, they treat us like a pain in the ass because we are a pain in the ass. We want fucking answers.
exactly.
See,
exactly, exactly. So we are so privy to a false dichotomy. So you can be told that you're this way or that according to society. So if they're telling you that you're left wing, right wing, whatever, then you think that you're left wing or right wing, but you're actually not that. You're not that false dichotomy that they like lead you towards. You can be something else. And you don't even understand that you can be something else because you're given a false dichotomy and everybody else is falling for it.
Yeah.
Just real quick, just some logistic stuff here. I threw a mic to everybody out there listening. By the way, Zidney's in the building. If you want to come up and have a great discussion again, get some more zingers from that guy, the Danish one.
Round two.
But I just want, if you guys listening, if you could just give a thumbs up if you actually got a mic. I just want to see if it's working. You might not have even received it,
I've
and then
already retweeted it and loved it. So
Thank you,
what
Flatsy.
else
Thank you.
can I
Thank you.
do?
All right, so we're just gonna a little bit more logistics. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 7. Globe, huh? What is it good for? Like the song. We're asking the question to everybody in the room. Hashtag Flat Earth. Uh, we want to pose it out to you guys because it seems as if the world has been, you know, brought into this idea that they're living on an Earth that's a globe. So we're asking you, what is it good for? The Earth being a globe. So if that's true, come on up here and tell us about it. And we're gonna go ahead and open up the mics to anybody that comes up here. We want you to.
Bring Indio up.
so
He's right there.
I already sent a mic, but that's why I was asking Indio. Did you get the mic? Because I've been sending mics out, and people maybe they just want to listen. That's okay. So they did get them.
Maybe
Maybe
Indio
it's just
wants to listen. That's fine.
all right.
Okay.
So Zidney's up here. Go ahead, Zidney. You have the floor. Raising your hand. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi guys. I don't have a lot of time, but I overheard the conversation yesterday, and I do have some questions. So,
Go
first of
ahead.
all, you talked about you talked a lot about reflection and different kind of models and what you believe, and we're used to flat Earth Friday people, right? So it's kind of different for
Say
us.
what? Hold on. Stop.
No,
Hold
stop him
on.
there. It's not about what we believe. Belief is a different topic, brother. This
No,
is facts.
I wanna hone in.
Yeah, let Megadon go, Flatsy, for a little bit. Let's see. We'll let him go for a little bit, then you can come in after him.
No. Look, listen, brother. You have to understand. We're not talking about belief. Belief is a different topic. This we're talking about tangibility, tangible facts. That's where we are. We need answers. They're not giving us the right answers, and they know they're not giving us the right answers. Hey, brother, the thing is, like, we need tangible answers. That's the thing that we're about. If we can prove it, then okay, it flies. If we can't prove it, it's still the verdict's out.
Mm. Flatsy,
Yeah.
did you wanna tell Zitney something?
Oh yeah. I was gonna anything that you're gonna maybe give us as some sort of resemblance to evidence towards your claim of a globe Earth. Maybe you should go ahead and look into your own evidence that you're giving us before you come here and then present it. It's very exhausting for us to have to teach you your own paradigm and then discuss your own paradigm. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's exhausting. We need you to know it already.
Yeah, thank you for being so condescending. To answer your question, I'm a 10-year veteran of discussion with flat Earth. I came here today to ask questions. So I know flat earthers who believe different models. I'm just interested in what kind of flat Earth model do you guys believe in? Because you are flat earthers,
What
right?
are you talking about models? Do you have a model for globe?
Yes.
Okay, give it to me. Let me see
Explain,
it right
explain,
now.
explain.
No. it's the standard heliocentric model. You gotta be familiar with that, right?
Yeah, but you have to be able to give me a model, like a scientific
No,
model
you
for a
gotta give
globe
me a model.
Earth.
You gotta give me a flat
I
Earth
don't have
model.
to do
Otherwise, you are
anything,
dishonest.
actually. Do you know
Look,
that?
You gotta
it's
Do
not
give
you
me
know
a
about
that
model.
I
anybody.
don't
It's not about
actually have
anybody
to
giving
do
a
that?
model. We want to substantiate.
No.
No.
I
Come
want a
on, go
flat
ahead. Go
Earth
ahead. Go
model.
ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead with what? I want a flat
Go
Earth model.
ahead. You're gonna have
What
to
kind of model do
explain
you?
how the globe works.
You don't
How it
have a
works.
globe
No, you can
model.
go back to high school and learn
Why
the
do you want a
heliocentric
flat
model. I don't
Earth
need to
model?
explain you that.
Listen, why do you want a flat Earth model when you don't even have a globe Earth model?
Yeah, I do have a heliocentric model. I want to
You
compare
don't.
that to the flat Earth. Yeah, please
Then
stop
give
lying, right? We
us,
do have a heliocentric model.
dude, please just give us your globe model. Please, go ahead.
Just
I just
explain
told
to
you
us,
it's the
brother.
heliocentric model.
All
Everyone is
right.
familiar with
All right.
that.
So what is a heliocentric model? Because a model, a scientific model.
No, I want a flat
Yeah,
Earth
I
model.
know what you want, but I'm talking to you right now, Sydney. So the heliocentric model has to have explanatory power as being a scientific model, right?
Because it's established. So
Yeah.
give us the evidence. It's established.
No. You're constantly
So,
changing the
so we're
topic here.
diverting.
I want a flat Earth model. I want to compare it to the
Yeah, but
heliocentric
you're
model to see
You don't
which
even
have
have a
explanatory power.
heliocentric
Please let
model.
me finish, for fuck's sake.
yeah, you already have. You keep
Everybody
repeating.
cool,
You're just
cool down.
repeating yourself.
Everybody cool down.
You're just repeating yourself at this point. So still, you haven't
Yeah. Do you have a model or
you
not?
haven't substantiated the claim that your heliocentric model has.
I don't need to
Yeah,
substantiate
you
anything.
do.
I want a flat Earth
You
model.
do, because there is no heliocentric model that can be substantiated.
You're lying again. We all know the heliocentric model.
No, we
What
don't
has?
actually.
Hold on,
We're
Fletch.
asking because we know that
Yeah, one
there's
second.
not
One second.
one.
So what explanatory power does a heliocentric model have?
Well, if you compare it to other models, you can see which one adds up with
I'm
reality.
asking the question, what explanatory power does it have?
You have to compare it to another model to see which has explanatory power.
So does it have explanatory power?
If you compare it to the standard flat Earth model, I would say yes.
What explanatory power does it have?
It better explains the sun, right? On a flat Earth, there would be 24-hour sun.
You're putting it up against something else. I only want you to tell me how it's explained. Don't tell me that
I'm not
don't
playing
put
the
it up
game.
against
I'm
flat
not
Earth.
playing that game. I want a flat Earth
It's
model.
not a
You gotta
game.
defend your position. You're a flat Earther. You're a
You
flat
are
Earther.
so
You gotta have a
silly.
model.
Listen, you're being silly because you're asking. You're saying
I'm just asking
that
for a model. Don't you
no,
have a
you're
model? That's
asking
silly.
us
That's
to.
pathetic.
No, you're
Why do we
asking
have to
I
have a
just,
model?
to give
I
you
just,
something
I
that
just looked
you
at his,
don't even have to compare something that you don't even have,
We
dude.
got Celebs man
You
coming
don't
in.
even have a model
All right.
to compare to
We got
ours.
hold on, Flatty.
We don't have a model. You don't have a
Flatty,
model,
we got
so you
Celebs
can't
man.
compare.
Yeah, Celebs man's coming in. Celebs man, go ahead.
thanks, Alpha. I'll just check, show me, whatever his fucking name is, his profile. He believes in the globe because he believes in the Bible. It says in his profile, the globe Earth works fine with the Bible. So he just puts his faith in it. He doesn't believe it. He just
I don't
believes the
care
faith.
about
That's
that.
dishonest. That's not a representation. That's a
I don't care
misrepresentation
about
of my.
that.
If you want to know what I believe, ask me.
I don't care about what you believe.
Give
I
us your
want to know
globe
what you
model.
can prove. I want to know what you can prove. So you're saying what? That we have a globe, right? That we stand on? Are we standing on a globe?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
That would
where's the
be.
measurement of that globe?
Do you want in kilometers or miles, or what are you looking for? Like how we
I
measure
don't
it, or what?
care. Any direct measurement of drop over distance for the curve would be amazing for me.
Yeah, you can go look at it up how we measure
I've looked.
the
I can't
radius
find
and
it. So why don't you tell me? If I can't find it, you got it. Give it.
okay, we can do a different way. We can just make an assumption that Earth is a globe and it's like this,
Oh,
and
We
then
so
don't do
I have
assumptions, and
to
you can
imagine
ignore
Can I
that
his
it's a
finish?
question.
globe
Can I
first.
finish? Okay.
No, hold on. I have to imagine that it's a globe so I can prove it's a globe.
Yeah, you just compare 5 hours and see which distance
That's
matches up.
stupid. To
No,
to
that's
even
science.
to
That's
even no,
experimental
it's not
science.
science. You don't just assume something and then prove your assumption That's
You make a
stupid.
theory, and then you compare the theory with
No, it's
reality,
not.
right?
No, it's a hypothesis test.
Correct.
Fine,
It's a
fine. Let's do that.
hypothesis.
Yeah, but you're
Okay.
saying that
Two
it's a theory
hypotheses:
test.
globe or
You're
flat,
a
and compare.
dumbass. You don't know what science is.
I'm not a dumbass. I'm higher
Oh,
IQ
so
than
you
you
know what
ever be.
science is. So, what is the first step of the scientific method? Please tell us.
Yeah. So for science, first of all, isn't the method, right? Science is the search for truth. Did you know that?
Okay,
Yeah, we
so
know that.
what
That's
is
what we're
the
doing.
Okay, so what would you do first in the scientific method?
Yeah, it depends on if you're modern science, you just make a theory and then you never test it, right?
No.
That's
No.
modern science.
No, you're
Yes.
wrong.
No. Many theories cannot be
All right,
tested.
so check this
Yeah,
out.
you're
Many modern
And
wrong.
Flatsy's talking about natural science. So if you were trying,
Oh, so we're talking natural science, not science. Okay,
He's
no,
great.
still
natural
wrong
science, yeah.
because
If you're trying to outline what natural science is in the scientific method, what is the first step? And you said theorizing. That's incorrect, sir. It's not theorizing. Do you not know what
Yeah.
the first
So
step is? And I think you are. What in academia? What are you, by the way? Because I didn't want to say something that.
yeah, I'm a former NATO pilot and I'm a computer programmer in a bank.
Okay, but I mean, do you have
okay,
any knowledge about science in any way other than you?
no, because he's stupid.
No, just I want him to.
Okay, I just okay. I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Flatsy.
I'm just gonna stay there. I'm
Sydney,
stupid, right? So don't ask me
No,
stupid
don't. That's
questions.
not what we're saying, brother. Bro, we treat everyone with respect and
yeah.
love here, okay?
No, I asked for a question, right? I asked a model, and you gave me nothing. That's not respect.
Man,
See, he's so mad.
immediately after Megadon just extended the olive branch, he just smacked it away. That's nice.
Olive branch is there. Do you have a model? Do you have a fatter model? I want to
No, it's
You
role
understand your
are
model.
viewpoint, so I
asking a
don't misrepresent it.
nonsensical question because
All right,
you don't have
A
what you're
model is a
asking.
let me
nonsensical
ask
You don't
something.
question.
have it.
Let
You
me
don't
let me
have it,
ask.
and you're
You
asking for it.
okay? So then we equal, right? Isn't that bad?
Hey, Sydney. Let me step in real quick. Sydney, when are you asking us for a model because that's the only way that you have your belief going on because you have your model? So then you're only believing the model. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does that sound right?
Model affliction.
Yeah. So this is how you normally work with reality. You have an idea of what reality is. That's your model, and then sometimes you come into contact with something that challenges your view of a reality, and then you have to modify your idea of what
Why
reality
don't you
is.
do
Make
Okay.
that
sense?
then?
Okay.
So you do
So
that for the globe. Okay,
okay.
so we're
So
going to ask you to do that. Why don't you modify your beliefs
Flatsy,
for the globe?
can you let APOC take it, please? Let
so
APOC take the point for a moment.
so Sydney, you have a model, and you're holding on to this model, and you only believe this model because that's what you've been presented with, and now you're asking us for a model. Now, let's say you get another model, and then you're like, okay, now I believe another model, but now you're doing the same exact thing that you have folly to begin with. You messed up to begin with because you believed in something that can't be verified. No, you have a nobody can substantiate because you are dealing with things that they're given to you as this is what is, and we can't prove it, um, but we have formulated it and it comes out correct in the math. So you have to trust us, but we can't prove it though. So now you want to jump to another model, asking us for one, and you think that's going to help you? Can you at least first establish that you need to work on like getting over the fact that you like someone earlier said like you need a clean slate. You need like not to you. There's another guy that was here, but we have to kind of start with a clean slate with you, Zidney, to where we go. Okay, take the models out, right? Take out all that we've been taught, and let's talk like down to where can we prove what we are on without a model? Just let's talk about it now. And I think that's why we're trying to get there because when you do so, Sydney, you'll realize that when we start to search, because we checked, we've measured, everything's coming out horizontal planar, nothing curvature about it. There's no spinning ball about it. You're not telling, you can't tell the rotation, anything. Then once, but you have to get the model out of your brain first. You understand that, Sydney?
Unmute the space, APOC. I had to do that so you can finish your
Oh, okay.
sentence.
Okay, sorry. So do you understand that, Sydney?
Yeah, I don't really agree with what you said. If I can clarify,
Okay.
I don't just believe the globe model. I have talked to many flat earthers over the last 10 years, and they've given me their flat earth model. And then I've sort of compared the model and see which have most explanatory power. That's why I've set it on the globe, if that makes sense.
Well, if you talk to a quote unquote flat earther and they gave you a model, then that's on them. I can't. We don't have a model. There's no way to substantiate the entirety of the world that we're on. And let me give you an example. If if you came to my house and you came to the front door and you asked to use the restroom, can you give me the entire mapping of my 3-story house by just being in one bathroom? Can you do that?
No, that's a fair point.
All right.
Like, I understand
So
that.
hang on, Sydney. But hold on, APOC. What we're gonna do is put a pause on Sydney because he's always around. So we're gonna talk to some new people. They take presidents. Decrypt Opt just joined us in the speaker panel. Welcome, Decrypt. It's a warm welcome.
Hey, greetings from Nigeria. I
Greetings,
liked this topic. Yeah, it's good to be here. And shout out to everyone here listening and flat Earth debate. I don't know that's what you're talking about. And it's a pretty interesting topic because a whole lot of persons, they still, I don't know, I'm a religious person, but I wouldn't bring in religion into this. I would try to bring in science and real facts to back up my claim and belief. So, speaking of the world we're
Okay,
living
so
in,
go on. We
yeah,
need proof of curvature. Go ahead.
Yeah,
yeah,
just
sure. I'll just give a
go
simple,
ahead.
basic explanation on why I believe that the Earth is
Just proof
sphere.
of please.
So
Just
Yeah, hold
proof
on,
of
Flatsy. Hold
curvature.
on. Let him get through what he's doing, please.
yeah, so the simple analogy I'm going to use is the day and night part, the day and night part. Some people claim the Earth is flat. So if my question is, if the Earth is flat, how come we have different days, different time zones? Why? How come there are different time zones? For example, people living in Africa now it's 7:56 a.m. Meanwhile,
It's
people
very
living
easy
in
to answer. It's
I,
very
I'm
easy
coming,
to
I'm
answer.
coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I still have more
Yeah.
questions, but so people living in Nigeria now it's 7:56 a.m. Meanwhile, people living in North America or even South America or even Asia are maybe having the night time. I don't
So
know.
it's a
So
relationship to the sun for the surface. So you have a relationship of the sun with the surface of the earth. Okay. We don't disagree with the relationship of the sun and the surface relationship. Okay. We didn't make a claim that there's something going on with the sun that we don't actually experience. We all experience the sun, where the sun is, and how it happens, and what happens because we experience that. We're not debating that.
All right. So do you
okay,
think that the Decrypt?
so
Let me
the
just.
okay, go
No, I
ahead,
just want to
sorry.
get through a bit of what you were asking was time zones, but I think it's a kind of a malformed question. I think what you're asking is how does day and night work if the Earth is flat? I think that's basically what you're asking, not how time zones work. Time zones work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I
yeah,
meant. Day and night.
right. And
So
I understand because I've heard this conversation many times. So just to address what you're saying is that we don't think that the way that people look at the Earth being a globe, that it spins on its axis, and that's the cause of day and night cycles. We would say that the Earth is stationary; it doesn't move. And what happens is you see the sun move across the sky from east to west every single day. Is that right, Decrypt?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So
Exactly.
seeing the sun move across the sky east to west, that would be the sun moving and not you on the Earth. You follow? So
Okay, so
yeah, continuing the path from the sun. I'm sorry, continuing the path from the sun as it moves around, it'll be coming back again in a cyclical manner. That means it happens in a cycle. So it happens that after the sun goes away, depends on what time of year you're looking at the sun, right? Because that also depends on how long the sun is up in the sky. Well, then that's going to change. So you're going to have the sun appear from either summertime in Africa. It'd probably be different though. But for the north, in the summertime, it appears on the northeast and it sets in the northwest. As it crosses the equinox, it'll go from southeast to southwest. Now, this is important because
What's moving?
all we can tell from our vantage point, Decrypt, is that the sun is moving. So you can't tell me that you're moving and the Earth is spinning, so that rules it out. From your basic observation, is that the sun is what's moving from east to west. Isn't that true?
no, I don't agree with that. It's I want to thank you for your explanation. But
Sure.
my point is that supposing let's take a basketball for instance, it's round. It's for me that's how the shape of the earth is. I don't know if that's what you believe. So if the basketball is round and it has different sides, east, west, north, and south. And then people living in the east, maybe there's a flaming fire, for instance, and the flaming fire is shining toward the other part of the basketball, whereas the other opposite part of the basketball would not get that light from the flaming fire because it is not stationed, it is not facing towards the flaming fire. The only time that the light will get to the other opposite part of the flaming fire, it's when you have to shift or turn the basketball around. So that's when the other part that wasn't having light would have the light. So it is similar to the Earth. And sometimes some persons, I'm deep into astronomy and science and cosmology. So I have I have something
Right. This is
experience
an
about
idea,
this.
Decrypt, and thank you for the explanation. But I would say this is an idea that you have of what's going on. The truth of what's happening when you walk outside, when you look up at the sky, do you see the earth moving or do you see the sun moving? I want you to be honest with me. What do you see? Decrypt?
Yeah, come again with your question.
Do you see the earth moving or do you see the sun moving? I'm giving you two options. What do you see when you go
The sun,
outside?
the sun moves, and I want to tell
Okay.
you why it's like that.
No, no,
It's
wait. No, you
also
don't. Yeah, you don't have to
okay.
stop.
Go
Stop.
ahead.
Stop. 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 The
Go
reason
ahead.
why
Go ahead.
I'm stopping you for a reason. Because without any assumptions, without any story, without anybody telling you anything, your basic observation, when we start with, is that you and me, when we go outside, we see the sun moving across the sky from east to west. You can't put any stories to it, only that you and me witness this every single day. Isn't this true? Just the witness part. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's true. But would you
Okay.
let me
Yes.
tell you
A
why it's
testimony.
like
A
Right,
that?
right. No,
testimony.
you
Would you
don't.
let me?
Yeah, you don't have to tell me. I know the story, and so do you. So the story is that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? We both agree that's what we've been told. But what we know from our observation is that the sun is moving across the sky. Now, if you think the Earth is moving and spinning, I want you to tell me, how do you go from seeing the sun move across the sky from now the earth is moving? I want you to tell me how you make logically the leap to understand that the sun isn't moving, you are moving. I want you to tell me how
Okay,
you're making that
okay.
connection.
Okay, so supposing I don't know where you're from, so let's say
America.
someone is traveling. Okay, let's say you're traveling by car on a cloudy day from maybe Texas to California. I don't know the distance,
Mhm.
and we can see the clouds. So I want to ask you this question: when you are moving at a high speed, maybe let me say 90 kilometers or 100 kilometers per hour, and you look at the clouds, what moves? You're moving. The car is moving, but what can you see moving in the clouds? Is the cloud moving, or is it the your speed? that is
Both.
moving.
It's both.
Yeah, but
I love
listen,
it, brother.
no,
What's his
no,
name? This
listen.
guy, man. Just asking him questions. I like
It's a
that
very
guy, man. I
clear
like.
Yeah, he's all
it's
right.
a very clear analogy. When you stand at a motion, you're motionless. The cloud does not move. When you look
Yes,
at
it
that same
does.
cloud, it doesn't move.
Wait a minute. When your
Maybe
motion, Decrypt, when your
maybe it
motion,
moves. Maybe it moves, but not at that speed. I'm
no, we're
coming.
not. We're not talking
So
about the
when you are
speed.
moving at a speed, when you're moving at a speed, you see the cloud moves like it's the cloud that's moving, not you. But whereas it's because of your speed and your motion that makes it looks as if the cloud is moving.
Yeah,
So
I get you.
for
I get
me,
what you're
that is
saying.
the same.
I get what you're
That is
saying.
the same.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, I get what you're saying. But the problem is you have something to consider. Do you know that you're in a car that's moving, Decrypt?
Same, yeah, same as the
Okay,
earth is moving as well.
okay, so you know you're in a car that's moving. You can get in a car, turn the engine on, and start driving the car, right? You understand that the car is moving, yes? Decrypt.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So I just want you to acknowledge what I'm saying are true things. I'm not gonna say anything that's a lie to you. Okay. So now let's take, for example, the two ideas. One, you're standing on the earth and you're not moving, and the other, you're inside of a car and you are moving. So for your analogy to be correct, you have to be on a moving vehicle where you're standing on top of the earth, and the other one where you're inside of a car. So the car, you get in the car, you turn the engine on, and you start driving the car. You know you're moving. Now, when you're standing on the earth, do you know you're moving?
No, no, because of
Okay.
gravity. Gravity
Okay.
keeps us in place.
Okay, so now we understand. Now we understand something very simple, Decrypt, is that your analogy broke down where you try to make it sound like you were on something that's moving, and I just showed you, just from your observation, you know you're standing still on the earth. But in the other example you gave was where you're in a car that's moving. So what we have to understand is from where you're standing still on the earth, how, sir, does anyone know that they are moving? Because the only thing you and I witness is the sun moving across the sky. When you're standing on the earth, you don't know that you're going 90 miles per hour down the highway because you're standing still. So how do you know you're moving?
Okay, I know that I'm moving is because I can feel that I'm not standing. Yeah, and I can feel the gravity. So my where I'm trying to
Dude,
land at is that
no.
this whole flat earth perspective is
Wait. No, no,
I'm
No.
coming.
Decrypt. You can't land the plane because you didn't give me the information of how you know that you're moving, sir. I need to establish how you know you're moving.
You're not moving.
It's
There's
Hold
no
on,
because
that's fine.
curvature.
I was on top. It's because I'm on top of the earth,
Yes,
and I'm on top
Oh,
of something, right?
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
no.
So it is also similar with the earth. The earth is in space, in the
Yeah, that's what they
universe.
tell you. That's what they tell you, Decrypt. That's
Mm,
another story they told you. So
Really?
here, yeah, they
you
tell you
don't
a lot of
care.
Decrypt. Just hear me out, brother. They tell you a lot. Listen, man, if you take anything away from this conversation, all I want you to do is to think about what we're saying. I don't care if you're convinced, okay? I really don't care about that. I just want to challenge you for just a moment in time, if you allow me to. So there's a story that they've told you, Decrypt, and it sounds like that you're in a cosmos, right? With the planets are moving around and everything's happening, and they give you all of this information. Of course, academia, right? At school and people that believe the Earth is a globe in a vacuum of space, all that good stuff. So you told a story. They're telling you this story, but my friend, there's no way to substantiate that from our vantage point. Like standing on the Earth, you and me and everybody else, we don't know that we're moving. There's a story that they tell us that we're moving, but we personally cannot figure out if we're moving or not. We only know with the story. So you can tell me the story, I know it, but it's not going to convince me or anybody else that we are moving because we don't feel motion. We feel like we are very still and not moving when we're standing on the earth. Now, however, we can see the sun moving across the sky. I'm bringing very valid points for you to think about. Now, that being said, if somebody figured out in history that the earth is spinning around, I want you to search your mind and maybe the internet. How is it possible that they can know we are moving? Like, what is the way that we can figure this out? This is where I want you to think about this. Now, if you don't know, that's okay. Okay. You can just say, I don't know that question. That's fine. But how do we know we're moving is the most important thing you should ask yourself. Do you get what I'm saying, Decrypt? Like it is like honestly,
Yeah,
brother.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I don't care if you walk away and still think, those guys are crazy. The Earth is a globe and all that. It doesn't matter to me. What I want you to really
No, no,
think
no, no,
about.
no, no. We're all learning. We're all learning.
Yeah.
So just go ahead.
And I respect you because it sounds like you're a very honorable guy. But what I'm saying is,
I like Chris. I like Chris.
yeah,
Chris sounds like a beautiful person.
he is, and so my heart goes out to this Megadon because I know people like Decrypt. They hear a story. It's not. Listen, all of us in here, Decrypt. Let me just tell you, man. Before I talk to you specifically,
We know
everybody,
all of
yeah,
the stories. We
everybody,
know all of
yeah.
the
So
paradigm of the globe. We're very aware of all of the
yeah, so we
stories and the things that people bring in here.
Yeah, so Decrypt, all of us in here who used to believe that the Earth is a globe, that we're spinning in the vacuum of space, and it's a giant ball, we're all standing on top of it, and it spins, and all of these things. We heard all of these things. But my friend, if you never challenge yourself to think about how we know these things, then you'll never come to the realization if we are really moving around like they say we are. And as a person, all I can do is hand you some information, as in how to think about this information. Like, how do you process it? So I wanna submit to you. If you sit and think about this for just a moment, search the internet, do whatever you can to find the answers. But I'm gonna tell you, they haven't substantiated the evidence that we are moving. There is no experiment. There is nothing that anybody's ever done in history that proves that the Earth is in motion. Nothing anyone can do. There's ideas that people have and a story that they are believing, but there's nothing they could substantiate that the earth is in motion. And that's why people believe it, but they don't know how to explain it. Like maybe probably what you're doing right now is kind of like a little trouble trying to figure out, well, how do I say that I really don't know? You know what I mean? So all of us in here, we had a problem with the information, so we challenged ourselves, and most of us, we said, you know what, it's not true that the story they told us that we're spinning and we're in the vacuum and the earth is curving, all of these things, it's a story, my friend. And anyway, I mean, I want you to think about it, but you can tell me how you feel about it and say, no, I believe it's a globe and all of these good things, but it doesn't have any value, Decrypt. That what has value is something that you and I can test. I can go outside and I can test if the earth is moving around. If I have something to test, I can know for sure it is moving around. But if I have nothing to test, I only can believe a story that they told me. This is the problem with critical thinking these days, my friend. We only believe stories that we hear, but there is nothing that you and me and anybody else can do to test them. So and the rest of the people, the good people in here, we said, okay, you told me a story. Tell me how I can figure out we are moving or the earth is curving or something. And so I've been challenging people for 9 years, Decrypt, and there hasn't been anybody from academia, any scientist, any astrophysicist, any geologist, any cosmologist, anybody that come forward to say they know the earth is in motion, the earth is curving, or that we're in a vacuum of space. So until somebody brings it, and Decrypt, if you want to, you could hang out in this room as a listener, and I can prove it to you, sir. I can prove it to you. You can bring professors in here, and I will talk to them. You can bring anybody else that you want to in this room that you think they might have the answers, and let me talk to them, and I will show you they do not have the answers you might think they do. But I can prove this to you, right? I would like to, as a demonstration, prove this to you. If
Yeah,
you
yeah.
if you hang around
I
this group, and anyway, but I do respect that
Yeah,
you come up
sure,
as an honest
sure.
person.
I appreciate you guys all you do, and it's quite difficult to take in all of these because when you have this knowledge for since you're a boy, and then you're an adult, and someone just tells you something, just we're learning every day. So I appreciate what you guys do, and there's something I know for sure, despite the fact I believe in science, astronomy. I don't believe everything NASA says is true, especially the moon landing is just a
Hmm.
hoax. I don't believe that shit because it never happened, despite the fact I believe in space and the rest of them. But you see, some things that these astronomy and science people always talk, like the moon landing. that is total fake, and I know it's political because of the war, the war. They wanted to prove their supremacy during the war. So I don't believe that one, and I don't know if I'm the only person who believes in astronomy that doesn't believe in the moon landing. So there's always room to learn. There's always room to improve. So thank
Yeah,
you.
no, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for stopping by, brother. Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah, Chris. That was the competition, Chris. You know, like they wanted to act a little bit more superior, so they it's a defensive thing. Yeah, like they wanted to say, look, man, we can go to the moon, so don't fuck with us. Basically, you know what I mean? It's the space race, the so-called space race.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. So I'll hang on for a while, and I would listen to what other persons have to say, and I'll still have to go do my research because it's not easy. I maybe when I would believe, I might believe instantly is when maybe I get to visit there, or maybe I get to travel out to space, as they say. But if there is no traveling out to space, there is no medium to pass through the atmosphere, then that will also have to change my thoughts. But as time goes on, like I said, we get to digest some new information.
There's no rush, Chris. Chris, you just keep your mind open. That's what we're.
hmm
Essentially that's what we're saying. You got to keep your mind open. You know.
I
Yeah,
agree with Megadon.
the only information that we're giving you is that what you may know may not be provable. So prove what you know. Don't act like you know something that you can't prove.
Yeah, so those are good words, but Decrypt, I appreciate you coming by, man, and it's always a learning experience for everybody how to deal with situations where the person is being honest, right? And so we hardly get honest characters in here. I'm saying we always usually have to kind of be on our guard because people come in here and they want to troll or they want to say this and that. But you sound like a very honest guy, so we approach it differently when we have people like you that come in here. So, and you might feel the way you do about the Earth being a globe, but that doesn't change the way we react to it. You know what I mean? Every interaction is very different than the next, so it's not all the same. But just goes to show that's who we are. In this group, we want to take every interaction different than the next. So the next one could be very hostile. You know what I mean? It could be people just angry and stuff. But
It's pretty predictable what we have to deal with.
most,
It's not something that we are just flabbergasted by. Never.
yeah. So if once again we put out the challenge, right? How have they measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history as a drop over distance? That's the question for curvature. How have they measured the axial rotation, the spin of the Earth? Because they're telling us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. How did they substantiate that? How did they get the information to know that's as fast as we're moving at the equator? That's a question for the Earth being a globe. The third question, the final one, is how do they know that we are adjacent to the vacuum of space, which is an uncontained environment from the pressure air that you and I are breathing? That means, how can we have gas pressure without a container? So important, right? Because if we are breathing gas pressure and there's nothing to stop the gas pressure from expanding into the available space, what's holding that gas pressure here on Earth? And if it's nothing or if it's something, then we need to know how people know that information. Hopefully that kind of gives you a bit of something to think about, Decrypt.
And don't think that we haven't also like had a very good in-depth conversation about those three topics.
Hey, you know who I want to come into this space? Have you heard of that fellow? His name is Devon Stat.
I never heard
Black
of him.
pilled, black pilled. Right? Check him out. Get him into this space because he makes. You should hear him, man. He makes fun of us, and I'm thinking, fucking hell, dude, man. What the fuck are you talking about, man? You know,
The-
Devon Stat. Look him up. All right, Devon Stat. Black pilled.
yeah, if
He,
you
he that's his.
Yeah, but
He
we have
spends
to
half
deal
of
with
his time
people.
making fun of us.
hold on,
Listen,
Platty. Yeah, let him go.
but oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying let him go because he wasn't done yet. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Macadon. Sorry. I mean, yeah, the guy, whoever
No,
he
it's
is,
okay.
whoever he is, I would invite him in here because I think this is where the no spin zone happens, right? Where the globe comes to perish. So if it's true that he's that kind of a person, he's never
And he's a
met.
beautiful person. Don't get me wrong. He's a base. Like his information is 100%. But
Yeah,
there's
this is where it
this.
comes to die. Does
Yeah.
he want his information to come die?
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone should make fun of anyone unless they've got, substantial
No, I didn't
information.
say make fun of people. I didn't say that, did I?
No, I'm saying he does that. He does that.
Oh, so he makes fun of people that don't agree with him.
Well, we
That's
can we can see what angle he has if he ever has enough time to come in here. I mean, we host the spaces from a very different time zone, so I don't know what
yeah,
what
well,
what
it
time he's gonna
sounds
be
like a
on.
waste of time.
Yeah,
No, I
either.
want Devon Stack because that guy is a very intelligent bloke, and it'd be good for him to come in. So I'm gonna next time you hold this space, guys, I'm
Hmm.
gonna fucking send him a hey, come inside, have a
Sure,
look.
No,
I'd be
you
delighted.
see, unintelligent people are the ones that do not give a room to learn, so they always make fun of people who have an
Mm.
opinion. And so it's
Listen,
I used
Decrypt,
to see these
do
people
you
on
have
Facebook and Twitter, and they throw flat earthers and call
Mm.
them all sort of names. But if they have a point, you listen to them. If there's a point to learn from them, good and fine. So that was why I joined in to see if I would learn something and also share my thoughts. So if you're smart enough, you wouldn't throw people who are making their points. You wouldn't.
Yeah, thanks for that,
okay,
man.
so do you think that you have the evidence to support a globe Earth to us right now?
I think he already done that, but the best he could, and what happened
Yeah,
was,
but I'm saying like if he thinks that, then he has
yeah,
evidence,
I
right?
don't I don't think he does. I think what he has is just,
I don't think he was coming
yeah,
on with that sort of angle,
yeah, he's
darling.
not
No,
coming
he
out
wasn't.
Yeah,
with.
but I would love the evidence. I'm not
That's okay.
look, I'm
We're
not
we're gonna.
trying to have some sort of
Hold on,
bias
Fletzy.
towards anything
Yeah,
versus
that's fine.
I don't have any offense.
Yeah, that's
You
fine,
don't
Fletzy.
We could bring up Sydney, who has his evidence.
Yeah. Well,
I
what
I
we're
haven't
doing.
I haven't gone to space before, so I can't say I have an evidence, but I can explain theoretically of what I learned, and we are always open to learning. So I don't
Yeah,
really
that's
have an
fine.
evidence. I haven't been to space before.
That's fine.
look that looped and I did not do that twice. Sorry.
Yep, that's fine. So, we're gonna continue moving forward, and if anybody does have any evidence of the Earth being a globe, guys, this is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 7, globe. Huh? What is it good for? That's what we're asking, guys. Just like the song.
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing. What do you think the globe is good for? And we're asking you guys that maybe think the Earth's a
Mm.
globe. If you guys are in here right now, please come in and talk to us. There's a couple of speakers right now. We got myself, I'm the host, Apocryphon, Matrix, Flatsy Klein, Decrypt, Rob, Rayleigh Criterion, Mechadon, Twad Wazzle. And so we got a few spaces up here if you want to come up here and have a talk with us. But we're going to continue doing these series. Off of Veritas, I'm going to be doing these spaces. This is a group called 24/7 Flat Earth. We're mainly known on Discord. We've been doing live audiences for, what is it going on, guys? Like 6 years of live shows. We're on
Yeah.
Twitter. Excuse me, not Twitter. Yeah, we're on Twitter, but we're on YouTube and we're on
Now we
Rumble.
are
We're on YouTube and Rumble. So we're live streaming 24/7. That's the reason why the brand is 24/7. So if
24/7 Flat Earth Discord,
there's a
guys.
couple of people I want you to be aware of, which is myself. There's Indio. There's AI. There's Crypto. There's a Jedi. There's a few names that you need to look out for when they come in here. Apocryphon, who's in here right now. And Matrix. Sorry, guys, I'm not gonna try to leave everybody out. Rayleigh Criterion, I see you in there. He's a part of 24/7. Twad Wazzle, he's down there. And so all of these people that make up 24/7 have been standing together, and we're all kind of approaching this in a very similar way. So
And Flatsy too.
yeah, Flatsy, thank
I'm
you for that.
just chopped liver
Oh,
over here.
but no, like listen, what we're doing is exposing you guys to the fact that these guys don't have an answer to the fact that the Earth is not a globe. they think it is, and so we're bringing them up here so they can at least tell us how they know it's a globe from their position. So it's a continuing series. Don't forget to drop a follow for me, APOC, all the 24/7 team that I just mentioned up here on the panel. Follow everybody that you can, and we're going to continue doing this series. I'm just giving you a little background for me. I work 4 days. I'm off 3 days. So on the 3 days that I'm off, I'm usually going to try to get to do some of the spaces. We go long, so we'll start at 10 p.m. Central Time all the way to like about 6 or 7 in the morning Central Time. So we're going to try to fit it into where we have enough time to have spaces. So you can bring somebody in here if you want, bring a professor, bring an astrophysicist in here, have them talk to me or the panel, and then we'll see how that goes if they can provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. So kicking it back to you guys. Appreciate you guys for coming in here. We're going to continue moving forward. It's 2:23 in the a.m. for me. So we definitely got some time. If you guys want to dish about flat Earth, definitely will do that. Does anybody have any questions about maybe experiences
Yeah,
that
I
you
have a
had with
question.
flat? Go ahead, Decrypt.
All right, so I don't know if it's related, but I think it's related to the flat Earth theory. Just a question, just a quick question I want to answer. Do you
It's
guys
not a
believe
theory.
in? Do you? Or sorry, please. Do you guys believe in gravity? That gravity exists since
We don't
you.
have to believe in anything. We just need it demonstrated before our eyes. You understand, like, we can have something told to us or we can have something demonstrated for us, right?
Yeah, that was why I asked the question. What do you think about the word gravity? Does it
Yeah, so
exist?
gravity has this very special connotation for people in the flat Earth community versus the globe Earth. For globe Earth, it has two positions, which is a cause and effect relationship, and it's married. Married meaning that one is has to be adjacent to the next. So cause and effect. I want you to think about cause and effect, Decrypt. On the one hand, we have effect. So from flat Earth and globe Earth, we agree the effect happens when you drop something. You can quantify the effect as a phenomena, right? It's a law of nature. It happens always. So if you drop, let's say, a rock down to the ground, it falls at a specific average rate, right? The average rate that it falls through the medium of air can be calculated and understood and used in certain equations and that are useful for specific industries that can use that equation applicable, right? So they can use it for whatever applied information they use it for. So the effect can be understood as something that's quantified. So the cause, however, is something where we would say we don't need to know the cause as people that understand that the earth is flat and stationary. The reason being, it's a law of nature. We don't need to know why the cause of something happens. We just need to understand and be able to quantify the effect. However, on the side for the earth being a globe, the cause is attributed to a theory. Now, the theory of gravity is general relativity according to the current rhetoric, Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. So the bending and warping of space-time would be the idea that a mass of an object is becoming so large that it bends, warps, and distorts the gravity that's around it. So it causes a gravity well. And what it does with gravity is it pushes things down into the object. So it causes this gravity well. And this is the current rhetoric, right? Einstein's gravitational pull or push, excuse
Yeah,
me,
it's
pushing
it's
things
pretty
into.
much it's
So
pretty much
if we're
reifying.
gonna say that gravity is what people and the idea that the Earth is a globe is a cause and effect relationship, what we would say to you, Decrypt, is as you understand gravity, only the effect can be understood and quantified. Now the theory is not scientifically validated, which is what I just
It's a
described.
reification.
What I just described as Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. Do you understand, Decrypt?
Yeah, yeah, I understand. You know, why I ask this question is because I met a few flat earthers on Facebook, and most of them don't believe in space. So they don't believe space exists.
It,
And
it can't. It can't
Okay, yeah, just let
exist.
him let him finish, let's.
yeah, they don't believe space exists. So when I bring in this theory of this gravity topic, that if they believe in gravity, most of them just don't know what to say. And
What?
you are saying that the flat earthers also believe in gravity, if I'm correct.
What?
Yeah, specific gravity, which is considered relative.
Specific.
What's considered as
Excuse.
relative? Yeah,
Exactly. So
it's
exactly.
yeah.
So
Hold on, decrypt. It's considered relative density, meaning that an object and a medium relationship are occurring. So we are noticing that if you change the object or the medium, there will be a displacement in the relationship between the two. So I'll give you an example, decrypt, of what I mean. Okay, simple example. If you put an egg in fresh water, let's say the egg is put into a cup or a bowl of water, right? The egg will go down into the water to the bottom of that container. Do you agree with me?
yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay. So now let's change the medium, the relationship between the object and the medium, the object being the egg and the medium being the water. So if I add a little salt to the water and it becomes more dense than the object, what happens to the relationship between the object and the medium? Do you know? Well, what happens is that the object becomes lighter than the dense medium that it's in, and the direction that it would go, the vector, would be up. It would change its directionality due to the fact that the object and medium relationship, according to relative density, has changed. So we can test this over and over again, and we can manipulate this specific variable over and over again. We can change the medium, we can change the object, and the relationship between the object and medium will always change according to how we change the object or the medium. So we understand a simple fact. This is a law of nature. This always occurs. Now, we're going to ask the very specific question. What gives things the propensity to move down in the direction that it goes? I would submit to you, Decrypt, it is a law of nature. This is what happens always. Like I would say it this way, only God knows, the one who made this place, right? But
Yeah,
but if we
so
were to
we would
say, but if we were to say that you can tell us the theory of gravity being Einstein's general relativity, the bending and warping of space-time, how is it possible that you can tell me a cause for the egg floating up or going down? Can you understand that, Decrypt?
No, no, I don't understand that.
Okay. So if I'm telling you that I know that it's only due to the fact that I changed the medium. Remember when I put the egg in the fresh water, it went down to the bottom. But if I put some salt into the water, I made the medium, which is the water, more dense than the egg. The egg will then rise up. It will not go down anymore. It will start to rise up to the top of the water. Why did it change its direction?
Because you added salt to the water, and so it became denser.
Then the object. Correct. So therefore, the idea that
we're
gravity is bringing everything down is not the idea that we would say, because you could manipulate the object and medium. So specific gravity would mean that when you're talking about relative density, the object and medium relationship, everything changes when you change the object or the medium. So an example would be another one would be I have an ice cube. Right, I drop an ice cube down on the medium of air. It falls to the ground. Well, once that object changes its state and it becomes liquid, the liquid will be spreading out on the floor. But now there's even a different change. When it changes states from liquid to gas, water vapor, it rises up. You change the object, you change the relationship between the medium. So that's what happens, right? I give you an example. As a solid, as an ice cube, you drop down to the ground, it went down. But when it turned into water, it spread out, right? So it changed states, it changes the way the object and medium relationship is. But after it changed one more state and it turned into water vapor, it rose up. Can you understand now? Object and medium relationship, due to the fact that when those two change, it changes the way they react to each other. Depends on the object and the medium.
Yeah, yeah, I understood, but I still wanted to ask some few more questions. Remember, I
Sure.
told you earlier that we're open to learning and and sharing ideas. So
Please.
when it comes to gravity, there's something I don't know. Someone, I think it was the lady that was speaking. I don't know. She said that they don't believe in space, so which
Yes.
means that the question is now when it comes to the sun, if you don't believe in space, where is the sun? Where is
Okay, so the bigger question I think that you probably walked over was the reason why we say space cannot exist like they tell us. So do you want an answer to that? The reason why? Decrypt, are you there? Oh, did he drop out? Did I drop out? Test, test. One,
No,
two.
you're loud and clear.
Okay. Decrypt, are you there?
I see him as a speaker on my screen, but again, might be a glitch. He might have dropped out though, but because he's already a speaker, when he comes back, he can make himself a speaker again, so he should be fine.
I think he might have glitched out. Yep. We'll take his question when he returns. In the meantime, we got Axel Steele that just joined us.
Hey, I want to apologize last night because I think because P Dubs follows me, he drug himself in here.
No worries.
Don't worry about it, man. Like we you know, whoever it is that comes in here, we'll deal with that interaction.
I don't know. I basically quit the space because I was like, oh, he's just gonna try and dominate the space. All right, that's fine. I'm gonna do something else. Time to play some XCOM.
It was a good discussion until he came, though, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. We follow each other, but I don't like his style on these. He's a nice enough guy to talk to one-on-one, but I don't like his style on these sort of like flat earth spaces. Don't tell him I said that. I don't want any internet drama. But
no worries.
Yeah, we'll just keep that between you, me, and
just
a million
everyone
people.
else who's listening,
and all on X, and everybody on X.
I mean, I'm not going to be heartbroken if he stops following me. But I guess I got a question about. I do have a question about your ice thing. I mean, is your contention something like, downward and upward forces are caused by relative density?
Yeah, the causation couldn't be understood. What we say is the effect that occurs, the phenomena of something falling through the medium, is something that could be quantified. So the cause is not inserted. There's no cause. Okay, so I'll tell you like this: if we're gonna extrapolate out just based on the effect or the phenomena that occurs, we want to quantify how this happens, so we can change or vary and manipulate a independent variable, which would be the medium or the object. Depends, right? So whatever's going to be the dependent variable, we're going to see if we can cause a reaction. So in the case for that, then of course we're going to use a cause and effect relationship, but it's going to be specific to the test that we're doing, not in the overall understanding what gives things the propensity to move in the direction that they do. That's a whole other topic of cause and effect. So just in the specific understanding of what's giving the thing the variable of the vector, the propensity to move in the direction, we're going to just manipulate the object or medium. So for us to say,
okay, so let me try and so you're saying something like, for reasons that are sort of unknown, water will stick to the ground, but water vapor rises into the air.
No, it's more like the law. So if it's something that always occurs in the physical known reality that you and I exist in, then it becomes something that's just understood as a law. It happens always. So in other words, like entropy. If you think about it like that. So entropy is something that's not negated, that we're breathing air, obviously. So you can't negate the fact that the law of nature that kind of dictates how we observe the physical and natural world is just the way things are. There's no, like, you can't find the fabric of reality in a cause and effect relationship when you don't know how the fabric was constructed. Like, what makes reality what it is? You get what I'm saying?
Are you taking like a David Humean approach and saying that we just can't know about causes?
No.
Can we just say right now?
No.
Can I just say right now?
What?
Adding on to AV's, what he said. Okay, you need to understand that entropy is something that you don't actually look into nature and understand some sort of cause for that, because it is an effect of nature. That's why it's a natural law. It's not something that you can necessarily run through the scientific method.
Right. That's
It
true.
is a nature
It's a property of
law.
nature. Yeah, it's a law.
Yeah,
I don't want to get distracted by the second law of thermodynamics, but
you
like,
need to. You need to be
well,
distracted by it
it's
many
not.
times over.
One problem is it's not a law; it's just a statistical occurrence.
It
But
is a law of nature, and everything is subjected to it. That
Okay.
is a fact.
You said something very interesting, Axel. You said it's statistical. So do you mean that people affected by entropy, growing old and dying, is just a statistic? It's not real? You're denying
uh,
the fact that people actually grow old and die?
Yeah, we
it's
have
statistical. It's statistical in the same sense. Oh, what's a good analogy?
I don't know. You tell
no,
me.
I don't
It's
know because you don't got one.
it's. I mean, it's well, it's. You're putting me on the spot. It's a bit tough
Oh
to come
yeah.
up
Yeah,
with a good
I'm putting you
analogy
on the
on
spot.
an instant. Um,
Yes.
no, it's statistical because
How?
entropy is a mathematical concept, and so
No
No,
kidding.
it's not.
yes, and so you might have.
It can be, but it's really not.
Well, let me hear what Axel finish. Just finish your point, man. Like,
Well, so when you're talking, so like one of the most classic, you know, s- second law of thermodynamics, things are, you have a chamber with hot gas, you have a chamber with cold gas, and there's a gate that allows gas to pass between the two chambers. Eventually, that's a relatively low entropy system because there's
What?
usable work you can get out of it. But eventually,
Okay.
if you let those chambers connect, the temperature will even out between the two chambers, right?
yeah.
No.
And then you can no longer get useful work out of it. But
No, that's not true. You're
Yeah.
lying.
No, wait.
wait,
Hold on,
okay.
hold on. I think what we're talking about, hopefully we don't get mixed up in here, is that if you have a hot cup of coffee that you set on your countertop, does that hot cup of coffee stay hot, Axel?
That's exactly what I was saying. Right.
I know, but I'm using this as a very basic kind of because
Yes.
we gotta use examples that everyone can grasp.
Eventually, everything will come to the same temperature if there aren't outside energy sources.
So,
And how
Okay.
does that happen?
yeah.
What's making energy transfer in that matter? You're actually proving our point, but go ahead.
Yeah,
What? How does that
exactly.
happen?
That's ironically, you're proving our point. Thank you.
Yeah, because when that heat is going to become cold later as the heat reduces, that is literally the law that we're talking
That's the
about. So
law.
it's not just mathematical, it's an
Um,
actual reality, but it's a law that heat will transfer. And you did a
Also,
perfect
that
example.
energy
I
is finite.
I
Also,
said
that
it's
energy is
statistical.
finite.
Well, no, okay. So is it? Do you get though now how you kind of answered our point in our position of why we would say it's a law
No,
and
I mean
not just a statistical, concept, if you want to put it that way.
laws are always true,
Huh?
and
Right.
What are you talking about, dude?
entropy increasing is not always true as a mathematical proposition.
Yes, it
It's
is. It's always
mostly
true.
true.
It is always true that it
No, 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 no. Hold on,
increases,
hold on. Though, what I think you're doing
dude.
though is you're trying to say mathematically it's not always. But see, that's the problem. What you're doing, you're trying to turn it into a mathematical thing, and no, that's not. It's a law. You cannot math it up. It is going to be energy
There
transferring
is a
regardless.
formula. There is a formula, but it's
Yeah,
wrong to say that it's greater than or equal to.
yeah.
You don't get to say that because you don't have any instance where it's equal to. Ever. Ever. It only increases.
Hey,
Ever.
Flatsy, Goyim wants to go ahead and raise her hand up. Let's give Goyim real quick a chance to speak. Go ahead, Goyim.
No, I'm just more confused on her point. Like she's got to explain it better, in my opinion. Like,
Oh, okay.
I
yeah,
Okay.
can I can try to explain
So
it
back to
better.
Flatsy. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I can try to explain it better. So you're talking about entropy always increases. There is a formula actually. So if you want to look up the mathematics to it, you are very welcome to. So it will say that it's greater than or equal to And that is even in the citation that you're going to look up that says that it's greater than or equal to, says that the equal to is wrong, because in an ideal situation, the ideal gas laws and all of that will counteract that, because it's never equal to. Entropy is always increasing at every single instance. That's something that we observe as an effect, and not as a cause or anything like that. We observe it as an effect. That's why it's called a natural law. Entropy always increases. So you have to reconcile that with your paradigm of a globe, which would give you some sort of vacuum, like adjacent to a pressurized system of gas. That's not possible.
All right, let's see if Goyim can respond. Goyim, was that a good enough explanation? Because
Yeah, I got the point of it. Like
right.
what she got across. Is there anything that's like disallowing us to believe that's like half a sphere? Like, you get what I'm saying, where it's like this like
The Earth?
globe
Half
that's
a
half sphere.
Are you
sphere?
talking? Wait, we're jumping ship. Are we talking about a different topic, Goyim?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
my bad.
begging the
Yeah,
question.
hold on. Let's just see what it, I want to know where he's going with it. Goyim, are you talking about a different topic, which is the shape of the Earth?
What the fuck was she talking about? Wait, I'm sorry.
Entropy. She was talking about entropy.
I'm saying you're begging the question to think
Yeah.
that there is still a sphere,
Yeah. Hold on.
hemisphere, or
Yeah.
whatever.
Hold on. Hold on. I want to clarify. She was talking about entropy when you came in, and you're now talking about the Earth. Goyim. Is that what you're talking about? Shape of the Earth?
Yeah. That's what I was. Sorry, I misinterpreted what she was saying. So
No
I want
problem.
to
No,
apologize.
no
Yeah,
problem.
that's
So let me clarify so that we could understand who's talking about what. So the conversation was on entropy, and we're talking to Axel Steele. But now you're asking a very different question, which is, are you guys talking about the shape of the Earth being half a sphere? And so we're not going to be able to address that until we understand what position you hold. Are you of the mind that the Earth is flat, stationary? Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? Or what are you thinking the Earth is? Go ahead and tell us.
well, like I said, like half. Well, I obviously I want to get back to what she was saying, but I'm
Sure,
gonna.
we'll do
Yeah,
that. I promise
but
you we'll do
obviously I
that.
think half a sphere is kind of like logical. Like it's like kind of the walls are up. I'm not gonna go
Walls
too
are up.
crazy,
What
but
do you
yeah,
mean the walls are up?
like it's like flat, but there's like walls going up a little bit, and then you got the hemisphere, and you got all that nonsense.
I don't know. Okay. Have you had conversations with within the flat earth context? Because it's not making any sense for me what you're saying. So I want you to kind of do the best you can to make it make sense to the audience right now, because it's just not. I don't know if it's maybe your way of speaking, or it's just not making any sense. So do you think that
What he's saying is stupid, and you're being very nice about
I'm
it.
being charitable because I want to make it sound like he can attempt to redo what he's doing? I'll give you a mulligan, man. Can you try again?
No, my apologies. I just think it's more of like it's flat, but it gives like this like there's obviously like an air bubble kind of type thing. Like
Oh,
it's
you mean
kind of
like the
half a sphere.
Oh
oh,
my
he's thinking
god.
of the dome above, I guess is maybe what you're thinking. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
but he's saying it just wrong.
I know, but
Sorry.
everybody has their own way of doing it, right? So, is that what you're
No,
is that what you're saying? Let's see.
it's wrong or right.
All right.
I believe so. Like as far as I know, like she hasn't really gone into it where I would
We're not
know
yeah, we're not going to
context.
get into that. So,
It's
basically
all
what
good. Yeah, I'm not trying to like. I thought that's what y'all were talking about. So
no.
my bad.
So
Like I saw
all
flat
we're
Earth
gonna
thing.
do right now is just address the fact that you brought in a question, right? What is the Earth, and is it half a sphere? So I'm asking you. You think it's not a Earth that's a globe, right? It's not what you're saying. You don't think the Earth's a globe.
No.
Okay. So I guess back to Axel Steele, and we got a new person that came up here.
Yeah,
That's
we brought Basto, yeah.
Basto, go ahead. Tell us what's up, man. Do you think the Earth's a globe? Or just say hi if you want to.
Hey, yeah, I'm just curious by all this because, well, history is a lie that is agreed upon,
Mm-hmm.
usually written by the victor, and things that have been like blasphemy, I guess is the word, to dispute, often have come true or have been verified. So I'm just, interested as like a thought experiment. I can imagine the world or universe or whatever a bunch of different ways. And, we do see upside down and backwards, which I think is partially why the world is so screwed up. But, we see upside down and backwards and think it's not, or we've adapted to it so much that we don't perceive what's really like real. So yeah, I'm just curious to see what you all think on this flat earther. Just people at least thinking and questioning, not swallowing every whatever call it fact that
Right.
school's trying to teach you.
We're just challenging the narrative between what people think that the Earth is as a globe. So, if you think the Earth's a globe, Bastoma, or at least
Well, you
what
can
you're
just call me
currently thinking,
Basto. It doesn't.
Basto.
The font got screwed up and whatever. I
My
wanted to
bad,
keep my
Basto.
check mark.
Do you think
No,
that the
no,
Earth is
no
a globe?
problem at all. Bastomatic, Basto. Do I think a globe? It's okay. Here's the argument that kind of gets me because I'm an FCC guy, right? I can make and change. I can take, log, read, and change transmitter settings. Okay, big skill. But this argument about line of sight for what is that? The aircraft group. What do they call those? The flight. You know what I'm saying? I can't for some reason. I'm having a blank
You
on it
mean
right
like
now.
the
But
towers? The guys in the
aircraft control
towers?
guys.
I can
That's what I was
actually
trying to
give
say.
you evidence of flat path giving nothing but flat and horizontal
Yeah,
for
Well, okay.
2
There's something
hours.
about the way
that's
that
cool.
they use their communications. They're ground based, right? And they're trying to
Yeah,
speak to
Yeah,
people up
but
in the
we're
air.
talking about 2 hours. 2 hours of a flight that can be substantiated to hold a flat and level attitude the whole time.
all right. We just want to know Basto's perspective right now. We're getting to know who he is and what
Okay,
he
well,
thinks. So,
so
Basto,
I've
you
this
think?
broken down.
Yeah,
I'm not the expert on it,
yeah,
but
but you
it has to do with the transmission that
okay?
if they were going to transmit over a long period, the wavelength or style of transmission that they use doesn't really work. So something is happening with their radio waves that
Okay. So,
we just take. I don't know.
are
There's
you
more. It's like a
talking
rabbit
about?
hole to go
Are you
down.
talking about the control towers communication with the airplanes?
I think it's more control tower communicating with control tower, but maybe it is with the airplanes, that the airplanes should be out of the zone, or if it's curved, they shouldn't be able to do it with the style of communication that they
Yeah.
use.
So you're really just talking about signal propagation, really, at
I
this point.
guess. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it propagates differently depending on what the current weather system that you're going to be
Well, there's
dealing with.
that,
Yeah.
but also the way that if mathematically sound and light and radio propagate in a certain way
Mm-hmm.
and it's linear, then
Right.
how do we handle the curves? And yes, it could bounce off the atmosphere.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Um,
You're right. And I think that's a good point because we've dealt with communications where, what was the long distance communication? I think some of the team can help me out with this one. It happened
There's several, but I think
the
one of the
Marconi.
longest,
Mar-
one of the longest ones recorded, the earliest was the Marconi. Yeah.
the Marconi signal propagation over from the UK all the way to Australia, which is a great distance. And there was a connection between the two. So you got to
I've got one. I've got one from I I think it's Detroit or something like that to Honolulu.
Yeah, so over the time period that we've been using signal propagation and whatever type of communication device, there have been long distance signal propagations. So we would say that evidence for the Earth being a flat and stationary plane, we would say that signal would have to propagate over a vast distance, uninterrupted or unimpeded, and be able to reach its destination. And so, because of these long distance signal propagations, you'd have to have, like you said, linear sight to them, right? It'd be have over long distances. So that occurs because of the fact that the Earth that you've been told about, that's a globe, would have to, with the physics, act in a very different way, which would mean that you'd have to have like radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere and so on, right? But if you're
Yeah, and they do say that that happens. That's what
yes,
the whatever accepted science today is, that certain AM and FM behave differently. Um, it has to do with this the wave, the hertz, the size of the actual wave is way bigger on one of them, if I remember right. Like, I haven't brushed up on this lately, but
I
there's a
think
bunch of
Rayleigh.
stuff going on.
Yeah, we got Rayleigh in here. Rayleigh, do you want to talk about this a little bit? You had a experience with you're like a ham radio expert, right, or something?
Well, not exactly, but I know
Okay.
that aircraft, they use the AM band, and you run into a problem with trying to carry around heavy equipment to broadcast over long distances. So aircraft are meant to carry lightweight equipment that doesn't take a lot of power. So that what limits their ability to broadcast.
Okay, well, here's two things too: AM and FM. AM is amplitude modulation,
Yeah,
and FM is frequency modulation.
yeah,
So you've got two different styles of doing it. The AM, if that's what they're using, which I'll take your word on, sounds about right. I think that's the one that goes further. You put a signal out, and then the volume or intensity of that signal is done with amplitude, not it's not voltage, it's not frequency, because frequency modulation meaning changing or vibrating or fluctuation or whatever. So the power on AM is what they're varying, and then the frequency is what they're varying on the other. So I don't know if that helps or not, but that's sort of part of that.
yeah.
It's a rabbit hole to go down, because
Yeah, they
some
definitely
things.
use the AM. The reason why they use AM is because if two aircraft key their microphones at the same time, they will hear the fact that they're stepping on each other. If they used FM, it would one would be
Oh, that's
obliterated by
interesting.
the other.
Okay. Now there is something about, I think it's the ground spots, right? Because you got to communicate ground to ground to aircraft control unit to control unit. And there's something about that they're able to communicate ground, and they shouldn't be if the globe has the curvature, if there is, or I believe there's curvature on some of it for sure, right? Like, we definitely know the topography, Earth goes up and down, we have mountains and whatnot. So some of that would get in the way, and some of it doesn't, or it goes further than it should if you do the mathematical formula on the curvature or something. I mean, there's reasons to think that there is, with like the shadows and the different. You put the same height thing, like a tower, 30-foot tower somewhere like south equator, and then you put a tower the same size like up 1,000 miles or something, and then you record them and compare notes. There's something about that that does suggest curvature for sure, at least the way that I see it. But to say that it's a full globe or whatever, like, my whole thing too is, what the hell's with Antarctica? They're so secretive of Antarctica. What the hell's going on down there? Like, could this be the firmament and the ice wall or something? Like, I've heard that argument before. We've been lied to so hard, I wouldn't doubt it. That's about what I got to say on the whole thing.
It's good that you're questioning the narrative, Basto. And I think that's what we've all been doing. And the best we can do right now is to tell you, keep down the path that you are. Eventually, coming into spaces like these and having conversations with people that have been researching the topic for a while, you can glean a little more than you did the day before. But ultimately, you settling on the information to say that I know that the Earth is flat stationary would have to be incumbent upon your own research and investigation. So my hope is that at some point you realize that there's enough evidence to go against the Earth being a globe that you make up your own mind on that. So we're here to challenge the fact that we've been told the same thing, and we know that there's no way curvature even could exist, not because of signal propagation, but because they don't have any direct evidence that the surface is curving directly. The ground, it's not curving the way they say it is, predictable by the radius, diameter, and circumference of the known geometric values. If that makes any sense.
Really? So for like a 5-year-old, what would you envision? Like what shape, or what should I to view it as the way you've been able to deduce?
So
What are we looking at?
so everywhere that the people are, what exists is a horizontal plane that extends outward. The horizontal plane that you and I are on, is referenced by the people that are on it. Let's say we want to go from point A to point B on any part of the surface of the Earth. Well, that distance traveled is going to be off of a horizontal plane. So essentially, imagine, and just kind of like so you can think about it, like a basketball court, right? And then you have a bunch of people on that basketball court. And let's say I want, and you were standing like somewhere in the middle. I go to where you are, and let's say you are a country or something, and I want to circumnavigate you. All I would have to do is walk around you, and I've done my complete, circumnavigation around you, and I can keep walking to another person standing at an opposite end of the basketball court. You get what I'm saying? So circumnavigation operates in a way that it's horizontal and not uh, in a
Okay, yeah, I'll get you there. All right.
yeah
You said basketball court. I was also thinking when you said country, like the game Risk or something, right? Because we got
yeah.
the globe, or we got the world's all flat on a thing. So whatever, a flat court or something.
Yeah.
I'm with you. All
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
fine.
So with the idea that we're traveling in any distance, everything as far as cardinal directions go, they work well with the compass pointing to the north, to the position of north, magnetic north. So if we're going to be traveling on any place on the Earth, we're going to say that we're going in a direction like north, south, east, or west, and that direction that we travel will be in relation to north, magnetic north, that is. So we can travel using other things like celestial navigation, or perhaps other methods of like what navigators used to do back in the ancient days. But what we know right now that works really well is, of course, like things like GPS, or compasses, or even celestial navigation. But technology has advanced, of course, as far as we know, and we can have like satellite technology and so forth.
Yeah, true. We can seemingly pinpoint repeatedly
Sure.
a spot anywhere.
Sure, and the idea
Yeah.
that satellites are in a location, however, that negates the second law of thermodynamics, which means that this is a big one. It might be a little lengthy, but in order for
Yeah,
this,
this is going to be interesting. I worked with satellite communication too,
cool,
Ku and C band, and did all that shit. So yeah,
cool,
like I said, I'm an FCC guy.
cool,
So
and I'm glad that you've worked on technology like that. And as far as you know, the satellite, or the specific payload that a rocket would take up to a location, um, hold on, APOC, you're backfeeding, brother. APOC, are you there? All right. Yeah. So, if you're taking a rocket to a location that they're telling you, like the vacuum of space is, going to as high as like the thermosphere, and they're going to deliver a payload maybe above the thermosphere or so on, beyond the Kármán line, that would be low Earth orbit. With the acronym for that would be like LEO. People use the acronym sometimes, but we'd say that when the rocket delivers its payload, wherever that is, you're told a narrative of how that location is the vacuum of space, where it's said to be at a very vast differential of pressure from the surface. So you have like this vast differential of pressure from that location to where the surface is. Of course, everybody's breathing around 14.6 psi air
Right, right.
pressure
So
on the
the
surface.
atmosphere gets just thinner and thinner. It's still
Yes,
there.
yes, it's
Is
still
that part
there.
of what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's still there. It's just like the problem that we're having
So
here
it's
is
really thin.
yeah, the narrative is that there's a high pressure differential. Now, if you talk to somebody that believes that the Earth is a globe, which are in a they're very dug in or staunch position, they would say it's really nothing to worry about. It's very small, minuscule. You know, as the pressure gradiates out. Problem is, in order to achieve pressure, you have to have a container. You can't have the pressure on the Earth without a container. So the contained air that we have is not only contained, but it's sustained. So it's sustained air pressure on the surface. Now, in order for us to achieve gas pressure, we have to have container because that's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. In order for us to say that on the ground we're breathing air that's pressurized, it has to have a contained system in order for it to be that pressure, right? And in order, like, I don't know if you know.
Okay. Well, like gravity, though,
Yeah,
is that not part of the container?
yeah,
Like it's
gravity.
because isn't it just it's stacked on itself? Because if you travel up every 1,000 feet you go, it's about 3 degrees cooler, and the air. I mean, I've been in Colorado
Hmm.
or whatever in mountains where the air is obviously there's something going on with it. It's thinner.
Right.
Um, even boiling and stuff like that change. So you just keep going and keep going. And, but okay, so the container,
Hmm.
I mean, I'm with you, right? Like you would think that, well,
Yeah.
it just gets thinner and thinner and thinner
Let's.
and thinner until it's so super, super thin, but something is keeping it to the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank
Okay.
you for
Interesting
asking. Yeah.
question
Thank
or
you for
whatever.
asking.
Yeah.
It could be gravity, but let's take a look at it with a critical eye. Could be gravity. Let's see if let's examine the claim. Okay, it's gravity. Let's figure out what can gravity do to contain gases. Now, on the surface, we know that gases have a tendency to disperse and to mix in with the air outside. What direction do gases have? What vector do gases have?
I'm not certain of what you're asking or,
Okay, so
okay, what vector?
the vector of gases. So if gases have a specific vector, whether up or down, sideways, what do you think?
Right, right. So XYZ, right?
Yeah,
Which they
what's
have a tendency to do something. What are they doing?
yeah? Where
I
did
can't tell you really. I
so
guess they're just
right?
there.
So think about it. We're examining. Okay, yeah, so we're examining the claim. Gravity is the container,
Right.
right? So if gravity is the container, what is gravity essentially doing to the gas that you and I are
Well,
breathing?
okay. Each gas
Mhm.
molecule has its own gravity, right? Because mass and gravity are
Yes, but
one.
what is the gravity of the Earth doing to the gas? The gravity of Earth,
Okay. Well, that would be pressure pulling. It's pulling,
right? What is
pulling
it pulling
down.
it? What is
Okay,
it
that's
pulling?
what you're trying to say. I
Right.
think
Well,
is
what is it
pulling
pulling?
down.
Yeah,
It's
what
going
it's
down.
pulling down. So gravity is pulling the gas down, right?
Sure. Okay. Gotcha.
Keeping it from expanding out into the available space, which would
True.
be
Okay.
you follow?
Sounds quite reasonable too. Yeah, yeah. I'm with you on your
So,
thought here.
well,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not really
It
reasonable,
it's
but it's a narrative that's been told to
it's
us.
what
Okay.
we're told.
Okay.
Yes.
So if that is the case, do we observe gravity being contained on the surface and not dispersing out into every direction, which is omnidirectional? Do we see gases being pulled down to the Earth?
Well, now that's interesting because you have
Sure.
different gases that have different
Well,
weight or
but
whatever.
also the blunt answer is just yes. It's why gas is more dense close to the surface of the Earth
Okay,
than further
yeah,
away.
I'll give you that. All right, I was looking for anomalies in
Yeah.
that
So
theory or whatever.
let's examine the claim. Yes, gases are being held down by gravity. Can you
Okay.
demonstrate? Can you demonstrate gases being held down by gravity, Basto or Axel?
That would be, I think, fairly difficult. I'm not sure how I
Well,
would do
I
that.
think Axel has a good beat on this. Axel.
All right, let's hear it.
I mean, what do you mean by? Do you want me to come to your house and set up a vacuum chamber? Like, what do you want?
Let me ask Basto. What do you think if I'm asking for a demonstration of how gases can be contained by gravity? What do you think I'd be looking for? Let's just put our thinking hats on. What do you think I'm asking? If I want you to show me how gravity is being a container, what essentially demonstration would satisfy what I'm looking for?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good question.
Well, see if Axel can think through this.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Axel?
I mean, I don't think you'd be satisfied. Well,
Uh-oh.
first of all, the idea of a demonstration is largely impossible. Like, I can't
Really?
literally come to your house and demonstrate something. And
Okay,
so,
so
or
is there?
I guess I literally could, but I'm not going to. So I don't.
Well,
so I don't know what. So I don't know what you
is
want
it
here.
possible? Is it possible that a demonstration could be constructed to show that gravity can contain gases?
An experiment?
Sure.
I mean, I
Yeah,
presume.
this is cool. A repeatable, like a hypothesis.
Right.
That, okay, gravity
You're
is
you're
okay.
you're
So then you
thinking
have to be
correctly,
able to
Basto.
repeat it more than once and do it in like
Exactly.
a controlled setting. So that's all we're
Yes.
asking.
I mean,
And
I'm pretty
you
sure.
say
I'm
what it
pretty
looks
sure if
like.
you. I'm pretty sure if like you cool gases enough, they fall to the bottom of the
Hmm.
container, like with like liquid nitrogen.
Right.
That's
But
gravity containing a That's gravity containing a gas.
no, that's cold air doing the work. All right. So if we're
Well, that's an interesting thing you're talking
No,
about.
that's
it's
not.
cold air.
I mean, liquid nitrogen is normally kept in
A
vacuum
gas is a
flasks,
state.
so it doesn't
Well,
like
liquid
affect
That's what
nitrogen
it's
wouldn't be a gas, hence the name liquid
No, it's just
nitrogen.
there is no difference between gases and liquids. Liquids are just closer together.
Oh,
well,
that's a
no,
big
it's a
mistake.
state
Uh-oh.
change. It's a state. We have to think of that. That
Yeah.
a
And
gas is
I mean, you can call it a state change
okay.
if you
Here's the
want.
thing:
It
if
is a
they're the
state
same,
change.
then can you illustrate with water that it's doing the same thing? That gravity is holding water down.
Yeah. So
How would you do that?
let me just
Yeah.
before we get off into the weeds, Basto, I just like to highlight you are thinking along the lines of what should be done, right? So I'm actually handing it over to Axel to think about because he right now really thinks that this method something can be done to show that gravity is containing the gases. So I'm asking them, can we reproduce this in a lab situation where you could demonstrate gases being contained by gravity?
Yeah, I mean, if you cool down a gas enough, it will go to the bottom of a container.
Okay.
If you cool it enough, it'll turn into a liquid. Although, as I said, the difference between liquids and gases is not like
So not gravity.
it's just gases.
So not gravity, because we're cooling gases. We're not showing a demonstration of how gravity.
Well, you have to cool them because the
So you're
problem is
acting.
hold on. Let me
You're
let me
adding
answer the
cooling
question.
to the mix. We're just trying to figure out if gravity is a container for gases.
Let me
Cooling is
answer
an extra step.
I mean, let me answer the question.
Sure.
The problem is that gases in general they're very light, so gravity doesn't have a lot of pull on them.
Oopsie.
And they have high kinetic energy. And so if you don't cool them down, they do tend to like buzz all over the place. And so if you're in a laboratory, so what, maybe you have like a 3-meter apparatus or something like that. Like there's not going to be a big temperature difference naturally from the top of the device, the bottom of the device. All the gas inside is going to have roughly the same temperature. And so, yeah, in order to get gravity to have a sizable effect on it, you'll have to cool it down and reduce its kinetic energy.
So in other words, you have to impart some type of change in what gas is in the state of gas so that you can change.
Yeah, you're talking about thermodynamics
Yeah.
then.
Yeah,
So,
he's changing it. Yeah, exactly, Basto. You're a quick learner, man. So that's true. That's what he's talking about. And so what we're looking for right now is how the claim that gravity can contain gases could be substantiated by any type of scientific evidence. And it doesn't seem like we're talking the same thing. We're going off into thermodynamics, we're thinking about other things,
What?
and we're not
No,
talking
no.
about the specific question, how gravity is
Well, I
containing the
think he
gas.
nailed it to a degree. In a vacuum, if you have atoms of gases, can you then apply gravity,
Mm.
or can we figure out a way? Let's
Well, I
look at
mean,
it
to be
this way:
fair,
we have to be able to play with gravity a bit.
to
Yeah.
be
We're going to do
to
that.
be fair, it's not a vacuum because the gas that we're experimenting on is in there. But
Oh, well, that would be problematic, right? Because a
yeah,
vacuum.
but we're trying to get everything except that gas out of there, so that we can
There
figure
you
out
go.
how
Yeah,
gravity
yeah.
affects
I got
that
lost in
gas.
the weeds there a little
Yeah.
bit. The
Yeah, that's
vacuum
fine.
would suck all
So
the gas
yeah,
out.
so let's
So we got a
remove.
problem.
So think about this, Basto. Let's remove in a vacuum chamber all the gas that's in there. Try to do the best we can. How about that? To get as much as we can out of that vacuum chamber. Now, we got well hardly anything in there, right? Let's put it that way, because hardly would be a better way to put it instead of no gas. Hardly anything in there. So what happens when we put some gas, get ready to put into the vacuum chamber? What are we going to notice? I'm going to ask Basto first, and then I'll ask you, Axel.
Okay, I'm going to notice something here that you can put in different types of gases and they will stratify. One will go above the other.
Okay, yeah, but that's fine. Let's just use one gas before we get into
For right
that
now,
much.
one gas.
Just one gas. What happens when I put that one gas in the vacuum chamber? Where is it? What direction is it? Can we see gravity in action?
I don't think you really can. It
Oh,
will start to fill the vacuum.
Axel, what do
And
you
I
think is
don't
going to
know. Maybe
happen?
it would fill the
I
vacuum
don't know.
top down.
I mean, I literally would have to do the experiment to
Yeah,
see
yeah.
if
Where
there's a
are we?
meaningful
Are
difference between the top and the
we
bottom.
inserting it in the middle?
Yeah, it doesn't
Because I guess
matter.
you'd have to have like a little tube
Yeah,
in the
let's
vacuum.
let's take for example, Basil. You can use the top, the middle, and the bottom. So from all three positions, you can insert gas
Okay,
in any.
so we have a way to do that. And
It
let's
would-
just say for starters, we put the gas. We have a vacuum, and then you've got like a tube or a valve or whatever. And so we're going to reduce the vacuum now by adding a gas.
Yeah.
Hey, just real quick,
Right.
we've had Doctor Heck in the for a while raising their hand and requesting. You want to let him chime in
Sure, go
real
ahead,
quick?
Dr. Heck. Hecky.
Yeah. So there is an experiment that can definitively show that how air pressure is generated by essentially having an open container and containing a bunch of air, and then because of the amount of air in the chamber that's open, by the way, it'll generate pressure. There's an experiment that'll do that with air.
Sure. What's the experiment?
Here, I'll hold on.
You can put it in
Let
the
me.
nest. That would help us.
Yeah, I can put it in the next. All right, hold on. It's a pretty interesting video. I found it a while ago. He does it in demonstration, and then films it obviously using basically a scale. He compounds the air by just gathering more of it, and essentially creates a pressure on a plate. It's open air, so
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna actually look at this really quickly. It'll take me 2 seconds. I'll know because I've had this conversation before with many people. But
I mean, let me fart around and complain about the second law of thermodynamics for a second. It's only take me 1 minute. Like when I said the law of thermodynamics is a statistical law, what I mean is like, in like the most simplest system, you have like, one atom that's high energy, one atom that has lower energy. Now, for the most part, when those atoms collide, the higher energy atom is going to give some of its energy to the lower atom. Therefore, their temperatures are going to get closer together. But That doesn't have to happen. They can collide in a way where the lower energy atom imparts energy to the higher energy atom. It makes it even higher temperature. But when you talk about any sort of large macro object that's got billions and billions of atoms, of course, statistically, it will even up its temperature with the outside environment, even though it isn't in a strict sense logically necessary. Like, you can run the laws of physics in reverse; they work the same way. You know, if you take the film of a ice cube melting a cup of coffee and you run the tape in reverse, all the physical laws still work. Like, all the atoms in the coffee take energy away from the ice cube and make it more and more ice. That is perfectly fine as a physical explanation.
All right, let me
That's
just.
what that's about.
I'm back, and I just. Well, thanks for the explanation that you went into, Axel. But let me address Dr. Hickey. That is blue marble science, and he didn't prove that you can have gas pressure without a container, because with there's a problem, huge problem, in the case for the Earth. We have a gas pressure that's sustained, and not only sustained, we're not even talking about the specific gas that he's using, because we don't breathe that in our air, right? It's not what we're breathing. So in the demonstration, it fails to show that how gas pressure can be not only shown to have a pressure on the surface, but also sustained. Because what we have here is we're breathing air at 14 pounds per square inch, little give or take, but it's still at that level. We're not losing that. And in the case of his demonstration, you lose it, because you don't have sustainable gas pressure sustained on a surface without a container. You have what he's demonstrated was a surface that you can apply a heavier gas, and that plate will register. But what happens is, when after a while he runs out of gas, or the gas actually is sitting for just a moment, it dissipates. So it doesn't last in the weight that you were putting on it by letting that specific
So
gas.
he's talking about like the specific gravity of a gas versus another gas or
Well,
something.
he's really just talking about how a heavier gas can react within the air that you and I are breathing, and how it's denser than that, and not only that, how it falls on top of a plate. But that's not what we're asking.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk
Yeah.
about, or what
Well,
I was thinking. Like,
well,
if you take butane, for
yeah, he
example,
used
a
bromine, I
particular
believe. I
gas,
think he
it's
used
heavy.
bromine's a little heavier. But what we're looking for here is the fact that when you use a different gas, or you're trying to use a plate and say that's gas pressure without a container, we're showing how gas pressure on the Earth is sustained. It is sustained. The big point here is that gas pressure is not just going to dissipate, because that's what happens on the plate.
It does seem like you need a container.
Yes,
I'll give you that.
yes,
Hey,
you do need a container.
Through this like
hey,
line of
Alpha.
logic, but I admit I don't understand gravity all that well.
Sure,
Hey,
sure, sure.
Hey,
Like,
Alpha.
I'm kind of an expert in it falling, but when it comes to other stuff, I do know one thing that's pretty weird is that time and gravity seem to be related somehow. And if they take two nuclear clocks and sync them, they can run,
Oh, we'll talk about
in
that,
sync for a good
Basto.
long time. But
We'll
then you
talk
bring
about
one
that.
up. All right.
We'll let
Just,
APOC come in.
just real quick. So, Dr. Heck, what the heck? So you gave a video. I skimmed through the 27 minutes. That way you don't have to. It's the most comical thing. He sets up this instrument and he's measuring the temperature, the pressure in his garage or something, I guess. And he's trying to say that if he keeps adding this air and he's watching it increase, again, he's literally creating a pressure in a contained environment, right? Then he goes
That's
outside.
open.
Yeah. Then he goes outside, and now he has these tubes inside a can, and he's adding pressure into it, and he's saying, "Look, it's adding pressure." The problem though is, this is where I think that guy definitely missed the boat, because he's trying to call out Nathan Oakley and QE and Anthony Riley and all these other guys. Like, he's like, every flat earther, he's like, they're all wrong. The point is that we are telling you that the earth is a container. You're going to get pressure. So I don't know how he thinks by showing us that getting a can and then spraying air in it, and then you could have a pressure. Yes,
Yeah.
obviously, because there's a pressure on the surface. We already know that.
Yeah, but
Very, very weird
yeah.
video.
So APOC, we've already covered the fact that you would have to have a sustained gas pressure. It's not sustained. Once he stops applying that force that he's putting into that plate, what
Correct.
happens to the gas? It dissipates, and then you have no more pressure. So you have to have, in order to have gas pressure, a sustainable environment for that gas pressure to increase or to continue to press upon the walls of its container, because that's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure.
Exactly.
So now think about it like this. I want you to look up the definition for gas pressure. Everybody in here right now, please do that. Type in your Google, what is gas pressure? It's going to tell you. And the definition for gas pressure, it will tell you that too. Now, if you want to define gas pressure as being gas pressure can be achieved without a container, then you're going to redefine the gas laws essentially. And not only that, but you're going to redefine what gas pressure is.
No doubt.
On top of that, you're going to have a demonstration of how you can have gas pressure without a container. It can be sustained, because in every instance, people need to understand the pressure that something's applied against the walls of a container. So if you don't have any of that, the redefinition of gas pressure and the demonstration of the redefinition, then you don't have essentially what blue marble science is trying to provide evidence for, which is it's kind of like a roundabout way to say that he's just going to demonstrate pressure on a plate. Well, that's all good and well, but we're not talking about pressure on a plate. What we're talking about is sustained gas pressure in our environment. How is it sustained and not going off into the available space? Because when his little plate runs out of the gas, it goes off into the available space. It dissipates. Hello.
Exactly.
So therefore, it negates the idea that gas pressure without a container is the reason here. You have to have a container, my friends.
Yeah. Go ahead, doctor, again, for raising your hand.
Yeah. So why is the air pressure much lower at the top of Everest than at sea level?
Oh, that's simple. I thought you were
Okay.
gonna give us a hard one.
I
Gas.
know.
No,
I was
Yeah,
wondering. I just
I'm
said it.
honestly. Did you guys see what I posted? Did you guys see that figure one basic parameter? Did you guys see that?
Is that in the
No,
nest or?
in the comments.
I want to put it in the nest. I'm on PC, so how do I put it in the
It's going to
nest?
be above the bubbles for you. You see alpha? It's going to be right above alpha. You're going to be able to scroll to the left or right, and that's the nest, and you could place things in there. But did you post it in the comments? Whatever you posted?
I posted something somewhere. I
Okay.
don't know where.
Might be in the comments.
Okay. Okay, so
It
Flatsy, let
says
me go to your
21
profile.
minutes.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. I see it. I'm what you can do for future reference. I'm going to do it for you. But what you can
Thank
do,
you.
I just did it. But what you can do on the bottom right side of your own post, you'll see an arrow. You click on that, and it'll say share to spaces, the 24/7. So I already did it, but just for you to know. Okay. Cool.
On top of that,
I
I'm gonna go.
posted a
Yes, I
video
see it. I see it. Okay.
of
All
a
right.
rail
This
car.
is a killer for the globe.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and click on that and look at it with me? Somebody, doesn't matter who. So you get the pitch, elevation, all of that information for 2 hours, right? You can do that from 8, let's say 15, or before that, let's say you
All right.
honestly you can do it at whatever
So
point.
yeah, so I guess you can leave the
There's 2
information.
hours that you can
That's great.
log
Yeah, that's great.
here. In
I
this
think
information.
that's
Sorry,
great.
go
Yeah, no,
ahead.
I'm just saying that's great. Maybe they can peruse that information and let them see what they can, and then maybe let's get back to that. And if anybody has any questions on the video that Flatsy put, then you guys we can talk about it later. But yeah, just look at it. She posted some information for you guys to look at. All right, so um, we're on the gas pressure containment argument. So go look at the nest, if you will. There's 2 snippets that I put up there. You'll see them. Tell me if you can click on them. They're illustrations followed by some words and a paragraph. All right. Does anybody want me to read those out, or can you look through them yourself? They're pretty simple.
No, I mean, are you going to explain them or?
Sure. Gas pressure study guide, March 28, 2023. What's the definition of gas pressure? In general, pressure is defined as the force exerted per unit area. In the case of gas, pressure is the force exerted by the gaseous molecules on the vessel that holds them. Gas particles move quickly and randomly in straight lines, colliding with both each other and the walls of their container. The greater the number of collisions that occur with the container walls, the higher the gas. So let me see if I can go to the next one. Give me a moment here.
Yeah, basically defines gas pressure as collisions, like the amount of collisions each gas molecule has on another gas molecule.
All right, the factors that affect gas pressure. The numbers of gas particles, gas pressure is affected by the number of gas particles present within the vessel that holds them. Imagine you have a rigid container with a fixed volume, temperature, and amount of gas. This container will have some particle pressure according to these variables. As we know, gas pressure results from the number of collisions that occur between gas particles and the walls of their container. If we had any more gas particles to the container, the number of collisions and thus the pressure will increase. In the reverse, the removal of gas particles will decrease the gas pressure within the container. Gas pressure is affected by the volume of its container. If we take the gas from the previous example and place it in a container with a lesser volume, the same number of gas particles will have less space in which to move around. As a result, the number of collisions will increase, and so will the gas pressure. There's some demonstrations along with some illustrations of what it is when these particles look like in an example. But pretty much straightforward. Nothing to see here, just exactly what physics would tell us using gas pressure. So it's so easy. See, this is not something hard to understand. What it is that when somebody believes that the Earth is a globe, there would have to be a lot of variables that you have to negate, like physics and the second law of thermodynamics, in order for this to be false. And for your claim of the Earth being a globe and gravity being a container to be the case. But as I pointed out to you, what we understand in physics and in what science is telling us is that this is the case for gas pressure. We have to have a physical container that contains gas pressure, which increases the amount of collisions from the particles, being that the pressure being in a container, contained environment, essentially. So there's no way getting around it. Go ahead.
How about other planets that have no atmosphere?
Right.
Or some that do. Like
So,
we've got, what is it? Saturn has like a methane and acid or something, or maybe it's Jupiter. One of these has supposedly, right?
sure.
They got all this craziness.
So Basto, check this out. the narrative that's been told to you has been such that they've given you an explanation of what this is. Now I submit to you, sir, how can you test the claim of anything of the veracity of the claim that they've told you that this is the case? How can you test that to be true?
Now you got a point. You need a container in which to test it, or you have to go with the leap that gravity is the container.
Yes, sir.
And then we would need to find other, now at least we've got an operating principle that we can go under. But then what do we use to prove that true or false?
Right,
And
right.
I guess a flat earther, what is with the other planets? I guess that's like an elephant in the room
So no,
question,
it's
right?
not really an elephant. I think what it is just okay. So right now, at this current state, you carry over in a paradigm in your head, a cosmological worldview, if you will, of what you think the cosmos are and what it contains in them. Because you haven't verified any of that information. You've been told a narrative, a story of what it is. So you're telling us, well, what about this thing that of the story that they told me? What I'm asking you is, how can you verify the veracity of the claim of the story? The story they told you, how do you know any of that is true? How can you validate any of that of the
Okay, yeah. Totally, right?
right?
Like I have looked through a fairly powerful telescope, and believing that the people are honest and that this is what it is, and I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it seems to work. It's a telescope. It's
Yeah,
optics.
that's fine. You can
So
see
I can
something.
look, and I've seen stuff
Yeah,
up
you've seen
there.
something.
Yeah,
So now with that,
seen some stuff.
yeah, with looking at stuff, now just based on your observation, what can you tell me? And I don't even know what you looked at. So what were you looking at?
Well, okay. There were a couple different things that because I do photography and whatnot. So places that do that sometimes sell these high power telescopes and whatnot.
Sure.
And we looked at a number of different things over time. One of which was a planet or two. One of which was a satellite
Yeah,
looking up at the
let's
sky to
focus.
see a satellite.
Yeah, Basto, let's focus on one thing. Name
Okay,
one thing you saw.
I looked at like Saturn. I think I
Okay,
saw it was
let's
Saturn's rings,
pause.
the planetarium or
Let's
something.
pause on Saturn. Let's pause on Saturn. What can you tell me by looking through your telescope about Saturn? And tell me everything you can tell me within just me and you having a conversation.
Yeah, all right. It appeared roundish. It was object in the sky
Mm-hmm.
that was, I guess we're going to say, reflecting light. So we get some things here that the sun is hitting it. It's I think our sun, but could be whatever. Starting to question things even more and more now. But
Mm-hmm.
so an illuminated object that I can look through a bunch of glass, convex and concave glass pieces, and it's going to make it bigger. So there's a thing that's circular, and then it's got like circles kind of around it. It appears though it's around it, but it basically is like a 2D object from what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
But the 3D-ish, it's implied with these rings. And that's about what I saw. And I kind of, I mean,
Okay.
this is going way back.
Yeah,
I
sure.
think I was a
That's
kid
probably
in school.
that's
probably one of the most honest Glober answers I've ever fucking heard, man.
You're blown Twad Waddle
Yeah,
out of the water. All right, so Basto, anything else? Can you, other than that, would you say based on your explanation, is that all you can tell me? I mean, I want you to give it to
That's
me straight.
yeah,
What else can
yeah.
you
I'm
tell me?
going back as hard as I can here. You can see I'm trying.
Yeah,
That's
that's
about
fine.
all I could tell. Yeah.
That's good. Now take that, what you've just said, and now tell me how much of that could be something, and think about what the narrative, what you've been told, what is filled in from what they've told you that it is. Now let's go to the narrative. What have you been told what it is? Saturn. Only Saturn.
Yeah. Well, okay. The narrative is is a planet in our solar system, further away from the sun than we are. It's huge, and it has debris floating around it in patterns, and it seems to be floating in a band, or in a very unique way. And then it has like not necessarily a pattern, but it's got I don't know how to describe it exactly, other than segments, I guess. Segmented particles flying around it or something, or they're in orbit around it. That's the narrative I've been told.
And anything else about the narrative that they said what planets are? Or sorry, Saturn.
Well, it's a gaseous planet, I believe. That's something of interest.
Yep.
That it's nothing like Earth would be another part. I don't know how you want to describe it, but we call it a gaseous planet, and it's not inhabitable. It's not like Earth. That's the narrative.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you to think about something. This is going to be the kind of the tipping point, or whatever you want to call it. Have you considered asking whoever told you that, wherever you read it from, how you know that information? The narrative. How do you know that?
Well, kind of. I used to ask, why, and they would put me in the hallway occasionally.
Why?
So it's just that.
Why? Listen. Wait. This is interesting. I'm gonna dive into this a little bit. Why did they do that? If you were just being a young person, inquisitive, you really wanted to know answers, why did they put you in the hallway, Basto?
Yeah, I mean, somehow I was being problematic.
Why?
And I get it.
I think he's turning, mate. I think he's turning.
I want to know why they put you in the hallway, bro. Like, this is what they're. Listen, I would say this.
Yeah. Well, then they did this too. When I got good, I got to just go outside and fly a kite in the fifth grade.
No, but listen.
Nice.
No, but
Well, you can look
Maybe
at.
you spent your
You can
time in the
look.
hallway because they couldn't answer your questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can look at what I posted
Yeah.
and notice that there are 2 hours of straight, narrow lines for everything.
Yeah. Okay. So
2
let's
hours.
just, yeah. Let's just focus. Let's focus right now with Basto. Basto, they put you in the hallway because they didn't want to tell you that they didn't know, because you were asking too many questions. So we all know this right now, because the narrative that supports the Earth being a globe, they can't answer the questions that we have to bring them. So they put everybody in the hallway. Essentially, we've been put in the hallway because they want us not to ask these questions, the pertinent questions, right? The burning questions. We want to know. But if somebody out there is giving you a narrative, wouldn't they be the ones to ask if how they know what they know? Why did they put you like? It's kind of it for all of us. We identify that that's what they did to all of. We were all kids too. We had questions, but why did they tell us? Don't worry about it. That's just science. Or
Oh, I bet you were a very inquisitive kid. I mean,
dude,
you're something else now, and
I get in
you were
trouble a time or
probably in that
two.
hallway too.
You're right, but what I'm saying is that's not fair. Why couldn't they
No, it
just be
isn't
honest
fair.
with you and say, look, that's a tough question. Thank you for asking that. We don't know. Why didn't they tell you the truth? And what we're doing now here in this forum, we're showing the world that they've been putting us in the hallway because they don't want to answer the questions. They get all up in their feelings. They get upset. They the people who really believe the Earth's a globe and it's in the vacuum of space, and you got planets, and you got ever expanding cosmos, all of that, because they don't want to tell you that they don't know, Basto.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
I've
do
got a
have.
theory on that.
I
To
have a
them, also.
diagram.
Okay,
Go
go ahead.
ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say I have a theory on that. A couple of them, actually. The
Sure.
adults have just been faking it, and I as a kid, I thought it figured out. They obviously don't. They're making it up as they go along.
Interesting.
Yeah, and the other is that, like, people have their reality, and whether it's really working for them or not, and it obviously could be so much better because we hear about like a Garden of Eden, but they don't want to shatter the reality that they have because they think it's like working okay for them.
Bingo.
If that makes sense.
Yahtzee. Tell the man what he's won. A washer and dryer. A trip to New York. Dude, this is a, I mean, this is a point of clarity for all people who are like, can you hear this, man? This is exactly like, I don't know, Basil, like,
Thank you,
this is an
guys.
ideal scenario for people that come into this room. Like, if we were to wish one person to be honest about the Earth being a globe, it was you.
But I'm
Well, thank
thanking
you.
you
one,
guys.
let me tell you, for one of you, Basto, there's like 100,000 of the guys that come in here and be like, nah, you guys are wrong. You just wrong. We're like, dude, how are we wrong? Tell us. I don't have to. It's just science is just right. And like, dude, if you're really thinking about this seriously, you try to like figure out critically, how is it possible that they're telling you a narrative that they can't even support with evidence? Something should be ringing alarm bells in your head, like red lights should be coming on. Like, what is going on here? Why are we not questioning these things?
You have to ignore them. They're irrelevant. They have the burden of proof and they can't fulfill this. We're in a
Yeah,
level
but
stationary environment. Ignore them.
I want to at least put this forward. I did post a diagram of you can analyze the data of the flight. This was it's one of those emergency. They had to land with an emergency because one of their engines went out, but nobody died. Okay, so this plane that we got every single bit of flight data from this plane that I posted. Other than where there was an incident, you can see for 2 hours after this plane took off,
yeah,
and where it would maintain level.
Yeah, appreciate that, Fletcher.
You've got all.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, I've got all of the data here where it proves that the plane stays stationary and with the pitch, it's flat over a certain amount of time. If there is no curvature, you would have to account for. You've got what? So you've got all of these other data lines showing you what the plane is doing during the flight. The plane does not ever dip for correction of curvature. Even you can look into that orange line, which is the pitch data. The pitch data shows you the pitch of the plane during the entire flight. If you want to look at the other data, there's other data. So you've got the latitude, longitude, vertical, pitch, roll. You can look through all of the data. There's 2 hours,
All right.
2
Yeah, thank
hours
you, Flatsy.
that you
Thank
can
you.
go through
Yeah, thank you.
that does not compensate.
Thank you very much. All right, so let's move forward. Let's see if we can get this party going. So, Basto, what do you think about what's been said so far and how you're receiving it in this room? Like, I mean, what do you think the energy
No,
is right?
I really enjoy. I was like, oh my goodness, it's like 1 a.m. on a Saturday, and this is how I'm spending my life. But no, it's really good because very rarely do people question all this stuff, and I finally found a room or a group of people that are willing to just do thought experiments or ask about this and say, okay, can we prove it? Because one of the things might be we just plain old don't know, and that's a fine enough answer for a lot of things. We just really don't know yet, or they know and they've been telling us a lie. That's pretty interesting.
It is.
And definitely we know some things. This is my problem. Well, I mean, this is a problem, and it's not necessarily, well, whatever. That these people, they make a decree, and then it just is what it is. And it's done this through time. And to question is to, like, really be alive and wonder. And there's a lot of things that we're closing in on being able to question lately. And this is where my problem comes in, is that I'm not liking what's happening. If somebody's not truthful, like 1% of the time, then every 99% other, you just have to question. So that's where we're at now. And that seems to be part of my problem, is like everything's a big bullshit lie.
I'm just gonna add on, Basto. We were all globe believers at once. You actually in a group or you discover some things and you actually go, none of that does not make any sense. Now we cannot prove what we're saying either, but it makes a hell of a lot more sense. And when you question the globe thing, there's no answer except just believe. That's what I find funny, and I feel your questions. I feel you're turning.
He's
Not that you're going to go on
turning.
the flat earther.
He's actually thinking about it.
But the thing is, you're actually getting some good. I mean, Alpha, you're just bombing him with all this fucking info, and that's great because a lot of people just won't have it off the top of their head. But the way you can recite it, unreal. Keep going.
Yeah, we've. You could say I've been doing this a minute.
So I imagine most people that come in, you get them down a line of thought processing that, like, this is and this is, yep, okay, and then that is the, whatever. Okay, so we've got a few things we agree with, and then you hit something like this. There must be a container, and they're like, well, no, there doesn't need to be a container. It just plain old doesn't have to.
Exactly.
Like, well, maybe, yeah, right. So, just the mental, and this is something we've lost as a people lately. The mental stability to question something and argue it either way, because you should be able to say, like, okay, whatever your beliefs
in a
are, you should
civilized
argue
manner.
Yes.
Round, and you should argue. That's the fun of the experiment.
Exactly.
And there we go.
Zidney, are you taking notes down there?
Don't tell Sydney that. He's gonna come up here with vitriol. He's gonna come up with some venom for us. Now, but let's check this out. Like the main goal on APOC and Matrix and everybody in here who's a part of the team, we all know that we're, like I told you, for every one of you, Basto, there's 100,000 other guys who are gonna come in here and just at some point or another be totally just against everything we're saying. Nope, the Earth is not flat.
And get
No,
emotional,
and
right?
really emotional,
And
like
emotional as heck.
But
they just start freaking out.
And the thing
I would imagine.
the thing that I'm saying,
and they generally
yeah,
leave.
so Slev's been here when I've been talking to people. People just leave. They get upset and go. And it just depends on every interaction that we have. It just depends who they are, right? Everyone's different, so we approach the
You were
interaction.
right.
So
you were right. I woke I poked the bear down there. He popped up with his hand. But hold on, before we go to Sydney, let's go to Dr. Heck. He's been having his hand for a while.
Oh yeah, man. So is it okay if we get back to the gas?
Yeah, well, I thought we've reached a point where you've already presented
No.
you presented the blue
I'm
marble
still
science.
confused.
You
Still confused.
you presented blue marble science, which was not another example of gas pressure without a container. All he was doing was showing how one of the plates that he was using with that heavy gas was only added pressure to it, but only for a short amount of time. What we're asking for is a gas pressure without a container sustained on this place that we call Earth. So if you're saying that it can be demonstrated with gravity, then we want to know how gravity doesn't dissipate gases but holds it in that place, giving that plate pressure
Exactly.
and not moving, sustaining
Exactly.
essentially, not dissipating.
One of the ways that I've heard it best said is when you have gas going up, right? Because it naturally will just dissipate right in all directions. Then when does gravity grab a hold of it to bring it back down, and then to to form it into this gradient that you think it would have been doing? Because when you really look at it, it's no longer.
I can answer that. I can
Yeah.
answer that. I'm a gas
Oh,
fitter, but
awesome.
not all gas goes up. LPG is heavier, and it's all buoyancy density.
Right.
Natural gas, yeah, it's lighter than air.
Say,
It'll just fucking
are
shoot up.
the
But
gases affected
LPG,
by
it'll go to the
electricity
lowest. It'll go to the lowest
or
point.
magnetism? Especially if you do gases, is that anything you got to worry about? Like obviously a spark, right, with LP,
Well, this
but
Yeah,
do
yeah. The spark, obviously, yeah.
but is it affected magnetically or electronically somehow? Like if we have an ionosphere and whatnot, maybe it's not gravity that's the container. Maybe it's electricity or something.
See,
I'm just throwing that out there.
Basto's mind's starting to think a little differently than Wilbur.
Yeah, you shook it up. It's like you rattled it, right? Hey, salesman, let me ask something. Did
Well,
you say that
rarely do I get a chance to exercise this gray matter. I mean, it's sad.
Yeah, I know. But let's Slebs man. I
hey,
don't. Am I saying your name right, Slebs man? Like, did you want to
salesman?
It's
Salesman?
Yeah,
salesman.
salesman. Hey, just real quick, salesman. So you handle and deal with LPG, as in like you sell it, or you like what do you do?
Now, I'm a similar to a plumber. I just specialize in gas though, so I do all the
Okay. So
appliances
here's my
and
question for
yeah.
you. When you need some
other guys, because even there are other people. The audience is recognizing that. So
It's the gray matter. I mean, it's sad.
yeah, I know. But let's Slebs man. I
Hey,
don't. Am I saying your name right, Slebs man? Like, did you want to
salesman?
It's
Selbs
Yeah,
man?
salesman. Hey, just real quick, salesman. So you handle and deal with LPG, as in like you sell it, or you like what do you do?
Now I'm a similar to a plumber. I just specialize in gas though, so I do all the
Okay. So here's
appliances
my
and
question for
yeah,
you. When you need some, do you need a container to transfer it with you?
100%,
Nah, he can just use gravity,
100%.
guys. Gravity.
That's what I was
He
gonna
can
ask
use
him.
gravity and transport it that way, right?
Why don't you just get
Salesman,
some gravity and have it sustain it, and then you
and
just
take it.
drive on the freeway and
Yeah, you could
gravity's gonna
listen.
hold it?
Yeah, get as much of that gas as you can with gravity, right? And then just transport it to the place you want to go to. I'm pretty sure it will get there
Yeah,
just fine.
yeah. Dr. Heckle, go ahead, Dr. Heckle.
No, I was I was going back to the definition you put it up, which was the gas pressure is collisions, right?
Hmm.
Essentially, the molecules colliding. Um, so why is
No, it's compressing. It's compressing. It's not colliding. It's compressing to make it pressurized.
well
Well,
the
it's
no
said in
the
one of those things. It's pretty simple. That it's basically gas particles bouncing off each other.
correct?
Is yep.
Yeah, makes the pressure essentially based on the container, right? So if there's less gas molecules, that means there's going to be less pressure, right? Essentially,
Well,
Yep,
yeah.
just
if
So
just
the
it's
look at
if
your
the
more
volume
barbecue
doesn't
molecules
bottle. When
you
it
change,
gets
the
have
lower,
volume
in
doesn't.
an environment, the more they're going to bounce off of each other, and the
Sure.
more they bounce off each other, the energy that they're bouncing off, that would be your gas pressure.
So I think I had a question before. Why is the air pressure much lower at the top of Everest versus
Yeah,
like
he
sea
answered
level?
that earlier. He said, remember, he's like, "Oh,
Hmm.
that's easy," and then
Yeah.
he gave you that answer. You don't remember it?
No, what was the answer?
Oh,
Gas
okay. Go ahead.
gas pressure is produced on the surface of the Earth, not in the sky.
Oh, that's the Everest is the surface of the Earth.
No, I mean the ground
Yeah, it is.
floor. The ground
Yeah,
Yeah,
floor.
how is it? But wait, that okay? You
that's
get
topography.
increased
That's different.
pressure, but you'd have pressure up there the same because our breathing works with pressure. We think
uh
that we're like it's the exact opposite again, upside down and backwards. When
huh.
we
That's what. Well,
breathe, we're relaxing a muscle, and that allows the air sac to fill.
right.
And then
Don't they
when
have to
we
take like oxygen tanks up to Everest because they can't breathe, right?
Some
How,
do.
yeah, somebody
how
who's a
many
scuba
how many
diver would
trees
know
are
all
on
about
Yeah,
this.
Everest?
tell us, salesman.
Because there is this thing,
How
and then
many
they even
trees are on
call it like
Everest?
partial pressure. I don't know enough about it,
Yeah,
but
hold on,
apparently
Basso.
there's
Did you
like
hear? Do you
some.
hear a salesman? He's
No,
trying. He's coming through right now.
do I need to take a lap or what?
How
Here, let me take a lap.
no, how many trees are there on Everest?
I think that's
Oxygen
No,
comes from trees,
I
right?
mean there's definitely plant life. I think maybe is there? I would have to get.
that, pretty much. Pretty sure it's just all rock and snow, to be
Yeah.
honest. But hold on, we have
Hey, yeah, let me
Sydney with his hand up still. Any? Is
go
then you
for it.
want to jump in on this real quick while he googles how many trees are on on Everest?
Yeah,
On Everest.
yeah,
He's googling it.
yeah. I heard something very interesting before. He said that you guys can defend the globe and you guys defend the flat Earth, and we can all be friends afterwards. And I think that's interesting, right? But I don't really see anyone defending the flat Earth because you guys not understanding gas pressure doesn't prove a flat Earth.
Well, we're not even talking about the shape of the Earth right now.
Yeah, that's not what's in
So
contention.
Yeah,
yeah,
actually,
I'm
it's
kind of.
more like the dome, right? And
No, no,
container.
no, no,
Is
no.
there
We're not.
a container?
Okay, yeah, container, not dome. Dome denotes shape. We're not talking about shape. We're just talking about
Okay, well,
containment.
container. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's actually brings up a really interesting thing, Alpha. Just not to totally derail this, but one time I was reading the scriptures once, and you know what? He says that he's going to take the firmament and roll it up like a scroll. And I thought, so does that mean the firmament, as he stretched it out like a tent, does that make it just flat then? Is it like
how then? Like I was like
Yeah.
really
Well,
like
let's not.
I was like,
APOC. I know it's
I know.
speculation
I don't want to
Sunday.
derail too much.
I know. I
I
know
know,
it's
but
speculation
not
Sunday,
here
but
though.
let's
Not
not.
here though.
With these guys, some of these guys like Basto, they're just getting their feet wet with this whole thing. So we
True.
go too hard in the paint, man. We're gonna lose them. So
Yeah,
let's
no
dial it
doubt.
down on the speculation, man, because we got
That's why I
newbies.
said I don't want to derail it, but that definitely made me think. Like, hold on, I think.
Yeah,
Let, let, let-
and like with our team, 24/7 Flat Earth, we usually have what's called Speculation Sunday, where we regulate most of the speculations that we have to like one day, so that we can not talk about it throughout the week, because usually the week it's business as usual. We want to keep it to where people are understanding the facts and not going off into speculation land. So we try to be a little bit disciplined in that way, so that we don't get too far into speculations. And so we regulate it to one day, which is we call it Speculation Sunday. Anyway, that's just like, we're already in it. So I mean, technically he could talk about it, but we have an audience right now that is just barely new to this
right.
whole thing. So we got to be aware of that too.
No, yeah, for sure. And I don't want to like confuse anybody because that's obviously on like this we're trying to do 101, not class 201.
Yeah,
So
exactly. So we'll get there eventually, but listen. I'm gonna give a quick plug to the space. Appreciate you guys for joining us. 24/7 Flat Earth. We're doing a continuing series of us being on X. We just came out on X, so all of us that are just we're like the landing party for our group. um, Episode number 7, and I titled it "Globe, huh? What is it good for?" Like the song. So, what is the globe good for? It's kind of the title. But if you have some evidence that the Earth is a globe, you can talk about that. If you're new to the topic, or if you want to get to know us, I'm Alpha Veritas. This is Apocryphon, who's my co-host. Matrix is a part of here. 24/7 group. We've been doing this a while. Collectively, probably over 20 years. All of us together, probably more. But we've been doing this quite a bit. So I'd like to tell you guys that we want to invite everybody to this conversation. If you know any academics that want to come in here and possibly have a discussion slash debate slash whatever you want to call it, argument, it doesn't matter. We want to challenge people. We're not here to convince you. We're here to challenge you. Whether or not you be convinced, that's upon you. But don't forget to follow me, Apocryphon, Matrix, all the people on the speaking panel. Twad Walzel, who's at the bottom. Shoot us a follow. We want to grow our account so that we can get more people involved with the conversation. I think ultimately we want to have a super large group, bigger than any group on X, to talk about this conversation so we can, kind of get things going. So if you don't mind, drop me a follow. And also, guys, I appreciate everybody that's here. I'm really humble that you guys show up here and, hang out with us. And I appreciate everybody who's here. So yeah, I want to kick it over to you guys. And if, like I said, if you have a question, you want to raise your hand, come up here and talk. And anyway, that's the end of my plug. So APOC.
right. Yeah. If you guys want to join the conversation, raise your hand. I'll bring you up. I throw mics out, but sometimes X glitches or something, and you don't get it or you can't receive it. So just request, and then I'll see it. Then I'll add you as a speaker. But for right now, I guess we'll take it back to Dr. Heck and Zidney over here. They're the one with the questions so far, and we'll see what happens. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, so I mean, going back to what we were talking about, there is plant life on Everest. It's just like shrubs and moss and lichens. No, definitely no trees. That's for sure.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good Google search. Thank you for that info.
You got
Does
it.
that help you with your question though? Like, I mean,
No, it doesn't.
are you still like, wait, why is the pressure so low up there?
Yeah,
Because of
that is.
elevation,
Yeah, that is definitely my question. Is why the air
right?
pressure is so low up there
So
versus the sea
maybe
level?
so like to kind of give you like an example, like he was saying, like it's created at the surface, and you're like, well, what about the mountains, right? Because the mountain itself would be a surface, but what is the surface area of the bottom of the mountain compared to the actual mountain? Wouldn't you consider that that's way more at the bottom than at the top? I mean, obviously, right? That's a no brainer.
The surface area of the mountain base, or what do you
Yeah,
mean?
the
Yeah.
surface area of the mountain, like the
Hmm.
entirety of while you're climbing and climbing and climbing, like you can't compare it to like the state of New Mexico, right? That's just a lot of land, like a lot of flat land, right? Or like Kansas, there's a lot of land flat where a lot of stuff's going to be created on that surface. You get what I'm saying? And when you compare it to a mountain and say, hey, why is it just because that mountain goes high up into the sky? It doesn't mean that it's going to have the same surface area producing that gas way up high to give it equivalence of the surface all around it below. You understand that?
Yeah, the further you get away from the surface, like the ground level, and you go up in elevation or altitude even, you're gonna have to use a different method of like apparatus to breathe. So as you
Well,
raise
or
up,
the air gets thin enough
yeah,
that breathing becomes problematic,
that's
right?
correct. Yeah, that's
But
correct.
what you're saying is absolutely true. That when you get higher, there's a couple things that happen. One, temperature drops, and two, the pressure drops.
Look at you, Basto. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
golly, man. All right, so I mean that
Well,
pretty
actually,
much. I mean that's
hold
pretty
on.
much. We have to give it up to obviously Captain Obvious and his faithful sidekick. Duh. Like it's like that's what we know to be true. Everybody knows this, right? Like we all know that as you get higher in elevation or altitude, it's going to become harder to breathe. We all know this because you're leaving the surface where gas is being produced. Like you don't have a lot of trees in the clouds. Like you're not going to be able to breathe up
That's
there.
what I.
Oh
Yeah, that's
wait,
what I
so
was saying. That's what I
you
was
just
saying.
dropped something that maybe so oxygen atmosphere is produced here and then it's just flying off into space. I guess that's possible.
Into space?
Oh, where?
It
What
can't.
space?
It
No, go
can't
ahead.
go.
Oh,
There can't.
that's
It
weird.
can't be an open system, or else. You ever watch Spaceballs when the maid sucks all the gas out? That's not happening in
Did you have
reality.
to say
Oh
that?
yeah, from blow to suck.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
exactly. Yeah, that's not our reality. That's Hollywood movie, Mel Brooks genius type shit. Like that's not our reality though.
My
Well, hold
goodness.
on. I'm still a little confused. So, if we have a container, how come it's not the same everywhere?
Ah,
The
I'm
air
glad
pressure.
you asked because it's a dynamic system that we're in. So the dynamic system has low and high pressure always mixing within the system because of the fact that we always have an energy input into the system, which is, of course, the big yellow thing in the sky, putting energy into the system, constantly changing the variations of low and high pressure systems, which cause weather. So we have different seasons, meaning that it's going to be a little bit, but the sun is moving from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn in the sky, and it's always changing its variance of proximity to the geographic location of where you are, denoting the fact that temperature, weather changes in the seasonal pattern because of the proximity of the sun to your geographic location. So therefore changing the weather. So the input of energy of the sun always causing it to be a dynamic system, changes the variance of how we see weather patterns change throughout the year. So
And if you
it's
ever
a
watch
dynamic system. Go ahead.
and if you ever watch your local weather reporter, they're always going to talk about we have a high pressure and a low pressure, and one or the other is coming in or going out, and that's what's dropping the temperatures or raising them or causing storms. Like you have all these natural phenomenons coming in with that dynamic system.
Mhm.
It's a beautiful system. I mean, hey, the creator.
Yeah.
Big ups to the creator.
Yep, and we have think about it like this. We always have a low and high pressure systems moving across the face of the earth. So at some point you could experience a cold front, which could be a different pressure system. It could be a low pressure coming through, or high pressure, depending on
Well,
wherever
yeah,
you're at.
cold fronts are typically high pressure
Yeah,
because
I
it's more dense,
so
so it's colder.
if you have the mixture of pressures, right, within the system of the dynamic system, which is the Earth, then you're gonna know that the energy that's put into it will cause that fluctuation, right? So every place will have such fluctuations as to have different temperatures on the Earth. So that's nothing that we're saying doesn't happen, but because of the dynamic system that we're in, it can occur to change pressure on a daily basis, on a minute to minute basis. I mean, really think about it. Pressure's
I
always
can
that values are always changing, so they're in fluctuation.
I could hear Sydney saying, "No, no, no, no! It's the tilt of the wobbly Earth."
So it's the Earth in motion that's causing the motion in the ocean. Like I don't know.
Right, right. Hey, we brought Toad up though. He was requesting. So, yeah.
Hey, what up,
Any
Toad?
Yo, what's up, y'all? I'm Shale, my boy. We're
Chilling,
glad
man.
we all can agree that the Earth is flat, brothers. It's
Flat
100%
stationary.
fact.
All right, yeah. Round of applause for that, man. Appreciate you. Big ups to you. Thank you for coming up here, man.
Yeah, people tell us yeah. we're crazy, bro. It's like you didn't even go to space yourself. It's like, why you gonna follow what the textbook tells you, right?
Well,
Well,
it's important, Toad. I think people don't ask questions anymore. They just accept and believe. That's what
Yeah,
everybody's
just
trained to.
jab me with some more needles.
Well, I mean, that could be something, but like people just believe narratives nowadays. So if you're told a story, hey, do you know that the NASA just found the new exoplanet that's only like 2.7 light years away? And you're like, cool, bro. Tell me more. And they're like, how do you know that? Like you just gave like a useless idea to this guy who believes the Earth's a globe, I guess, in the vacuum of
Yeah.
space.
They just dropped some about some other planet right near Mars that has lights on it. And that was on a Joe Rogan. Like, that's pretty hardcore. Why didn't they tell us
Hey,
about that?
I'm gonna tell you some things that I've heard doing this over the time that I call it zany space news. Bro, I heard some stories about stuff that you probably wouldn't even consider. Do you know that that Earth has another moon? I'm gonna tell you some weird stuff.
No, no way.
Yeah, I'm serious, dude. The other moon is actually a dust cloud moon. I'm
Oh,
telling you, man.
I believe that.
The
Earth has
things NASA say.
the things NASA says, and dude, look, I've heard that ISS astronauts have to be weary of dark matter bullets. I am kidding
What?
you not, dude. There's narratives like
This is actual articles.
yeah, there's actual articles that have been put up by space.com, that write these, whatever crazy articles. And you guys might think, oh, they're just like one of those tabloid article websites or whatever. No, these guys, the space.com, they're putting out information as it were from like NASA and all them guys. Like they're just putting out stuff that they get from them. So how are they telling us all these crazy ideas, man? Like it's raining diamonds on Jupiter and Uranus smells like farts. I am
Yeah,
not
what a
kidding you,
made up
bro.
fucking
Like
some
this
It's
fairy
almost like they're
tale shit,
joking, huh?
bro.
It's almost like they're making fun of us. Like, imagine that title: Uranus smells like farts, and they're probably just like, and they're gonna believe it. Like, they're probably laughing at people. Like, wow.
dude, like it's
And then you get a whole country to follow that, bro. The whole world's following that and believing it.
Exactly.
yeah. And not only that, dude, but they tell other people, dude, you know what I heard
What
today?
a psyop,
Let
bro.
me
What the
tell you,
biggest
bro.
psyop in the world.
Do you know that there's like all these planets that are like really close to us and we could live on those things? Have you heard about that? And you're just telling people like
Yes, bro, I know.
it's amazing. And you're like, dude, how do you know all this stuff, man? Who told you? Why are you
They're
saying
really
these
laughing
things?
at the people who believe it. They're really laughing at the people who believe it. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think
Exactly. They question what we say, but then just go along with the narrative. Like
Yeah.
it has no sense. But oh yeah, whatever.
I think they call it duper's delight. They love to hear that people are buying this story hook, line, and sinker, and not even asking any questions. Like they're not even saying, "Wait, just can anybody tell me how this is real? How do you know this stuff is real? Like who's saying this? What's the validation process? We just to believe everything because we live in a world where acceptance and belief is the way to go. Like there's no critical thinking. Everybody's just
trust the
accepting things.
science.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there was a
I
statement
agree.
that's scary about education and critical thinking and the fact that they just need workers. And it's like, I think it's Rockefeller in about 1905 saying something like, the purpose of this is that I need workers. I would have to go look it up to find it, but it's pretty devastating.
This
And
guy's
that's the
gonna be
system we're
hey
in.
Pac. This guy's gonna be a flat earther tomorrow, bro. This guy right
He's
here.
already there, bro.
This guy's a flat
You
earther
rattled
tomorrow.
his
I
brain. You
bet
broke
you.
the globe chains, bro. You broke the globe
Dude, he
chains.
kicked down the door, man. He's like,
Yeah.
screw this shit. I'm coming in, bro.
He's all, yeah, I'm coming in, bro. Hey, just real quick, welcome Brian.
He's like, these are my people.
Exactly. Welcome Brian. I brought him up. Thankfully, you could join us here tonight on 24/7. Go ahead, bro. You have the floor.
Well, good morning, everybody.
And let me give you
Good morning,
Brian. Let
Morning,
me give you an
Nicholas.
introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Sweet.
Nice.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Nicholas Sweet. Nicholas Sweet.
We got some globies up here. I was wondering, were they able to bring us anything that proves we're orbiting the sun?
Oh, he went straight to see. Brian's got his business suit on, man. He's straight to business. Like he ain't even worried. He's
So
like,
what was this?
He didn't
I
care.
couldn't quite follow what he
I
was
see some
saying.
people that like to hide in the threads, and when I come, seem to vanish like a fart in the wind. And I was just wondering, if, Zidney or Dr. Heckle there had any proof that we're orbiting the sun. They seem to be very sure that I'm wrong and we're wrong and that we're all just crazy people. You got any proof there, buddies? Huh?
I think they're learning a lot tonight, though. There was a lot of good conversation, and they've been listening in. I think he's about to become a flat earther, to tell you the truth. Right, Sydney?
One thing I want to say to these people with the globe, because they've got the belief, and they're going to turn eventually once they get the knowledge of it, but trust the science. Just look at COVID scam. If you haven't woken up today, lied fucking out their assholes to us about everything, like that tells you everything. Like from that, knowing they lied about that, then you should be more inquisitive to look at everything. And I think flat Earth is the biggest one that will uncover everything because of the extraterrestrial land and where they're keeping us enclosed on this fucking Truman Show, essentially. And everyone says, what does it matter if it's global flat? Well, there's extra lands and extra resources, and we don't have to fucking pay what we're paying for it because it should be free.
Good point.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely some type of control, something. But Sydney, are you putting your hand up, or is my screen glitching?
I see his hand.
Yeah. So we all agree that we live in a very complex system we call the atmosphere, and with that, you just destroyed your whole argument.
No, sir.
That
No,
was one
because
thing.
atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So you have no argument, sir.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
that's
they
great.
named it a spear. Most people. You
So
got it.
I really wanted to talk about buoyancy. Can the local house Nazi shut up?
oh, so he's got a beef against Brian.
Use.
Bro.
He's got a beef
That's
against
it.
Brian.
Yeah, he's got a.
Yeah, Brian may got history. I love Brian, but he's a little bit of a Nazi. So
You're a little
Well,
bit of a, white flag waver. First person to call Nazi loses.
He
Okay,
likes
that's how
to.
it used to be in politics. It's just still that way.
On this
Why don't you put forth an argument?
on the atmospheric sphere of a ball that you got there, Sydney. Can you prove it's orbiting the sun?
Yeah. So you want to talk geocentrism or
I asked you a
heliocentrism?
simple question. It wasn't even confusing. Can you prove we're orbiting the sun? You can be general. You can be central. I don't care
Yeah,
what.
but
Prove
could you prove the
around the
opposite?
sun. Prove we got any motion, Sydney.
Prove we don't move.
Aries failure.
The proof is the biggest proof is that we're not moving.
All right, so let's just throw this out there, right? You got your Stonehenge and your other things that are all in alignment to some sort of astrological setup, right? So how do we deal with this predictability that we got?
One
right?
second,
Like
Basto. Hold on. You guys got to let Brian respond. He was in the middle of responding. So let's kind of be situationally aware of what's going on in this call. Let's not overtalk. Because Brian, go ahead. You were
And hanging stars that are there all the time that never move isn't a good way to go. That we're moving, man. You might want to rethink that one there. But so Sydney, orbiting the sun. You got any proof? You got any proof of motion whatsoever? Oh wait,
Yeah,
I got.
says nothing about the shape of the Earth.
Wait. You were asking me to prove that we're not moving. Is that right? Because you can't answer a question and actually get an answer to a positive.
I was trying to debate something different, and you just came onto that.
I'm sorry. Were you still interrupting me? Did you want me to put it on mute so you can interrupt me some more, Sydney?
I was giving.
Still want to interrupt me, Sydney? Huh? Why you censor me, Sydney? Huh? You can't handle the facts.
I'm not censoring you. You're talking.
Again. Need to censor me, huh? Need to interrupt me. Come on, Sydney. Have some impulse control. I know you're about to blow up. I heard what? Hey, you guys met Sydney the other day, right there, Alpha?
Yeah.
he went off the rails like twice.
He's been good so far tonight, though. So, but I don't know.
Yeah, he hasn't been.
Might be the.
He's about to lose it, man, because I pulled this out of him, man. So you want to try to reverse the claim, to reverse the burden of proof. So all the burden is on me, right, Sydney? That's what you want me to do. You want me to take this extraordinary claim that you got that we're a big giant ball spinning and orbiting and hurling through space, which is a vacuum, and you don't think that's an extraordinary claim that needs to be proved. So you want me to prove that we're not moving, Sydney? Is that what you're going for here?
Yeah, philosophically speaking, both people would have the burden of proof because you have to defend your own position as well as to attack the opposing position.
So in this process, when you give no proof whatsoever to back up anything you got, I'm going to drop Aries failure on you. How about that? We're not moving.
Yeah, I got you quoted on that. I'm not posting it yet, but we can get back to that.
Tell me about Aries failure then. Why don't you go ahead and steelman Airy's failure?
Yeah, you didn't understand why refraction was an important thing of that.
You
I
have
got you
no
caught
idea.
on that.
See, the fact that you brought up refraction tells me again you don't steelman Airy's failure.
Sheepdog did that for you and explained to you why refraction was
Sheepdog
important.
and to you once before, and I explained it to everybody because Airy's failure is devastating. So go ahead, tell us how Airy's failure. Tell us about it. Steelman it. Tell me how.
Yeah, now I want to talk about buoyancy. I came here to talk about
Oh, you
buoyancy.
don't want to talk about the things that I'm asking you.
No,
Why
not
is it
right
you
now,
can't
no.
answer a question, Sydney? Why is it every time you get asked a question, you want to avert and go to another one? You want to reverse the burden. So you got all the questions. So everything's about.
Yeah, movement means nothing to the shape of the Earth.
Why is it you can't bring out any proof that you live on a?
I will talk about the shape of the Earth. I don't care about
Okay,
movement.
okay. Show measurable curvature. Prove this thing that we're living on goes into a ball. Prove it.
Yeah, I can't take you up to 50,000 feet and
Oh wow.
show you, right? I
Stuff
can't do
that
that.
you can't prove. We got to go with trust me, bro. It's there, man. Prove that we can move in a vacuum.
Look, now you're back to movement, right? I
I'm
just
back to
told you.
everything about your paradigm, bro. Anything that you want to pull out something. Prove we're doing anything. Prove we got motion. Prove we got
I don't need to prove anything to you. I've seen curvature with my own eyes.
anything.
If you haven't, that's
Never
your
been
problem.
330,000.
You have the burden of proof. The burden of proof is
No,
with
no,
the globe,
we
not
both
yeah.
have intellectual burden of proof here.
You have the burden of proof. That is a fact.
I got this, man.
Who's making a claim? He's a flat earther. He's making
The
the claim.
claim
No, he
is
hasn't.
you don't understand what a claim is, Sydney.
He's not a flat earther?
That's the claim. The claim is we're moving. The claim is their curvature.
Yeah. I don't want to debate that.
Show some curvature. Where you got it at?
I can't show it to you if you're not on a plane with me.
You have how high?
I'll come to the rescue here a little bit.
How high?
There's plenty of stuff that
No.
they have pictures and it's got
How
a
high
curve
you
to
have
it
to see the
when
curve?
you see it.
How
Some
high?
of which could be a fisheye lens. I'll give you that. But
Basto, hey Basto, I appreciate it, man. Sydney, how high do you have to see the curve?
That's rude.
How high do you have to be to see the curve?
You can see it from Earth if you use a special camera with a wide lens loop.
You're going against all science now, so you're a science.
Brian,
No,
I
I got
just
pictures
flew.
of that. I can post that.
I just flew from Sydney to Thailand 4 days ago. The Earth's fucking flat. I flew at 40,000 feet the whole way. There was no dip, no turn.
Yes,
See,
but you didn't have a
You're
wide angle
not
lens
at
to prove it makes a
40,000
curve.
feet. You're not at
You know, you got to
40,000.
be
You're not at
330,000 feet up in the air to see the curvature rate. You know what your modern science says. So you deny modern science? You're a science.
That's your favorite atheist who told you that.
So,
it's not true.
Hang on. Can I just jump in? He just said I wasn't at 40,000 feet. So is the pilot lying and the plane lying, and I was lower, higher? What? What the fuck? Because that's what the plane
Did you
was
say
saying on science.
44? Did you say 44?
40.
I think he said 40,000.
Yeah, he
said 40,000.
40.
The only thing
Up another
okay,
4,000 feet, I'd
can't
say it, yeah.
prove anything. The only thing he can do is sit there in denial, but he can't actually offer any proof that.
Oh, come on, man. Take it easy. Take it easy, right?
Just real quick,
I
guys.
trolled you hard and you're upset.
Hey, Sydney, hold on, just real quick. The truth, he's been holding his hand for a little bit. I don't know if he's giving everyone high fives or he wants to talk. I don't know if he's glitching, but go ahead and talk if you want to talk, bro. Just real quick, go ahead. I want to give everyone a chance.
Damn, really? Thank you for finally giving me a fucking mic. Hey,
sorry.
I know you guys are moderators in the 24/7 Discord. Don't you know what reading the room means? There's been hands up for fucking an hour at least.
Oh, crybaby. Oh, it's crybaby.
No, what happens is the phone glitches or the X glitches, should I say? Like for instance, Dr. Heckle, I can't tell if he has his hand up right now because earlier when I said, "Hey, do you have your hand up?" and he's like, "No," I'm like, "Well, I see it up, but okay." So I don't like right now. He has a hand up again. So I don't know if he's like trying to speak or what. So my apologies though. I will be more aware. If it's a glitch, it's a glitch. I'll still call it out. But yeah, that's fine. That's fair. All right, thank you. All right, back to Brian and Zid. Go ahead.
Well, did the truth have anything to add, or was that all he was saying? That we're just not
No, I
paying
think.
attention to?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's true. My bad. Go ahead.
That's literally all I had to say.
Oh,
That's
okay,
all.
okay.
Okay.
Right,
Yep.
cool,
Thank you.
No problem. All right, Sydney.
That was worth.
So did you have any proof that Brian was requesting? Just wondering.
About which topic?
The Earth in
ask about many
motion.
topics. Yeah, I'm not interested in Earth
Okay.
motion.
All
So
right. Well,
Measurable curvature. Then go for it.
pick any topic.
Yeah, I just posted a
What?
picture of observable curvature seen from sea level in the blue pill.
And how high was that?
Close to sea level, you can see the sea.
So you're saying that you're a science denier?
No.
Yes.
Go look at the picture, man.
I've seen your pictures, and it still doesn't show curvature because you weren't 330,000 feet up in the air. So either you agree.
That's not true.
You
That's not
agree
true.
with science, or you're a science denier, Sydney. So which one is it?
I'm not a science
So
denier.
then you agree that it's up there at 330,000 feet where you can see.
No.
So
You can't do math, man. You can't even figure out how much fuel could be on a plane. You're so dumb you can't even do that
here he
math.
goes. Sydney's about to spiral, guys. This is why you.
Yeah, I'm spiraling.
Isn't this why you?
Oh man, I could hear it. You're right.
I want to see his picture.
I know. I don't see the picture. He said he put it in the comments. I don't see it though.
Yeah.
No, you didn't put it there, Sydney.
No, I think you just put it on your homepage or something.
With that photo you put up there, did you allow for the tilt? Because it looks very tilted, your photos.
Oh, so you see it now.
I don't
Okay.
see it. I'm sorry. Were you seeing it?
It's in the purple pill.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see it. Maybe it's coming up under spent. No, I don't see it at all.
Yeah. So the method, you take a picture and then you compress it, and then you can actually see curvature because you have something that is level.
So if you take a picture and you manipulate it, you can get what you want. Yeah. And shout out to my boy Ether, man, putting up Aries failure. Woo! Look at that.
Yeah. I saw he put it earlier in the comments, and then I threw it in the nest while you were talking about it. I was like, oh, you know what? He posted earlier. I'm gonna throw it in the nest.
And just put it up there too again, just for Sydney, just in case he wants to go take a look at it and learn something about the paradigm.
Yeah, I still can't see what Sydney posted, to be honest.
Okay, seeing how we're gonna go with the curvature and stuff, and can you tell me how it's possible to refract a shadow up 1,100 feet at Mount County?
Yeah, just look at a glass, man. You'll see everything is refracted.
Yeah, everything's refraction with you. That's your standard answer, huh? Refravity. That's what you go with.
I got Indio on tape saying refraction is real, right? I got Indio
We
on tape
all
saying
know
that. So nobody's
refraction's
denying
real.
refraction.
Hold on, wait, that was
Yeah.
foolish. Oh, there it is. You front.
No. Brian doesn't know it's real. That's the problem.
No.
Refraction is real, except you're using it out of context.
Exactly.
You're using it as a tool. It's not a tool. Tell me what kind of refraction we're going to have tomorrow, Sydney. Tell me what kind of refraction we're going to have at any kind of distance anywhere before it happens. Now, what you do is you see something, you invoke refraction, but you can't tell us what kind of refraction is there because you can't measure it. That's why. All right? The fact of the matter is, no way. You don't understand geometric shapes. You don't understand what a ball would do. How do you refract a silhouette and its light source up 1,100 feet in Mount Canigou?
You're talking about Mount Canigou now. Yeah, so do you want to do the math together?
So now you don't want to talk about curvature no more?
No, you wanted to talk about Mount Canigou.
Okay, here's what we got, guys. Here's what we got. We got Mount Canigou. We got an observer height of 1,000 feet. We got a distance of 163 miles. All right. This is 10,132 feet of curvature drop this mountain should be on. At the top of that mountain, the top of that curve, there's 1,100 feet of hidden curvature. This whole silhouette with its light source is being brought up 1,100 feet. The whole kit and caboodle. Hey, does refraction have to go through two light source or two mediums?
No, you can't change topic now. Let's talk about Canigou. You just
No,
said that.
we'll stay on refraction. That's
We're
good.
still on Canigou, bro. We're still on Canigou. I'm asking you, can you refract a silhouette and its light source?
Yes, of course you can refract the silhouette.
And does it also have to go through two mediums? How did you refract a silhouette?
You mean the lens of the camera and the air, or what? What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? This is your problem, is you don't know anybody's talking about.
No, I know. You don't know what
No,
you're talking
I'm asking you, how do they refract a silhouette 1,100 feet and its light source?
Yeah, so how do we calculate the index of refraction that we need to calculate to do these kind of calculations?
Everything's
loves a deflection, doesn't he? Deflect. Don't.
No. We're doing the
don't expect an
calculation.
answer.
He talked about the height. He talked about the server height. He talked about
Yeah,
curvature.
we're
That's the
talking
wrong
about
thing.
refraction, and you're going to tell us the second
First,
medium that the light passed through in order for it to bend.
No,
Yeah?
you don't need a
Because
second
that's how
medium.
refraction
That's dumb.
works.
You don't need it. Glass is one medium, right? You don't need a second to have refraction. That's dumb.
Camera is a medium.
So if we remove the camera, do we still have refraction? Yes or no?
Of course you do.
So what was the second medium? Air is one of them. What was the other
Your
one?
eye, stupid. Your fucking eye. You're so dumb you don't know your eye is a lens.
Get in the chopper. Hey, just real quick. Just real quick, guys. The silhouette that you guys are talking about, Sydney, are you at least admitting that you're claiming it to be just a silhouette?
No, he just said if you could refract the silhouette.
Okay, so
have silhouette. It is there. There's a silhouette with its light source. And not only there, but we also have the weatherman in Chicago saying, hey, look at this silhouette of the Chicago.
Don't change him. We are on Mount Kanagu. We are on Mount Kanagu, right?
Why? What? You don't have any impulse control, so we got Chicago.
No, you can't change topic. That's dishonest. We are on Mount Kanagu.
I'm not changing the subject there, Sydney. Stop interrupting. Have some impulse control.
You're talking about Chicago. That's changing
topic.
Got
to try to stifle me. So we got the skyline of Chicago, 80 miles with the sun behind it.
You're changing topic.
No, it's a silhouette again. It's been refracted.
We are staying on Mount Kanagu.
Yeah, but it's relatable though, because
why is it that you got it? Why is it?
It's irrelevant. Let's talk about Kanagu.
Hold on,
you want to go back to? I'm talking about it, dude. Let's talk about it. Tell us how we.
You're talking about Chicago. That's a different
place.
Tell
us how we're in the shadow, Sydney.
Okay, so Sydney. Okay, I'm just trying to, get a understanding. He's saying it's a silhouette. Are you agreeing that it's a silhouette? Yes or no?
I think it's a mountain. So the silhouette, what is that? This is something humans describe.
Do you know what a silhouette is? Let's start there. Sydney, what's a silhouette?
People call it a shadow.
No.
So
silhouette is 2D drawing, right? It's not something.
I would agree. It's like a shadow.
In reality,
silhouette. How is it not?
Okay, so Sydney,
silhouette is 2D drawing, right?
No, Sydney, do us a favor. Just get the dictionary real quick and read us the definition of a silhouette. I think you're gonna find that all it is that it's an object that's going to be silhouette from the background. You understand that?
No, so let's change the question. Do you think you're seeing an actual mountain, or what? Do you think you're seeing a 2D drawing or something?
No. Hold on. We have to first. We have to make sure you understand what a silhouette is before we can move forward.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Are you seeing a mountain?
Okay, so look at if I would. Okay, let me give an example. Okay, let's say I'm going to stand in front of a wall. Okay, and then
what is the definition of a silhouette?
Then somebody's going to come.
As a noun, silhouette means the dark shape and outline of someone or something visible against a lighter background, especially in dim light.
Call a shadow. Call a shadow.
Okay, there you go. Okay, there you go. So look at it's if someone's gonna draw you out, okay, on the wall, right? They're gonna create your silhouette, right? Because it's what you're seeing on the
Nobody's
backside
drawing the mountain. It's a stupid idea. You're not
well,
drawing
it's a
the
solid
mountain.
shape with the edges matching the outline of the object.
That's a shadow.
No, a shadow is what it casts.
But this
a shadow is what it casts.
Exactly. So look at
the silhouette is the item.
Could be on paper. It could be.
A silhouette is a shadow.
A shadow is an example of one.
No. The object casts a shadow.
Exactly.
The silhouette is the
Do you call your shadow? Call your shadow a shadow.
Why is the object dark? Because of shadow. You fucking idiot.
No, it's dark because the sun went behind it and you can't see it. That's why it's
because it's casting shadow.
I literally just gave you the definition.
No, it's lit from behind.
It's dark because of shadow.
Sydney, you're missing the point.
No, it casts a shadow. It's dark because it's lit from behind, but it is an object.
Yes, the
Right, and an
shadow, the
object that
shadow
casts
It's a
a
part of it.
shadow
shadow.
doesn't always produce a silhouette. They got to have the same edges and whatnot. Just a blob isn't a silhouette.
Exactly. The silhouette would be like,
But it's still a
okay, look
No,
at,
shadow.
the
look at, look at.
silhouette needs a sun behind it, bro. But regardless if you think it's a shadow, well, it's
Can you do the math,
hey,
man? Can we go back to the
hey,
math?
Unbelievable.
you your
Unbelievable.
stupid questions. Is
Actually
is
says
a
math.
silhouette and a shadow an absence of light?
There's never an absence of light. Like some shadows are
This is
not
why
completely
this is
dark,
why
right? There's no absence of
much
light.
doesn't even
Okay.
understand anything. A shadow is an absence of light. A silhouette is an absence of light. That is a fact.
There is never an absence of light.
Anyway, stop interrupting me, Zidney. This is you got impulse control. Is this why you blocked me, Zidney? Because you can't handle the truth, huh? Is this why you blocked me?
You
Go
blocked
with your
me.
own.
Get the story right.
How did
You
you
blocked me,
refract a
coward.
shadow up 1,100 feet?
Yeah. So for that, you need to do math,
No, you
right?
don't.
Yes, because you
No,
need the observer
realize
height, you
that
need the
a
height of the mountain,
shadow has
and you
to go
only
through.
got the curvature. That's not what
So
you
you
need.
need
You
two
need the
for
hidden
refraction.
height. Can you calculate the hidden
Do
height?
you need two mediums for a refraction?
You need the hidden height. How do you calculate the
Dude, I
hidden
already
height?
gave you the hidden height. It's 1,100 feet.
All
Uh,
right. It's
No, you talk about curvature. That's different.
all
this
right.
only shows that you know nothing.
Yeah, it's clear Zidney is he's saying to calculate the shadow being refracted, you need to find the math. I feel like he's like saying ice cream has
No,
bones
no,
right
I
now.
said
It just makes
mountain.
no sense right now. Ice cream doesn't have bones. Shadows aren't mathematically calculated for them to be refracted. Like, do you understand like how
Yes.
stupid both
How
of
else
our
could you
things
do
are?
CGI? Of course you can calculate
Okay,
shadow.
so you're okay. So now you're gonna say, well, you can calculate the refracted shadow. You're gonna say shadows
Yes.
are refracted now?
Yes.
You
No, I said you can refract
Do
Well,
hold
it.
shadow.
wait.
on.
Let's just help this along a little bit. A silhouette could be on a piece of paper. It does not have to be a shadow. A drop shadow for like text, right? That's 2D, and you could say that's the silhouette of the letter.
The letter, yeah, the outline of it, yes.
It's sad you don't know
So
what a silhouette is there, Sydney. You don't
so
call your
so
shadow.
Outline
You
is
ever
drawn. That's
you ever
2D
look at your
drawing.
shadow and say, "Hey, there's my silhouette"? No,
hey, go ahead, Truth. Go
Yes,
ahead, Truth.
that's
Go
my
ahead.
shadow and my
no,
All
it's
right.
silhouette.
not.
All right, we see Truth raising his hand. I'm gonna try to be more go ahead, Truth. Just say what you gotta say real quick.
Doctor, I see you've had your hand up for quite some time. Hey, I'm not no fucking co-host, but if I have to be,
Hey,
I'll fucking.
hey, hold on, chill, Truth. Doctor, again, when you put your hand up, I don't know if it's a glitch. Is it a glitch this time or is it for real? I don't know.
Oh yeah. It's up for real. I mean, I'm okay with
Okay,
waiting for the
all right.
conversation. I mean, it's
Go
up to
go
you
ahead
guys.
then. Go ahead and jump in. I'm gonna say this. For now on, if you wanna actually talk because your hand wigs out, just start doing like maybe a solid rock, like like a hand, like just do a
Oh,
fist.
gotcha.
That's gonna be your I wanna talk. Just keep flashing fist at me, okay? Yeah, like that. Okay, now talk. Go ahead. Going
Nice,
further.
nice.
Because
Okay.
because your shit glitches out on my phone. I don't know why. Only you. Everyone else is cool. But
Oh,
okay.
that's weird. Okay. Yeah.
All right, go
Sorry
ahead.
Well, you
about
can
that.
always try taking a lap too. It seems like if you drop down from speaker to listener and then back up, that fixes things.
Oh, okay. I might
Not
reset that.
always, but
I might try to reset it. Yeah. Um. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We're kind of like on a different conversation now. I wanted to get back to the gas. Or.
Okay. That was like about 20,
But
30
that
minutes
that's
ago.
just you.
Again?
no, that is an interesting thing. What keeps this air
Dude,
stuck here?
we
Is
went
it?
around this gas conversation.
Yeah,
We're approaching the fourth attempt for Dr.
Well, no,
yeah.
we haven't finished the whole story actually. But I
I
mean,
think we pretty
just
much
reaction.
kiboshed it when we
So
talked
No,
about
not
it.
really.
that
Not really.
Zidney was unable to substantiate anything he believes in and doesn't know what a silhouette is.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
pretty firm.
We're gonna get right back to it. We just didn't want Dr. Hickey to interrupt and kind of get his feelings all hurt because
No,
he didn't
I
get
No,
his
I
just
wouldn't
gas back.
want
interrupt.
to move on from the conversation and let Dr. Heckle, maybe, seeing how he actually is up here and didn't run so far, maybe he can help Sydney out and show any measurable curvature or motion around the sun or anything he believes in. You got any? Can you prove that we got gravity keeping a pressurized system from equalizing with the vast vacuum of space? Anything? Can you show us
Well,
any?
we were just gonna go back to talking about that, but did you want to do motion or did you want to do the
Dealer
container?
choice here, man. I'm game for anything. Whatever you want to talk about, we could talk about it. Any proof you got for anything you believe in, I'm cool with it, man. Dealer's choice, man. I
I
got to get.
already answered the motion on that post, on Ether's post.
Hey,
It said,
Indio, I shot you a mic, and then once you accept, then we'll have room for one more if anybody wants to join that. But that'll fill the room there. So just let you guys know. If you didn't catch it, Indio, just request. I'll bring you up.
so yeah, I already responded to that under Ether's post. It's a response, and then
So
as far
you refuse to answer the question. You got no proof. The only thing
no,
you
I do.
stuff
I
back up.
answered the question. I answered the
What?
question. It's under
Well,
Ether's
go ahead.
post.
So I don't have to go through 1,000 posts of somebody.
There's only one.
Line. Why don't you go ahead and voice it right here? Let everybody know, man. Voice it. Let's hear it. Pound it with your chest, man. What you got?
Okay. Nothing. I measured the acceleration of the Earth using a piezo accelerometer.
You
So
measured the
in
what?
combination with Airy's experiment and the fact that you can measure the acceleration of the Earth roughly to the speed of gravity, they're both moving relative to each other. They're both moving. Is the answer.
Stop the cap.
So science. Have you gotten with modern science and given this method of your madness here because they can't seem to get any motion of the Earth?
No, they know. They know you can measure it with an accelerometer.
Actually, they don't because how did Aries failure help you out with this? Can you still man Aries failure and tell us how you used it to prove motion of the Earth?
No, I didn't. I didn't use Airy's failure
Uh
to
huh.
prove motion of the Earth.
So
It doesn't. It doesn't
tell us
prove.
how? Can you tell us how you got the speed of gravity?
Yeah, I used a piezo accelerometer,
You use
piezoelectric
a
accelerometer. It's on
accelerometer.
your phone. It's on your phone. You can use
So
it.
I can get an accelerator on my phone and I can measure
No,
the
the
speed of gravity.
accelerometer is on your phone already. You can use it.
And
Yeah.
that'll measure the speed of gravity, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do the experiment if you want. It's there in the post.
Hold on. Is it measuring the speed of gravity or the speed of the object falling? Which,
Well, no,
or are
the
you saying
phone
it's the
is.
same thing?
Well, no, the phone is at rest. So this is on a table.
So this is
Oh,
such a devastating experiment. How come you can't walk us through it here?
I mean, I posted it with the data and the app on how to do it.
Walk us through
How
it, man.
did this test the speed if the phone's sitting on a table not moving?
And because the Earth's moving, that's why.
Prove it.
I did. The data's there.
yeah.
The data's there.
No,
You can
no,
you can
that's
read
begging
the
the
Did
question.
you
This is
publish
so
this?
The
crap.
Earth is moving. It's begging the
Did you
question,
publish
Doctor
this with
Hickey.
science? You're going to be famous.
what's begging the
One
question.
scientist.
I just said how to do it. It's
Can
in
you
the
name
post.
any scientist other than you that's proved the Earth is moving?
I mean, they do it with other ways, but you can do it
So
with this.
you can't name any other science but you that's proved the Earth is moving.
What? What are you talking about?
What other science has proved the Earth is moving other than your miraculous experiment here that you came up with all by yourself?
I didn't come up with it by myself. I read it.
Man, this guy just talks in circles, man. So we're gonna go with you don't really know what you're talking about.
It's, you don't understand what an accelerometer is and how to use one, or
You didn't
I
explain
don't
your
understand.
dude. You didn't. I asked you to go ahead and walk us through everything. You said go look at a post. So you got
Yeah,
something.
I used the
So
app. I
the fact
opened it
you
up,
can't
and
explain
it used the
how they
accelerometer data on your phone.
explain it to us, man. Tell us how you came up with motion of the Earth when nobody in science can do it.
Wait, no, you just open up the app and use the accelerometer on
Let,
your phone,
let
right?
me let me ask you a question real quick, Doctor
Sure
Heckle.
thing, man.
Is it possible? And let's just think of this logically, real quick. Is
Correct.
it
Yep.
possible that I can create an app that, in the coding, I can make it run number sequences that are bouncing all over the place, and I put a little title with it, and I call it Earth movement, and then I also have another little title over here, and I put speed of gravity, and then I put another title over here, and I just, and I call this, it's a altimeter or whatever you called it. I forgot what you said, but all these things
Accelerometer.
and accelerometer, and then you're looking. I did all this programming, right? And there's all these functions and all these formulas and algorithms, and then all you're doing is you're downloading my app that I created, and you're looking at the screen, and you're like, "Yup, it's moving because my phone's telling me." And all I did was just create an app to just have these numbers. It's a mathematical function to make you believe that, oh, and I'm going to tie it in with the spinning and the distances and the everything, the size of the earth, all these things I'm going to plug into it, and it's going to give you a reading. Do you think that's possible, that that could even happen in this world? And
Well,
that,
so two
and yet
things.
you're not moving at all. Go ahead.
So two things. You can move the phone, and it'll move relative to motion
Right. That will be part of the programming, by the way.
Yeah, not only that, but you got to think
if
about
you
it.
want.
You got to think about it this way, Dr. Hickey, that if you think that you've accounted for all the variables that could make that accelerometer change its variables, did you account for everything other than what you might think because you're biased towards the Earth having motion? Did you account for every other force that could have acted upon that accelerometer?
Yes.
Yeah, you did. You did. So did you
Yeah.
account for
So I've
every
grounded
variable?
it.
What variables
Yeah.
have you accounted for? Let's see if you can post some of them or talk
So
about them.
I've tested the chip itself. So without programming, no bias, you can
No, I'm not
use
talking
the
about
chip
testing the chip,
and
Dr.
the
Hickey.
deflection of the
Dr.
and the
Hickey, I'm talking
deflection
to
of the
no,
plate.
no. The
Go ahead.
forces that could be acting upon this accelerometer. Did you account for every single force that you could think of? What if there's forces that are being acted upon the accelerometer that you haven't accounted for? Is it possible that there's forces that are acting upon it that you didn't account for?
Well, I mean, that would be up.
Appeal to
That would be
possibility.
Well,
up to you to
no, not
determine
up to
that,
me. No, it's not up to me. I'm asking
or
you.
whoever wants to do
Yeah,
the
so
chat.
is it
That's fine.
possible? I'm asking you a question, Dr. Hickey. Is it possible
Sure.
that you didn't account for all the forces that could cause variable changes in the accelerometer?
Well,
Coriolis.
you'd have to. Well, I thought Coriolis
Just
didn't
answer the
exist,
question,
Brian.
sir. I'm asking.
Oh well, I mean, Brian keeps interrupting. Sorry, I'm losing focus. So, as
Come
far as
on.
I know, yes.
As far as you
But it
know, it's not a
depends.
good enough answer. I need to know a definitive answer. Did you account for every force that's available
Yeah.
in the
Well, as far as
universe?
I know of, as far as I know of, yeah.
Okay, so
And
could
what
there
are
be,
those
could
Unless you
let's
forces?
can
put it
name.
this way now? Could there be something that can cause a variance change in the accelerometer without you accounting for a variable change? Some other force.
It would be a force unknown to me.
Okay, so is it possible that there is something out there that you didn't account for, that you're saying it's this acceleration?
I mean, yeah, but it would
All
have to
right,
be named,
there you
right?
go.
It'd have to be named.
Then it's
It'd have to
busted.
Okay.
be named.
No, it doesn't have to be named because you
Oh
don't
yeah.
know. It's unknown,
Okay,
sir. It's
so there's
unknown.
two so there's two things going on. One,
Sure.
it could be what I created on an app for you, and I accounted for all these said forces, and I programmed it to read as such. And
Mm-hmm.
then with Alpha, he's saying, well, there might be an unknown force that I didn't program in on it,
That's
and
acting
then
upon it. So
that's
now,
acting upon
yeah,
it.
let's
Yeah,
take it
exactly.
let's take it more simple because you couldn't answer those with a definitive conclusion. So what we have to examine now
Oh yeah, I
is
could, but
no,
you're
you
interrupting.
can't because you just said it right now in
That's correct.
Dr. Hickey, in the concession that you said you couldn't account for variables that you don't know of. So it's not
Yeah.
possible. It's not possible that you've accounted for everything. Now, on the fact that you're saying that the Earth is in motion with an accelerometer, there's no way that from a device standpoint you can tell me that you know that Earth's in motion. Let's put it
Sure
this.
you can.
Let's no, sure you can't, because
Yeah, sure
you
you can.
okay. So did you? I'm gonna. It doesn't matter how many times I can do this. I'm 24/7, dude. I can do it all day. So how many variables did you account for right now in the accelerometer?
Well, so let's see. So we accounted for the programming aspect, which, like I said,
The
no
forces, sir.
programming.
I'm not talking about the programming. Stick to the
Right. No,
dialogue.
no. In terms of
Stick to the
but you
dialogue. What
hold
forces
on,
did
hold
you
on. You're not
account for?
understanding. You're not understanding
Force?
kind of
No,
what I'm
I
talking
am
about.
understanding. You're losing the plot. What
No, no,
forces?
no,
What
no.
forces did you account for?
So we're talking about actual, like, deflection of a plate, right?
I'm talking about what's causing, what's acting
this is all
upon the
mechanical.
accelerometer. What
Right,
forces
no,
did you account for?
right. I'm trying to explain it. You keep interrupting. So the fact is, I accounted for any type of like weird electromagnetic force by calibrating the fluctuation of the plate that's actually on the chip, right? The sensoring that's actually happening. So you can tune this with an oscillator and deflect the plate a specific amount in terms of like vibration, so you can see how sensitive it is relative to, like, let's say a field versus, like something, electrically on the board versus something that's in the environment. So that was one type of account of error.
And this is just on your phone?
I'm sorry?
And this is from the app on your phone?
Yeah, using the data from the app, correct.
And this is way better.
But also data from the chip itself, like voltage measurements from the chip.
Yeah, voltage measurements. So you're telling me that just between the little test that you've done, all the forces in the universe that you could account for have been taken into consideration, and also the forces that you couldn't account for that could possibly be affecting it, you've taken them into account as well.
Well, what I've taken into account is basically all the basic causes of error, like mechanical, like electrical versus artificial fields versus like electrical signals versus
give me an
actual
example of an artificial field.
like let's say I have a cell phone next to it and it's broadcasting and interrupting the chip or fluctuating the chip in some way, right? Like radio or whatever's in the air, basically.
How did you account for all of that when you know that there's multiple wavelengths of interference that could be causing that to
so
change?
you ground it all together.
Are you in a Faraday cage?
Well, yeah, it would be a Faraday cage, but also wrapped around the device. So it's not like a device in a cage. It's like the thing actually wrapped, or the board actually wrapped. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so now you're saying that this device is calculating a average rate of fall, or actually an acceleration. Is this correct?
Correct.
So how can you say that something is moving when you've never actually had a natural observation of the thing that's in question right now, that's in motion? So we're going to say that your little device has seen something happen. It's moving, it's doing something. And allegedly, according to you, you've accounted for all the variables that could be known or unknown. That's what you're saying, right?
All the variables accounting for like artificially like messing with what I'm seeing.
Really?
Essentially.
Okay, so you've accounted for all those variables. Now you're saying that the accelerometer is still showing that there's some type of movement within that device.
Correct. Or actually by itself. Like I said, I've tried it on the phone and then also by itself.
Okay, so now that you've came to the conclusion that something's happening, what is happening?
It is showing an acceleration of roughly 9.8 meters per second.
Okay, so how
in the
can
z-axis.
you? Yeah, go ahead and tell me how you squared that as the Earth is in motion.
Because it's an acceleration.
No, that's a false conclusion.
It's all part of the programming alpha. Just so you know.
It's a false conclusion because you're telling me something's in motion right now, and you don't know what's in motion. Could there be something else affecting the motion of that accelerometer?
Well, it's at rest.
Yeah, yeah. While it's at rest, what if something else is affecting that motion of the accelerometer? The reading.
What is it?
Well, I'm asking you, Professor.
It's gravity.
No, gravity. Really?
It's the motion of the Earth.
So what's the motion of the Earth?
Relativistic.
So you're not sure because relativistic means that the Earth could be in motion or something else could be moving it, right?
What else would be moving?
I don't know. I'm asking you, Professor.
Nothing.
Nothing. Have you accounted for all the variables?
Yeah. I mean, as far as known variables of like.
So you didn't.
Other than what it would be.
So you didn't. So how can we verify? Okay, let's just say, for example, you wanted to solidify the point that the Earth is moving. Okay. So how do we know now that your little device is going to show us that the Earth is in motion? Where can we witness the Earth in action? Let's see the Earth moving. Where can we do this? Take me somewhere geographically where I can know that your little device is actually solidifying the point. We can see the Earth in motion. Where are we going to go see this?
Well, you can do it where you are. if you want.
Really? I'm not
That
seeing any motion.
yep.
I'm staring at a
Well, no,
device
I
that
mean
you're telling me.
you can do the same experiment I did it where you
It's not
are.
an experiment.
See what's
On
going on.
top of
Yep,
that,
sure it is.
where can I go geographically to see the Earth in motion?
Everywhere. It's
Everywhere.
moving everywhere.
Which
Yep.
tell me where.
The entire planet is moving.
The entire planet is moving. We don't
Correct.
see motion. We
Well,
don't.
you
We
would
don't
need
see
to be in
motion.
like
We don't see
outer
motion. We don't
space.
feel motion. Yeah, but let him answer.
Yeah, correct.
Basto.
Correct, Basto.
Oh,
Correct,
really?
Basto. Yeah.
Correct, Basto. So what did Basto just say, Doctor?
You said you'd have to be in outer space. I have to
So
say.
therefore, not on the Earth.
The definition
Yeah,
of
but
To
I'm
see
asking
it,
for. I'm
like to
asking
yeah.
see
Doctor.
it,
Hang
like to
on.
see it, or
Just
to
belay that,
detect it.
Basto. Let me talk to Doctor for a second. So you're saying
To
that
see it or detect
you
it.
agreed with Basto that we don't have to be on the Earth's surface to know that you just finished telling me anywhere on Earth. Basto said space, and you quickly jumped to space now. Did you change your mind,
No,
Doctor?
he said you'd have to see it. If you wanted to see it, you'd
That's
have to
what I
be in
was
space.
asking you, Doctor.
But you can detect it on Earth.
I was
That's what I'm
asking
saying.
you where can I see it? I didn't ask where I could detect it. Where can I see the Earth in motion?
See the Earth in motion, then
Yeah.
it would be in space. It would be
Okay,
in
so in
space.
space, go ahead and tell me how you're going to verify that the Earth is in motion.
That the Earth is in motion.
Yes.
Well, I already told you
No.
the
No,
physical
no, no, the
how
physical.
the
Listen,
sensing works is that it's
a
mechanical.
device is only reifying a specific idea that you have in your mind that the Earth is actually in motion, but it's not telling you that you can see the motion. You're only saying that the device is doing something. Therefore, my
Well, what it means
so
is you
you know
don't
what this
have to
is?
see the motion.
No,
You don't have to
this is
see
a
the motion.
pragmatic fallacy. Pragmatic means that you think that just because the premise of the device moving is true, that something's happening. Therefore,
Well, it is true because I can move the device and
Doctor.
see the movement.
I'm gonna sit you down if you don't allow me to finish. So just because you're saying right now that the device is doing something, therefore the premise is true that the Earth is in motion. The Earth is in motion, therefore the device is moving. So what you're saying is it because it just works. It works, right? Something's happening in the device. So now you're telling me that because of that, it works. Therefore, the premise is true that the Earth is in motion. And I'm telling you, for you to verify that the Earth is in motion, you got to go somewhere to witness the motion of the Earth. You can't just say that the device is making it look like the Earth is in motion. You have to witness a natural observation of the Earth doing something. So, if the natural observation of the Earth actually in motion cannot be observed by you, you're making a false claim that it is the Earth. At the very least, you can't say that for sure. It's conclusive that the Earth is in motion. At the very least.
But he's got the app, man. He got the
Well,
app.
I can say that what I can say is that the data generated is relative to motion itself because you can move the device
Yeah.
literally
So
in general.
what we're asking for is the definitive proof conclusively that the Earth is in motion because of your device, and you can't take us there because even if the device tells you whatever reading it tells you, you still can't go and validate the fact that the Earth is in motion. Because of course, you agreed with Basto, you'd have to go to the vacuum of space in order to witness the Earth in motion. Isn't that correct?
Well, you're basically
Answer the question.
equivalating.
Isn't
No,
that
I am
correct?
asking a question. You're basically
So,
equivalating the
okay,
seeing
no, we're not
movement versus
equivalating.
measuring
No,
movement.
answer the question. You have to go to the vacuum of space in order for you to understand that the Earth is actually in motion, and not just you thinking that it's in motion. You have to verify the actual claim that it's in motion.
Sure, if you want.
Sure, if
I
you
mean, we
want.
can
Have
go to
you done it?
space.
Have
We
you
can go to
done it?
space.
Have you done it?
Have you done it?
No, I'm asking you because
Have you gone to
you're saying
space? Have you gone to space?
your little device is not going to help you get to the fact that the Earth is actually in motion because you haven't witnessed it.
Well, no. I mean, the fact is, these things are linked together,
No, they're not
right?
linked.
You
No,
you can
your
measure it.
bias. Listen, your credulity for the globe being that it's spinning
Mhm.
is giving you the indication that you can say a device is telling you that the Earth is in motion. When
No,
sir,
not at all.
yes,
Not at
yes,
all.
that's what you're doing right now. You're telling the audience that because your little device is doing something, the Earth is in motion. But I ask you, sir, in order for you to validate that claim, you have to actually go to space, which you haven't done, and then you are saying that you can't do it right now logistically. Therefore, your little claim of the Earth being in motion is going to fall, that it's inconclusive. You can't say that the Earth is in motion with your little accelerometer.
Well, but you can't say that the Earth is not in motion for one, and then the other thing is you can go validate it. You
You
have to
didn't
move it
prove
to
it.
space.
You didn't prove it, Dr. Hickey. You didn't do that here in this explanation of an accelerometer in your phone because what you'd have to do was validate the claim. When you validate it, that means you're going to have to say, okay, I think that the Earth is doing something because of my little device. Okay, now go and test it and the claim and validate it. Where can you go validate it? In space, which is a place that you cannot go. So you didn't validate the
I
claim.
disagree. I disagree.
No, I agree that you don't have
No, I
validation
disagree.
of your claim.
I
You only
disagree.
have a presupposition that the Earth is in motion because of your device. You didn't go validate it, and nobody can because
Well, no, I validated the motion.
No, you didn't validate
So-
the motion.
Yes, I did.
No, that's a presupposition of begging the question that the Earth is actually doing something that you can't
No,
validate.
it's literally taking the device and testing motion and how it measures motion.
Yeah,
That's what I did.
motion is not actually testing that the Earth is in motion. There's two different
Doctor,
ideas.
Why is that?
Because
why can't you?
Because you need
just
to go to a place
say-
just like Basto, and you agreed that you'd have to go to a location to validate the actual Earth doing something. Because in nature, sir, you don't witness the Earth moving. You don't go outside and to any geographic location and witness the Earth in motion. You don't do that. You're just saying that a device is doing something, therefore you think the Earth is in motion. But I asked for validation of the claim, and you can't do that. You can't present me with your validation. All you got is a story.
So let me ask you this.
No,
If
I
you
don't.
happen to
I don't want you to
compare-
ask me anything. I want you to realize and reflect on the thing that you attempted to do,
But
which
you
is
don't quite
reduce.
understand what I'm
No,
saying.
I
I'm
do
trying
quite
to
understand
explain.
it. You have a claim that
Not
a
really.
device is
You're
doing something, and
sort
you're
of-
making.
Calm
You're
down,
making
dude.
it.
You're out
Yeah,
of
I'm
control.
great.
Let him
I'm
speak.
great. Thank you.
Let him speak,
Sit
No,
down, or
I'm
you'll be
trying
sat
to
down.
trying to be calm.
So the important thing here is you have a device with an accelerometer that you think the Earth's in motion, and I asked you to validate it. You couldn't do it, and neither can
I
anyone else in
validated the
this room.
motion of what it measures.
Yeah.
I
So what?
validate the motion it
So it's
measures.
not
A MEMS
measuring the Earth's
accelerator.
motion.
Miggy. He said he can measure the rotation of the Earth with his phone.
No, I didn't say that.
I'll
I didn't
tell you.
say the rotation.
So he's using
Real
the old
quick.
accelerometer in a phone argument, Indio.
Is that an old argument?
Real quick,
So
can I?
MEMS,
It is old.
MEMS
It says
accelerometers are not
2017 old.
Yeah. So
MEMS
can I ask you
that
accelerometers
old?
are
real
not
quick?
sensitive enough to measure rotation of the Earth, dude.
So you also
No, it's not rotation.
so you got
They're
your
not
app on the phone.
sensitive enough.
Hold
It's
on,
not
bro.
rotation.
Real quick. So you said you got your app on your phone that's doing all this, but no one
No,
inside.
the chip is doing it, not the app. They both do it, but
So
I've done it both ways.
let me finish up on this.
It's
So you
Cap.
said
He's
you got
lying, dude.
you got your little
He's straight
chip in your
lying.
app on your phone. How did you said
Mhm.
that you said you did this in conjunction with Aries failure? So go ahead and walk us through.
No, not yeah. The theories, the two theories, yes.
Yeah, you didn't
So
validate.
taking those two theories
You
together.
didn't validate motion of the Earth, Hickey. So as much as you want to say you want to claim your device is doing something,
yeah, it does. It does
yeah,
validate
no,
motion
you're
of the
just
Earth.
No, you're a liar, dude.
So
Yeah.
hold on, let me
You did
equate it to
You're
something
just
else.
straight up lying. I don't even know why
Equate it
you're
to something else,
entertaining this.
so that you guys
No
can
MEMS
understand what I'm coming from.
accelerometer can detect rotation of the Earth.
It's not
Period.
rotation.
They're not
It's not
sensitive
rotation.
enough. Then what are you measuring?
The acceleration of the Earth, the planet.
Okay, well, wait.
What
That means
what
that
is
there's
we
that?
couldn't feel
acceleration and
acceleration.
deceleration, right? If you're
Are you talking
going to
about it measures
accelerate.
gravity?
That's a good
Is that what you're
question.
claiming?
We
It measures
could
gravity,
do like separate
gravitational acceleration?
seasonal measurements and see.
Hey, Indigo, we can barely hear you.
But are we continually accelerating? Is that what we're
It
measuring?
seems so. Yeah, it seems so. Yep.
Now, once again,
Okay.
validation of the claim wasn't proven by Dr. Hickey. So he only has an idea that he thinks that this could be something happening to give him an idea that the Earth is in motion, when in fact he hasn't validated his claim. So it doesn't matter how many times he says it over and over again, it's never going to amount that he validated conclusively. So there's no
Well, I validated
conclusion.
the motion.
There's
of
no
detecting
conclusion.
motion.
There's
and
no
it's detecting
conclusion that
motion of
the
the
Earth.
planet.
No, you didn't. That's an idea that you have, that somebody fed you a
Okay.
narrative. You can't validate it. There's no way that you've seen the Earth in motion. End of.
Well,
That's
so let's talk about like a car moving.
We don't need to. You don't have validation of your
we
claim.
kind of do, because
No, we
you
kind of
not
don't.
quite understand like
You do, I
what
do.
the relationship is.
You're bringing in your ideas of your fantasy globe Earth, and you think you live on a rock that's going far
Well, you
away
can
in
measure
space.
it. You can measure it with. I mean, it's a
What?
fantasy if you can't
Yeah,
measure
it is
it.
a fantasy. Did you validate it?
It is
Yeah, I did.
amazing
Did
how
you
people
validate
are
the motion?
grasping to something that they can't prove. And
Yeah.
we can't just say, like, let's accept the idea that for us
No, yeah.
to prove this, it would require something like it would be a colossal achievement of mankind to figure out how to do this. And then can we trust the people that are doing it? That
Well,
they're
let me ask you about it. Let me ask you a question. So, if you're riding in a car and you're looking at the odometer, right, like the speed of the car's traveling, would you have to see the car moving to believe that the odometer is measuring the movement of the car in terms of speed?
Okay, I'll give you that. That with
Yeah.
everything that I know about cars, if I trust whatever, I can look at this reading on a meter and say that it's true. Oh, yes,
And the
absolutely.
reason why you can is because you know how an odometer is linked mechanically to the motion of the car. And so if it moves, then it's
Well,
moving
yeah,
with the
it's a
car. The
series
car
of
is moving.
things, right?
Yeah,
Like the
yeah.
odometer is checking how many times the tires spin, and the tires are this long,
Correct.
so each one, whatever. Yeah, something, whatever. It could be a number of different things, but sure,
So
absolutely.
this is the same thing with the accelerometer.
It
Is
doesn't matter. No
essentially
validation of the
mechanically
claim has been
coupled
No,
with
it's
done.
it.
not. Dude, you don't know what you're
Sure it is.
talking about. You're talking out your ass so hard it isn't even funny.
Well, you can do the experiment
How
yourself.
does it?
It's not
Yeah,
an
yeah, yeah.
experiment.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We know it's not an experiment. Number one.
Sure it is.
Okay.
I
So
mean,
how
you
does
can
a
do it.
MEMS accelerometer work? You know how one works?
Yeah. So it's a plate that actually deflects, and then you measure the deflection
It's not a
based on a
plate.
voltage.
It's not a plate. It's a
Yeah,
bunch
it
of
is.
teeth
It's
that
a
go into each
very,
other.
very small plate on the
Okay.
chip inside. It's almost like a extreme
Well,
like
wait, it's a
weight.
plate of what? A metal?
Can I,
Two
Oh
you want
metals?
me to
yeah,
just?
like a deflection plate. You know how like a spring kind of like you kind of know how like a mechanical accelerometer works, where like you have a deflection and a spring based
Not
on a
how it
on how
works,
something's traveling.
dude.
Yeah, it is.
That's not how it works. No, they
Sure
have
it is.
little. Like, listen, they're little. There's two parts. They have interlaced combs that where the teeth go into each other, and depending on how far apart they are, they have a capacitance. They measure that capacitance.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's right. It's not a fucking plate, dude. So they measure
yeah.
the capacitance and they infer an acceleration from that
With the
capacitance
capacitor, it's
between the
two
teeth.
plates.
Right.
Two
So
plates.
when they manufacture these things,
Hmm.
right, things fall, right? So there's a downward, right, acceleration,
Correct.
right? And they put that in programmatically.
No, you can test
No,
that
they
mechanically.
program it
Yes, you
in.
can. Yes, you
They
can.
but they
Because
in the
all you're
MEMS
doing is
accelerometer itself, they put it in
see how they
programming.
calibrate them is through
That's right.
oscillation.
They
They
calibrate it
actually
in, right?
physically
They
oscillate the
Okay, wait a second.
flexion.
An
they
accelerometer is
calibrate
really
it
like a
in.
G-force meter, though,
And
right? It's how.
exactly. So they calibrate it in at manufacture. They don't measure it.
No, that's the piezoelectric ones they measure just based on frequency wavelength. They don't. It has nothing to do with gravity. So all they're doing is making sure that it can detect these small little deflections. So that's why it's able to pick it up because it's
Yes,
so
talk about
sensitive.
something else that they did that you just said they didn't. They measure it. No, they
Yeah,
calibrate it
they,
in.
they measure they measure the deflection and then
No,
they equate that to oscillation, and that's how they
Well, okay,
calibrate it
wait a second.
basically
If you have
to
the
just figure out the
accelerometer
sensitivity.
so you
in
sat
a
here for a
car,
fucking hour trying to bamboozle people, and now you're
No,
freaking
no, not at all.
back
You
on.
can look it up and read this
well, if you
how
have an
You want to learn
accelerometer on
how
a
one
car
works,
accelerometer
and
dude.
you
works.
You
go
aren't.
0 to 60, you're gonna get a G-force type reading. But once you hit
Sure.
your speed and you're not accelerating beyond the speed you're at, doesn't the accelerometer stop reading a change?
Yeah, that
Doesn't
would
that
be
would
correct. That would be correct.
So, can you tell me how a downward acceleration proves the globe?
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Can you tell us how a downward acceleration? Let's just grant you this, right? There's a downward acceleration. How does that prove a globe?
It's not downward. It's upward.
What are you talking? What do you mean not
The
upward?
Earth is accelerating towards us. That's
Oh
how
my
relativity
God.
is,
Oh,
and
shut
how
up.
it's going on.
He's a
I mean,
Shut
Yumi.
the fuck.
He's
that's
a
what it's
Yumi.
measuring. That's what it's measuring.
Yeah, he's
Because
a Yumi.
essentially the phone
No.
is at
Upward,
rest, right?
upward
Yeah, we're
moving
slowly
Earth
going
is
into the
right here.
sun.
No, the sun's moving too. That's what Aries proves. So you got to use
Yeah,
those two together. That's what I was trying to tell Brian, essentially.
but you don't
You got
know,
to use
like
them
No,
all
both. They're both
forces,
moving. They're both moving.
all
Well,
measurements are made
Richard,
up by humans.
Yeah, I'm gonna default back to that. He, even though he has a claim, he's not able to validate his claim. This is
I
Yeah,
as
can
simple as
validate the
it gets
motion.
in this
I can
room. It's
validate
as
the
simple
detection
as
of
it
the
gets,
motion.
Dr. Hickey. You fail to realize that even if you have a claim that you think is true with a device that's showing you something, you cannot validate it. That means there's just nowhere you can go to see the natural observation of the Earth doing something.
I can validate
Hello,
the detection of the
McFly.
motion. The
McFly.
detection of the motion.
Hello.
Because you can move the accelerometer in
I
different
don't
planes
give
of
Well,
motion.
a
wait,
shit,
The
dude. It's not talking
acceleration
about
would
moving
need to
around. Basto, one
continue.
second, sir. It's not
Okay.
Oh
talking
wait,
about
sorry,
the. It's
sorry, Beth.
not. Yeah, it's not talking about the device doing anything. We're talking about the Earth, in which you think is in motion, sir. There's
Right.
one
So
thing for
if
okay.
the thing is
So you're
in
just gonna
at
have to be
rest,
muted,
then
right? So that's just that. We're gonna have to do it that way. The device itself is what you're looking at. Now, void of the device, put the device down, walk away from the device. I want you to go look at the Earth, and I want you to tell me, from the Earth's perspective, can you witness the validation of it moving? Leave the phone alone and tell me that the Earth is doing something.
we're
Can you
moving with
see
the
it?
Earth. So that's it would be still at that
So,
point.
can you see the Earth in motion to validate your claim? Yes or no?
We're moving with the Earth.
Okay, we're gonna have to just hold you to that now. Validation of the claim, can it be done? Yes or no? Can you see
Yes,
the
it
Earth
can.
in motion? Yes or no?
Yes.
How is
Yes,
that
you can.
not a no, dude?
Wait, how is what a no, Basto? I'm sorry, we've been interrupted by Alpha very
We've been
rudely.
interrupted. I'm the host, you dumbass. What the fuck
Well,
is
I mean,
wrong with this
Basto is a
guy?
better
I'm the
talker.
host,
This guy
you
is
ignorant
crazy, bro.
moron.
I was just
Yeah,
trying to
get
give him
some
a
manners.
chance.
You can't just
Shut
interrupt
up.
people. Fuck.
All right, so Dr. Hickey,
You're an idiot.
I don't
Let him
care.
speak.
You
You're a
Yeah,
fucking
who
idiot.
cares? So Dr. Hickey, you didn't validate your point that when you put your phone down and walk away from the damn thing, can you go outside and see the Earth doing anything in motion, sir?
No, because we're moving with the
No.
planet.
Thank you. No further
We're moving with
questions,
the
Your Honor.
planet because
Yeah,
No further
yeah.
questions.
Let's go to Brian real quick. He has his hand
Yep.
raised.
So we had two people here that said prove we're.
Oh, he's roboting for me.
yeah.
You guys,
Brian, you're breaking up a
can
little
you hear me
bit.
better?
Yeah, now I can.
All
Better
right.
now.
Yeah, this is proof. This breaking up stuff is further proof that we made phone calls to the moon in 1969. But Dr. Heckle here said. So Dr. Heckle here said it that we gotta substantiate our claims and stuff. So we got 1871. We got Aries failure. Proved we're not moving. Then we come to
No, it doesn't.
1887. We got Michelson Morley. They didn't have a cell phone. They didn't have some app they could have downloaded. So what they did is they used an interferometer, which is 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be to check for motion. They did not detect any. So then in 1905, we got Einstein says, "Hey, I got this crazy math stuff that says we can bend space and time and stuff." And they said, "Oh, do we get to keep Spaceballs?" And they said, "Yeah, we get to keep Spaceballs." I said, "Let's go with it." Do you understand it? No. So what happened here in 1905 when they went to relativity? They changed all of physics as we know it. All right. So we got Aries failure and Michelson Morley just screwing up all of reality, proving that we're not moving. So we had to come in some fancy bending space time and stuff. So we have validation that we're not moving. They had to change all of physics to wrap their brains around this instead of saying, "Hey, you know what? All this mythical, magical stuff that we can't validate or prove whatsoever. We're just not moving." They couldn't say that. You want to know why? Because they need to be moving around the sun, but they can't
Yeah,
prove it.
he didn't prove it, so there's no way that his little device is going to tell him that the Earth
That's
is
true.
doing something. There's no natural
Why do we
observation.
need this?
That's incorrect.
Yeah, that is correct. You've
No, it's not
conceded.
really.
You said no. You said
No,
no,
It wasn't
and that's
correct.
all we needed from you. You
well,
couldn't validate that.
I can explain if you want me to.
No, I don't want to hear your explanations. I only care to know if you're able to validate the claim and you weren't able
I
to
thought we
go
were trying to
anywhere
have a
and
conversation.
no, this isn't a conversation. This is an interrogation of you as a person who thinks the Earth's a globe. This is not a debate. This is not a conversation. This is us holding you to a claim that you can provide substantial evidence that you see the Earth in motion.
You
There's
should put
no
that in the
Earth in
title
motion.
so that I know.
It doesn't matter. So provide evidence that the Earth is in motion, that you've actually seen it in motion. You can't do it. No validation of the claim, even though whatever device you use, it doesn't matter. You know what? Let's throw in the mix Foucault's pendulum. Let's throw in the mix all the things, a gyro compass. Doesn't matter what you use. Every device that you think can operate on the surface of the Earth that you might incline to say that it's because the Earth is in motion, I can always refer you back to, do you ever see the Earth in motion? And when have you done that observation? because you got to see the Earth doing something for you to make a claim that it actually is doing something, like moving around, accelerating, doing whatever you think it is, and you haven't seen it do that. So therefore, your claim is unsubstantiated. It's not validated.
It's the same as moving with the planet, so you can't tell unless you go outside. But this
So you
kind of
haven't done
tests
that.
that relative
That you
motion.
haven't done that, have you?
That's the thing.
Have you done that? Have you done that?
Gone to space?
Have you done what you said needed to be done in order for you to validate your claim? Have you done that?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Where
Because I
have you
tested
gone?
how it measures motion.
No, detection is not what I'm saying. You see,
Mhm.
Basto, look at what they do. This is what I'm saying. And you agreed with Basto too. You'd have to leave the Earth. You agreed with him earlier. Now let's see if you're gonna walk back. You said I would have to leave the Earth. You agreed with Basto. Now you're not saying that.
Yeah.
You say you can be on the
No, I
surface.
agree. To see the Earth
Okay.
motion. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
you
to
don't have to leave to detect
see
the
it, to
Earth
right, to
motion.
see it in motion. Have you ever done that?
See it in motion in
Yeah.
space? Well, I was in space.
Have you ever done that?
While I was in space, see the
Have
Earth
you ever
move.
done that?
I know. I'm asking.
Have you
Well, I'm
ever
in
done
space.
that?
Well, I'm in
The answer
space.
is just no, dude. It's that easy.
Yeah, I know. The
No,
answer is
haven't
no.
done it.
The answer is no. I'm
All
just
right.
clarifying.
That's it. That's all. That's it, and that's all.
But you
No
can still
more.
measure the motion.
No, it doesn't. You can talk shit all you want. You ain't gonna get
It's
the
not. It's not really
validation.
talking shit. It's
Yeah,
just.
it is. It is. It's you thinking that you're gonna bring up your little story. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Science can't measure motion. You're a
Yeah.
joke, Dr. Heckle. You can't even go with
No,
modern
I
science and
Literally,
say they
already
can't.
told you.
this dude's a brick, bro. He just keeps repeating
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah, he's done.
He's just a liar, man. That's all these guys do is lie, lie, lie. They can't back up
Yes.
anything.
And how is this
Walk us
dude?
through.
How is this dude a glober if he said the Earth is accelerating up? What the fuck are you even talking about?
Yeah, exactly. He's a Yumi.
Sydney was next.
Do you know where that even? He doesn't even know where any of that shit comes from. So I thought this was funny because Ryan brought up all these experiments which birth general relativity, and he can't even reject it because he said the Earth is accelerating up, and that comes from Einstein. So he can't even reject what Brian said. He has to accept the experiments. Otherwise, he rejects his accelerating Earth.
Gosh.
That's the thing. They don't understand it enough to even form a coherent argument, and they don't get it, man. They don't get it. You guys don't understand the stupid stuff you believe in. Stop
It's
believing
weird, Indio, because in free space as a globe, how could you have directionality of up? Which way is up on a globe? I ask you.
Exactly.
I ask you.
it. That's another.
Exactly.
You have no absolute.
That's
Let me submit to you. If his idea was correct and everybody had an accelerometer everywhere on the globe, which way would be up? Did he think about
exactly
that?
which way we.
They're all
There's
going up
They're all
in
going
the
up.
same
So
direction.
space.
what the Earth is ripping itself apart like in chunks, so that everybody can have their accelerometer show that the Earth is moving upward relative to where they're standing. So if somebody was in China on the other side of the globe and somebody was in the U.S. and they both had accelerometers, does that mean that each direction the Earth that should be going was the opposite?
It's stretching outwards,
Exactly what
infinitely outwards.
Antipodal?
exactly should happen under their paradigm. Both sides should see this exact opposite. Both the top part should be going
Oh,
up.
that's
The bottom
crazy,
part should
huh?
be going. Both of them, that's up to both of these guys because there's no direction in space,
Oh
man.
my
That's
God.
why we Australian they would be right side up because there's no direction in space. So what you
I don't
said
think
is
he
true.
thought
The guy's on
about
the
that.
down, the guy's on the top.
What a guy.
Yeah, I don't think he thought about that ever in his life.
You guys don't think
Let's
any
think about it,
stupid
man.
stuff.
But is
Because
he even still here to hear that?
no, he'll come back. We'll get him on that later.
I see you
He
down there as a
left.
speaker. What's the matter, doctor? You getting taking L's? You couldn't handle it anymore, man? Come
I
on,
don't
don't
see
give
him
up
on
so
the list.
fast.
Yeah, he's in there. But he did hear what we said because it's important, right? If you're standing on the Earth with an accelerometer, you're like, okay, I'm Joe Schmo. I'm in Australia. And you got Joe Schmo over here on United States. You got another guy over there in the UK. Everybody's standing somewhere on the globe, right? Some people are antipodal to the other people. But according to him, it's measuring an upward acceleration relative to where they're standing. So what does that mean?
And everybody experiences up. There is no upside down on a ball in space because there is no direction. The Earth literally would be torn apart because everybody's.
He wants to rebuttal.
Okay.
Oh,
Excuse me.
I got the answer.
I'm from Australia.
There we go.
Ah,
Oi, oi, oi.
I actually have the answer to his upward accelerating ball. See, instead of space expanding, space is shrinking, right? So relative to space shrinking, he's accelerating up. See, boom.
Yeah, he's
There you
in
go.
speaker now.
Do you have
He
something
brought
to
him back
measure the
up.
space shrinking?
Oh my god, dude.
Shrinking space,
Hey,
man.
hey,
They
do you want
the
to talk?
military did that. Nicholas
I'm
and
open to
Morley
it.
in 1986. They redid it and were stationary, and they didn't mention the device shrinking.
Right. That's what
Well,
I'm trying to
the
figure out. What
bizarre
India is
thing
talking
is the
about.
like inability to just say we
Yeah.
don't know or I
Which way
don't
is
know.
which way is up?
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
way is up on a ball, Dr. Hickey? Heckle?
Away from where the field is being generated,
Dr.
which is
Heckle.
the
So
center.
you heard him say that with your
No,
logic, Dr. Heck, can you hear me talking?
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
hear
I
me?
can hear.
Okay. So using the logic that he, proposed as a problem in your ideology here, in your belief, if somebody's holding on their phone and they're in Australia and they have the app and then they're like, so they're gonna see how fast they're moving upwards, and then somebody also in the United States and then in Europe and in Russia and China, so in all positions, South America, Africa, even in Antarctica, okay, on your ball, in all positions, are they all moving away from each other in your paradigm?
So is the Earth expanding? Is that what you mean? Because it's all accelerating.
No, no,
That's kind of
well,
it. That's kind of
yeah,
it, partially. Yeah, like an
That like
exploding
that.
ball.
yeah,
Yeah. What
yeah. On
Basil
their
said.
phone, it shows them. Yeah, on their phone, it shows all of them moving up, and now they're all antipodal to one another, all across the surface of your sphere that you believe we're on. So then, are they? How are they all going up as the world is just spinning? Go ahead.
Right. So yeah, I mean, there is an issue, I guess there, right?
No shit, dude.
So that means the
There
Earth
we
would have
go.
to
That's
be.
some progress, though.
That's
There
an
is an
Yeah, no,
issue.
issue,
He said,
totally.
Let him speak. Come on,
well,
"Oh,
guys.
no,
shut
the
But
up,
this is
the
dude."
Earth.
crazy. This shows how much programming we've all got.
I'm
No,
telling you,
no, I mean,
Basil.
no, you guys aren't completing the whole thing. So
Oh,
yeah,
really?
so that means the planet isn't moving like in a straight line, right? So that means it's rotating as it's moving.
That still doesn't answer the question. Which way is
Sure it
up
does.
to everybody relative to each other?
It's
Who's right?
Oh my
to the field
God.
to the center of the Earth. So what's generating gravity according to the globe?
Yeah. So who's up?
No. Hold up. Wait, don't let him off this.
Yeah,
Yep.
he ain't leaving.
He's trying to weasel his way out of here. He's trying to weasel his way out of it.
I'm just trying to
Just
clarify. But yeah, go
Heckle,
ahead.
Heckle. Are they all moving away from each other? Yes or no?
Well, no. So the question was, what is it that we're doing with the Earth moving? Right? Is the Earth
No,
moving
no,
straight
no,
like a
no,
baseball,
no,
or are
no,
we
no,
rotating at
No,
the
no,
same
no,
no.
time?
no, 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 no.
That wasn't the
What
Wasn't
was
question.
the
the
question?
question.
Okay, I'm gonna say it again.
Okay.
Okay, if everybody has their phone out
Yeah.
with their their little measurement of how fast they're moving upwards while they're standing still on the globe, and they're all antipodal from one another, then then if they're all getting measurements that they're going up, then is your ball growing outwards?
No. Like I was saying, that means the force is being spread across the entire surface of the Earth, which means if that's correct, then
So then what direction is
it,
up then?
I told you away from the center of what's generating this kind of
So okay, so
movement, which is the mass of the Earth.
So what direction is the
so if
Earth
the
going?
surface,
What direction is it going? If the guy in Australia,
exactly,
if the guy in Australia says, "Well, we're going up, so we're going straight up," he's pointing straight to the sky, and then the guy in America is pointing straight up to the sky. He says, "No, we're going this way. This is up." So which way is the Earth going to make up its mind? It's going to go, Doctor.
So yeah, like I said,
So
the
no
whole.
answer.
No, I'm trying to answer it out. So
I
I
doubt
told
it.
you, like as the Earth's moving, it's rotating, and it has mass. and it's generating a force on
Yeah,
the
that's a
surface of the
story.
ball,
That's a
right?
story.
So yeah,
Hey,
so
clockwise.
that means the force is spread across the
Who
entire
cares?
surface of
What
the Earth.
direction is the Earth moving? I'm asking you a specific
Relative to
question.
what?
Yes.
Relative,
Relative to
Anti-clockwise.
it
what?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter clockwise.
It does matter a lot,
We're
actually.
asking him specifically in what direction. Like, let's say you're walking straight ahead of you. Now, according to the way you were telling everybody here, the Earth is moving up. So, relative to a guy in let's say America, in Australia, the guy says, "Oh no, it's going up this way." So, which is the Earth not making up its mind which way it's going?
No, that means it's when it's moving, it's distributing this force across the whole surface, and that's why gas doesn't
Oh,
float
really?
away, and why we
So
don't
did
float
you
away.
listen? Did you account for that when you use your little accelerator?
Like
Really?
like Apocalypse said, I would do it here,
Check this
and then
out.
someone on
Check
the
this
other
out.
side of the Earth would do it.
Look at what his argument has morphed into. It's now not just
Hold
the
on.
movement. It's now not
I
just.
feel like
Hold on,
everyone gets
APOC.
what's being asked.
It's now
He just doesn't
APOC.
want to
Can you hear me?
answer it because he knows he's.
Yo, APOC.
Yeah, can
Yeah,
you hear
yeah.
me?
So,
Okay.
hold on. So
So,
it's not that just
My
it's
bad.
not that the Earth is moving up anymore. Now he introduced a new factor. The Earth is also spinning and distributing the difference across the surface. So he's adding
yep.
another
Oh
layer.
my
Well,
He
god!
added another layer
the thing
across his
Wow.
argument.
we're moving relative to everything in
And
our
we're
universe.
spinning,
We're
right?
moving together. Yep, correct.
Okay,
Oh
now
my god. Okay, so
spinning is not what your
mm,
accelerometer is measuring, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so why are you saying it's
so
spinning
what
now?
the hell?
No, but like APOC was saying, it's the reason why you can do
No,
these
no, no,
measurements
no. We're not talking
antipodal and
about
they're the
reasons.
same.
No, I don't give a shit about reasons. I only care about something that you can prove. And your accelerometer was a shitty way
Well,
for me
wait,
to
his
say
No,
the
no,
Earth's
it
moving.
accelerometer now is a
can prove it.
scale.
Right, correct.
So now how do we know that the Earth is spinning? It's a new thing you introduced to your argument.
Because it's antipodal. You can do these
No, no, no,
measurements
no, no, no,
antipodal
no,
to
no,
the
no,
Earth.
no. I'm asking for.
No, APOC just brought it up.
I don't
It's
care
that's
about.
correct.
I don't care about what you're introducing. All I care
Oh,
is that the answer that you gave was not only that we're accelerating up, but also that the Earth is spinning. I want to know the method by which you can
correct.
tell everybody, the audience, how the Earth is spinning. What method can we do to find out that the Earth is
Because you
spinning?
can do the measurement of what we're feeling on the accelerometer antipodal, and it's the same.
Who cares?
No, but hold on
That's a
though. But they're
claim.
antipodal. What don't you get about that, bro?
What's that?
Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example.
Sure thing.
Let's say we get a humongous, like the size of a coliseum, a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then we're all gonna get stuck to it, right? In every direction, and we're gonna say, well, none of us are going down. When we start moving, we're all going up, meaning away from the center of the balloon. Okay, so then somebody starts pumping the balloon, and then everyone starts stretching and like, hey, look at that! I'm going up away from the center, and we're all going in different directions, right? So then, logically though, in your paradigm, you're saying that just we've always been moving up, but we're not on an Earth that's always inflating to create this motion of going up away from the center. Do you understand that?
Well, it doesn't take that much force relative to the how big the planet is and how
Yeah, you
small
don't
we are to
know.
hold us
You
to
don't know.
the
That's
surface.
bullshit,
That's
dude.
why.
That's
He's
this is
lost.
okay.
You're correct.
We're reaching heavy levels of
No, not
cognitive
really.
dissonance
We're
here.
we're
You're
we're
correct.
just kind of outlining the whole thing.
No, you
You
don't
guys
know.
got
First
put
of all,
together.
listen. First of
Yeah,
all,
but
you didn't have a natural observation of the Earth in motion going up.
Yeah, it did.
Next,
The sensor
next,
detects mechanical motion.
next. No, no. Next,
Yes, it does.
you weren't able to say how that's possible because there was no observation of it happening. The only thing you're using is a device. Now, you're saying that
No
everybody's
visual
moving.
observation.
You're
Observation
saying, yeah, I know. That's what I said. So
of the
there
entire
now,
Earth moving. Correct.
yeah. So now you're saying that everybody's moving away from each other according to your idea of everybody antipodal
No,
to
it's
each
not
other.
moving away. It's moving
No,
towards the
no.
center of the Earth
So
because it's dense.
What's moving towards the center of the Earth?
Us.
now you're changing
Yeah.
it then,
Now we're moving
because you said
inward to
that
the
How is it
center.
everyone's
changing?
moving up
You were moving to the center, not out,
because
upward. You
wow.
see, because
You know what's crazy, Alpha?
No,
When you're
but the
saying a
movement
lie,
of the
you
planet
can't
spinning and
you can't
moving
hold on,
is the
hold on, hold
same
on,
as us,
hold on. Hold on,
like
doctor.
holding towards the
Hold on,
center.
Heckle.
you're
Hold on.
confused. Hold on.
Okay, don't worry.
Okay,
Let me just mute him real quick. Okay,
go
look.
ahead.
Here's what's crazy. When you tell the room a lie, and then like 10 minutes later, when you go back to tell the lie, you say it wrong. because it was a lie.
No, you guys
So
aren't putting it all
earlier,
together. Is what I'm trying to say.
Hold on, Epoch. Yeah,
okay.
we
So
gotta know.
okay. So when you said that we're moving upwards, okay, and now 20 minutes later you're saying, well, we're moving inwards. Is that a contradiction?
No,
Yes
the
or no?
acceleration is moving us upward.
He's busted.
Right, but
He's
then
busted.
the
You're talking
air
shit,
pressure
and
is
you
moving
know
us
it.
downward.
You're
So it's more,
struggling,
that's the
bro.
force of the gravity.
No, that's bullshit. You're struggling.
No, that's not. That's
I
not.
could
Yeah.
tell.
Yeah.
I know when somebody's struggling, and you are struggling right now.
Struggling with what?
Trying to articulate your
Yeah.
point that
Captain
you're.
struggles.
It's
That the
bullshit,
Earth
dude.
isn't moving.
No, that's not.
Oh,
What
okay.
the
What were
fuck
we
are you
talking about?
listening to, man? We're talking
I'm
about what
listening
you
to you
were
right now.
saying.
What?
So you're saying now that we're moving
Yeah.
inward from going outward to now, like the Earth is in motion, it's spinning. You don't know which way is up at the moment.
Towards the center.
Like
Literally.
literally. You
You don't know which way is up.
or
You
down.
think it's going inward, outward, spinning.
No,
And
you said inward and outward. I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You
No, I
just
said the Earth
But
is
he said,
accelerating
"Epoch,
towards
get this,
us,
man.
and we're
This
being
guy."
compressed towards the center because of the force.
Oh,
Of
really?
Said it
We're
was
being
moving
compressed.
in.
That's not what you said earlier.
This poor soul
That's
doesn't know
not
if
what
he's
you said
flip fucked or
earlier.
fried. Fair income.
Wait. Well, Basta, did you hear what I said? What did you think?
Who are you asking?
He's
Basta.
asking Basta. Yeah.
Oh, he might be gone.
Hey, here's a good thing. Here's the good thing. This is a recorded,
Yep, it is recorded, and I did post it up on spot.
live. So when you thank you. So when
You're welcome.
you replay it, you're gonna hear yourself say, "We're all moving up," and then 20 minutes later, you're gonna say, "Oh,
No,
we're
I said
all
the Earth is
going
moving up.
inward."
I didn't say we were moving up.
Yeah, yeah. So we're not on the Earth
Yeah,
moving with the
that
Earth?
Okay,
We're not on
I'm
the Earth.
lost now.
Up and
Hold
we're
on.
moving down.
Hold on. Let me mute the space. I have to. So now we're not moving up, but the Earth is. Are we not on the Earth? You freaking crazy fool. If we're on the
He's
Earth, we're
lost.
moving with the Earth. What's wrong with you? Dude, what's wrong with this guy? He's got.
You know, I don't know. He's one for the books, that's for sure.
So, okay, he says the Earth is moving, but we're not. Really? How's that possible if we're on the Earth? Wow, dude.
He said we're not going up, the Earth is. Well, that was kind of that's the point. He said earlier we're going up.
No, I said the Earth is moving
Hence,
towards us. I didn't say you were going.
okay, are you on the
Earth
Earth?
is moving
Correct.
towards
Are you
us.
on the Earth?
Oh, right. Yeah. So as far
Okay.
as us relative to the Earth, yes, we're moving together at this point. Yes, you're correct.
Oh, so he changed it. Look at him. Oh, snap! He just changed it.
But if you look at like
Okay.
relative to us and feeling gravity, the Earth is moving against us. That's how we feel gravity.
I can't
Or
tell
feel the
who's
pull of
speaking
the Earth.
between old man or doctor. I don't know who's speaking.
I know.
No,
I
I'm
know.
just,
I
I'm
the
just
speaker,
answering,
mate. Hang on.
just answering your questions. I thought this
That's
was a
good.
conversation.
Yeah, but you're not. You're answering questions, and you're really talking utter nonsense, bro. I don't really
No, I
think
think
you
the
know that you
problem
are.
is you don't understand what I'm saying. But
No,
I'm
I
not
think I
sure how we
do.
can connect.
I
No,
think I
not really.
do. So
I
when
don't think
people
so.
play back this audio, they're gonna listen to you talk
Yep.
crazy, dude. You're talking crazy
Correct.
nonsense.
Correct.
This is why they stick in the threads and don't want to take mics, because this is what they
No,
ultimately
not
end up
really,
sounding
Brian. I don't take your mic because you're a Nazi. And I don't go into your
Oh, so
spaces.
Brian's a Nazi, but yet
Correct.
you're having such trouble right now trying to figure out whether the Earth
No,
is
I'm not having
moving
trouble.
upwards. I absolutely do think you're having trouble.
I don't
This
think
is
I
how
am.
this is.
Indio, I
Yeah.
can't
Listen,
accept you.
check this out, right? So you're having trouble. You don't know whether the Earth is moving up, whether you're moving with the Earth or not. You have to clarify and say, wait a minute, let me think about it. Oh yeah, relative to the Earth moving up, yeah, we're moving with the Earth. Yeah, I'm going to correct what I just said. And on top of that, you think we're moving inward now, and on top of all of that, you think the Earth is spinning, which you haven't provided any evidence for. So there's so much here that you're saying. You're just throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks, dude. That's all you're doing right now. And I'm doing a really good job at showing the audience. You're talking nonsense. You're basically an empty canvas that we're painting our Rembrandt on. So thank you for that, because we're showing the world what it looks like for somebody that's so indoctrinated and has the idea that the Earth is a globe, that your head is basically freaking ramen noodles, dude. Literally, dude. It's mush. Like, how can you proceed forward with the mind state that you're in? I don't even know if you're wearing your pants on your head right now. Honestly. What is going on with the world with you right now?
He's going up and down, so he's all fuckered up. That's what's going on.
Guy is.
He's got his shirt on. He's got his shirt on his legs and his pants on his chest. He's all backwards, bro.
I swear, man. Like this guy here. He's so sure of it. Yeah, no, I think you don't understand what I'm saying. No, I think I do. I really do.
Well,
Man.
the
I'm all
inability
over
to
it.
say that we
think
don't
you
know
understand what
for
he's saying.
sure. Why is that such a big deal for people? To just go, well, I don't know.
I don't know, but you know the weird thing, Basto, is that when we have conversations with humans like that, it's disheartening, man, because you're like, really? They're
No,
so
you illustrated it. You
yeah.
know, like to a degree, there was a bit of meanness or whatever, which I was like, well, whatever. But the point, it's absurd. He couldn't
Yeah.
just go, I don't know, or gee, you know what? That doesn't make sense. Okay, end.
Exactly.
It's
He
that
couldn't be
simple.
honest. Hey, hey, Sydney, you have your hand up. What do you want to say?
Yeah. Hi,
Get
guys.
this.
I just want to try and be a bit serious for a second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you, man.
I'm just trying to level with you guys. So
I see what you did there.
I've
Level.
heard.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm trying to be serious for once, right? Just so, like, I think what you get, especially you, Alpha, is doing here is, I would call it hyper skepticism. So just follow me. Like, it's when you doubt things to such a degree that you can never find the truth. For example, you can say, maybe we live in the Matrix and maybe everything is a simulation, right? And that's kind of dangerous because if you don't even trust the instrument that we use to measure things with, then how can we ever discover truth?
So are you
This is
saying that
pop
if
out.
we don't believe the globe, then we must be in the
No.
Matrix?
I got what he said. So, Sydney,
Well
you
said.
basically said that if I don't trust the device that, according to Dr. Heckel, was producing was the accelerometer. Is this correct? Because I want to get this between us understood. Is that what you're saying? I don't trust the device.
I don't know if you don't trust. I don't know if you don't trust the device, but like, how can we get to a point where we trust the device? Because you're like saying, how do we know that we don't know? And that's it's the known unknown. There are always things you don't know, and if you let the unknown,
Oh,
you
bro,
can't
you
really
sound
discover
like
things.
Donald's. Oh, dude, you sound like Rumsfeld and Kamala
Hey,
and Trump right
Buck,
now, bro.
let him go, man. I want to. This.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's okay. Like, listen.
Yeah, let it go. Let it go. Let it.
Yeah, old man. That's cool. Like, yeah, I mean, if you're saying that I'm hyper skeptical of it, what it is simply if the man has a claim, right? What is the claim? We're examining the claim. The claim is that the Earth is moving upward, according to him, right? And this accelerometer is going to detect this movement of the Earth moving up. But there's a lot of problems with that, and we've just outlined that kind of. We went thoroughly through it, right? We're showing, okay, so if the claim is the Earth is moving upward with an accelerometer, take for example, Sydney, that a lot of people on Earth, according to it being a globe, would all have this accelerometer. Now, if you're in Australia, one guy's in New York, and whatever, we're talking about every geographical location. We all have our accelerometers, and the Earth is moving up. So, what direction would the Earth be moving in free space, right? If it's all moving in one direction, up, what is up on a ball? What direction would the Earth be moving in free space if the accelerometer that you claim that I'm not accepting would be telling us we're moving in? Which direction would that be in free space?
Yeah, and now you're trying to drag me into that
Okay, you don't have
conversation.
to
I
have
just
it,
wanted to
Sydney. You don't have to have it. But what I'm asking,
no, but can you? You're always asking, how do we know that we don't know? Like, I heard one of you guys
okay,
suggest that maybe the
we're not going to
software
talk about that.
was manipulated.
We're not going to talk about the accelerometer anymore. We're going to move off because you're saying that I didn't trust that device. I'm asking you.
I didn't say that. I asked, is that what you're
No,
saying?
I'm telling you that the claim that was being made was that the Earth is moving upward according to the accelerometer. Now, that can't be on the Earth as a globe because you have problems, which one of them, I've already told him from the beginning, was that he didn't see the Earth. He didn't verify that the Earth is in motion in any way. He didn't see it do anything. So the natural observation of the Earth in motion was not visible by him, not on top of that, right? If the accelerometer is showing that the Earth is moving upward, The other problem would be, in which direction do you call up on a globe? Because everybody on the Earth that's using an accelerometer would have a different direction pointing up to the sky, meaning that if a guy in Australia is pointing up to the sky saying it's moving up this direction, and I'm in the US pointing and saying, no, it's moving up in this direction, which direction in free space is the Earth in motion? Which way is it going in free space?
You know, the irony is that actually works on a planar Earth, though.
Yeah, let's not
That's
let's
the
not throw him the
irony.
bone,
That
because
is funny.
think about it. Think about it
Yeah,
like
he
this,
just
though.
clung to a fallacy and then
Right.
somehow couldn't admit that he had no basis to prove this. And you can have a belief, that's fine. Just know
But
what
it's not
you're dealing with.
substantiated. It's not
Correct.
substantiated. And so in the realm of empiricism, we're gonna say, hey, let's get some meat on this bone. Let's figure out how we can test such a claim. Now, when testing the claim, we find out there's no empirical evidence, right? We can't validate, we can't test, we can't falsify. Then what does that make the claim? Unfalsifiable. You can't figure out whether or not the claim can be validated. So, Zidney, it's not about believing he's saying that this device is showing something that I don't accept. It's the fact that the device can't produce the evidence that would remain for the claim to be true. That's all.
Even just the logic,
Yeah.
Sydney. Like,
Can,
how do you
can I?
deny just the logic of it? Go ahead.
Yeah. So you guys like to appeal to possibilities. So I just want to ask you: is it possible that you guys are just maybe misunderstanding or not really understanding what Dr. Heckel is saying? Is it possible?
No, dude.
Sydney,
No.
Of
No,
course, it's
well,
possible.
Not
it
the
is
way he outlined
possible,
it.
but the way that they came at him, like at the argument, not him necessarily, a little bit at him, but the argument
Yeah, so think
from a
about the
couple
argument.
different angles, right? Like his argument was basically we are on a ball and the ball is like exploding outward. And then the thought experiment of, if that's happening, what happens to somebody on the other side of the globe who's exploding out? Like, how does that work? Is that up for everybody, or is, like, at what point do we just keep expanding? Is that the deal? And then, so like there's like, okay, so we accept one part of it and then deal with that, and like that was a fallacy. And then he kind of shifted to, I don't know what that was, something about it returning down and spreading or something.
Yeah, the
That
Earth is
the
moving. We're all
acceleration was
moving
spreading.
inward. Yeah, it's moving inward, and then of course he introduced that the Earth is also spinning on its axis, which is like another claim that he didn't support. So we have a lot of things going on with this. He's adding. See, the thing is, like, and there's an old saying, right? What a tangled web we weave when at first we practice to deceive. So all he was doing was trying to figure his way out with another lie. And so he can't get his way. He's getting stuck even farther in when he's trying to see if he can square his lie. He's trying to say, okay, I said that lie. Maybe if I throw a little extra to it, I will still make my point. And he kept compounding his issue. So on top of the Earth moving up, he was trying to say the Earth is spinning, and then he introduced that no, it's a matter of fact we're going inward. So much going on with his argument that he just started to, like, it broke down, and that's what it was.
I agree it broke down, but you have to realize that you had maybe 5-6 different people throw balls at him while he was trying to answer a question, right?
Well,
So
I mean, I don't know what you want to.
was that not?
Sydney, what do you want me to do, man? It's an open platform for the flat Earth community. I mean, obviously they're going to come in. What do you want me to tell them not to speak? This is their platform. Anybody who is of the mind that the Earth is flat,
Yeah. Okay. So you got a dog pile.
I mean, what do you?
All right, but so
No,
I've been
man, come on.
examining the flat
You
Earth.
can't dogpile the truth. You can't dogpile the truth.
I've been examining the flat Earth community, and I have even a bot, an AI bot on a Telegram channel that is like a developer for a crypto coin that's called Flurfer, which is kind of making fun of the flat earther, Flurfer. But the main message I have is, don't let the government dictate your reality. And I've been taken multiple different ways from different flat earth societies or whatever, some of which just want to pounce on me and go on some attack, which, whatever, they're okay with that. But this room is pretty darn good. And the thing is, at what point and they got to get tired of this too, seeing people just cling to some unverifiable pseudo fact that they've heard or been trained or whatever.
Tell him, Basto. Man,
Right
check
on.
this out, man.
Yes.
We've been talking.
Can I say something real quick? The
Yeah,
dude,
go ahead,
the
India.
dude literally took every position other than stationary. Inward, outward, force, not a force, upward. Like he took every position.
Hilarious.
Yeah, we have. And then, listen, Basto came in today, and was asking some questions, but the dude came off as honest. I mean, he was just like, "Look, man. I mean, I just want to talk about this openly and see what's going on." We had a conversation, and I'm telling you, man, tomorrow maybe he's probably gonna be a flat earther. I don't know. I'm just saying, I get a vibe that he's just like, you know what? I want these questions answered. Does anybody have these answers? So now we're showing him, like, look what happens. And I think I even told you, Basto, before we had a conversation with Dr. Heckle, that this is how they react. Some people have this cognitive dissonance that is just so strong that they have to deny everything. And you saw it live firsthand, dude. It just, I mean, what, you can't deny it.
Well, you have to say that, right? You have to say that. Otherwise, you'll be, I mean, have you considered the alternative?
What? No, I'm speaking the truth, brother. This right here, this example that Basto saw
Yeah,
live,
yeah. That
was a guy in
cognitive
real
dissonance
time.
or whatever, the holding on, and then the collapse of it.
Yep.
There's and sadly, just as a thought experiment, people are unable to do this. And just admitting no,
if
I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't know.
If I had to tell my truth is that what he said made perfect sense to me. I just think you guys aren't intelligent enough to actually understand.
There you go,
what he said.
Basto.
Wow.
That's your answer.
Wow.
We're
That
not
is
smart enough.
Crazy.
Isn't he trying to gaslight?
Yeah,
he's gaslighting the.
He was hanging in really good there for a minute too, I thought.
Yeah.
But then at the
He
end
was.
there, it
No,
kind of
that's
lost
the
it.
honest truth. That's the honest truth.
Sydney,
You don't even know how to determine truth. You can't form logical, coherent statements. So just stop talking.
Okay, so more ad hominem, right?
No,
I mean, I
it's
was
an
appealing to a
observation.
possibility here that maybe you guys were mistaken, or maybe you haven't considered
Sydney.
everything.
Maybe you haven't considered everything. Maybe you're mistaken.
Well, I like that you're trying
We
to
have
give
considered everything. That's
Maybe
why
I
we're
am
here.
mistaken. Yes,
Good. I'm
maybe.
glad you admit
It
it.
really was falling apart. Like, we could go back and listen, and he had a premise. He defended the premise. It got challenged, and then he wasn't able to verify, or that it started to fall apart. So then he added another component to it, and like this tangled web we weave. He just kind of got deeper and deeper, and it's simple. If he would have just said, "Well, you know what? You're right. I don't know. That is odd." That's all that I think the point is. Sorry,
He's
I maybe
polite.
choppy or something.
Yeah, old man, we're getting some feedback from your mic, so you might want to mute up, old man.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Keep standing on. Sorry.
Yeah. Also, I think I saw the conspiracy. He had his hand up. I think. Do you want to talk conspiracy theories?
Oh, I just wanted to say real quick, what's up, guys? And this is where Zinni doubles down and starts yelling, I speak German. I got you, fuckers. You're Nazis.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, appreciate
I
you
want to
guys
ask
just.
you a question to determine who's speaking the truth.
Yeah, real quick, India. Let me just.
How we know? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to give a quick plug. Appreciate everybody that's joining us 24/7 Flat Earth. Just real quick. Episode number 7, Globe. What is it good for? I put that as a title. Appreciate you guys. Hashtag Flat Earth. Guys, if you can drop a follow to everybody on the panel, myself, Indio, Apocryphon, Brian Sweet, Matrix, Basto Man, everybody who's on the speaking panel, guys, just give them a follow. We're trying to keep this conversation going. So this is a continuing series. We're in episode 7. You can look back at the other episodes, and I tell you, man, they're chock full of good conversations, and that's for you, Basto, to kind of take a look at. But we're going to keep doing this. We're making our presence known on X. We got a team. Indio's kind of the head honcho on the Discord server, so he's kind of the homie. So for you guys to know, man, we've been hanging out for quite some time. I've known him for years, so real cool guy. Knows a lot of stuff. Pretty much a genius, I would say, in my opinion. But yeah, for shout out to all you guys. You guys are amazing. We got Jedi in the house too. Matrix is an amazing debater as well. But appreciate for everybody that's joining us. And yeah, just we're gonna keep going for a little bit more. But yeah, just gonna kick it over to you guys now.
After Indio says his piece, we have Ritu came up but then dropped down. I don't know. Were they going to be a speaker? I don't know what happened there. Oh, they actually just dropped out. All right,
I'm going
never
to
mind.
explain to Sydney how we know that we're right and he's wrong. Because the other guy, he contradicted himself multiple times. And because of the law of non contradiction, we know that he's wrong. It's very simple. It's not subjective, it's objectively true. He contradicted himself. He claimed the opposite was true. He took both positions, which can't be true. Two opposite positions both can't be true at the same time. So we know he's wrong.
And that's not what I heard.
Yeah, I don't think you
Well, I'll play the recording.
hear anything, to be honest. It's really weird. It's like it goes in your ear and out the other, and you don't hear. This is the problem, Sydney. When the truth comes out and it hits your ears, you don't hear it, and then it goes out. So then that's why we think you're bricked, because
Okay,
when we meet,
so let's go back over this. Is inward and outward opposites?
Yeah, okay. So I agree with mutual exclusive statements, of course, contradicting itself. I agree that's a problem. I just don't agree he did that.
Okay,
Well, but
that's
if
what
the
I'm asking you.
government
That's what we're going to
comes
walk
and
through.
says this
Is
is
inward and
true,
outward opposites? Because he claimed both were true. That you're going inward and outward at the same time. He said the Earth was accelerating up. Well, up on the ball is
Yeah.
out, right? But he also said there's a force pulling you in. They both can't be true at the same time.
but we could be
Can I just
told
say something
we
about?
could be told a new science breakthrough just happened. This is fact, and it could be anything. Like whatever. Aliens have been here for thousands of years, and they're ready to talk. Do we believe it?
I'm going to tell it. Pizza dough. Pizza dough. Think of a pizza dough. You throw it up, and that comes from a bloke who worked on the Parkes radio telescope, and that's the one done the moon landing. He said, think of the Earth as a pizza dough. It starts in a ball, you throw it up, and slowly starts spreading.
hey, we got Brian with his hand up. Go ahead, Brian.
So what we got here is basically a trial, man, and everybody here is running 100% of their reality on 50% of the information available. We weren't taught the flip side of everything, right? We weren't taught any of this, but the crux of the situation here is are we moving or are the stars moving? This is what it all boils down to. And we got tests, we have experiments that prove that we are not moving. But we are not taught this. Instead of just accepting the science that says, hey, we are not moving, they came up with a whole new set of rules there called relativity. All right? None of this stuff can be substantiated. It's all a calculation, it's all a theory. There's not one thing you guys can prove. We can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt there is no curvature. We can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt there is no motion. The reason why we never get taught this stuff is because it's so devastating that as children, if we were given these choices that either we're moving or the stars are moving, we're going to choose the stars 10 out of 10 times because we feel motion. Anything moves, we feel it. Don't tell me we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, which cannot be proven. Don't tell me we're orbiting the sun 66,000 miles an hour, which cannot be proven. And don't tell me we're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, which cannot be proven. And don't tell me the whole galaxy is going around the Milky Way at 1,000,000 miles an hour, which cannot be proven. And don't tell me space is expanding 4 times the speed of light, which cannot be proven. Don't tell me a light year is 5.8 trillion miles, which is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. That's a unit of measurement. Who measured that? Nobody. Nobody can prove anything that you have in this. Nothing. Not one shred of it can be proven. These are the absolute facts. You are going on faith. You are going on with the scientists. We got to trust the scientists who go with consensus. Hey, we all agree that this is what we want to do. Do we get money in this field? Yeah. Well, these guys over here that says everything we believe in ain't true. Should we publish their papers? Hell no, man. We'd lose our careers.
We'd all look like fools. We're supposed to be the smart guys, and we couldn't figure this out. These yahoos on the internet figured it out. We'd be laughing stocks. Yeah. Facts are, we got it all. You got nothing. This is why you guys resort back to calling us names. You can't refute anything we do. You can't refute anything we bring to the table. We stand on everything we present. We don't wish-wash. We don't wiggle room nothing. We know everything about your religion. You guys don't even understand a tenth of it. You've had an opportunity to look at information. You guys can't even steelman the Aries failure. This is the simplest experiment out there. You guys, there's a 7-minute video in there. None of you have even watched it. Why? Because it'll devastate your reality. You got nothing.
Can ask the room if there's anybody in here that you have the opportunity to come up here as a speaker, and we'll hear you out. Go ahead and present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Make a claim, whatever claim that is, and support it with evidence. We want to hear from you guys. You guys think the Earth is a globe? Come on up. We got a panel of speakers up here right now. Got a W panel, guys. Everybody in here knows what they're talking about. So want to see if you guys come up here and provide that evidence that we've been asking. What's up, Jedi?
Good morning, gentlemen. This has been a wild ride this morning. I've only been listening for the last hour or so, but my goodness me, some people say some crazy fucking shit.
That's for sure.
We got Majestic Fowl up in the panel.
Yeah,
say what's up, brother.
I just threw out like 10 mics. Hopefully somebody catches them. Majestic just caught it, so see what that goes. Go ahead.
Hey, how you going, boys? Yeah, I've just been here talking about Australia and that's just been interesting anyway. I'm in the Central Australia at the moment, so.
Nice. So what do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth, man? Do you think that the globe is good for anything?
Well, mate, I'm very confused on it all. Like, I'm always open. Like, everyone's got their beliefs, but I went to, so I'm not far from Parkes Radio Telescope. They built that for the moon landing, supposedly. And I talked to an old fellow, he worked on it at that time of the moon landing, and he said it was all a load of shit. This is pretty much his words. It's all a lie. And you think of the world as a pizza dough. Like, you throw it up and it slowly spins out. So, yeah, that bloke talking earlier kind of made a little bit of sense, you know? Like, we're slowly going in, but we're getting fatter. Anyway, it's interesting to listen to everyone's opinion, but it's good.
Yeah, you're of the mind that the Earth is a globe and it's moving? It's spinning?
Yeah, I am, mate.
Right. That's cool.
Just something because I just watch the seasons here, so like I only have to drive. I drive a few hundred kilometers from where I live, and it's just flat country, mate. You're getting your last hill, you just look out, and all you can see is just flat. You can't see no other hills or whatever.
And you think it's a ball.
Yeah, no, but no, we're not spinning in a straight circle. I've got different beliefs than what we're taught, to say.
Okay.
But yeah, that's just my belief. That's what it is. Yeah.
How far would you say? How far would you say you could see with binoculars, maybe, or with naked eye? I'm just curious.
Oh, mate, you wouldn't be able to see another hill on the last. Right, like you go to your last little hill out there, and it just when they say outback, you get there and mate, and she's just flat. You just see off.
How is it a globe if it's flat?
Yeah,
I'm so confused right now.
It's so flat that it's a globe. Like, I don't get this, brother.
Exactly. I mean, like, there's no other, like, you can see as far without any objects blocking you. You know what I mean? Like, there's no hills in the way, etc. Yeah. It's just but still curved a little bit.
Yeah, Majestic, check this out. We've been told that the Earth is curving at a specific predictable amount, right? So over a distance, there should be an amount of curvature that's predicted by the globe with the radius value of 3959. So we have to know that from, let's say, wherever you're standing on the Earth, looking off into the distance, that the Earth will be dropping away with a specific predicted amount, right? Now, they're telling us that with... Yes, go on.
Yeah, mate, like that stuff I don't believe.
Oh.
Like, especially nothing like with mathematical stuff, mate. I've got no idea.
Okay.
But I just what I can physically see, and that's what I go off.
Right,
So,
but you don't.
Wait,
Go ahead, Bast.
I live on the ocean, right? So I see ships at times that are on the pier or whatever, and then they drive off into nowhere.
Yep.
And at some point, they like if they have like some of them, not too many nowadays, but they're like a sailboat. There are sailboats out there, and they go, and you lose the body of the boat, and you just see the mast, and it like into the sunset.
Yep.
So that suggests something is going on. What is that?
Right, that's an important question that we want to talk about. Now, when we think about the Earth and distance from an observer, if there was any curvature or the other, if it's an optical phenomena, we have to figure out which one it would be, right? So there's two things in comparison here. So you're thinking that it could be the Earth's curvature. Now, if we can eliminate that, then we know definitely that there's optical phenomena at play. And then we can investigate what type of optical phenomena is occurring depending on the ambient air temperature outside, right? So a lot of what you don't understand about how optics work is going to be filled in with the answer to the question that you just asked. So first of all, we have to eliminate whether or not it's curvature, right? To figure out any drop over distance that could be measured. Now, if we're going to say that the reason why the boat is disappearing from the bottom up, we want to find out if it could be Earth's curvature. Now, is there any measurable drop over distance between any distance on the surface of the Earth that we can say a method has been done to understand how much curvature there is on the surface? Has any method been done so that we can understand that it is a possibility that it could be curvature? Basto, I ask you, do you know?
Yeah. There's a couple different types of experiments that they've done.
Okay.
Like one of them is they take two towers and they put them at different places on the Earth, and then at a particular time in the day, you observe their shadows, and there's things you can deduce from that.
All right, so you have divergent shadows from two different obelisks or poles or sticks or whatever you want.
Sure.
So think about it like this.
Yep.
If you could replicate this in your home, right? Let's say on your floor, your flat floor, if you have a light source and you have two objects, one object underneath the light source and one object away from the light source, do you think you could replicate the idea that somebody's telling you that the Earth is curving with the same divergent shadows, with the objects being either closer or farther away from the light?
Oh, at least allow for possibility
Right.
there. Totally. Depending on how you like, you could set it up all sorts of different
Right.
ways.
So
but sure,
with
I think you could probably figure out a way to do that.
a flat floor, with a flat floor, you can redo this test, right? At least to the very least, to say that it doesn't have to happen on a curved surface. You could do it on a flat surface, where the light has the divergent shadow depending on how close the object is to the proximity of the light. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the angle and whatnot of the light source can affect that.
Right. So we
Yeah,
can
I'll
do
give you
that on a flat floor, which doesn't have to be on a curved surface, right? Okay.
Yes.
So there goes that explanation. Now that's
Well, wait. Not 100%
Yeah,
for me, because if the light source is fairly close, you can do that. But if the further and further and further away the light source is,
Right.
if we're told, and it makes sense, the sun is a great distance away, that would change some of the dynamics
but
of
it's
that, at least.
it's inconclusive at best.
Yeah, I'll give you the inconclusive.
So
on
then we can't draw a conclusion. So therefore, we need to go to something that will solidify the point that it could be Earth's curvature, because we're talking about bottom up disappearance from the ships. So we got to find out, eliminating first, that it's not Earth's curvature. So is there any other test that you can think of other than that one?
I've got one.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you. I wasn't sure. So was it coming up this week sometime? So Africa, America, they'll see partial eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
You heard about this? Yeah.
Yes,
so Australia won't see it.
Hey, my apologies. Conspiracy theorist has his hand up for a while, and I saw it just go down. I don't know if that's a glitch again on my phone, but did you want to say something, conspiracy theorist?
No, I kind of thought about it, so I apologize.
Okay. I apologize that I didn't call you earlier. I just didn't know if it was a glitch. My phone's been acting up. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Majestic.
All right, Majestic, you're
Yeah,
talking
no,
about you're talking about an eclipse, right?
yeah, that's it. Like, and like we've obviously all seen eclipses, but so Australia's not going to be a part of that eclipse, but the lower end of Africa will be. So that kind of says to me, it's like you always say that rounded bit, what blocks out the sun or the no sun, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I just got getting into it, mate. I just like to learn. I just want to see what your thoughts are on that are. Like, does that explain that with the shadows casting around shadow? Like,
Well, yeah, that would be a separate idea that you're talking about, some kind of shadow being cast on whatever thing you're looking at. Now we need to focus on specifically the surface, right? So the surface.
oh, yeah, surface, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like in Australia, we've got one road straight enough that it is measured all the way along, doing the old boiling water test of your the sea, like your height above sea level, and you can actually lose the vehicle at the other end of the road. It goes off the other end, but you're going uphill by theory of the sea level.
All right, so you're saying you're driving up and then it's bottom up disappearance. I'm not really following.
Yeah. So the road's really straight. It's a couple hundred kilometres straight. But you're slowly rising, like you're getting higher above sea level.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is over a distance, could there be any drop measured? Like a method. What I'm asking you guys to think about, right? They're up here on the panel. I want you to think about this, right? The method that has been understood in academia, right? For somebody figured this out somehow because we have these like numeric values to how big the Earth is. We get the radius and diameter and circumference. You can look this up right now. It's public information. So if you know how big the Earth is, somebody figured it out. I want to know how.
Yeah. It wasn't one of those stories back in Egypt, and you got one of the blokes to step out a certain area because you realise a well casted no shadow at a certain point in the day.
Yeah, that's exactly
I
what.
did hear something about.
That's exactly what that Basto was just talking about. That's exactly what he was saying. But the conclusion we reached on that topic was that it was inconclusive. It could happen on a curved surface or a flat surface. So there was no conclusive evidence that leads us to understand the Earth is curving, because it could be on a flat surface as well.
Yeah, copy.
So,
but I've never seen a spot where it never casted no shadow.
Yeah. So
there's something far away. Yeah.
So what we're trying to figure out is if that method is inconclusive, is there any direct measurements of the Earth's curvature other than just looking at shadows? But we're looking for
or another way to do it. What can we do
exactly.
to,
Shouldn't
yeah, that's a good one.
Easy to Google, you know.
So, and this is because I'm going to go back to the premise. We're talking.
See, and like that's got to be refreshing for you guys when it's like that's
Yeah,
a good
it
one.
is.
Because it's like, okay, well, maybe there's 2 or 3 things that we could put together that illustrate something, and then is that irrefutable?
Yeah, so the point,
maybe,
the point I'm making right now is that if you guys can't search your mind or the internet or wherever and find out if there's ever been a method to detect that the surface of the Earth is curving with a specific amount of curvature, then we're going to have to say that in your mind right now, it only exists as a belief. You don't know who's ever tested it to be true.
That's
okay,
right,
there are some formulas that, and I'm just going to take the leap of faith that you say, okay, the formulas work. So if these formulas work, then you can deduce that what they're operating on must be true.
So what formula? So first of all, what formula are you talking about?
Okay, like pi.
Yeah, what does pi have to do?
Okay, let me back up.
Pause around, mate.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. The measurements, they tell us, right, that the measurements in the pyramids and whatnot all work to all sorts of things. The size of the Earth, the speed of light, all these things. I don't happen to know those formulas, but
okay. So and then
I will accept that there is something
going
on.
Here's the most important thing that you got to remember. Whenever you bring something up to substantiate a claim, I would say in this forum, I'm going to ask relevant questions that precede that answer that you gave, which is, how do you know those things? You just said, I don't know. I'm just saying, probably there's some equations out there. So if you here's the thing, right? Remember how you said people need to be honest if they don't know something, they just need to say, I don't know. That's what you're not doing right now. You're actually going against that and trying to figure out if there's somebody that's ever measured. So I'm asking you simply, if in your mind right now, there's no way you can figure out if that somebody's measured the drop over distance, just say, I don't know. Simple, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For me, I'm not sure. I think they've got some things that you could deduce it. That's what I'm getting at. I don't know it, but I think they're out there.
It's like the invisible guy that has all the knowledge to the keys of understanding the Earth as a globe. I've heard this, Basto, I don't know how many times in the years I've been doing this. There's some guy out there that knows the information that the Earth is a globe. I don't know who the guy is. I just know he's out there somewhere. Like these are the hopes and dreams of the glober, right? Like, and that's fine.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is you start chiseling away at the stuff that we thought was
right.
like irrefutable, 100%. This is it. You're an idiot if you don't believe this because it's accepted. But they did that with a bunch of stuff and even hung people or chopped
So
their heads off
the thing that we're doing,
blasphemous.
the thing that we're doing here is allowing you to go through that and not even reaching a conclusion whether or not you think the Earth is flat or globe right now. But I want you to realize the information to substantiate the claim that there's curvature of the Earth, like as far as like boats disappearing from the bottom up. I want you to say, I can't say that it's curvature because I don't know how they substantiated curvature in the first place, like a method to know how much drop over the distance there would be. So at least to the effect of saying that what I'm trying to talk about right now cannot be substantiated by you or maybe Majestic, that you could be honest and say, I don't know if it's curvature. I can't say that it is. For the boats disappearing. Bottom up.
No, I can't say that. I just like hearing different theories, mate. That's all I was asking.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now if we're gonna talk about like what it is, right? In the aspect of like saying it's actually when we see things going away from us, we see optical phenomena happening like in the far distance, like things that appear to things that appear to get smaller as they move away from our proximity, right? And we see convergence happening. Convergence would be like if you've ever stand in a long hallway or corridor, you would see that the walls look like they're meeting at a point off into the distance, and it looks like the floor and the ceiling are also meeting at a point off into the distance. What's happening is that in your vision, this is how perspective works, right? You're seeing everything converge off into the distance in the far distance, right? So when you see things like it doesn't matter, like railroad tracks, right? And you're looking at railroad tracks off in the far distance, it looks like the railroad tracks are meeting at a point off into the distance. That's not what's really happening because your eyes are seeing in a very specific way. It's converging everything.
Perception of light. Yeah, I get where you're coming at, mate. Yeah, definitely. I wear glasses anyway, so I don't really know. But
yeah.
But one thing I think it has to be curved is the only reason everything else we look at from a distance, say sun, moon, whatever else, it's all curved. I'm sitting here now and it's 9:10 at night. And I'm guessing you should just come in the morning or mid-morning or something?
That's 6 a.m. for me. Yep.
6 a.m. for you, and you're at America, obviously. Yeah. But just the spin thing, I just look at the water. I went to the equator and all that bullcrap. That's the only reason I reckon the world's spinning. Yeah. That's my belief. I'll just leave that there. I'm just getting new to this, mate. It's interesting. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Majestic. Did you see him do that stupid water test at the equator, did you?
Yeah, mate, yeah. But there's some good old stories about it, mate. Let's come from blokes who were up there fighting World War II and stuff. So, yeah.
With that water test, did you watch which way they poured the water into the vessels?
Oh, mate, I can see where you're coming from there, right? Yeah.
Because what dictates is the shape of the vessel and how water is already in there. So if it's already in there spinning, as soon as they pull the plug, it's going to continue in that way. So what they do, they have three containers. One sitting on the line where there's water already sitting in it that's been at rest for a fair while. They have one to the left, one to the right. They'll walk up, they'll tip the water in the front right of the left-hand one, and they'll chuck some flowers in there and you'll watch it spin anti-clockwise. Then they'll tip it in the front left of the right-hand one and it'll spin the opposite way, and they'll chuck something in there so you can see it spinning. It's just a gimmick, mate. They're playing with your head.
Yeah, I can understand that. Mate, it's just a bit of tourism. But this is the thing I was talking about. The bloke, he was in the Navy in World War II. He said as soon as you hit the equator, all the tides start turning. So that he's going back to more the magnetic forces, pulling everything back to the centre of the Earth, like from the north to the South Pole, pulling it back in. And he said, this bloke even said, watch your dog. I bet you always look to one direction, north or south, to have a shit. And I went, all right, I will, mate. And fucking hell, he's right. He's on it. He's on the point, eh? Like, I don't know. It'd be interesting thing to look into anyway. But everyone's interested. But anyway.
Yeah, let me point you guys to what I wanted to demonstrate for you guys. With the optical phenomena that occurs, can you look up into the top of the where we're speaking right now? Everybody considers it either the Jumbotron or the Nest. You guys see what I just posted?
Yeah, I see it. Also, Son is up here. He can speak after you.
Yep. That's for Basto and Majestic. Majestic, do you see the post I put up?
The 24/7, the video. All right. If that's
it's my post. If you see it, 52.
All right.
Yeah, by
4 hours ago. That one.
Or
yeah, go all the way to the left. It's like one of them's an RC boat. The other one's like two people standing on a road. It's a small little GIF.
Okay, I got the the people on the road. Yeah, and their feet are gone.
Yep.
You illustrate that.
Yep, and then look at the boat
on
the. Go to the right, and you'll see a.
All right, I gotta do the boat. Okay, there's a. Yep, that's a boat or something. It's kind of hard to tell what it is, but. And it's disappearing, and is that the end?
Majestic, do you see it?
I don't see no feed. I'm just watching a bloody line go around the Earth.
Oh, well.
Okay, boat one.
Yeah, put some videos. Well, there are two like 58-second videos up in the top of the Nest where we're speaking.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that.
It's an RC boat. It's a little hard for me to tell what exactly is going on.
I was looking at the date, 6th of September. I'm like, that's a bit off.
Yeah. So this.
But you got a RC boat and a regular boat. Is that? I probably need to listen to the audio.
No, it's an RC boat. I think Indio. Did you put this information up one time? I'm not sure who I can give credit to. But I think APOC put it up there.
It's Skyfreeze.
Skyfreeze.
Yeah, Skyfreeze video.
Skyfreeze video. All right, so now we see something happening. There's a phenomenon where you start to see the boat disappear. Now, I would ask you, gentlemen, do you think it's due to the fact that the Earth's curvature is obstructing that view?
No, so I'd say this one with the mirage thing. That's heat. I see this here in Australia a lot. It's heat. That's definitely heat. Come night time, you can see lights hundreds of kilometers away. You can see lights.
Right.
But they dim.
Somewhat that we have some optical stuff, and there's way more than just what there's more things going on at once.
So see, this is important, gentlemen. This is important because of the fact that when we're told that it's just Earth curvature, the people that are telling you this are not filling in the rest of the story. That there could be some optical phenomena occurring when you see this.
Exactly. So what we call it is Mimim lights. So it's an old Aboriginal fake law, or if you want to say it. So the Mimim lights is lights.
What's this? You got an Aboriginal law, or
it's Aboriginal
in Australia?
So it's an Aboriginal say like class as an alien or a unexplainable sight. So it's called the Mimim lights. You can look it up. They've made documentaries on it and all that. And there's these lights where you keep driving to, but you can never get to it.
Yeah, so there's things going. there's things going on in the far distance where people are telling you that it's Earth curvature that's obstructing things that you can't see, like boats disappearing from the bottom up. But as we have a demonstration here that things disappearing from the bottom up doesn't have to be due to the fact that it's Earth's curvature. There's optical phenomena
so,
that so there's
exactly that's what I was getting at, mate.
Yeah,
that's 100% what I was getting to. Yeah.
So
it's normally happen after hot days. It normally happens in the summertime, really hot days, and you get these mini lights.
Yeah.
So it's come some kind of reflection of another reflection coming. This is in the desert, like out that kind of stuff. Like there's no hills,
right?
Only slight little rises, and then that's when it happens normally.
Let me put it to you, because I didn't go through all of the ways that optics are being used, but just based on what I've told you so far, supposedly you guys didn't have the information to substantiate if it's actually Earth curvature that could be demonstrated with the method. So we ruled that out kind of for now, because you don't. Basil said maybe
no,
some
I
guy,
said I don't know, mate.
Yeah, maybe some guy knows it somewhere. But now what we're getting to now is that could it be an optical phenomena, which I submitted to you in 2 videos. I wanted you to take a look at, and knowing that you've seen this, now you have in your mind it's a possibility that it's an optical phenomena that occurs off into the distance that I didn't think it could be. Now I see that this optical phenomena that looks like things can disappear behind, it's probably something else other than just being Earth curvature. It could be something to deal with the distance or the elevation from somebody standing on the surface looking across the surface, and or optical phenomena that occurs that makes it look like the disappearance from the bottom up is happening because of that phenomena, not because of Earth curvature. I'm giving you guys something to look at, and it's
it's a good theory. It's a good way to look at it, mate. But I see it as a expansion and contraction. So as your day heats up, things start to swell, which you will notice that with the bloke walking on the road, it happens in the hot days. So we're all just sitting on a big rock, aren't we? Really, so it expands and contracts within the heat and the cold. This is my theory, so that's why I'm saying at the night time, it's when you still see them lights way off in the distance, but you wouldn't be able to see it in the day.
Yeah. So let me just kick it to Ashan real quick. Now that we kind of had a little stopping point here. So Ashan, if you're there, welcome to the panel. If you want to say what's up. Maybe not. I don't know.
I show him as listener.
I don't.
Oh, did he?
I see him as speaker still.
Really?
I don't see it.
Oh man, I'm glitching out over here.
Sean S. That guy?
Yeah, Hassan.
Yeah, I don't see.
And it appears that I'm not sure,
listener.
Brian, but do you have your hand up? Because it looks like it's up on my screen. You might not have your hand up.
I do not have it.
I hate this. It's. I'm telling you.
Wow, that is
the
janky.
PC
Trying to run a space with Oh, you're doing it
PC.
not on a phone. Yeah, they're fucked up when you try and do it that way. Pardon my French, but yeah, it doesn't really work.
So
why can't he do
to take this technology and trying to get to the moon with it? Man, we would know.
Exactly. And this is the guy that's going to put a chip in your brain.
Maybe. Yeah. Anyway,
be all good.
Yeah, we're probably winding down to the final moments. Because we're reaching the end of the space, but I just appreciate everybody that just joined us today. And like I said, it's a continuing series, 24/7 Flat Earth, episode 7. I don't know if Brian's gonna throw up a space later on if you guys want to head down to his space or whatnot. But yeah, I'm gonna probably wrap it up here pretty quick.
Can you give us a 2-minute thing on your origin? What got you here doing this?
Yeah, for sure, man. I started it must have been 2015. I was looking into conspiracies, YouTube videos, and I was into like just weird stuff. Anyway, the algorithm kind of suggested a video for flat. I remember the damn thumbnail. The thumbnail was Bruce Lee's face, and it had a cup of water leaning, and then it had like the pizza flat Earth disc or whatever flying, and then it was like, okay, Bruce Lee proves the Earth is flat. And I was like, what the hell is this video? Like, why did I even get it in my suggested video? So I clicked it, and I wanted to see what it was about. And then it was, I think it was Eric Dubé's 200 proofs or something. The thumbnail was just like clickbait, but it was his 200 proofs or whatever. So I started like I was listening to all of the things he was saying, and then I was like contemplating, nah, this is dumb, dude. Like, so it started talking about like water being flat and, you know, on the surface, and it doesn't conform to the exterior of a ball. And I was like, yeah, well, okay. I mean, yeah, whatever. But and then I was like listening more about how water behaves. I'm like, okay, that's making some kind of sense. So I got to figure this out. So I put the video away, and I was like, I'm gonna search the internet like everywhere to figure if I can debunk this. This is pretty stupid, right? So I tried as hard as I could. The mechanics of water only pointed out that it holds rigidity in space and is flat and level to the ground. Like, it just, everything was pointing to the Earth being flat, stationary with water. So essentially, water was my vehicle into flat Earth, because I understood like some very basic principles. When you understand the mechanics of water, there's no denying the fact that the Earth is flat. No denying it. When water at rest is lying flat and horizontal on the surface, there's nothing to say that it's not that. But we can all experience that in our day-to-day lives. So for me, it was like, okay, I got kind of upset and nervous at the same time, because I believe this paradigm. I was like, this has got to be a joke. So I went on like this deep dive on the internet. I found pictures of the Earth looking like a globe in like cartoon images and stuff, and I was like seeing satellite cartoon images. I'm like, dude, I need some hard evidence. I'm tired of feeling like I'm not finding it. It took me 2 weeks to exhaustively search as much as I could as possibly, bloodshot eyes and all, everything. I did the whole gambit. But after that, I stopped. You know, I remember getting up from my PC, and I walked outside, and I looked up in the sky, and I was like, you know, the Earth is fucking flat, dude. It's like, I was like laughing, kind of like weird. I was like, the Earth's flat. It's fucking flat. So I called my friend up, and I was like, dude, the Earth's flat, bro. And then he was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm not kidding you, man. This is crazy. I know it is. Like, I just hear me out. So, and then I started talking to him about my experience in that. But ever since that point, I was on more of a mission to actually like show everybody. I wanted to expose everybody's minds, because I'm like, dude, if I feel upset about it right now, I couldn't imagine how somebody would feel believing this lie for their whole life and not being able to, like, there's no buffer. There's no buffer between you and the information you're getting bombarded with every single day. It's in the vernacular. It's how you speak. Oh, today's news around the globe, you know, like, and you hear things that are inferring the fact that the earth is a globe on a daily basis. There's nothing to stop it. There's images of globes everywhere. There's, you know, it's just everywhere. So my thing is that I'm going to expose everybody to the notion that there is no globe. In no way, shape, or form is the Earth a globe, and it's all a mythos. It's not been substantiated. And so when I was looking on the internet for people to like-minded, I came across Jedi. He's not in the voice call right now, but I met him on Nathan Oakley's one of his shows, and then I met Helio Skeptic. As a matter of fact, he's in the call. I met him, and he introduced me to the group 24/7 Flat Earth, and then I met Indio and all them, and I guess you could say the rest is history, because we got along really well. But from the moment that we started like interacting with each other, from back in like, it must have been 2016, 2017, something like that, we've sharpened our argument so much so that the newbie flat earthers that come around, they're still talking about ice walls and domes. Dude, we're so far ahead of all of that. I mean, we're so surgical with how we do things in 24/7 that I wish I could like bring everybody along to show you. Like, we expose everybody. Like, I'm all about the freaking psychology of it now. I want to know why people still think that in 2024. Like, I'm so deep into it like that. So I want to kind of unravel the mysteries of why people have the cognitive dissonance that they do. But I just let me say before I end this, I want to tell you that every case is different. I approach everybody differently. I'm not as, like, if you see me sometimes, like if I'm a bit more aggressive with one guy than the other guy, I'm just like, hey, what's up, dude? Because I know that everyone's different. I'm not gonna approach this the way I am with someone that's, you know, giving me the same energy, like he's, you know, being a weasel, or he's just like, you know, just argumentative. I'm gonna approach that differently than the guy who's like, hey, man, I really don't know if the Earth's a globe. I will treat them very different. But on the case for the mission that I have is to, like, why I'm doing this because I think that I know how I felt when I first heard about it, that I when it really clicked in my mind, It was the aha moment that I feel like everybody has the right to feel. Every human on Earth that's living on Earth has the right to know that the Earth is not what they've been told, and you, each and every one of you, are capable enough and have the ability to know this. I feel bad sometimes when individuals that think the Earth's a globe come in here and say, "Well, I'm stupid. I'm not a scientist. I'm just so dumb." I'm like, no, don't ever say that. Don't ever say that. You are more capable than you can think of. They have created a system to break you down and make you feel like you're insignificant and you can't know anything. That's the reason why you feel like that. And you're more capable and you know more than you possibly can. So for me, it's a message of uplifting them to know that the information is out there. All they have to do is ask questions, right? And they'll get the answer. But like I said, this is kind of the reason why I'm on this truth mission. But anyway, that's kind of like a small tidbit, Basketball Man.
No, right on. Cool. Yeah, and it comes from a good place, and
Yeah, for sure.
absolutely, this like psyop or ignorance that is perpetuated, and the like comfort
Yeah.
people take in thinking that they know something, and like you're proving here, without the basis to verify what their statements are. It's just, well, somebody else said it and they
Correct.
did the test and it's okay.
And I feel like it's not fair. It's not fair to people who don't have that buffer. There's nothing to prevent that information to reach the mind, to bombard them every single day with all this globe nonsense until we have something to say about it. Because the hearts and minds of people that actually change are done because the individual has critically thought about the information themselves and taken into consideration what they could possibly think is right or wrong. I can only challenge them. I'm not going to convince them. That's not the heart of my aim. I'm not going to be here sitting till I'm blue in the face to make somebody believe what I'm saying. I would just present the information as best I can to challenge them. Then when they have time for themselves, they can consider the information and come to a conclusion themselves. So this is the way it is. Like, we're not here to convince, we're here to challenge.
Yeah, but it's an uncomfortable thing if they start realizing that one thing that they believed pretty vehemently in, that they would argue, and I don't even know why, what benefit does it make somebody to be right or wrong with the Earth as a globe in like 99% of our daily activities?
You kind of brought up formulas and the Great Pyramids and alpha waves. Not to be harsh, but it's just crazy. I'm in it for the psychology too, man. And you're 10 times more patient, and you got 10 times more sauce than I got. So I really appreciate you doing what you're doing. When I host space, I just can't. All you get is the Antarctic wall, and all you get is the dome, and all you get is the luminaries, and man, you break it down in a way better way, because I'm just to the point now where, like you said, like I have no patience. Almost everyone's like, conspiracy, you gotta settle down, man, because I just see trolls and weasels everywhere I go. It's just like, wait, why is your brain doing this?
I feel you, brother.
That's all I wanted to say.
I feel you, man. We're in the same walk together, so whatever challenges you face, dude, we're gonna face them together because we're on the same side. We're fighting the same battle, and so we're gonna have there's a huge amount of work ahead of us, and we're doing this out of the love for our fellow neighbor because we want people to feel the same way we felt when we were liberated from this lie. Like, it's a liberating feeling, man, to know that you've been set free from this freaking idea that the Earth is a
I have
globe.
to say, it was a battle. I didn't necessarily feel good.
Yeah.
Or like, there's a whole bunch of things. Like, time is the distance between two clock readings. This is something personally I had to rectify, that trying to live with everybody else who's looking at the readings between two points on a clock, that they dictate all this stuff about their life with it. And I was fortunate enough to be able to be free for a while, at least long enough to challenge, why am I going to sleep at a certain time and waking up at a certain time and eating on this schedule? And what do I really want to do? Or left without cues, what would be ideal?
Right.
Or
I'm gonna tell you this,
and that was a big battle for
ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you this. If you follow me, every single time I throw a space up, I'm gonna demonstrate to all of you that I'm gonna unravel these guys. They won't have have a place to say that they know something about the Earth being a globe. I'm going to dissect every single thing that they say. With me and the team, we got Indio here, Apocryphon. We're all equipped to actually unravel these guys to the point where they're just going to have to admit, I don't know. And then you're going to hear it for yourself. You're going to hear that they don't have the answers that they, and we could talk about PhDs and cosmologists and whoever they say they are. Bring them in here. I invite them. I invite all people of all, they lay to the most intellect. Doesn't matter who they are. But I will demonstrate to you guys as the listeners that they don't have the answers you guys think they do. That's for sure.
I brought up Gotti.
All right, we got a little time, so I guess we'll go a little bit longer. I guess if Gotti wants to say what's up, but yeah, eventually we'll probably wind down and.
Yeah, what's going on, Rob? Before you bite my head off, yeah. Do you know the spacewalk with SpaceX? Yeah. What do you think of that?
It's more of the information to make you believe that they're doing something that it's not possible to do in the paradigm that the Earth is a globe. It's a story. It's so video and pictures and everything that they get you to do to believe is something that you can't verify. So if I was to ask you, how is it possible that they're showing you this video when you can't tell me that you can actually see if that's actually true or not? How can you tell me that's true if you can't verify it's true? The veracity of that video being real. Majestic.
So,
oh, that's sorry.
Okay,
say again.
Hopefully we can just have a good conversation back and forth. Yeah. So you are so what sort of evidence do you believe in? So you only believe in the physical evidence?
What do you mean physical evidence?
Like something that you can see.
So if you make a claim, which is what I would like you to do, if whatever claim it is, substantiate it with evidence. So I don't know what you would say that the Earth is at this moment because I don't know you from Adam. So can you at least say what your position is and evidence to support that claim?
Before he comes with this whopper evidence, just in regards to what he said about the spacewalk, the question, just so we could answer it later, but I want to throw it out there also for the listeners. Just ask yourself, what happened to New Zealand? Was there a power outage? Was there no lights on at the nighttime there? Because they were over New Zealand apparently when they came out and did the walk, and it was total darkness beneath them. And then there was no boats, no planes, no helicopters, no nothing, no lights. It was just a complete black background. So we could talk about that later, though, I guess. But yeah, go ahead, Gotti. Let's see that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, going back to what you just said about obviously going over New Zealand. Is that?
I think we're getting hung up on what he was saying to some other guy. I think what I was expecting was that you're going to answer what I asked you, Gotti, which was go ahead and make a claim and then back it up with evidence. I just don't want it to get lost, and I think that's what just happened when you focused on his question or his statement. Excuse me.
No, the thing that I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to make me focus on the either the global Earth or the flat. But I just want to see what parameters you sort of think of, because when I was talking about, when I asked you the question, do you only believe in something that you physically can see? Well, I don't know you, so I'm asking you the question. So I'm not. That's all it is. Just a question.
Yeah, belief, I think, would be removed from the idea that something can be tested and proven empirically. Empirically would be the claim that's been made can be validated and falsified. So if you can't do any of those things with a claim, then the claim would just stand to reason as an inference that you have about a specific topic. So I'm shooting in the dark here because I don't know what your claim will be. But that's what I would say about how you would present evidence. You present evidence as something that can be tested, retested, and either or a method that can be shown to be demonstrated that the claim that you're making is true. So could you present something now, Gotti, whether you think the Earth is a globe or not a globe? Perhaps, I don't know. Hello?
I mean, if you want help, like, so it's really simple. Video was presented to us claiming to be from someplace, right? How can we validate that? How can we verify that that video was taken from the place they say it was taken? Otherwise, if we cannot do that, we can only believe or disbelieve. And I can't think of a single good reason to believe it.
Yeah, got it. Did you have a claim, or were you just gonna make the claim that the spacewalk was real? I don't know. I'm getting confused here, Gotti. What do you?
Do you know where it is? Yeah, I don't want to make no claims. Yeah, because
why not?
No, because I know for a fact that you're gonna differ for how I what I say.
That's not. Yeah, but listen, Gotti. What you got to be concerned about is whether or not you can be an honest character in this conversation. Meaning, would you be honest to say that you don't know when you don't know something? Just say I don't know, or is it troublesome for you to think that you will say I don't know, and the fact that when I ask you a question and you really don't know, that you would have to admit that in the public right now?
Man, oh man, I worked in healthcare, medical media, and as a kind of punk 20-something-year-old, I was there for symposiums and conferences and rounds and all sorts of administrative meetings, et cetera, et cetera. And I dealt with doctors who largely were pompous assholes. And when they did not know something, they did not just say, I don't know. They made up some bullshit and hung to it. And we did not have Wikipedia back then or the internet. So if they decreed something and sounded official and stuck to it, there were a lot of people like these teaching hospital guys or whatever, they had dudes believing them. And there were a number of times, and I can't remember any specific type instance, but they revolved around like a projector not working or something, and they held to this truth. And like, well, okay, I have an example. One of them with the projector, it had been set up, everything was all good, tested, whatever, and he went in to go use it, and it wasn't working. So I got this frantic call about the projector not working and how my ass is on the line because there's some big, important, pompous guy that flew here and he's getting paid all this money and I'm fucking everything up and whatever. So I go down there and he has moved the projector away from the wall and the cord was set so that, there was just enough room and people wouldn't trip over it and whatever, but he unplugged it from the wall. And his inability to just go, oops, I unplugged it, or it's not plugged in, or whatever, was so hard for this guy to do. And then he looked like a complete ass in front of all these people trying to like belittle me or whatever the heck was going on to like prove that he was in control or whatever. And that's kind of what we're talking about, is this like cling to bullshit that people do.
Right. So
and then just repeat the lie and make it real.
Go ahead, conspiracy.
Obviously, on top of that, you mentioned Wikipedia and AI. That can actually make it even worse nowadays. Just wanted to throw that in.
Right. So
I concur with that 100%. ChatGPT has made it freaking thousands of times worse. Now they're all geniuses because ChatGPT told them so.
All right, so Gotti, what would be your claim that you have? I mean, right now is the time to, belly up to the bar and put that claim down, and then also support it with evidence if you're able to. But if you're not, that's okay too. You don't have to. We're asking right now: is it possible that you have a claim about what the Earth is, and then support it with evidence, or not?
How about this? How about this, Alpha?
Yeah.
He came in and he's like, "What do we think about the SpaceX videos? Do you think that those are good evidence? Do you think that that's good evidence for the Earth being a globe? Strong evidence, and if you do, can you tell us why?"
And just real quick, I hosted a space and I got 15 people talking about spacewalks, and it's just this huge distraction. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I agree. Anyway, I want to know, because he's trying to probe us on what we think about it. So now let's probe him on what he thinks about it. Why did you come in here and want to know what we think about it? I presume you think that somehow it's strong evidence, and I'd like to know why you think that this video is strong evidence of the Earth being a globe.
Well, or what's going on? If we're, I mean, obviously he's thought about this a lot more than most of us, right? Like we just accepted that there's a ball and we're spinning, and the whole narrative. We've all heard it. But so what do you?
No, I'm talking about the
Yeah,
Goldberg.
Gotti. We're talking. He was talking to Gotti Besso.
No, I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm talking to the Goldberg guy that came in and asked us what we think about the space.
Yeah, was that Gotti?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I didn't. No, that wasn't Gotti. It was the guy. Some other.
Oh shoot.
No, I think it was Gotti.
I think it was Gotti. Indio.
I don't know. I can't see names. So.
All right, Gotti.
I am curious what the room, if you guys all, since you're in a group, have been, trying to rectify what we got going on. If we're not a globe, what's your best guess, or do you have proof as to what it is?
We'll get into that. I think we're wanting really to know from what Gotti's perspective is. We're not hearing him, so we want him to speak.
Sure.
So now, I don't want to discredit what you're saying. I just really want to hear from Gotti's perspective right now. So he's being asked a question, but I don't know if he's here or not. Like, he hasn't answered.
Yeah,
Gotti, if you're there.
I mean,
yeah, but I'm just sorting my kid out. Give me 2 minutes, please.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Gotti, I see as a listener. Okay, I don't know how this is so glitchy. I don't even see him as a speaker.
Yeah, he just said he's sorting his kids out right now.
So we're still on the video from the spacewalk.
Yeah, they couldn't get away. I guess maybe you mentioned it and he just ran with it or something, APOC.
Oh,
like
okay.
Moment.
Yeah, my bad.
Or something. Somebody was talking about it earlier. Who knows? I don't know how we got on that.
Well, because when he came in, he asked about it, and then nobody said anything. And then you asked him a question, and I said, before you bring that evidence, I said, just in regards to what because he talked about it, I made mention, hey, why was there no lights underneath anywhere? It was just a total black, dark background.
Oh, wait a minute. Was it a Majestic that said that?
No. It was Gotti.
No. Oh, okay. Well, I think he's sorting his kids out, so probably until he gets back from that.
Yeah, Gotti's the one that asked about the spacewalk.
Look, whoever said it, you can hear us. Why do you think that that's good evidence?
Yep.
Stop hiding.
Yeah, it was Gotti, but he's.
I'm Australian. He's African, I think. You might sound the same, but I'm Australian. He's African.
Well, I don't know, man.
I mean, if NASA showed or SpaceX showed Jesus Christ walking on water, all of a sudden you become skeptics. Like, how do I know that's real? Blah blah blah. But they show space balls, and then you're like, ooh, it's so beautiful.
You've all heard of the dish, then, eh? Like Parkes radio telescope. They built it for the moon landing and all that crap. Have you heard of that?
Unfortunately, I have, yes, considering where I live.
Yeah. So I live 15 minutes away from Parkes. There, 40 k's. I remember as a kid, I wish I got to learn more about him. I went to his funeral not long ago, and he said that they will never ever get film from outer space. And he was on the night when they supposedly got the recording back. The one big step, crap. But always question stuff my whole life after hearing that. But anyway, that's my bit. Thank you.
Hey, just like to give a quick shout out. We got 63 listeners, man. What is going on? People are listening on the outside of this particular space, and we got the rest of everybody that's in here. Guys, if you're listening.
Oh, you got the algorithm.
Yeah, the algorithm's now kicking up.
Finally kicking it. Yeah, I see 86, so that's good.
Dang.
Shout out to everybody listening.
Bro, you got 48 anonymous.
Yeah, it's like, hey, if you guys are out there anonymously listening,
that is a crazy ratio.
If you're out,
I only see 4. Really? 4, not 40. But
it's up there,
maybe,
man.
I don't know. Unfortunately, this is a janky platform.
Drop 40 listeners.
Hey, don't pick on. Hey, just listen for a second. Don't pick on the anonymous listeners. They might be flat curious and they don't want their friends and family to know, and they're like in the closet.
Are you guys flat curious?
Don't try and out them.
We'll make it a public service announcement. Are you flat curious? Have you thought about being flat Earth? Well, come on in. We invite everybody in here, and we'll talk to you as a friend would. Come on in. You will know everything you need to know about flat Earth. This message brought to you by APOC. I'm just kidding.
Oh wow!
I try to make it sound like a commercial.
And if you come in
Anyway.
today, you'll get 10 free credits at the Flat Earth merch store.
Yep.
Nice.
You get 10 free Indio coins if you come in right now.
We have people here in the chat new. If you want to come up and join the conversation, please feel free to do so. It's not like we're the only ones talking. We invite everybody up to here. I could just throw you a mic or just request. I'll be looking out for those who request. If you want to say your 2 cents or, you know, whatever. If you want to give a little feedback or you want to throw something at us, just go ahead and raise your hand. Appreciate you.
No, so here's the funny thing. If they join the space not anonymous, it's going to show up in their timeline that they joined the space, and everyone's going to see that they joined the Flat Earth space.
Ooh.
So I'm being serious. Like, just the fact that we have this many, and also on Flat Earth Fridays they had like 90 anonymous listeners. The fact that people are listening, but they don't want anybody to see them listening, says a lot about whether the globe is actually supported by evidence or it's just a bunch of
they're flat curious. We know they are. We can see it in their eyes.
Yeah, but they don't want to be they don't want to be shamed, right? They don't want to be picked on. They don't want the social stigma. They don't want all those things. So they have to be anonymous, which is a sad take on like what the globe evidence is.
Mm-hmm.
There is no globe evidence. It's we're gonna pick on you until you believe what we believe.
Fuck yeah, go
We don't want to.
Is there a way to adjust?
We don't want to.
Huh?
We don't want to pick on you. We want to educate you. We want to give you the whole story, man.
All right.
We want to tell the stuff that you never heard about, so you can make a better decision.
Is there any Globers in the listening? You know, down there as listeners. If you guys
I'm one. I really enjoying this. Great, boys.
Majestic, cute.
Maybe give a thumbs up if you're just a listener.
How do you do that?
It's the emojis at the bottom of your, if you're on a phone, the little emoji button icon. You can choose.
Okay, I don't know. So Toaster Bath he's a Glober. He's the only one I saw with the thumb up. But I was just wondering if any of you guys could, you know,
well,
if
I was
you
going to say,
thought,
APOC, I'll drop out because I've had a pretty long day, and I'll catch you all later. So that'll give you a bit of room up top here.
Oi,
all right, no worries. We had plenty of room, but yeah, no worries,
Peace, brother.
Alrighty, see you guys.
See you.
Have a good one, brother.
Sure. Catch you later. I just was wondering if any of them had any, you know, insight or if they thought the same thing as well when they saw that spacewalk the other day. I mean, if it crossed their mind, like, where are all the lights? Why don't we see lights at night, you know, on that side? Just stuff like that. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, they had a power outage in New Zealand, man. That's what happened.
I think so, dude. Not one light was on.
New Zealand, it was a big night on the drink over in New Zealand. That's probably all it was. They're wild, them boys. Yeah. But I've got one. I've got a real quick one for you, fellas. Why is it dark here and daylight over there if it's not round? If it's flat, why are we not all just in one constant?
That's easy, man. Spinning? Yeah, the sun. It's a movement of the sun across the plane of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but wouldn't it still stay? Like, wouldn't we all go into darkness when it dropped off the other side?
No, it's light propagation through the medium of air, so it attenuates through light because, of course, the air that it's attenuating through is a medium. Just like, think about it like this. Light can only attenuate so far as it propagates through the medium. So if you were to kind of put it in perspective, think about diving underwater. How far do you think you have to go where light won't be able to penetrate through that water? On a clear sunny day, it wouldn't penetrate through that water because the medium it has to go through would only be able to propagate only so far down. And then you would start to get darkness as you get further down because light can't pass through the medium or propagate through it as it would because of the way it travels through water. So
yeah, yeah, fair enough. Just with the earthing, if it was flat, so if you just go look at the globe, you pull that globe, like just look at your flat map. Why was Australia only founded like not even 300 years ago, and we're not that far away from Asia, Europe, etc.?
Are you asking? I think that's a separate question. You're asking though, like the questions that probably don't have a significant relevance to a topic of this, this forum.
Yeah, that's what I was just more thinking. Like, that's where I was going back to the roundness. Like. Yeah. Anyway, don't worry. I'll just leave it there, mate. It's been a long day. I'm not just waking up.
Well, just for the record, I've wondered that myself why they literally sailed past Australia for 300 years and didn't even realize it. They're like 90 miles away from it.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like, in the oldest culture in the world. Like, I don't know why. It's fucking awesome out here, but like, bugger all people, plenty area. But anyway, the lights at night time here, they really do make you think, but there's definitely something above us moving around watching.
Is it just me, or is his mic really loud compared to
India?
Dude,
it's bad.
It's over the top, man.
So like when check this out.
It's saying connecting at the moment, so I don't know what's going on. Sorry, boys. Sorry, fellas.
No worries. So when Indio started talking on my phone, I turned up the volume all the way up because I could barely hear him, and then
Yeah, he's spanning my eardrums like a redheaded stepchild, brother. Like,
yo, guys, I'm back.
Okay, Gotti.
I am already. I've been a lot of Jack Daniels.
All right, Gotti, go ahead.
We got Gotti in the house. Go ahead, Gotti.
Yeah, go on, bro. What was the question? Did you ask me a question?
Well, I mean, a long time ago,
did.
but
Yeah, Alpha did a long time ago.
We can bring.
Cool. I think you. I was saying about. I think I was saying about.
I asked the question.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, Indio.
Okay, so the question was, you came in here and you asked us what we thought about the SpaceX video.
Yeah, correct.
And my question is, why do you think that that's good evidence?
Well, I can only go from my experience and obviously what I've physically seen. Me personally, I've traveled around the world, and I'm a sort of person that I can't sleep on airplanes. I'm kind of like I'm one of those people that just cannot sleep on airplanes. Even if I'm in the air for 24 hours, I cannot sleep, and I also need to sit next to the window as well. So I've been around the world. I've traveled to Australia. From Australia, I've been in America. I've been around the world quite a few times, to be honest with you. I do a lot of charity work and whatnot like that. So I can only say what I've physically seen and what I physically follow, because I'm always on my GPS, and it always interests me when I'm flying. Yeah, it's not just because of it's nothing to do with flat Earth or global. I'm just interested in like the views I see out the window and that. So many times I've looked out a window and I've seen airplanes fly past. One time I was on a flight with Emirates, and everybody was asleep. I was looking out the window, and we just avoided like a collision in the air because I was looking out the window, and I just see because we was flying straight, and all of a sudden the wing lifted, and I looked out the window and a plane flew right past us, and the wing lifted down again. And I was telling my partner that we nearly got hit by a plane, but she never believed it. Say again, sorry.
Sorry.
That was from UK to that was from Dubai to UK. That was that.
What does this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Second, sir?
Yeah, how is that an answer to my question? My question was, why do you think the SpaceX video is good evidence?
So one basis, I'm just first telling you where my background comes from, yeah, and what I've seen with my eyes, and what do I believe in my own eyes, yeah. So with a SpaceX, there's like about 13,000 employees there, yeah, and it's probably more than that, because if you're saying that it must be a big fake and whatnot, you're talking at like hundreds of millions of people. You know what I mean? Billions of people.
Billions? No. How did you come to that conclusion?
So you're saying the people that deal with space and whatnot, it's like a couple of thousand people that just believe that the Earth is a globe, yeah, and most people believe
Do
it's
they
flat.
all have to know what's going on? All of them.
So
if you go in any corporation, say Boeing, right, and I ask the CEO, hey,
yeah,
where's where's the bathroom cleaner? I want to clean the bathroom. You think he's gonna know where that is?
So what you're saying?
No,
So
of course
okay, so
not, right? No, don't ask me what I'm saying. Don't ask me what I mean, dude. I'm using words. Just take them as they are. So he isn't going to know because duties in corporations are compartmentalized, right? You do your job, they do their job. You don't even know what their job is unless they're in your group, right? So the CEO don't know what the janitors are doing, and the janitors don't know what the people in freaking loading dock are doing, and they don't know what some other people are doing, right? It doesn't take everybody at SpaceX to fake video.
Can I say
asked you
something?
why the video itself, right? If you look at the video itself, right, the video, is
Can
that
I
good
say?
evidence? Because your
Can I?
argument is basically about people. It's not about the actual video. It's like, there's a bunch of people. I don't think they lie, so they're not lying. I don't care about what people would or wouldn't do. That's a subjective opinion. What I'm worried about is what the video shows. Why do you think that that particular video is good evidence?
Can I chime in this real quick?
Please.
As far as the people that actually need to know about this are the only ones that are actually quote unquote going to space. Everybody and the people that send them there. Everybody else can think something else, and like he said, I built this part that said they're going into space, so I worked on a space program. To say they don't have the technology to fool us in the late 1960s, our simulation technology had progressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crew's and the controller's responses to normal and emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures that the crew and controllers would have to use for a later flight. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the actual mission. So all these people could be just looking at monitors, thinking they're looking at space and thinking that they're part of the program. So the actual people that are in on it are the people who have actually been to space, which is only a few people. Well, it's not as much as you think. It's like 47 astronauts or something like that. It's not as many as you think. And just the people that are sending them. Everybody else could be thinking whatever they're doing is going to space.
We had a guy from Lockheed Martin who said he built satellites, he flew them, he went to Antarctica, privately explored. It's crazy what you get these people to say.
So this whole notion that 8 billion people need to be in on it is a logical fallacy. All right, the only people that need to be on it are the people that are actually saying, "Hey, you're going to space," and the people, quote unquote, been space. Those are the only people that need to be in on it. Not hundreds and thousands of people.
He said billions.
So let me just pile onto that. So the fundamental problem with video claiming to be from outer space is, number one, it depicts things that are physically impossible, right? Well outside the realm of normal human experience, and there's no reason to believe it because extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Secondarily, there's no way to evaluate the video for its authenticity. It's not even possible. You have no reference from which to even say, hey, that looks like the Earth. So, like, because if someone said, hey, here's a photograph of a horse. Well, you've seen a horse before. You can look at the photograph and go, that looks like a horse. That could be a horse. Or, no, that doesn't look like a horse. That's a freaking goat. You can't do that with the Earth because you've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So you can't even evaluate the image if the Earth even looks like that. You just have to trust it. It's trust it or don't trust it. That's literally the position. That's why I asked, do you think that this is strong evidence? Or why do you think this is good evidence? And you didn't talk about the evidence, you talked about people and what you think people would do. And you have to because you can't evaluate the video itself. You can't apply the scientific method to it. You can't apply anything to it. It's either I trust this as authentic or I don't.
Yeah, Gotti, did you have any response into the lights?
Until the what, sorry?
Your spacewalk? What happened in New Zealand? Why was there was no lights on Earth? There was no boats, no planes, helicopters, nothing.
Well, I don't know why you asked the question, because you said the video's fake. So,
well, doesn't that
Did you Did you hear what I said about being able to fake it and having the technology to do that? And the only people that really need to know about it are the people who are saying, "Hey, you're going to space," and the people who are "quote unquote" went to space. And the number of people that you think would be in on it just isn't necessary. Did you hear what I said about Gene Kranz and what he said about simulation technology?
well,
So great that you could tell if it
yeah,
was real or
I
fake.
get everything you say, yeah, but that must be the whole world, all the governments in Russia, India, around the world as well, because they got satellites and they all believe that the Earth is globe, so they all must be involved in it.
Did you hear what Indio said about compartmentalization? How many times do we have to repeat it?
It still, my point still stands. The only people that are really in on it are the people who are saying, "Hey, we're going to space," and the people who say, "Hey, I've been to space." You understand that, right? And you know that all of these are actually involved with NASA.
Have you ever seen the Witsit Chinese station video where the Earth is miraculously spinning in two different directions simultaneously? I mean, the other space stations are worse than we are than that.
Yeah, I just didn't know, God, if you were accepting the reality that it could be faked, but even still, let's say in your world, you're like, no, it's not faked. Then how would you explain why there was no lights under them as they were, doing their little suit test when they came out the hatch?
And now there was two videos. There was one with a light and one with no light.
There's one with the light. Okay, so let's talk about the one in real time. Did they go back and add lights because somebody forgot to turn them on, or what happened?
No, because the half the world is in darkness, isn't it? So it's gonna be like that.
No, okay. Maybe you're missing the point. When he first came out, it showed like, yeah, the light and the Terminator light, right? But then when they went to the dark side of your globe, underneath them at that point was New Zealand. And they even announced it like, right now we're over New Zealand, and it was totally dark underneath them, not one light. And then
I'm not sure about that. I have to go back to that. I don't know. I didn't know it was New Zealand.
go check it out. It was New Zealand. And then as the entire video, like every and then the girl went up there, right? And she was also going out there. Still no boat, no plane, no island, nothing. Not one light was on the surface of the earth. And that doesn't that not make you say, isn't that kind of strange? Because you believe that we can see lights from 79 trillion miles away. You don't think you can see them from 255 miles then? It's kind of weird though, right? I don't know.
Cat caught your tongue.
You might be busy. Anyways, for those listening, I don't know if you guys thought the same thing or, kind of questioned the same thing. I don't know if you believe in the spacewalk or not. Maybe if let's do this. How about if you believe in the spacewalk, can you give me a thumbs up emoji? That way I can see like who actually believed in the spacewalk. Maybe if you want to come up and talk about it and defend it, maybe you have an answer for me. Maybe you could tell me why there was no lights when they did the spacewalk. But go ahead and raise your request, and I'll bring you up.
I don't see any thumbs,
I
man.
see Mr. Monopoly. So let me see. I'll throw a mic, Mr. Monopoly. I threw you a mic. Let's talk about it, bro. Let's see. Maybe you could explain why there was no lights from up there.
You still haven't gotten an answer to that?
No, that's crazy.
Well,
Jesus,
could it
man.
be
It's
that
been
they were
like an
just
hour.
pointed off into space? I mean, I saw a little clip of this like spacewalk. It was just a dude in a suit
they're
with
right
his head
over.
poking out a hole.
No, they were right over the Earth, and they're in their video. They're right over the Earth. You would only have seen the Earth behind them at that point. All right, so Mr. Monopoly, I threw you a mic. I guess maybe you dropped it. I don't know. It's okay. For those listening, I mean, just think about it. Things that make you go,
NASA readily admits all their images are images, and they have the technology
Yeah,
to
all
fake it.
colorized, and it's like a artist depiction on most of it, right?
Yeah.
Wait, so Brian, I saw you in one of the timelines. You posted that SpaceX, the car, right? That shows the car from like 112 kilometers up, and then one of the globe clowns said it. Oh, that's from 5,000 kilometers. You see that?
I
It
didn't.
was like
I don't remember posting about the car. That might have been
it was
somebody
like a
else.
meme. It was like a meme that you posted, or maybe it wasn't you. I thought it was you.
I mean, I could have if I seen it, but where were we going with it?
It was a couple of days ago. It's like
I might have
it's
retweeted something.
yeah, maybe it was a retweet. But they're like, this is from 5,000 kilometers. Well, the Falcon Heavy video, the last altitude that they showed was something like 110 kilometers. Like asking these guys, like, where did you get 5,000 kilometers from? Well, it has to be. Well, no, that's not what SpaceX said. We're supposed to take the video at face value, right? It said 110 kilometers. That's how high it had to be, right? These guys, man, they want to just like cherry pick with the video. Oh, it just shows curved Earth. Don't pay attention to anything else. Don't pay attention to those lights that aren't there. Don't pay attention to anything. Just look at the curve, dude. Just look at the curving water.
Exactly. Hey, just real quick, just a little announcement for those that are just joining. Please feel free to follow Alpha, follow any of us up here on the panel. I'm the co-host of Pakfan, India 007, another co-host. We got Brian in the panel up here speaking, Basto, Gotti, Libra of something, Eden maybe, conspiracy theorists, and anyone else that wants to join us, please feel free. We have room. And if you can just give us a follow, give the space a like maybe to generate for the algorithm to bring more people possibly. And feel free to share it. And yeah, if you have any proof of the globe, bring it up, or you just want to sit back and listen as we cook. Sure, no worries. We could be like a Benihana's, just watch us. But anyone else want something to bring up? Any other topics?
We'll answer all questions.
I was generally confused. Was Gotti even a globie? I mean, I heard you sat by the window on the airplane a bunch, and you almost had a near air collision, and you brought up SpaceX, and then you didn't want to talk about the New Zealand lights. Am I the only one confused? Are you a globie?
Good question. I don't even know.
That's all right. If he's not there, he might be busy. They all get busy at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. I looked at the full video. Yeah. So when they went to the dark, it wasn't New Zealand. They were flying over the South Pole. South.
No, no, they weren't, bro.
Oh, they were. Oh,
No, they never go over the. Oh my goodness, no one ever goes over the South Pole, my friend.
well, they
Yeah.
were flying
Now
over
it's
the South Pole.
a polar orbit. That's a new one.
Never. Yeah, you gotta recheck your facts. I implore you to go double check the video.
No, bro.
No,
They were flying over the Indian Ocean between the South Pole and the Indian Ocean, bro.
yeah.
That's not South
So
Pole.
when he comes out, remember when they first come out, right? They finally got the hatch open. They cut
Yeah,
away. They drop it. They cut back. When he first climbs out, you can see like the sun still on the earth, right? And
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
at that point, they're above Australia. Okay, And then finally, when he goes to the darkness, right, and he
Yeah,
gets
but there's a
down and starts.
diagram there, bro. There was a diagram there where they were flying over.
Did you hear her? Like in real time, she goes, "Right now, we're over New Zealand." You didn't hear that?
No, I
Maybe go
didn't have
watch
it,
the
man.
video. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. It's okay. It's all right. Don't want to make it too hard for you. Maybe just go rewatch it. Listen to when she goes, "Oh, right now we're over New Zealand," and look at how underneath him there's no lights. There's no New Zealand. Like that's like saying, imagine they're like, right now we're over, New York, and you're like, well, where's New York at then? Like, what the heck? How's
Yeah,
that
I
possible?
get what you're saying, but I saw the diagram. The diagram they were showing where they were flying over, so it did make sense that there was no light in there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that there's no light underneath them.
No. I mean, sorry, it makes sense that there was no light there.
But how does
Well,
that make sense?
she was reading the wrong. Listen, Apocrypha. She was reading the wrong part of the script in the wrong order.
Oh, that's
So
why. That makes
that's
sense
what the
then.
problem was.
That makes way more sense. And by the way, why can't there like a plane or a boat be seen from up there? Gotti.
You're going, sorry, going.
Why can't the planes and the boats be seen from from SpaceX walks? If you ever watch a time lapse of the ISS, they
Mm-hmm.
always show planes shooting across and like boats. Like I guess it just depends who the graphic guy is that day, huh? But they'll show them, but not always. That's kind of weird, right? Sometimes they show them, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. And it's really weird that if you think that we're looking at lights trillions of miles away, and you think light can just travel forever, like why wouldn't they see it on the ground? Is it because there's too much Earth, like too much, atmosphere? Is that what you know? Is that your? I'm trying to help you out here to have an answer at least.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the atmosphere, it could be clouds, it could be the areas thereof, isn't it? So you don't have to always see lights. It depends on the camera angle, depends on the
Okay.
zoom.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. See, I was trying to direct you, and then you fell right in my trap. Gotcha, bitch. Okay, so here's what happens when they do the ISS at night. They show lights below them. They show boats below them. And here's the point: when SpaceX went up, there was no boats, there was no lights, there was no nothing. It was just darkness, total darkness. You don't find that to be really odd?
I mean, like I said, it all depends where you're viewing, isn't it, or what part of the earth you're viewing. So it's not always the same.
So does anybody have a video of that they can post up there in the or anything like that? Because somebody was also saying, I mean, if you think the way these guys were popping up out of that tube looked like real people and not crazy, but somebody was saying that at one point in time there's like no handrail, and then a handrail appears.
Oh, like a graphic mess or something. Let me see.
So what they say they can see the most from space is lightning.
Yeah.
So we don't see lightning either. So how are they looking at like half the Earth, but they don't see any lightning?
Very interesting.
I think like half the Earth wasn't in a drought at the same time.
Quite amazing, huh? I have a video here that I could post of them at that moment.
But this is the problem with these videos, right? We can go back and forth. You should see this. You should see that. Blah blah blah. There's no way to verify or validate anything about the video. It's just like,
True.
oh, SpaceX, I trust you guys because reasons, and that's it. It's true because I believe it's true. But there's other videos that they showed you, but didn't conform to your worldview. You would just reject it. And the example I always use is if they showed Jesus walking on water, you'd be like, fuck that shit. You'd reject it out of hand. No, people can't walk on water. That's impossible. Guess what, dude? People can't go to space either. That's impossible.
I have a question. Since we've been on for quite a bit, we got the algorithm to kind of tip in our favor. I wonder how many people can retweet this specific space right now, and how many more listeners we could get. So if we got some anonymous listeners and some people in this chat right now, why don't you guys hit that retweet? Get this thing actually really crunk. Let's see how many people we can get in here. We possibly could get some PhD or astrophysicists to come in here. I mean, you never know. Somebody that might have the answers could pop in here if you just retweet. So maybe your retweet is the one that's going to bring the guy in here that's going to bring that globe evidence. You never know.
Yeah, the guy that's going to shut us up and kick our ass, maybe he'll
Yeah,
come here.
all you got to do is
I
retweet.
just shared it with a group of about 30 that are into conspiracies and whatnot. We'll see if anybody comes from that.
Yep. And if you guys want more of this content, don't forget to give me a follow. Give Indio a follow, Apocryphon, Brian Sweet, Basto Man, and all of the speakers that are up here in the panel. So appreciate you guys. Thank you for dropping by. But go ahead and retweet that. Let's see how many people we can get in there. Let's see how big we can get this space. If you guys are down.
So I did post in the nest the part where the Earth goes from an egg to a sphere. That was pretty interesting too, as well. If you want to check that out.
Say, guys, I
So here's
have
the funny thing.
an AI built.
Hold on, I want to mention something. I want to talk about that eggs for a second. So there's a Gary's mod map so Gary's mod is a mod for Half-Life. There's a map which is to scale the Earth, all that crap, right? When you go high, just like they did in the SpaceX, guess what the Earth is rendered as? An egg.
An egg.
It ends up looking like an egg.
Like 50 dots per inch.
Checks out, huh?
Well, it just shows you, kind of weird that if you actually run this like in a 3D program, 3D graphics program, you get an egg.
Wait, say that again. You get an egg if what happens, or how do you do this?
There's a Gary's mod map, which is a 2-scale Earth, and you can put on God mode, right, and fly off the surface of it and look at it. And when you get high enough, when you look at it, it looks like an egg. Like it has the same way the SpaceX video has. Looks just like that.
All these globies keep on saying we can't agree on a model and stuff, but they still haven't figured out what the shape of the Earth is.
Well, I like blondes. I mean, some people like brunettes. Some people like,
I have a AI dev called Flatbro that I would love you guys to have input or ask him some questions. He's on Telegram, and we've trained him with a bunch of, well, there's not a whole lot of flat Earth material, but we gave him some, and he answers any and all questions. He's free to use. No, no shill or anything. There is a token attached to him, but you don't have to buy it or anything. One of the ideas was to see about manipulation and whatnot. So the ticker is flat, and what happens just if things run flat or whatever. It's kind of an experiment. And occasionally flat is not flat. It's very rarely flat. We'll put it that way. But the AI thing, I'd be really curious. We'd like to launch or do something, but have a flat Earth AI that can just answer questions for people, or at least bring up some areas to explore.
well, listen, you can go onto our Discord server.
All right,
Our
there's some
lobby,
material there.
on last check, yeah. So our lobby, so that's our main text channel. The last time I checked, which was like 8 months ago, we had 1.5 million messages.
Wow.
We've been around a while, so that's plenty of data.
Yeah, that should help. Thank you.
Do your
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, you got 28,000 members on this one, Flat Earth Discord. Pretty badass.
Yeah, you could click on my name, and I have both servers on the thing. Actually, don't you too, Andio? I think you have it too, and Alpha has it too.
Say it again.
Don't you have the? Oh no, never mind. I thought you had it.
I have it on mine, but I can't add the other one because I'm under review for getting a blue check mark. So I can't add anything during the review
Wait, you
process.
have two Discords, or what are you saying here?
Yeah, because we have 24/7 like home base, and then we're also in politics server under the 24/7 Flat Earth channel.
Yep.
So if you go there, you can check it out.
Okay.
You guys check us out there on Discord. A lot of fun, a lot of action goes on over there too. So when we're not here,
Do you guys
because
do
we only
lives, the voice chat and stuff, or what do
Yeah,
you do?
yeah.
it's constant.
Yeah, cool.
So everybody who's in here right now, man, y'all go click on that Discord link on my profile. That's the link to the Discord where me and the rest of the homies go. 24/7 Flat Earth is a brand, ladies and gentlemen, and the best of the best for Flat Earth hang out there. So if you want to be a part of that, man, you guys are all welcome to join. The link is in my profile. Just click on that sucker and go in there and join us in that Discord. You guys are all welcome to join.
It's a great space to go into, man. A lot of different perspectives going on in there. Yeah, highly recommended.
Cool.
Yeah, and as far as the politics server goes, we have a guest channel. So they let you set up guest channels there, and if you get enough people in it, you can. We've been #1 since we went over there, probably for the last 9 months. We have more VC hours by like double than the next closest channel. And that Discord isn't even dedicated to Flat Earth; it's dedicated to
politics. Yeah, there's like wars and Trump and all kinds of different stuff.
I think they have like 80,000 or 90,000 members, something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, they're a huge server. But that Discord I have on my profile. If you click on it, and it'll send you a link to the to join that server, and you can catch us in there as well. And then once you have both of those Discords, then you can just like see like where most people are, because we'll switch from day to day. Like some days we'll be in this one, the other days we'll be in this one. Most of the time though, we'll spend in the politics one though lately.
I should also add this, right? If you go in the main Discord, discord.gg Flat Earth, we have information channels listed in alphabetical order covering every part of this topic, right? History, Coriolis, NASA, CGI, like every possible tree. If you had a tree, right, in every single branch of this topic that you could think about, there's information channels on it in the main Discord.
Yeah, it's all the truth, all the rebuttals, all the knowledge, that reason why we have come to know that the earth isn't what we've been told. And there's a reason why characters like McToon constantly, tell his viewers, don't go to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, because he knows that it's the real deal, and his listeners, his viewers, are going to hear the truth and get all the life. Hey, what's up, Reversion? You want to speak? My bad, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say that you guys do rock over there at Discord. I've been in there a lot with you guys lately. But and I wanted to apologize for bringing Zidney in here on Thursday morning.
That's all good.
And Brian and Conspiracy and Indio. He had a pretty good meltdown, I would say. Wouldn't you say, APOC?
Yeah, they missed it for sure.
Dude, you should have heard. He had a real good one in MySpace, man. It was
You
funny.
talk about the Hitler one, right? Where he actually was yelling and sounded like Hitler when he was yelling.
I'm German. I speak German.
That's hilarious.
He's German. He's not allowed to say anything good about Hitler, period, or he'll go to prison. Because the truth needs to jail people.
That's right.
But so
yeah. So anyway, like Zidney, don't apologize for Zidney. He's exactly the type of person we want. We want to put him on display on a pedestal. Like, look, you want to know what a globe zealot is?
There you go. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's bad, man. He's a wake up. He's a red pill for sure, for sure. But speaking of red pills, back to the matter at hand here. This fucking spacewalk. Listen, man, watch their movies and shit. They can do way better than this. Seriously, this was one of the fakest ones I've seen. Like, what's going on here, really, man? They can do better.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Man, it looked like mannequin.
Like the robot. You know, so I saw a meme today. It was so funny. Remember that scene in Home Alone where he's dancing with those like puppets?
That was me. That's my
It was
post.
yours? Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
god.
me.
Bro, I
Yeah.
was dying when I saw that, bro. That shit was so good. Hey, props to you for posting that. I was like, dude, that is so hilarious. It does look like that, like all fake. That was hilarious.
Yeah, it's when Kevin's got the mannequin in the shower when they walk in and he's dancing it around in the shower and the mist and shit looks like clouds and stuff. It looks just like what Elon tried to put out.
Yeah.
Did Gotti ever? I dipped out real quick. Did Gotti ever come up with anything?
No.
He just left.
It was a lost cause there. Remember, he said that they went over the South Pole, and he said that they weren't over New Zealand. But I said, no, go watch the video, you'll hear her. And then Indio said she was reading the wrong script at the wrong time. That was hilarious.
Dude, it's crazy. They'll be gone for like 10, 15 minutes. You can't hear them. And then they'll be like, looking at Wikipedia or whatever they come back with is always hilarious. And he came back with, they went over the South Pole.
Yeah, he's like, I saw the diagram. And he was like, no, dude, they did not fly over the South Pole, bro. Even on their diagram. Like, what? What diagram are you watching?
Well, and he said there's two videos. They said there's another video without lights or something, or with lights.
No.
It's like...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he said there's two videos. One has lights and one doesn't. Oh, my God, bro. Yeah, the edited one where they went back and like, oh, bro, turn on the lights. Oh, shit, my bad. Do a little graphic, little keystroke. But here's the funny thing, though. I just thought about it. Do you realize that he said they went over the South Pole, but they were over Australia? So I think he thinks Australia was Antarctica.
Well, wow. No, then he said they were in between the Indian Ocean and the South Pole, and that's not the South Pole. That's in between. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He's got to go back to the drawing board. Indio, you dropped. I don't know if you lost signal, but unless my phone's glitching.
No, it looks like he's a speaker now, not a co-host.
I'm showing him as a listener.
Yeah, I see him as a listener. I see him gone now.
Yeah, now he's gone. Yeah. Total more proof we had the technology to go to the moon and make phone calls.
Yeah. It's like we can't even get a mic thrown at someone to catch it on the time. They're talking about sending signals to the Voyager that's been traveling for 70 years and making it turn around. Dude, it's crazy, man.
Well, and Buzz Aldrin would never say that he went to space, or like he punched a dude over swearing on the Bible.
Yeah.
About did he go to space or something? I don't remember the details exactly, but that was pretty weird.
Yeah, he got offered, I think, $5,000, and just to say that you swear in the Bible. He's like, I'm gonna punch you. Oh, he did punch him, I think. He does punch him.
Yeah, he did punch a dude. I don't remember what happened, but he on camera punched a dude.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? I mean, I don't know. That's really weird. Like, okay, so check it out. So if I won the Super Bowl, right, I'd be happy about it, right? And then 20 years later, someone's like, I need you to put your hand on the Bible and swear that you won the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I swear. I mean, hello, of course. Well, yes, I was there. I did it. Like, I would be happy about it instead of being like running in the different direction away from them. That's super sus, dude. Like, come on. And he even got offered $5,000.
Stanley Kubrick. Have you seen his last month's recording or whatever? He was talking about how he was proud of the moon landing, and then he feels bad. Basically, I think. I mean, he doesn't state everything, but he's saying that he was very proud of it because it worked very well. It was very good, but he feels bad and it misled
was that
people.
ever validated? I don't know if that was validated or not.
I don't know on that one. That's kind of why I bring it up. Good question. Was that even him?
Yeah, that's what I mean by validated. Was like, was that like really him and his son? Or because remember, there's people that push out disinformation. That way, everybody could believe it, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that was a lie," and then it makes everybody like, "Oh shit, we're believing a lie," so it discredits the truth, and they propagate it. So I don't know, dude. There's a lot of psyop shit. It seems like they'll tell you, like, if you remember, McToon and Craig Fight the Flat Earth, like they admitted that they were pumping like misinformation online and putting out videos that were like totally false, and then they would laugh when there was flat earthers using their videos and their images that they were putting online, and they were like, they would laugh at them every time they used that stuff, and they totally admitted it. So like, you got to be careful as to like, you really need to do your due diligence when you do come across information and check if it's real.
Apocryphon, McToon created an online persona of a flat earther called McFlatty.
Yeah. Remember, he was driving in circles.
He was going around pretending to be a flat earther, talking a bunch of nonsense. But it took like all of 2.2 seconds to figure out what the hell was going on.
Yeah, he was driving in circles, like in a parking lot, recording himself. Like who the fuck? Like, you're weird, bro. Like, if you're gonna go drive in circles to record a video to put it online under this fake flat earther, bro, like, that's mental problems, bro. Like, I don't know, that's weird.
Seems to be the common theme with these guys' mental problems.
Yeah. Just real quick, welcome everybody that's just joining us. Good morning or good evening, depending where you're coming from. This is 24/7 Flat Earth. Please feel free, if you want to join us up here, just request. I'll bring you up. Throw you a mic if you like. And yeah, we're talking about the shape of the Earth. Feel free to join us.
Bro,
we're just having some fun.
Looking for motion. Motion around the sun. Can anyone substantiate this?
I'm sorry to interrupt there. You got 25 anonymous listeners. I've never seen that. Holy smokes.
Hey, we're okay with that. I mean, here's another thing too. A lot of people, like, let's say if we posted in Discord, a lot of people are under, like a side person, or like a
pseudonym.
Yeah, so like, if maybe they don't want to join here because it's like their real person, like they have friends and family that are really, they're involved with online here. So maybe they just want to like stay from behind, like, anonymously, because they don't want us to see like the real them, and like, which could maybe dox them, maybe. I don't know. That might.
We have like almost a 50% anonymous listener account, which is really, I've never seen that in a space.
Hey, well, this is the real deal, right? I guess. People really don't want to, they're afraid. They don't be exposed. But we're having fun.
Got Neil deGrasse Tyson out there listening.
And talking about him a bunch last.
Oh, maybe it's because I tagged.
Things correct.
Maybe because I tagged Elon Musk. Here, I'll do it again. Remember last time?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it right there.
Yeah, I just went from 25 to 2 back up to 14, like in a blink of an eye. So something's weird going.
I don't know. Maybe they drop. Once I said docs, they're like, oh no, they can see me. They left. But we can't see you guys. You're anonymous.
All right, guys, we got Shane. They just come up to the panel. What's up, Shane?
Hey, Shane.
Yo, I'm just now waking up. I followed
it's
Mike.
A bro of mine.
I followed Mike.
This is a good dude.
Yeah, flat Earth cost me a lot back in the day. I really don't have too much to say about it, but briefly in my youth, maybe about 10 years ago in college, I went down the rabbit hole of the flat Earth debacle thing, and I shared it. I shared it with a few of my fellow academic friends, and I was completely labeled a retard after that. So it was finishing. My character and my everything was assassinated. So I left the flat Earth alone.
So you're not of the mind that the Earth is flat and stationary?
Well,
anymore?
I would love to go down the rabbit hole, and I do a lot, but I guess I kind of keep the
On the low
likelihood of it
profile.
being
You
that way.
keeping it low, huh?
Yeah,
So
keep low, because like I said,
Keep it on the down low.
I was significantly diminished.
Ain't nobody has to know. We shouldn't even see that song.
Cost me a lot. I was dating this girl. In college, and I
Really?
shared flat Earth with her, and she cut it off with me. She said I was stupid. So
Wow.
It
yeah,
sounds
it
like
hurt. It
sounds
hurt.
like flat Earth fruit.
Then
Wait,
the whole
she was a
Trump era
flat
came,
earther,
and then the
Shane?
whole Trump era came, and I came out as a Trump supporter, and then that really
Man, that didn't help anything, did it?
yeah, man. It really knocked me down, man. So
Hey, well, you know what? I'll tell you what. That means you dodged a bullet, bro. So congrats.
oh yeah, for sure.
At
So
any rate, man,
yeah.
you're amongst people that can actually, uh, help you out with any situation like that. But we can just support a position that you have right now.
Yeah, I've told Mike this before. I just kind of leave the flat Earth alone, but I'm here. I guess I'll
Hell
come out
nah,
the
man. We're
closet.
gonna get you back crunk in this business, man. None of that sitting around.
For sure.
Man, there ain't nobody parking on the dance floor. No, you're gonna get in this. You're gonna get down with this, man. Like, there's no way we're gonna leave you in the cut like that. It's just no way. So,
Nice.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. I'm here.
Yeah, you can go back and hear the recording. They got me pretty good. I came in as a speaker and got grilled, and you would do fine too, Shane. But it's been interesting. Some of the people that they had on the speaker panel, they really can't just say I don't know about something, and it's bizarre how they're like holding on to I don't even know what, but just the simple I don't know, or oh maybe that's I don't
It's
know,
crazy,
maybe it's
huh?
not
They
right.
die on that hill, bro, every night. Hey, we have water of life. Raising your hand if you want to join in, feel free, man. I don't want to.
You
Go
can't
ahead.
say I don't know the flat earther.
Oh, I just want to say congratulations to the Polaris Dawn actors for the splashdown this morning. I don't
I
know what
saw that.
can only imagine what goes through the minds of these people as they, walk off these things knowing they're deceiving humanity. I don't know what kind of 30 shekels need to be paid, in some weird way. Like, I don't know what I don't know what it takes, right? Like I could never put myself in that position. So, but kudos to them. I don't know what they're saying about that, but it's just happy splashdown day, folks.
Do you guys know who the Flat Earth Man is? The guy who sings his songs for, I don't know, maybe you guys have heard him or not.
Yeah, conspiracy music guru.
Conspiracy music guru. That's right. Have you guys heard of him? Anyone in here?
Yeah.
All right. So, Alex, we've known him for a while, and he's a pretty good dude, and he's in 24/7, and he was working on some music and whatnot, but he every now and again comes in there and kind of has a chat with us. But we've known him for a while.
Is he on YouTube or where do you
Yeah, on
find him?
YouTube. He's got the reason why I mentioned him was because he was talking about the Actronauts, but he has a couple of videos. Yeah, look for Conspiracy Music Guru on YouTube. He's got all his stuff there. You'll like his stuff. It's pretty cool. And he posts one that I think it's all y'all watching is a puppet show. The whole world's insane. And he gets a pretty cool little tune, and it's basically about the Actronauts. You'll like it. I mean, it's really awesome. Shout out to Conspiracy Music Guru, man. Alex he's a pretty cool dude. But that's what I was thinking about when Water of Life was talking about the spacewalk. That's all they're doing, man. They got a mediocre, production value that goes along with what they're showing everyone. It's silly.
There's also apparently a Russian dude who's, according to them, been up in space 4 times or something recently. It's so funny, like some Russian cosmonaut. It's kind of hilarious what they're trying to put humanity's mind through.
Yeah.
One of my favorite songs that Alex did was for Jaronism. For Jaron, for the Jaronism show, and it was called I think the NASA Man Can or something like that. Dude, that was such a good song, dude. I like really used to listen to that in the car.
What's one of his best? I just had look up at the sky or something about the contrails. But what's one like his best song or one of his best? What would you recommend?
I'm telling you,
all
my
of them,
favorite,
dude.
all of
They're
them are
all
really
amazing. Every single one, he puts his whole heart and soul into it. Like he doesn't leave the recording unless he's a perfectionist. So I'm telling you, each one of those songs is clear. The message is amazing, and
Here, watch. I'll do the NASA Man Can for
if
you.
you can put it in the next room. Puppet Show is good
Yeah,
because
for
it
sure.
relates to like how he's talking about it. It's a real snazzy tunes that he puts to it. So you guys will like it.
That's what I was talking about. So Puppet Show, it sounds good already.
I think one of them is
Yeah, I was wondering about that with all this angst.
Shows them launching satellites in one of his songs.
You know, we got
They show
the
pictures of them launching and everything.
Bidenflation and the mandates and all this stuff. There was like no protest music. The '60s, Vietnam and whatnot. We had great music, and we got very, very little of it. You know, little Tom McDonald. I guess like what one of them was Kid Rock, but that was about it.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Tom would even get near this subject?
Tom McDonald?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I think so.
If somebody could just sit down with him, like one of us from the 24th.
Oh, totally. He'd make a song about it in a second, even if he didn't understand.
You think so?
He would.
I don't know, man.
I thought he had a flat Earth song.
I don't know, man.
I'm probably wrong.
Did you see the video? I posted in the nest. It's for everybody. You want to check it out? It's pretty funny.
Conspiracy Music Guru has his hand up. What's up, brother?
Oh, dude, you kept saying conspiracy music. I kept thinking you were calling on me, but no, I wanted to bring it back to what Shane was talking about, about how he got canceled kind of for looking into flat Earth, for looking into Trump or whatever it was, and I think that's their main kind of goal. And you could talk about any other stupid shit, and everyone's gonna be like, okay, I'm cool with it, like simulation theory, like Hollow Earth. I'm not saying that's necessarily dumb. I don't want to, but like. It's like accepted, but like you touch flat Earth, and I like what he says. Like if it's a psyop, it's the worst psyop ever, because all these people who are starting to learn about flat Earth are also a little more on the curious side of not trusting the government, which is Team Conspiracy's batting a little harder, better than Team Expert in science, in lack of a better word. So. I'll just land my plane there and just let everyone stew on that. It's their main thing to try to cancel you. Don't look into this, look into this. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, don't let the government dictate your reality.
Yeah, and I can't do the simulation stuff no more, man. I think it's the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen. It's nothing but
they bring that up. They bring that up whenever a big bunch of people are really starting to talk seriously about flat Earth.
What I hear was,
we bring up the simulation. So that's more likely.
Bro.
Occam says.
It's just a fantasy. Yeah. It's nothing but a fantasy. It's complete imagination. But that's okay to explore. But oh boy, if this fucking thing is flat.
Yeah.
Dude, I host spaces and I'll get 10 people a day talking about simulation theory, and they literally say that the hive mind, so the more people that believe something, it makes that something true. So it's just I can't even begin to question these people. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, Alpha and APOC, you better write that down on one of your guys'
I mean, in
lists.
some regards, they are true. If you have an idea and believe in it, and you get a bunch of people who believe in it, then it does become
I
true.
agree, bro, but we get into like voodoo, story time, Star Wars world.
Man,
but I can imagine. Yes.
I'm gonna tell you this, man. APOC has been.
If enough people believe in Bigfoot, we have Bigfoot.
Yeah, check this out, man. APOC has been making a list of all the dumb shit that these Globers say when they come in here. You wouldn't believe the stuff that they say, man, at all times of the hours of the night for us over
that's good. You got a catalog.
I can read some of it.
You got the list with you?
Flat Earth deniers.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys
check
ready?
this out,
Yeah.
guys.
Let's hear it.
All right. So this was today, I guess. If the world isn't a globe, then no fish can survive. I don't make that make sense.
Fish
Make
are
that make sense.
globe dependent. I get that.
Have you guys met Peter? What's his last name, Brian?
Yeah, they're on episode. Yeah, and we know he's on 24/7. Actually, he's all there. He's there all the time. I've destroyed him
Yeah, we call him.
multiple times.
We got Lisa
Every
in
time,
here
every
too.
day. Mock court case that we do, and on here on my account here. If you check it out, man, you'll hear how me and APOC destroyed him. Actually, credit to APOC, man. He actually just